Chapter 612. A white air current surrounded Lord Grimm, a sign of his counterattack. Zhou Zakai's eyes lit up, and he immediately retreated without hesitation. Samsara had analyzed Yishio's style of play long before the game. Although he had many skills, there was no fixed combination of moves. But Zhou discovered the blind spot, which was that Lord Grimm would use the domineering effect of steel and iron to counterattack. Zhou Zakai, who knew this, immediately gave up shooting and retreated. But the next second, Lord Grimm caught the retreating Cloud Piercer. Cloud Body. Throat Lock. After using two fighting skills in a row, Cloud Piercer had no time to shoot, and Lord Grimm's right hand had already been stuck in his throat. Yishio predicted Zhou Zakai's prediction. Zhou shook his head, and he found that these two people were a bit perverted. Zhou Zakai retreated immediately after seeing Lord Grimm activate Iron Bones. Yishio was even more exaggerated. He knew in advance that Zhou Zakai would use Cloud Piercer to retreat. Haha, your research is really in place. Yishio typed in the public channel. What do you mean? Many people were confused. They didn't quite understand what Yishio meant by this. But for Samsara, this sentence was a slap in their face. Cloud Piercer wanted to get rid of Lord Grimm's control, but he was knocked unconscious the next second. Brick attack. Lord Grimm's brick successfully hit Cloud Piercer's head, causing Cloud Piercer's forehead to swell. What was even more fatal was that Cloud Piercer fell into a 3-second dizziness state. It's broken. Zhou couldn't sit still. For a casual player, there were too many things he could do with a 3-second dizziness. Zhou Zakai's perspective was shaking violently. Before he could make a corresponding move, Jun Maxiu's knee had already hit Ichiang Chuanyun's lower abdomen, causing his entire body to bend. Knee attack. Ichiang Chuanyun could no longer maintain the stability of his entire body. Jun Maxiu immediately followed with another elbow strike, which hit the back of Ichiang Chuanyun's head heavily, as he bent down. Ichiang Chuanyun immediately fell down. At this time, Jun Maxiu turned the 1,000-machine umbrella to his left hand, swung out with his right fist, and raised Ichiang Chuanyun into the air. Throat lock, brick attack, knee attack, elbow attack, uppercut. All of them are rogue skills, and all 5 are low-level skills below level 20. As a result, the combined use of this set of skills completely broke Zhou Zakai's gorgeous style of using shooting as physical skills. Awesome. This set of combos directly made the howling Captain Tang Hao in the audience feel refreshed. This is a gangster. After his perspective stabilized, Ichiang Chuanyun immediately adjusted the muzzle of his gun, but he could not see Jun Mo Shao in his perspective while floating in the air, so Zhou Zakai could only rely on his experience and awareness to shoot at the person below him. But the distance was too close, and the whole audience was holding their breath at this time, because the health of both sides was decreasing. Moonlight slash, full moon slash, wave slash. The 1,000-machine umbrella in Jun Mo Zhao's hand changed from fighting to sword, and he fired 3 swords in a row, as fast as lightning. Yishio is really wasting his talent by not playing as swordsman. A professional player complained. Although Ichiang Chuanyun's shooting had lost its aim, Zhou Zakai did not give up. He believed that as long as he could stabilize the character's perspective and see the opponent's actions clearly, he could perform accurate operations. But Jun Maxiu didn't give him this chance. He was face to face with Ichiang Chuanyun. At the moment, when Ichiang Chuanyun adjusted his body shape, he got into the blind spot that Ichiang Chuanyun couldn't twist his view to. Shadow Step. Yishio's Shadow Step was also a unique skill back then. Lead boss said with emotion. Shadow Step. This high-end and complex skill is an instinct for Yishio without thinking. Even in the professional circle, there are many players who are helpless with Shadow Step. When Zhou faced a weak team, he ended the game very quickly. To a large extent, they were completely unable to deal with Yu Xingchen's Shadow Step. Bang bang bang, Ichiang Chuanyun shot out, but the bullets scattered around Jun Maxiu. Too difficult. Pan Lin shook his head and said, the first-person perspective in this situation is no different from that of a blind man. Zhou Zakai's Ichiang Chuanyun finally got rid of Jun Maxiu's floating combo, landed and pulled away, and a grenade attacked the next second. Boom, the grenade exploded, and the Cloud Piercer, who was still rolling and trying to distance himself, was thrown aside. With a flash of cold light, Jun Maxiu used the arc flash to get close to Cloud Piercer again. Double knife. Cloud Piercer was suspended in the air again. There are too many floating skills, which is really troublesome for casual players. Xiao Shiqin said. Why didn't Yishin use floating skills when facing Zhou in the first round? A professional player asked in confusion. Because he couldn't do it. Zhou answered the professional player affirmatively. This round of competition was completely different from the first round. In the first round, when Jun Mashia faced Yu Xingchen, he tried his best to keep a distance from him so as not to be close to him. In the second round, Jun Mashia was madly trying to get close to the cloud with a shot, which was also closely related to the positioning of the character. You can replay the movement and position control of Yu Xingchen when Zhou Yichen faced Jun Mashia, said Zhang Xinjie, the vice-captain of Tyranny. Some professional players, who didn't know much about it, took out their mobile phones without hesitation and started to replay. After watching for a while, they found the problem. Yu Xingchen's position has always been based on the attack distance of his war spear, and the control is very exquisite. This caused Jun Mashia to be poked when he pulled away and swept when he got close. They are all monsters. The players who watched the video complained. And now, if Jun Mashia wants to regain the advantage and win this game, he must stick to the shot through the cloud. Sho Sakai's 3-shot physical technique is indeed very powerful, but what if the distance is shortened to 1 or 2 steps? The ever-changing means are the best punishment for the sharpshooter. Now that Lord Grimm has stuck to him, Sho Sakai has been trying very hard to get rid of him, and even in the process of getting rid of him, he will not miss the opportunity to kill his opponent. With a headshot from a Barrett sniper, Yiqian Chuanyun suddenly has almost a 1/3 life lead. Therefore, Sho Sakai only needs to attack against attack and exchange blood for blood under such a leading background, which is a win for him. It's not good to exchange like this. Zhou Yichen, who plays both a battle mage and a sharpshooter, found something wrong at the first time. Yishio is exchanging intentionally, Zhang Jiala said. The Samsara people were silent. They couldn't predict what Yishio's purpose was, because if he continued to exchange like this, Lord Grimm would definitely be eliminated. Even if the second player from Happy kills Sho Sakai, the ring match can be declared a victory for Samsara in advance. Because no one can solve Zhou Yichen, the blood-for-blood rhythm is very fast, and Sho Sakai has a little advantage. The risk of his playing style is still very high, Xiao Shirqin of Thunder said. Everyone around him nodded. Although Sho Sakai has the advantage in the exchange, it requires very precise control, and now he is in a passive situation in a close fight with Sanren. If something goes wrong, he is likely to be killed by Yishio. Although Sho Sakai is strong, he is a human, not a machine. Change again, Sho Sakai wants to slow down the rhythm, said Huang Xiaotian, who is very sensitive to rhythm. We have to grab it. Han Wenqing nodded. If the high-pressure rhythm is still like this at this time, Sho Sakai will easily collapse. Therefore, he chose to change and slow down the rhythm, but it is obvious that Yishio will not do as he wishes. 480. Yishio's hand speed has increased. Xu Yinxiu noticed this. Sho Sakai's hand speed has also increased, Li Hua said. But he was brought up. Xiao Shirqin said the key point. The battle continued, and the life of both characters was consumed. Yi Chang Chuanyun's life was decreasing faster, while Jun Mashia's life was decreasing slower. The advantage Sho Sakai had built up in the early stage was being wiped out step by step. In the end, it was still more advantageous for individual players to fight close to the enemy. The blood is red? Li Ju's heart jumped. The red blood state, with life below 10%, has no effect on the character status, but both players and professional players usually habitually regard the red blood state as a crisis signal. Just like in a MOBA game, when the opponent enters the red blood state, your adrenaline will surge, because victory is just around the corner. The first to enter the red blood state on the field was Jun Mashia, but Yiqian Chuanyun also entered the red blood state soon after. It's time to decide the victory. Everyone held their breath, just like Yu Xingchen and Jun Mashia entered the red blood state at the same time in the first round. At this time, Yishio is leading, Zhang Xinjie said at this time. Everyone knew that as a casual player, Jun Mashia could increase his blood. Why don't you do it? Wu Yus and the Void felt that now was the best time to increase his blood. In my opinion, Yishio has been holding back, just waiting for the opportunity to decide the outcome in one fell swoop. This guy is scheming. He was scheming by Zhou Yichen's Vine Thorns in the last game. I guess he is very unhappy. Ha ha! Huang Xiaotian became more and more excited as he spoke. It's almost there. Yu Wenzhou ignored Huang Xiaotian's muttering and stared at the holographic projection. The two sides continued to fight, and their health was constantly decreasing. Jun Mashia only had 5% left, and Yiqian Chuanyun only had 8%. With this amount of health, a skill with high damage could kill it in one hit. It's time to replenish health, right? Sprint. Sho Sakai chose to attack. He knew Jun Mashia was going to replenish health, so he decided to get rid of him before that. Huh? Jun Mashia rushed straight towards Yiqian Chuanyun. He didn't choose to replenish health. Not good. Zhou Zikai had already realized that the situation was very bad, because the distance was too close. The reason he did this was to attack and interrupt Jun Mashia's replenishment. But Lord Grimm didn't intend to recover his health at all, but chose to attack with force. Yi Xiao once again predicted Zhou Zikai's prediction. The two collided, headbutt. Yiqian Chuanyun was shot in the head again after the brick, and Yiqian Chuanyun kneed, but Lord Grimm slid to avoid Yiqian Chuanyun's knee. Then, when Yiqian Chuanyun turned around, the myriad machine umbrella had already reached Yiqian Chuanyun's waist. Puff, glory! Oh my god! Huang Xiaoyan stood up with an unbelievable look on his face. This decision is too awesome. The cup on the commentary seat shouted. Everyone thought Lord Grimm was going to recover his health, even Zhou Zikai, but Yi Xiao didn't. He chose to attack with force. Everyone at the scene held their heads in disbelief. Samsara fans were like this, and happy fans were also like this. All this happened too fast. Yi Xiao's hand speed at the last moment soared to 710. Huh? Pan Lin was dumbfounded when he saw the statistical results. Are we leading? Are we behind? Samsara fans were confused, and happy fans were a little confused for a while. This game was destined to be a loss for both sides, but the momentum brought by the first victory was huge. It's just that now it has become a library. There was complete silence. Hey, we seem to have one. Wei Chen elbowed Fang Rui, who was standing beside him with his mouth wide open. Huh? Fang Rui didn't come back to his senses for a while. How did you win? Mucheng, how did you win? Xinguo looked at Su Mucheng with a confused face. I didn't react either. How did you lose? Zhang Jiala on the other side widened his eyes. The last shot shouldn't have killed him. Zhou Yichen pinched his chin and thought. It's the instant stab. Jiang Guotao shouted. Jun Mashu used the instant stab to make up for the damage at the last moment, but from their perspective, they thought it was the gun form that took it away. After a long silence, the whole audience burst into warm applause. This game was so exciting. It was no less exciting than the First World War between Jun Mashu and Yi Yuxingshan. This finals was worth watching. It's okay, Jun Mashu only has a little blood left, and we still have Yichen. Yes, baby Chen hasn't come on yet. What are we afraid of? The fans of the reincarnation cheered up. It doesn't matter if the captain lost. We don't have only one Zhou. We are double Zhou. In the second game, I go. Jiang Guotao took off his coat. Watch me. Jiang Guotao and Zhou Zikai, who was leaving the game, clapped their hands and connected. Yeah. Zhou Zikai nodded. 3% of the blood volume. Be careful that he will refresh his blood. Just kill him directly. Zhou Yichen said. Yeah. Jiang Guotao. Jiang Guotao. Jiang Guotao. Samsara fans quickly regrouped. No time to grieve over Zhou Zikai's fate, and Jiang Guotao was walking towards them. Samsara, Jiang Guotao, ID, Wulong, Occupation, Magic Swordsman. 99%, 100%. Wulong, loading completed. Map, Arena, loading completed. Hello, Senior, do you need me to give you some time to heal? Jiang Guotao took the initiative to greet Yi Xiao very enthusiastically. That's great. You Samsara fans all talk nicely. Yi Xiao replied. Yes, Senior, but we broke your winning streak, and now you have to start over again. Will it be a bit uncomfortable? Your words are very Zhou Yichen. Chapter 6:13. Your words are very Zhou Yichen. Seeing Yi Xiao's reply in the public channel, Jiang Guotao was a little embarrassed. Zhou Yichen couldn't hold it in anymore. Wasn't this hinting that he liked to be sarcastic? Zhou Yichen was not such a person at all. I think it's quite right. Zhang Jiala surprisingly stood on Yi Xiao's side. I think you are quite right too. Zhou Yichen's words made Zhang Jiala dumbfounded. What a poisonous tongue. Now Jun Mashu's life is only 3%. For the magic swordsman, most of the wave swords can roll away so much life at once. Therefore, it is inevitable for Yi Xiao to refresh his health. This is not the regular season, this is the finals. If he doesn't refresh his health, he will be treated as a roadside refresher later. This amount of health is not enough. Pan Lin said. Well, for Jiang Guotao's magic sword, a wave sword can probably kill him in 1 second. Li Ba said. But Jun Mashu can heal. Li Ju nodded. The professional players on the other side had already started to complain. How shameless. Fuck him. Beep beep beep. Which professions can heal like him in the ring? He's such a scoundrel. Su Bin of Wei Chao was a little embarrassed, and so was Tian Son of Thunder. Because Jun Mashu can heal, he relies on the low-level skills of the two professions of the priest and guardian. But these low-level skills are not only learned by these two healers, but also by the two combat professions of the same department, the knight and the exorcist. Since you can learn it, why not use it? Therefore, the priest's small healing and the recovery used by the guardian are almost two skills they must have at home. Healing in a duel is not exclusive to Jun Maxiao. These two professional players also do it often. Su Bin and Tian Sun looked at each other and smiled knowingly. He is definitely going to heal. Look at his shifty look. His movement speed has obviously slowed down a lot. I'm afraid he is ready on the way. How much does he want to heal? Is he going to heal? Huang Xiaoyan chattered. Look, he is going to heal soon. He really healed. Why can this kind of healing profession appear in the competition? It's so unfair. That's right. The competition system must be changed. Su Bin, Tian Sen and other knights and exorcist players, who came all lowered their heads. They felt that these guys were using Jun Maxiu to make indirect accusations. Jiang Buitao's Wulong had already rushed to the central arena. He didn't see Jun Maxiu, so he knew that the other party was slowing down to heal. At this time, Yishio also sent a message in the channel. Have you reached the middle? Wait for me. I heal first, don't worry. Okay, I wait for the senior to come. Jiang Buitao responded politely, but he didn't stop the operation in his hands. Wu Lang ran directly through the ring towards another entrance. Just when he came to the edge, a green thing suddenly appeared. Jiang Buitao subconsciously operated Wu Lang to swing a knife and chop the little thing. Earth-shattering wave sword, goblin. The next second, Jun Maxiu rushed up from below and punched. Jiang Buitao reacted quickly and blocked with his sword. Before the opponent could counterattack, Jun Maxiu quickly formed a seal and immediately started a sneak attack with the shadow clone technique. His real body flashed directly behind Wu Lang. Jiang Buitao smiled slightly, and Wulong turned around and slashed out with the wave sword using the inertia of the earth-splitting wave sword. Wave-splitting slash. Jun Maxiu, who was trying to sneak attack and assassinate, had no time to dodge. Block? Attack and parry? None of these worked for the wave-splitting slash, because the wave-splitting slash was a skill with a grab judgment. Even if the knight blocked the wave-splitting slash with a shield, it would be locked by Tai's sword intent and cause damage. The only thing that the knight was stronger than other professions was that it would not be temporarily suspended in the air because of the upward attack of the magic swordsman. Yishio reacted quickly and saw Jun Maxiu's arm swing, which also brought out a sword light, and the unique wave power of the magic swordsman flowed in the light. Wave-splitting slash versus wave-splitting slash. The two sword lights with sword intent entangled together. However, a copy is a copy. Because Jun Maxiu's move was instantaneous, the wave power contained in the sword was very little, and he could not compare with a professional magic swordsman. The level 20 job transfer skill of the magic swordsman, killing intention wave, is a passive skill that specifically strengthens the wave power. Sanren does not have passive skills, so the wave power can be said to be negligible. Yishio naturally knew that this wave slash could not break the situation, but his goal was to break the grab effect of the wave slash. Otherwise, if he was caught by Wulong, he would be dead with his low health after one swing. Unfortunately, the next second, when Jun Maxiu staggered back, Jiang Buitao did not hesitate at all. Flame Wave Sword, Ice Wave Sword, Swift Light Wave Sword, Flame, Frost, Swift Light. Magic Swordsman's three-wave swords have the attributes of fire, ice, and light, and are often used in succession, which is called Wave Triple Wave. Yishio knew that he had to be fast now, and Jun Maxiu used Arc Flash to move to avoid the first two wave swords. But the third Swift Light Wave Sword was too fast, and this was Jiang Buitao's killer move. The Fiery Flame Wave Sword and the Ice Wave Sword were both used to restrict Jun Maxiu's movement. Not good. Jun Maxiu was hit by the Swift Light Wave Sword, lost his balance, and staggered backwards. Yishio immediately switched to the Thousand Machine Umbrella form, and Wu Lang attacked. Jun Maxiu immediately unfolded the Thousand Machine Umbrella and switched to the shield form. Oh my god! At this time, the electronic big screen showed Jiang Buitao's first-person perspective, and his vision was completely blocked by the Thousand Machine Umbrella. Realizing that something was wrong, Jiang Buitao immediately controlled Wu Lang to retreat, but unfortunately Yishio still seized the opportunity. Shield Strike. The short-term dizziness allowed Yishio to find an opportunity to counterattack. Boom boom boom. 3 anti-tank guns fired, and the explosions followed one after another. Now Yishio can be said to be shining wherever he can. Finally Jun Maxiu, who had exhausted his mana, fell under Wu Lang's Ghost Slash. Who said that casual players don't have bursts? Jiang Buitao smiled helplessly. Although Jun Maxiu was no longer in the red blood state after he finished healing, he, who had been suppressed before, directly knocked down 20% of Wulong's blood with the stun of Shield Strike. This character is too disgusting. 20%, this blood volume is actually a bit too much. In the second round of the finals, the second player from Xingxin was Mo Fan, who performed well in the first round. A silent, persevering, patient player with a certain amount of explosive power. Mo Fan is a typical wildborn scavenger, and his technical structure is not standardized. After a whole season, this habit of his still exists, and has not been erased. In this regard, Jiang Buotao felt that Xingxin was retaining its wildness. In the end, the experienced Jiang Buotao won the game. It was the first time in Jiang Buotao's career that he defeated two teams in the finals. In fact, Jiang Buotao's ranking in the All-Star voting in recent years has been quite good, and everyone thinks he is a very good player. But if you want to talk about what he is good at, let alone ordinary players, even at least 9 out of 10 fans of Samsara don't know where to start. Is he a good commander? Although Jiang Buotao is the deputy captain, the Samsara team itself does not actually promote him too much to gild him. Almost all of Samsara's traffic is concentrated on Shuangzhou. After all, these two are powerful, have great honors, and their personalities complement each other, which is very suitable for creation. In the end, Jiang Buotao's reputation seems to be all thanks to the championship team and his identity as the deputy captain and main commander of the championship team. But Yi Shou had commented on Jiang Buotao a long time ago. He thought Jiang Buotao was a terrible player, and he was terrible without showing any emotion. This game also confirmed this. The young Mo Fan was completely unable to deal with the experienced Jiang Buotao. But Mo Fan's outburst was indeed beyond Jiang Buotao's expectations. In the end, Wu Lang only had 15% of his health left. Ah! Jiang Buotao shook his head. He could actually do better. But he still won the victory. Jiang Buotao looked at the Glory Championship trophy in the center of the stage. For consecutive championships, I'm really looking forward to it. In the fourth round of the ring match, Happy's third player Su Macheng came on the court to face Jiang Buotao, whose character's health was still 11%. If this match goes on, it's probably going to be another 5-3. Void Team Captain Li Xian predicted. Zhou Yichen, who can solve Xingxin? Howling Team Captain Tang Hao asked this fatal question. Everyone shook their heads. In their opinion, the only person who can fight against Zhou Yichen on Xingxin's side is Yi Xiu. Although Su Macheng, Fang Rui, and Tang Rou, the best newcomer of this season, are all strong, the gap is still too big when facing Zhou Yichen, who exploded as soon as the finals came. But Zhou Yichen should defend the ring, so Xingxin still has a chance to get 4 points. Su Bin said. No, he won't appear in the 5th place. Wang Jieshi said firmly. Just when several people were still predicting which place Zhou Yichen would appear, the two sides had already met on the field. Wulong exhausted his mana. After releasing the Wave Sword, Jiang Buotao chose to forcefully approach Mu Yuqingfeng. Unfortunately, Su Macheng did not give him this opportunity. Boom boom boom. As 3 anti-tank guns fell, Wu Lang was annihilated in the gunfire. Glory. Although he failed to pose much threat to Mu Yuqingfeng, Wu Lang, who had exhausted all his physical strength, still knocked down 10% of Mu Yuqingfeng's health with a Wave Sword at the beginning. Jiang Buotao! Jiang Buotao! Jiang Buotao! The whole audience shouted Jiang Buotao's name. After seeing him walk out of the battle seat, the fans of Samsara also gave their vice-captain a warm applause. The two sides are currently tied at 2-2 in the finals arena. Let's look forward to which player will be the third player on the Samsara side. I'm going! Zhou Yichen took off his coat. This scene was also captured by the camera. Wow! Seeing Zhou Yichen on the electronic screen, all the Samsara fans were excited. MVP! 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 Zhou Yichen also smiled and interacted with the fans in front of the camera. Ah, my heart is completely touched. Oh my god, you are not from City C, are you? The prejudice in people's hearts is as big as a mountain. Seeing Jiang Buotao return to the player seat, Zhou Yichen stepped forward and clapped his hands to hand over. Aiken is in your hands. Jiang Buotao said with a smile. Don't worry, watch me slaughter. Samsara, Zhou Yichen, ID, Yu Xingchen, God of War, Occupation, Battle Mage. Seeing that the third player in Samsara was Zhou Yichen, Su Macheng was slightly stunned. When Zhou Yichen, who debuted in the 7th season, faced Excellent Era, the opponent was already on the decline. Although Su Macheng has never played against him in a duel since his debut, she has heard Yi Xiu's comments about Zhou Yichen more than once. A natural-born star, a natural-born king. Since the 7th season, Yi Xiu has discovered that Zhou Yichen has a kind of bloodiness, which is not possessed by many professional players. At that time, Su Mucheng even jokingly asked Yishio who is stronger between him and Zhou Yichen. Yishio smiled and said, "I am stronger now, and the future belongs to him." Now, the future Zhou Yichen comes to take the championship from Yishio. When facing Tiny Herb in the 7th season finals, Zhou Yichen's performance was very good, but Zhou Zakai's performance was more critical at that time, so the FMVP of the finals and the most valuable player of the season were awarded to him. The 8th season can be said to be Zhou Yichen's peak season. He won the regular season MVP, the finals FMVP, and the season's most valuable player, completing the personal honor Grand Slam within a year. In the first round of the finals, he fought 1 against 5. After 7 seasons, the will of the 7th level fighter flashed on the stage of the finals again. The team match in the first round of the 8th season finals is still the most watched video in the Honor Professional League. In the 9th season, Zhang Jiala's joining did not affect Zhou Yichen's tactical position. He is still the absolute core of the front. In the finals, Samsara defeated the Elderly Club Tyranny team and became the second triple champion team in history. Zhou Yichen also won his second FMVP and the season's most valuable player. The cheers and applause on the scene symbolize his popularity. The Samsara team is no longer the one-man team it once was. 99%, 100%. Yushingshan, God of War, loading completed. Map, Arena, loading completed. 3, 2, 1, fight! The countdown ended, and the game officially began. Su Mucheng was nervous. She knew it would be very difficult to win this game, but her attack distance was an advantage. Even if she died, she would tear off a layer of skin from the opponent. "Captain, who do you support in this game?" Xiao Fei suddenly asked. "Captain Chu, what do you think of this game?" Li Xian also became interested. He was curious about which side Chu Yunxiu would support. Hee. Chu Yunxiu sneered, boring. The atmosphere on the scene had been pushed to a climax by Zhou Yichen, and the 4 commentators on the commentary stand were also motivated, and they all stood up to comment. The chair was in the way. Chapter 614. Due to the map, the 2 sides had no place to maneuver. Although Mu Yuqingfeng kept jumping up and firing backwards while running, he used inertia to move forward. This is also the way many gunners like to rush. On the other side, Yuxingchen once again showed the audience the charm of pole vaulting. He jumped up from the steps and instantly surpassed Mu Yuqingfeng by a large margin. Zhou Yichen is really a genius inventor. Wow! The foreign friends on the other side were already boiling. They felt that this time, they really came to the right place. This skill opened their eyes. They never thought that the battle mage could be played like this. In their eyes, the battle mage is a clumsy and reckless profession, so they have always regarded the battle mage as a front row with high damage. But now, they found that they were wrong. Yuxingchen came to the center of the ring, and Mu Yuqingfeng also appeared at the entrance. Zhou Yichen didn't hesitate at all and rushed towards the opponent quickly. Su Mucheng didn't hesitate, and Mu Yuqingfeng opened fire directly. Boom boom boom. Yuxingchen dodged left and right, relying on simple and unpretentious positioning to avoid one artillery attack after another. Facing the heavy firepower suppression of the gunner, most people would consider starting from the side, but Zhou Yichen chose to break in directly from the front. Seeing this, Mu Yuqingfeng put the hand cannon on his back and launched a continuous straight-line sweep attack on Yuxingchen with a machine gun. Green machine gun. Yuxingchen rotated his spear and shot away the flying bullets with the gun, but many of them still hit his shoulder. Blood flowers bloomed, but Zhou Yichen had no intention of watching. "We can't kill in a straight line. Zhou Yichen has to change the line." Yuan Zhou had just finished speaking, and Yuxingchen rolled over and changed his route. Seeing that the distance was shortened, Mu Yuqingfeng threw away the machine gun in his hand, and then set up the hand cannon to fire an energy ball at him. The 3 seconds of charging made the distance between the 2 sides closer. "Cannon! It's a bit risky to use the cannon in this situation," Panlin said cautiously, fearing that he was wrong. "Yeah." This time, the 3 people on the side all agreed with Panlin's words. Z-shaped shake. Yuxingchen sidestepped, and used the Z-shaped shake to dodge the cannon fired by Mu Yuqingfeng. When Su Mucheng wanted to distance himself again, it was too late. Continuous thrust. The super-fast spear thrust was already pointed directly at Mu Yuqingfeng's face. Su Mucheng reacted quickly. While operating Mu Yuqingfeng to fire forward, he used the recoil of the hand cannon to pull away. But Yuxingchen suddenly stopped and turned around to avoid Mu Yuqingfeng's attack, and stabbed out with a gun. Technique. Backstab. This shot pierced Mu Yuqingfeng's shoulder. When Su Mucheng wanted to control the character, she found that she had fallen into a state of stiffness. Dragon Fang. It's broken. Su Maicheng was stunned, and the next second her perspective was spinning. Sky strike. Mu Yuqingfeng was suspended in the air, and now she is at an absolute disadvantage. The cup said. Yes, on this field, I don't know how many characters have been killed by Yi Yuxingchen controlled by Zhou Yichen. Li Ba said. Swish, swish, swish. Su Maicheng could only see the miniature of Yi Yuxingchen's clothes from her perspective. Just like the shot through the clouds in the first game, she could only rely on experience and luck to see if there was a chance to hit Yi Yuxingchen. But compared to the sharpshooter, the gunner is much more cumbersome. Continuous thrust. Mu Yuqingfeng flew backwards, and Yi Yuxingchen followed him. Before he could recover, he pressed down with his spear. Strong dragon pressure. Mu Yuqingfeng was nailed to the floor of the arena, and Yi Yuxingchen used his gun to pick him up again. He stretched out his left hand and slapped Mu Yuqingfeng's chest. Bang! With the strong magic fighting spirit injected, Mu Yuqingfeng flew backwards. Falling flower palm. When Yi Yuxingchen wanted to get close to Mu Yuqingfeng again, a grenade suddenly appeared at his feet. Impact grenade. Bang! This universal grenade stopped Yi Yuxingchen's attack, and he was also hidden in the smoke and dust produced by the grenade explosion. After Mu Yuqingfeng stabilized his body, he began to bombard the smoke and dust. Huh? Yi Yuxingchen's figure never appeared in Su Muqing's vision. Just as she was wondering, the smoke and dust dispersed, and Yi Yuxingchen appeared in front of her. Yi Yuxingchen was accumulating power on the spot, and the powerful magic fighting spirit had condensed on the tip of Longden's spear. This is Fu Long Xiang Tian. Su Maicheng reacted immediately, and wanted to fire to interrupt Yi Yuxingchen's power accumulation, but the next second a white dragon took off into the air. The blue-white dragon swept towards Mu Yuqingfeng, and Su Maicheng chose to use the laser cannon, and while counterattacking, he used its powerful recoil to eject himself. However, there was no place to hide in the arena, and Mu Yuqingfeng's retreat speed was not as fast as Fu Long Xiang Tian. I caught you. The white dragon successfully grabbed Mu Yuqingfeng and took him into the air. Before Mu Yuqingfeng could get rid of it, the white dragon exploded directly. Boom! Mu Yuqingfeng's health dropped sharply. Obviously, he had taken a lot of damage from Fu Long Xiangtian. Yi Yuxingchen's attack was not over yet, and when he landed, Fu Long Xiangtian's stiffness ended. Mu Yuqingfeng snapped his fingers, then used it to ignite the lighter, and then threw a missile at Yi Yuxingchen. Heat-sensing missile. The missile will use the heat source of the lighter to guide the attack on the enemy, and the skill has a large attack range, but Yi Yuxingchen rushed directly to Mu Yuqingfeng's face before the missile landed. Strong attack. Zhou Yichen is too decisive. Li Ba explained. How long Pajuan? It's over. Zhou Yichen typed in the public channel. Upward, poke, stab, sweep. Mu Yuqingfeng, who was close to him, couldn't fight back at all. Yi Yuxingchen was not completely close to him, and the two sides were 2 steps apart. These 2 steps are the most comfortable attack distance for the battle mage. On the contrary, Mu Yuqingfeng can't output from a distance, and the close barbecue can't hit the opponent. With Yi Yuxingchen's last attack, the game ended. Glory! Let us congratulate Zhou Yichen for winning this game, and winning a precious point for Samsara. The score is 3-2, and Samsara is temporarily in the lead. Pan Lin announced the result of the game. After the game, Su Maicheng was a little helpless. It was too uncomfortable to be restricted. She now understands the helplessness of her brother when he faced Yi Xiu as a gun-type profession, but was pulled by the battle mage. Mu Yuqingfeng, who had 90% of his health at the beginning, still knocked off 30% of Yi Yuxingchen's health. Most of them were the damage that Yi Yuxingchen took forcibly in order to get close. 70% of the health is more than enough for Zhou Yichen. Xiao Shiqin said. Sun Xian on the side did not speak, his eyes full of desire for the stage. Looking at Zhou Yichen shining on the stage, Sun Xiang, who debuted in the same season, felt that he had completely become the other party's background. In the 7th season, Sun Xian was a rookie. Although he was in a weak team like Yueyun team, he performed extremely well, broke through the rookie wall, and became a strong contender for the best newcomer at the beginning of the season. Unfortunately, at this time, a real genius appeared. Zhou Yichen's sudden appearance broke the pattern of the league, but at that time Sun Xiang believed that the gap between him and Zhou Yichen came more from his teammates. Even though Sun Xiang lost to Zhou Yichen in the singles match, he also believed that it was caused by the gap between the characters. In the first season, Zhou Yichen went straight to the finals, and won the championship as an absolute main force. But what about Sun Xiang? He didn't even make the playoffs. The outside world also believed that if Sun Xiang was not dragged down by the team, or had a top god level character, then Sun Xiang would have achieved better results in his first season. Sun Xiang thought so too. He needed a better team and a top character. So when Excellent Era extended an olive branch to him in the 8th season, Sun Xiang was overjoyed. He came to Excellent Era, replaced Ji Qiu, and took over the fighting god One Leaf Autumn. Sun Xiang was full of confidence. He felt that a new era for himself was coming. With such a top character and team, he would surely soar to the sky. As a result, in the 8th season, Zhou Yichen was a killer and won the regular season MVP, the finals FMVP, and the season's most valuable player. In the 2 matches with him, Sun Xiang found that the gap between the 2 sides not only did not narrow, but became larger and larger. What was even more tragic was that Jiashi was eliminated. At that time, all the topics praising Sun Xiang before became a sharp weapon to counterattack him. You should know that even in Yueyuan in that season, when Sun Xiang was on the team, there was once hope to launch an impact on the playoffs. After Sun Xiang left the team, he did not fall to such a miserable state of being eliminated. Therefore, Sun Xiang was attacked by Yueyuan fans, Jiashi old fans, and Chuanzi at the same time. At that time, Sun Xiang had already begun to doubt himself in his heart. The blows did not disappear, but came one after another. In the final of the challenge, Jiashi lost to Xingxin, and he lost again. At that moment, he was relieved. Xiao Shiqin saw this point, and helped Sun Xiang when he returned to Thunder. This season, Thunder also successfully broke through the team history and reached the semifinals. One day, we will stand there too. Xiao Shiqin seemed to see what Sun Xiang was thinking. Yeah. Sun Xiang clenched his fists. He was unwilling to become a background board. In his 4 years of professional career, Sun Xiang's experience is rich. Looking back, he found that he had been making a push for the finals in the past few years, and Zhou Yichen, who was in the same season as him, had already stood there several times. Su Machun left the court, and the 4th player of Xingxin was Tang Rou. Come on, Tang Rou, Su Machun said to Tang Rou with a smile. Yeah. The two clapped their hands. Xingxin, Tang Rou, ID, Han Yanrou, Occupation, Battle Mage. This is a contest between the best newcomers. Li Ju smiled. Zhou Yichen was the best newcomer of the 7th season, and Tang Rou was the best newcomer of the 10th season. Although both of them won this honor in their debut season, the number of votes they received was completely different. Tang Rou defeated Team Tyrannies by Shu by 1 vote this season and won the Best Newcomer award. What about Zhou Yichen? He was unanimously elected as the best newcomer, the only one in history to be unanimously elected as the best newcomer. The closest to a unanimous vote was Wang Jieshi in the 3rd season, and the one who could take 1 vote from Wang Jieshi was Yang Song, the current captain of Team 301. In the 2 regular season matches between the 2 teams this season, Zhou Yichen and Tang Rou played against each other once in the individual match and the ring match. Bebe showed the data. The first match of the season was between Zhou Yichen and Tang Rou, but unfortunately Tang Rou was beaten by Zhou Yichen in her first appearance. The second time was in the ring match. Zhou Yichen did not use Yu Xingchen, but Guanyin Xingchen. Tang Rou, who was defending the ring, withstood the pressure and prevented Zhou Yichen from completing a 1-on-3 against Xingxin. This time, for the 3rd time, Tang Rou is no longer the newbie who knew nothing at the beginning of the season. Xiao Tang, come on. 99%. Han Yanrou, loading completed. Map, arena, loading completed. This time, I have to win. Tang Rou clenched her fists. The opponent was an opponent she had never defeated before. But Tang Rou was not afraid. On the contrary, she was full of fighting spirit. The opponent had defeated her thousands of times, so what? As long as she won this time, all the previous failures would be worth it. 3, 2, 1, fight! The game started, and both sides rushed to the center of the map. God of War Zhou Yichen. God of War Zhou Yichen. God of War Zhou Yichen. Before the two met, the Samsara fans at the scene began to cheer for Zhou Yichen. This is the Devil's home court of Samsara. The cheering of the whole audience made all the professional players excited. In terms of speed, both sides are almost the same. When climbing the stairs, Zhou Yichen used pole vaulting, which was not surprising to everyone. After all, it was developed by him. What everyone didn't expect was that Tang Rou also knew this move. Do you know it? Fang Shusi elbowed Sun Xiang. I guarantee it, Sun Xiang said confidently. This move is not difficult. As long as you grasp the right time to shoot, you can do it. This girl is really talented, Wang Jieshi said. How about Zhou Yichen? You are asking a nonsense question. Don't bring up the little Tang girl. How many people here dare to say that they are more talented than Zhou Yichen? He is practicing dual cultivation. Do you dare to say that, Wang Jieshi, or Han Wenqing, or you. Although this kid is mean and treacherous, his talent is beyond doubt. Before Chu Yunqiu spoke, Huang Xiaotian was already smacking his tongue. You like to chew? Chu Yunqiu glared at Huang Xiaotian. Damn, why are you glaring at me? Am I not defending your boyfriend? I am a friendly army. Huang Xiaotian muttered. Fight, fight. Several people nearby were watching the fun. We bumped into each other. Yu Wenzhou said, and everyone turned their attention to the holographic projection in the center of the stage. Clang, Yi Yuxingchen's dragon gallbladder and Han Yinrou's fire dance flowing flame collided with each other. One was a light silver weapon, and the other was a fire silver weapon. The advantage of the dragon gall is its attack speed. It is the fastest spear among all the battle mages on the internet. And the fire dance flowing flame is a power type spear. While the attack power is high, the fire attribute attack is strengthened by 11%. When attacking, there is a 5% chance of generating additional flowing flames. This is destined to be a contest between speed and strength. Chapter 6:15. Puff. In this contest between speed and strength, Yu Xingchen, who had a faster attack speed, took the lead. The dragon gall successfully pierced Han Yinrou's shoulder, but it was just an ordinary attack without any effect. Han Yinrou counterattacked and swept the spear towards Yu Xingchen. Swish. The flaming spear Hua Wu Luyan swung at Yu Xingchen. While Yu Xingchen blocked with the spear, he used the phantom effect of the dragon gall to pierce Han Yinrou again. Although the damage would not be particularly high, it made Tang Rou a little irritated. So she decided to take the initiative to attack and seize the absolute initiative of the attack. The styles of the two players are a bit similar. Panlin said. Yes, Tang Rou's style this season is very tough, whether on or off the court. Zhou Yichen is naturally the most offensive player without a doubt. Li Ju said. But there is one difference between the two. Tang Rou is not good at counterattacks. She lost many games because she was suppressed from behind. But Zhou Yichen is different. I think his control of timing can be compared with Huang Xiaotian, one of the best opportunists in the alliance. Said the cup. Boom, Yu Xingchen approached and picked up the spear stabbed by Han Yinrou, and then slapped the opponent's arm with his left palm. Han Yinrou was hit by the powerful magic fighting spirit, and the whole person lost weight and flew backwards. Falling flower palm, Yu Xingchen stepped forward quickly, and Han Yinrou fell to the ground and swept out. Yu Xingchen jumped back to avoid it, and Han Yinrou sprinted, slid out with a palm, and chased after the retreating Yu Xingchen and slapped him. Tang Rou's playing style is as strong as ever. Facing the sudden attack, Yu Xingchen stopped abruptly, and turned 180 degrees to sweep horizontally while pressing down. Seeing this, Han Yinrou retracted her palm. Facing the downward pressure of Tyrant Smash, Han Yinrou could only choose to jump up to avoid it. But Tang Rou did not choose to jump, but held up her spear to block the Tyrant Smash. The powerful force made Han Yinrou lean to the right. From the beginning to now, the two have abandoned defense and have been fighting against each other. But from the health points of both sides, it seems that only Han Yinrou's health has dropped. From the beginning to now, Yu Xingchen has hardly received any damage from Han Yinrou. Tang Rou's fighting style is fierce, but it is a bit unreasonable. If she encounters ordinary people, this kind of fighting style is okay, and she can suppress the opponent with her own skills, but she encountered Zhou Yichen. Yu Wenzhou analyzed. Zhou Yichen's style is completely different from when he debuted. He is much more experienced. Tang Rou now is a bit like Zhou Yichen when he just debuted. Zhang Xinjie said. Everyone had this feeling. It was Han Yinrou who was attacking Yu Xingchen fiercely, but judging from the health, the two sides were almost equal. You should know that Yu Xingchen did not start with full health, but 70% of his health. We can't go on like this. Tang Rou decided to change her mindset to open up the situation. Slowing down? Zhou Yichen was a little surprised that Tang Rou would take the initiative to slow down the pace of attack. Give the rhythm to the opponent, The professional players didn't know what to say. If we slowed down at this time, wouldn't it give the monster on the opposite side a chance to take the initiative to attack? Xiao Tang, do you want to fight back? Qinghua, who had been following the team's review these days, could now see a little bit of the trick. After these few moves, the feedback received was almost zero. Fang Rui said. Giving the right to attack to Zhou Yichen is undoubtedly suicide. Wei Chen shook his head and said, Well, Zhou Yichen's attack should be the most aggressive and effective I have ever seen. Yishio commented. Zhou Yichen's current fighting style has completely integrated Yishio's previous battle mage fighting style, but he did not inherit it completely. Take the essence and discard the dross. After Yu Xingchen shot away Han Yinrou, the light attribute dazzling pattern behind Yu Xingchen immediately chased her and exploded in the air, and a ball of holy light shone in the air. Golden Legend. Tang Rou's first-person perspective was blinded by the exploding light attribute dazzling pattern, and Han Yinro staggered backwards due to the damage. At this time, Yu Xingqian's arms were wrapped with light attribute dazzling patterns to increase the attack speed, and the spear went in and out of the dragon as fast as lightning. Yu Xingqian rushed out, and Han Yinro had no time to dodge this attack. Halong Pajuan. Boom! Han Yinro accelerated and flew backwards, crashing directly into the wall at the edge of the ring behind her. Oh my god, at this speed, the phantom has appeared. How can I dodge it? A professional player asked. This should be the limit of the attack speed. The full-level Halong Pajuan moves are faster than other moves. Yu Wenzhou propped up his hands and thought. Huang Xiao, did you see it clearly? Zheng Xian elbowed Huang Xiaotian, who was watching the game with wide eyes. What the hell am I watching? Huang Xiaotian complained. I'm afraid only machines can capture it so fast. The wall of the ring made a loud bang. When Han Yinro fell to the ground, people found a big hole on the wall. It was conceivable how great the impact of this attack was. Yu Xingqian attacked, wielding the spear in his hand that was gathering magic fighting spirit and stabbing straight out, and Han Yinro flew backwards again. Jialong went out to see. The efficiency and means of this attack are completely different. Li Xian shook his head and said, Zhou Yichen's connection and control of skills are exquisite. On the other hand, Tang Rou's attack is changeable, but there is no complete process to support it, so it is easy for opportunists to find flaws to counterattack. If you give it up, you can't take it back. Yishio sighed. Let Zhou Yichen take the initiative to attack. This guy will not be polite to you. It's a complete crushing. Li Ba, who is a guest and commentator, feels that this game has been a one-sided massacre so far. Han Yinro's active attack not only failed to break Yu Xingqian's defense, but also cost her a lot. Seeing that the attack could not open up the situation, Tang Rou decided to shrink the formation, wait for the opponent to take the initiative to attack, and then fight with bayonets. In terms of blood volume exchange, she gained. The idea is very beautiful, but the reality is very cruel. Zhou Yichen launched an attack, and Tang Rou was completely unable to stop it. She tried to find a flaw in it, but she found that there was no flaw at all. Instead, she waited until more and more flaws were exposed, and her blood volume dropped faster and faster. I can't stop it, Han Wenqing said calmly. Zhou Yichen's attack was like a beast, tearing open the opponent's hole one by one, and then gradually expanding this hole. This is why top players, like Yi Xiu and Wang Jieshi, would not retreat when facing Zhou Yichen's strong attack, but would fight hard. Because if they retreated, it might be a lifetime. Tang Rou also knew this, so she did not choose to retreat. After using Tyrant Smash and Strong Dragon Pressure to repel Yu Xingqian, she swung out the Fire Attribute Dazzling Pattern without any hesitation. Boom! The dazzling pattern exploded in the air, and Han Yinro shot out from the firelight and stabbed Yu Xingqian. The power given by the Fire Attribute Dazzling Pattern wrapped around her arms increased, and the tip of the spear of Huo Wu Lian appeared, and the Fire Dragon appeared. Will this attack hit? No, Zhou Yichen's reaction was too fast, and he avoided this attack with a Z-shaped shake. My god! The cup explained exaggeratedly. I'm so angry! The professional players under the stage were already numb. If Zhou Yichen could avoid this shot, was he still a human? Could it be that Samsara has developed robot professional players, and their code name is Zhou? Yu Xingqian turned around and stabbed Han Yinro again with a spear technique. Back-to-back spear. Tang Rou's reaction was not slow either. After Halong Pajuan missed, she immediately adjusted her body shape and retreated, making the back-to-back spear miss. After both sides adjusted their bodies, they launched attacks almost at the same time. The first strike, the second strike, the third strike, the fourth strike, the sound of collisions continued, and both of them fought fast and fiercely. It seems that Yu Xingqian's moves just now have awakened Tang Rou. Passive defense is not as good as active attack, because attack is the best defense. The difference in health value has been completely smoothed out at this time. After Yu Xingqian's few strikes just now, Han Yinrou's health has dropped a lot. Now Han Yinro still has 45% of her health left, and Yu Xingqian has 51% left. This is why Tang Rou chose to continue attacking, because if she continued to defend, she would definitely die. It would be better to take the initiative to fight, and use her skills to create a future. But it is obvious that Zhou Yichen's skills are better than Tang Rou's. Strong Dragon Pressure. Han Yinro charged a blow and stabbed Yu Xingqian's arm. Hit, but Yu Xingqian's health did not drop, and even the knockback and blow-away effects of Strong Dragon Pressure did not occur. This is an illusion, Yi Xiu said. The illusion effect of Dragon Gull. Many masters in the spectator seats also saw the doorway. The illusion effect of Yuxingchen's Dragon Gull has long been known to everyone, but they obviously have no specific concept of the development level of the illusion. Just like now, the illusion effect of Dragon Gull with the left hand completely diverted Tang Rou's sight. Not good, this attack missed. Tang Rou could already imagine the next scene. Sure enough, Yuxingchen swung his spear and directly swept Han Yanrou down. Han Yanrou still wanted to force herself to stand up, but Yuxingchen attacked her with a strong dragon pressure, and the dragon-shaped magic fighting spirit was poured into her. Bang! Before Tang Rou could make a move, Yuxingchen shot her and sent her flying. Sky Strike. It's over. Zhou Yichen typed in the public channel. Han Yanrou, who was suspended in the air, kept struggling, but she was not like Yi Qian Chuan Yun and Mu Yucheng Feng, who could use the long-range weapons in their hands to find opportunities to output combos. She could only watch the phantoms flashing under her attacking her, but she was powerless. Until the end, she was unable to escape Zhou Yichen's combo. Alas, another poor kid who was killed by Zhou Yichen. Someone sighed. Glory. Let us congratulate Zhou Yichen for completing a 1-on-2 against Xingxin too strong. Li Ju sighed and said. Tang Rou, who performed well this season, was completely controlled by Zhou Yichen in both offense and defense. Among the battle mages, no one has a deeper attainment than him, even Nishio. Wang Jieshi said. This battle mage is so strong, said the international friend on the other side. If someone heard it, they would find that it was fluent Korean. Well, very strong. Are you sure you can beat him? The leading boy with glasses looked at the little boy who was thinking on the side. No, if this is his normal level, I will probably be beaten. Well, before the World Invitational, I will try to arrange a training match with them to test the waters. This female battle mage is not bad. Even in our league, there are probably not many people who can beat her. With Tang Rou out, the score was 4-2, and Samsara led Happy by 2 kill points. This is undoubtedly fatal to Happy. They are playing away from home. If they can't hold steady in the ring match, then they will enter the team match where Samsara is more powerful. Let alone the hope of winning the championship, the hope of winning a game is very slim. Happy can only get 3 points in the ring match at most, which is too little. Xiao Shiqin said. If Happy, who is already at a disadvantage, fails to get enough points in the ring match, then it will be very painful to come to the team match. Because this is the home court of Samsara, it is obvious from the selection of the ring field in the ring match that their team match map is likely to be the ruins of the ancient Roman Colosseum. Since Zhou Yichen mentioned the starting lineup of Samsara Team 1, no team has been able to defeat the city lord Samsara in the ruins of the ancient Roman Colosseum. Depend on you, Fang Rui. Damn, the pressure is too great. Fang Rui smiled bitterly. Why is his life so bitter? If Xingxin wants to win the ring match, then Fang Rui, who is defending the ring, must complete a 1-on-3 against Samsara. He may not be able to take down Yuxingchen, who has 40% of his health left, not to mention that there are great gods like Zhang Jiala who are rejuvenated, Killer Wu Qi, and Lu Buiyuan, the first judoka who is not inferior to him in close combat. I do my best. Fang Rui took off his coat, and Bao Rongqing stepped forward to rub his shoulders. Well, Baozi is a very honest person. Fang Rui closed his eyes comfortably, and enjoyed it. Okay, it's time to go on stage. Yishio patted Fang Rui. Brothers, watch me perform. What Zhou Yichen, Ghost Yichen, watch me kill him. Fang Rui walked towards the competition seat aggressively, as if victory was already in his hands. In fact, he was panicking. Xingxin, Fang Rui, ID, Hai Wuliang, Occupation, Qigong Master. This map, the wretched Fang can't play wretched. Wu Yu said. This map can be played, but I guess Zhou Yichen won't give him a chance. Yu Wanzhou said. No one can stop my wretchedness. Fang Rui shouted in his heart, inserting the card to enter the game. 99%, 100%. Hai Wuliang, loading completed. Map, arena, loading completed. Zhou Yichen, I'm here to disgust you. Ha ha ha. Chapter 616. Let us congratulate Zhou Yichen for completing a 1-on-3 victory over Xingxin in the second round of the finals. 1-on-3, another 1-on-3. Wow, the whole place was boiling, and all the Samsara fans stood up and shouted. MVP! 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 Fang Rui in the competition seat slumped down on the gaming chair, looking at the 2 big honors on the computer screen, and fell into deep thought. Still can't do it? The pace was very fast throughout the game, and Zhou Yichen didn't give Fang Rui any chance to be mean, and kept forcing him to attack. In the end, Yu Xingchen narrowly defeated Hai Wuliang with 1.4% of his health. But in the overall situation, Hai Wuliang was suppressed by Yu Xingchen. One started with 40% of his health, and the other started with full health. Zhou Yichen once again contributed 290% of his health in the second round of the finals. Too exaggerated, this can be regarded as a complete 1-on-3 victory. Too difficult. Xingxin's fans sighed. Zhou Yichen was like a mountain pressing down on them. Even breathing was a luxury. Do you think Xingxin played badly in this ring match? Xu Yunqiu finally spoke. Old Yi is speechless. He couldn't beat him. Su Meizi was also okay. She held steady. Wang Xiaoyan said. Mo Fan's performance was also remarkable. Tang Rou played in her own style. Wang Jieshi said. As for Fan Rui, he was blown up. The captain of the Howling team, Tang Hao, said. Hearing Tang Hao's words, Zhao Yujie couldn't help laughing. What are you laughing at? You went up and blew up more fiercely than Fan Rui. Tang Hao glanced at Zhao Yujie. Zhao Yujie was about to say something. You can't even get past Tang Rou. Wan Yongbin on the side added a knife. With Zhou Yichen here, the sky will not fall in the Samsara Arena tournament. Li Xian said. Now the situation of Happy is very dangerous. They only got 2 small points in the finals arena tournament. Samsara entered the team tournament with a 3-point advantage, which means that if Happy wants to win the game and drag it into the final round, they must not only win the team tournament, but also ensure that there are more than 4 characters alive. Too difficult. Samsara's 4 consecutive championships are within reach. Zhang Xinjia said. Come on, brothers, the championship is right in front of us, we must not relax. Everyone in Samsara gathered together, and Zhou Yichen cheered. That's right, this is beyond history. Zhang Jiala was very excited when he thought about it. Coming to Samsara was really the best choice in his life. We have already decided on the map before the game. Do you have any objections? Jiang Buotao looked at the others. No there, we are the king. Wu Qi said. Come on. LV Buyuan looked at Wu Qi. They had decided before the game that they had always played fast break in the ruins of the ancient Roman Colosseum. Therefore, Wu Qi's assassin would be better in the selection of the 6th man. Since Zhang Jiala joined in the 9th season, LV Buyuan was squeezed into the 6th man position. In fact, in the initial deployment of the reincarnation, Zhang Jiala was the 6th man. But in the process of running in, they found that Zhang Jiala had a strong chemical reaction with Zhou Yichen and Zhou Zikai. So, after deep thinking, carefully, not thinking, Zhang Jiala stabilized in the starting lineup. So the 6th man became a 2-man show between LV Buyuan and Wu Qi. Fortunately, Du Ming went to Yanyu this season, otherwise it would be a 3-man show. LV Buyuan is an all-star and more famous than Wu Qi, so in most cases, LV Buyuan is the 6th man. And Wu Qi is a secret weapon, coming to you from time to time. If I'm not mistaken, the map chosen by Samsara should be the ruins of the ancient Roman Colosseum. They are waiting for this day. Yishio said. We are waiting for this day too. Fang Rui clenched his fists, and said that they had already studied this map thoroughly. Now, we are in more danger because they are 3 points higher than us. So this time, we have to fight. Yishio said. Yeah. Everyone nodded. Then I, Mu Chung, Xiao Tang, Xiaoan and Yi Fan will start, and Fang Rui will be the 6th man. Yishio said. Come on. Bazi cheered them up. Let's go. Zhou Zikai walked at the front of the team, leading all the players of Samsara through the not-too-long player tunnel, and back to the competition site. At the entrance of the tunnel, they met Happy who came out of the lounge together. Wait for us to ravage you in the team competition. Yishio spoke first. Oh, I'm so scared. Zhang Jiala said disgustedly. Wow, the whole audience applauded. It wasn't long before the final team competition started. Everyone was looking at the player seats of the 2 teams, guessing the lineups of both teams, and the map selected by Samsara. As the captains of both teams filled out the battle table and confirmed that it was correct, the director received the news and announced the lineups of both teams on the electronic screen above the stage. Samsara, Zhou Zikai, ID, Ichiang Chuanyun, Gun King Occupation, Sharpshooter. Jiang Buotao, ID, Wulong Occupation, Magic Swordsman. Zhou Yichen, ID, Yu Xingchen, War God Occupation, Battle Mage. Zhang Jiala, ID, Baiwa Liaowan Occupation, Ammunition Expert. Fang Minghua, ID, Shioda Ziruo Occupation, Priest. The 6th person, Wu Qi, ID, Cruel Silence Occupation, Assassin. Xingxin, Yishio, ID, Jun Maxiu, occupation, full-time loose player. Su Macheng, ID, Muyu Chengfeng, occupation, gunner. Tang Rou, ID, Han Yinro, occupation, battle mage. Xiao Yifan, ID, Yikun Hui, occupation, go swordsman. And Winnie, ID, Zia Shubingliang, occupation, priest. The sixth person, Fang Rui, ID, Hai Wuliang, occupation, Qigong master. Map, ancient Roman Colosseum ruins. It's this map. At the referee's signal, the players of the two teams went on stage. Lu Boyuan was not in the lineup of Samsara, and no one was too surprised. After all, it was not the first time for Samsara to make such a rotation. After Yu Wenzhou and others judged that Samsara would use the ruins of the ancient Roman Colosseum, they immediately guessed that the sixth player was Wu Qi. On the other hand, Fang Rui actually went to the sixth player position on Xingxin's side. Xingxin, this is to fight. Someone guessed. Screaming, cheering, applause, everything is for the identity that will be born next. For consecutive championships must be won. Seize the class right now. The game started. 99%. 100%. Yu Xingchen, God of War loaded. Yiqiang Chuanyuan, Gun King, loading completed. Bai Hua Liaowan, loading completed. Xiada Zirua, loading completed. Muyu Chengfeng, loading completed. Map, ancient Roman Colosseum ruins, loading completed. On the holographic projection, the whole picture of the ancient Roman Colosseum was in full view, with broken walls, simple style, and solemn scenes that suddenly made people feel a chill in their hearts. 12 rays of light were injected into it. Yu Xingchen tightly grasped the war spear in his hand. Yiqiang Chuanyuan drew out his double guns, and Jun Maxiu on the other side had already carried the 1,000-machine umbrella on his shoulders, waiting for the curtain to disappear at any time. The expressions of the players on both sides were very serious. This game was crucial for both Samsara and Happy. Samsara won. At the end of the season, they will become the first team in history to achieve 4 consecutive championships, and at the same time squeeze out Excellent Era and become the real first team in the history of glory. Happy won, retaining the hope of winning the championship, while breaking the invincible image of Samsara since the 8th season. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the game to start. 3, 2, 1, fight! The blue curtain disappeared, and both sides rushed out of the refresh area. Captain, go to the stands. The 4 of us will occupy the center of the arena first. The boulder on the right, Lao Zhang. Jiang Buitao commanded quickly. They were already very familiar with this map. Yes! Go! Yi Xiu gave an order, and everyone in Happy rushed out. Han Yinro and Yi Tsuanhui on the side stared at Jun Maxiu, waiting for Yi Xiu's order. During the short period of time when the game started, Yi Xiu couldn't help but feel a little more emotional. From a level 1 trumpet in the new area of glory, after 2.5 years, he finally stood here again, but the pattern of the alliance had changed. He became a challenger, and the 2 people in front of him at this moment had started to follow him on this road since then. The formation ghost protects the priest, Xiao Tang and I go together, Mu Cheng's artillery fire covers. Yi Xiu gave orders in the team voice channel. Now he has gotten used to it a lot. At the beginning, Yi Xiu still subconsciously typed orders. The 2 sides rushed out from the entrances at both ends, and soon met in the center of the arena. Muyu Chengfeng set up a hand cannon, and fired an anti-tank cannon at the Samsara crowd. Muyu Chengfeng's shot fired the first shot of the team competition. For people, 1 shot through the clouds in the stands. Xiao Yifan immediately fed back the captured information to Yi Xiu. Well, it seems that the fighting style of Samsara has not changed. Go straight ahead, and break up the formation. Our target is the opponent's priest. Yi Xiu said, operating Jun Maxiu to rush forward first. Clang. The one fighting with him was naturally Yu Xingchen. Where do you want to go? Zhou Yichen asked in the public channel. I want to go to your heart. Yi Xiu said something dirty. Fuck, how come we are fighting and getting gay? While Yu Xingchen was entangled with Jun Maxiu, Tang Rou's Han Yinro rushed straight towards Xiega Zirua. Bai Hua Liaowan threw a grenade, but was picked up by Han Yinro in the next second and exploded in the air. This girl is too fierce. Seeing this, Zhang Jiala had to step forward and get close to Han Yinro, and then immediately pulled away. Tang Rou reacted quickly. After realizing that something was wrong, she immediately dodged to the side. Boom! Remote-controlled grenade? What a pity. Zhang Jiala shrugged. Bai Hua Liaowan successfully stopped Han Yinro's strong attack. Just when Yu Xingchen was about to stick to Jun Maxiu, a magic circle suddenly appeared under his feet. Helpless Zhou Yichen had to control Yuxingchen to retreat out of the range of the ghost array. Plague array. This is not over yet. Han Yinro dodged and instantly entangled Yuxingchen. Another magic circle appeared under his feet. Knife array. This ghost array was released by Jun Mashio. The knife array will provide positive effects for teammates in the ghost array. Every 3 levels will increase 1 level. The 7th level knife array will increase 105 points of strength and intelligence, and the full level is 150 points of strength and intelligence. Han Yinro's attack speed and strength have obviously increased a lot. Seeing this, Mu Yuqingfeng immediately took out his gun and prepared to attack Yuxingchen. But Yiqiang Chuanyun in the stands interrupted her attack. I deal with him. You guys pretend to attack Yuxingchen head-on. When the other priest arrives, switch fire immediately. Yishio commanded. Got it. Jun Mashu slashed 3 times and connected the mechanical rotor, and quickly came to Yiqiang Chuanyun's side. Oh my god, why do I feel like Jun Mashu is teleporting? 1 second ago, Yiqiang Chuanyun and Jun Mashu were separated by half of the arena, and the next second Jun Mashu came to Yiqiang Chuanyun's side. Exaggerated. Be careful of your priest. Yishio sent a message in the public channel. Zhou Yichen replied with a question mark. Xiao Zhou, I'm here to find you. Don't attack my gunner. Yishio sent a message and controlled Jun Mashu to rush towards Yiqiang Chuanyun. Zhou Zakai replied 6 points, but he ignored Jun Mashu, turned around and jumped off the stands directly, running towards Mu Yuqingfeng. You are so disrespectful to me, senior. Yishio sent a message. I give you a hammer. Zhang Jiala responded. While Baiwa Liaowan rolled to avoid Mu Yuqingfeng's bombardment, he threw a grenade at Yuxingchen. The purpose was not to backstab his teammates, but to get rid of Han Yinro, who was pestering him. Boom! This was not an ordinary grenade, but a blast shrink type. Han Yinro was affected by the powerful impact, which also gave Yuxingchen a chance. The next second, Han Yinro flew backwards, and Haolong broke the army. Yuxingchen turned around and attacked Xiaoshu Bingyang, and Winnie threw a shot of sacred fire without panic. The scene became chaotic for a while, and Yuxingchen and Yiqiang Chuanyun attacked the back row of Xingxin from 2 different angles. On the other hand, Jun Mashu did not pursue Yiqiang Chuanyun, but set up a Gatling machine gun and kept beeping at Wu Lang and Xiao Guziru in the back, forcing the 2 to find cover for protection. This is Yishio's intention, Yu Wanzhou said. After forcing Yiqiang Chuanyun, he dominated the entire stand. He could use the gun form of the 1000 machine umbrella to put pressure on the back row of Samsara without pressure. Samsara's formation was split apart. Everyone seemed to have seen the scene. The formation was split in the first round. But this time Samsara obviously learned a lesson. Wu Lang flipped out from behind the cover and released the wave sword at Jun Mashu, while Xiao Guziru went forward alone. The 2 people in the back row of Samsara separated. This is too bold. Li Ba did not expect Samsara to make such a risky move. The right choice. Yu Wanzhou and Zhang Xinjia, who were watching this game in the stands, recognized Jiang Buitao's command this time. This time, Fang Minghua is attacking the priest. Chapter 6:17. From Fang Minghua's Shida's self-assured forward movement, the experienced professional players knew that he wanted to attack. This map was originally an offensive map, and the purpose of Samsara choosing this map was obvious. As we all know, Samsara's offense is the most fierce in the entire league. And this map is also the one with the highest winning rate in Samsara's map pool. It is obvious that Samsara does not want to drag it to the final round and plans to take away Happy in 2 games. There are no casualties yet, and they are already leading by 3 points. Therefore, the side with greater pressure now is not Samsara, but Happy. The target appears, focus fire. Seeing Shiga rushing forward, Happy immediately turned the focus target. After Mu Yuqingfeng used the cannon to repel a gun through the clouds, he set up a hand cannon to form a gun stand and sat there steadily. Stabilized the gun mount. Su Mucheng was too decisive. She set up the hand cannon right in front of the Samsara team. Happy wanted to focus fire on the flying Shiga Zero. Liba immediately determined Happy's intention. After so many years of commentary, there was still a little oil left in the tank. Samsara's reaction was not slow either. Zhang Jiala took the lead and fired a smoke bomb with his little hand. Mu Yuqingfeng was immediately covered by the scattered smoke. Su Mucheng, who could not see clearly, had to listen to his teammates' reports and then fired shells at the general direction of Shiga Zero. The accuracy was obviously much worse, but the smoke also protected Mu Yuqingfeng to some extent. However, since Mu Yuqingfeng's firepower point could not supply output normally, the damage Shiga could suffer was very small. On the other side, Yichang Chuanyan also spared Mu Yucheng Feng, who was hiding in the smoke and setting up a cannon, and turned to run towards Jun Mo Xiao in the stands. Zhou Zikai chose to restrict Yixiu, and the frontal performance will depend on Zhou Yichen again. Yuan Zhou said. Have you noticed that Samsara is now very dependent on Zhou Yichen? Li Xian said mysteriously. If I also have a teammate who can not only hold up, but also deal damage and relieve pressure for me, why not rely on him? Yang Song asked back. That makes sense. Li Xian and others nodded. No problem. Zhou Yichen can be said to be the perfect teammate in their hearts. He has the skills to fight two people head-on, his brain turns quickly, and he makes some small operations from time to time. He is also very poisonous, and can output mental output to the opponent. He is invincible. On the court, the situation is just as they expected. After Xingxin's firepower point Mu Yucheng Feng was stuck, the attacks of the rest of the people were completely disintegrated by Yu Xingchen alone. Wind and clouds, fighting against mountains and rivers. The special fog effect created by the two level 75 ultimates once again restricted the vision of everyone in Happy, which made it impossible for Su Maicheng to bomb Shiga from a distance through teammates. Han Yinro also lost the vision of Yi Yuxingchen. When Tang Rou was still confused, Yi Tsunhui, who was accumulating power to release the ghost array on the other side, was lifted up by Yi Yuxingchen and floated into the air. It's bad. Xiao Yifan on Happy's side was caught by Zhou Yichen. Pan Lin shouted. Xiao Yifan had no problem judging the timing, but he didn't expect one thing, that is, Zhou Yichen's reaction was too fast. At the moment the fog effect was generated, Zhou Yichen's perspective locked on Yi Tsunhui's position. The key to breaking the deadlock lies in the formation ghost Yi and Hui. Without the ghost formation assisted by the formation ghost, it would be very difficult for Xingxin to send people over. Now Xingxin has to face a choice. At this time, we can see from the god's perspective that Zhang Jiala's by Hua Liaowan also drilled into the cloud arranged by Yi Xingchen. If Han Yinro chooses to save Yi and Hui, then she must take the risk of passing through this unknown cloud. Li Ju analyzed the situation on the field. Save! Yi Xiu commanded in the team voice at the first time. Now Xingxin's points are already 3 points behind Lu and Hui. If the formation ghost Yi and Hui who controls the field is eliminated first, then Xingxin's hope will be greatly reduced. Be careful. Before Yi Xiu finished speaking, Han Yinro rushed into the cloud, and a pistol inside was already against her forehead. Bang! Stiff bullet. Tang Rou's reaction speed was very fast. She quickly dodged the fatal bullet with a Z-shaped shake. Oh my, what a reaction speed. The professional players in the audience were shocked by Tang Rou's reaction. However, the experienced Zhang Jiala had already anticipated this. This stun bullet was just a bait, and the electric shock grenade below was the killer. Even though Tang Rou had come over, she couldn't control the inertia of the character turning around, and could only watch the grenade fall at her feet. Boom! The grenade touched the ground and triggered a burst of lightning. While Han Yinro suffered light attribute magic damage, Tang Rou's first-person perspective was blinded by the strong lightning. Bai Hua Liaowan shot forward and hit Han Yinro's waist. Bang! The next second, Han Yinro also floated into the air, separated from Yi Tsunhui and looked at each other. Floating bomb. Ah! Both of Xingxin's players are floating in the air. Everyone was dumbfounded. How can they fight like this? Everyone was busy. Fans were busy cheering, professional players were busy analyzing, and commentators were busy organizing voice chats. At this time, the most helpless and confused person in the audience should be Winnie, the priest of Xingxin. Because the people of Samsara didn't care about him at all, after Xiaodaziru arrived, the light of the Holy Commandment also shone on Yakunhui. Even Wulong launched an attack on Muya Chengfeng the moment the smoke bomb dissipated. At this moment, and Winnie's cold little hands seemed to be completely forgotten by Samsara. In fact, at the beginning, and Winnie found something wrong. The battle had already started. When Yu Xingchen rushed towards Yakunhui and Bai Hua Liaowan disappeared into the clouds, he already felt something was wrong. He was a healer, and would be the focus of attack at all times. Therefore, when Yu Xingchen rushed over, Xia Xubingliang quickly retreated and joined Mu Yuqingfeng, who was stabilizing the gun mount. But Yu Xingchen just went straight to kill Yi Tsunhui. During the combo, Xia Xubingliang could only use some priest control methods, but Yu Xingchen's flexible positioning made his skills empty. At this time, he finally saw the tactics of Samsara, and it included Samsara's attitude towards him. For a long time, he was regarded as the shortcoming of Xingxin, and he became the focus of the opponent's attack in team competitions many times. Yi Xiu also practiced a lot of routines with him as the core. But today, in the second round of the finals, in the match point of Samsara, and when he suddenly found that he was ignored. You know, in the first round, Yu Xingchen tried his best to kill him, but he was ignored in this round. The contrast is too great. And Winnie's personality and style are very calm and steady, but this time, his emotions were greatly impacted. He admitted that he was regarded as a shortcoming. He admitted that his skills were not good enough in the professional circle, even in the team full of newcomers in Xingxin. But he was very unhappy now, because the attitude of Samsara was no longer to regard him as a shortcoming, but to completely ignore him. It seemed to tell you clearly that you are already on the side of the road, so stay there. You must know that when Mu Yuqingfeng was unable to move, Xia Shubingling's position was unprotected. But Zhou Yichen, who was closest to him, still chose to attack Yakunhui. And when he admitted that if Zhou Yichen attacked him, he would not be able to stop him at all, otherwise, he would not have been killed by the opponent against two people from Xingxin in the last round. But now Yu Xingchen had no intention of attacking him. This attitude simply meant, his existence didn't matter. I could kill you if I wanted to. He, as a priest, had no influence on the outcome of this game. And Winnie's hands were not only cold, but his heart was also cold. He also clearly realized that he probably had no talent. Compared with Zhou Yichen, one was in the sky, and the other was in the ground. But he didn't give up. He kept working hard. Even if it became a well-known shortcoming, he would make contributions to the team based on his shortcoming. And he had some outstanding performances. Even his idol Zhang Xinjie praised him, which made him realize that his efforts were not in vain. But now, Zhou Yichen, known as the priest killer, ignored himself as a priest, and no one could feel the loss in Winnie's heart at this time. Xingxin's treatment is a bit wrong. Zhang Xinjie, who observed every detail on the field, was the first to notice this. He seems not to know what to do. Thundershao Shiqin said after observing Xia Shubingling's actions. He has always been the focus of attention, but now Zhou Yichen has left him alone, and he is a little at a loss. Wang Jieshi said. SM? Li Sun of the Void Team said. Ah? The words caused a huge wave, and everyone stopped watching the game and looked at him. You play so much in private? Wu Yus, who debuted in the same season and is the team's vice-captain, asked. Li Xian's mind was empty at this time. Could it be that he trained them too strictly, causing his players to become a little abnormal? He suffered a psychological blow. Yu Wenzhou sighed and changed the topic. He was worried that if he continued to talk, he would explode. Psychological blow? Many people looked at each other. With Yi Xiao, Wei Chun and Fang Rui, three great people, Xingxin should have trained their psychological stress resistance very well. Have you forgotten Zhou Yichen's other title? Yu Wenzhou said. Monster, pervert, reaction master, poisonous tongue, don't be a bitch. It's a priest killer. Zhang Xinjie has the most say. The origin of Zhou Yichen's title is a statistic made by the league, because there has always been a saying in Glory. Team battles can be lost, but priests must die. So they want to see who kills the most priests in the professional arena. In the end, Zhou Yichen was naturally at the top of the list. Because of his extremely strong style of play and extremely cruel means to priests, which aroused public outrage among priest players, Zhou Yichen was given the title of priest killer. Zhou Yichen gave Winnie a fatal blow at this time, which was more cruel than killing him. Yu Wenzhou said. What blow? Many people looked at Yu Wenzhou. The value of Winnie as a priest player in the team was completely denied by the priest killer. Yu Wenzhou said. As a priest player, you encounter a hunter who specializes in killing priests, and it turns out that he killed all the priests, leaving only you. As a professional player, would you feel happy? Or disappointed? Everyone's eyes returned to the field, the battle situation intensified. Yi Yunhui and Han Yinro had already ended their floating, and the health of both of them dropped a lot. On the other side, Jun Mashu, who wanted to open a line of fire on the side, was entangled by a gun through the clouds, and Mu Yuqingfeng ended the artillery. From a bird's-eye view, the situation of Happy was already very unfavorable, but their treatment was extremely poor at this time. Between choosing the treatment of Han Yinro and Yi Yunhui, and Winnie fell into deep thought. Although his level was not very good, it was undeniable that Xia Shubingling, as the healer with the highest intelligence and crit in the league, his healing was enough to become Happy's most solid backing. But now, he seemed to have completely lost his brain, and had no idea what the idea of the game should be. He wanted to seek help from Yi Xiao, but at this time Jun Mashu was already entangled by Yi Qian Chuanyun. Step up the treatment, the array ghost is almost dead. Yi Xiao glanced at the situation in the array, and hurriedly said in the team voice. Don't think too much, just heal. If they hit you hard, you should heal as hard as you can. That makes sense. When Winnie heard this, he found that there was nothing wrong with what Yishio said. Just ignore him and heal him. Little Hands ice cold raised his staff and began to chant a spell, but the next second, 1 inch of gray flew backwards. Then Yu Xingchen attacked and killed him. Kid, the show is over. It's time to collect the ticket fee. Zhou Yichen typed in the public channel. Zhou Yichen did not attack Little Hands ice cold immediately on purpose. In his opinion, the most critical thing at the moment was Qiao Yifen's 1 inch of gray. After all, in such a big melee, the formation ghost was too easy to play. So he chose to let Little Hands ice cold go first. But what he didn't expect was that Little Hands ice cold didn't run away, but just stood there motionless. Those who didn't know would think he was stuck, but as when he released his skills, Zhou Yichen understood that he had an unbalanced mentality. Later, Zhou Yichen deliberately led Yakunhui to Xia Shubingliang, but did not attack him. As he expected, Xia Shubingliang did not choose to retreat. Zhou Yichen was almost laughing. After Haolong Pejuan blasted Yakunhui away, Yuxingchen immediately launched an attack on Xia Shubingliang. Okay, this time he will be taken care of as he wished. Chu Yunxiu smiled. I'm afraid it's not just Yuxingchen who will be taken care of, Li Hua said. Chu Yunxiu realized that not only Yuxingchen, but also Bai Waliuan's grenades were thrown here. Chapter 618. Looking at Yu Xingchen's spear piercing his shoulder, and when he felt dizzy. He had just calmed down briefly, but now, he was confused again. He was unhappy about why Samsara didn't focus on taking care of him, but now that Samsara had done it, and Winnie was unhappy. He thought to himself, why not just play the same way as before, but once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. Zhou Yichen's move will definitely kill him. In an instant, and Winnie, who was just a little transparent in the audience, suddenly became the focus. The formation ghost assists, and the guns and cannons help the priest to remove the fire first. While dealing with the shot through the clouds, Yishio was still commanding the front battlefield. Smoke Jade. Seeing the cracks in the front defense, Jun Mashio had to throw a smoke jade under his feet and then hide in it. Zhou Zakai jumped off the stands without hesitation and ran towards the front. However, when he arrived, he did not find Jun Mashio's trace. Here I am! Fong Minghua shouted. Zhou Zakai turned around at this time, and found that Lord Grimm had successfully entangled Shiga Ziruo with his shadow clone. This clone gave Zhou Zakai a false impression. Zhang Xinjia said. This ninja seems to be playing better than me. Li Hua laughed. Yishio chose to open the situation from another place. He knew very well that even if he returned to the front battlefield, the help he could provide would be extremely limited. Therefore, it is better to choose to attack Wei to save Zhao, and forcefully rush to the priest. You must know that Lord Grimm's 1000 machine umbrella has a special assassin's trick in his hand. But soon Yishio found that Samsara did not lean towards this side at all. On the contrary, it accelerated the attack on Xia Shubingliang. Exchange. The purpose of Samsara is very clear. If you kill my priest, I will kill your priest. In terms of health, Xia Shubingliang's health is almost red, but Shioga Ziruo still has nearly half of his health. Jun Mashio can only choose to use a life-threatening attack to kill him one step ahead. But in that case, Happy will lose more than just Xia Shubingliang. If Jun Mashio chooses to use the casual players to quickly kill Shiga Ziruo, then Samsara is fully confident that it can send away at least 2 characters from Happy before Shiga Ziruo dies. There is only one way for Yishio now, that is to forcefully kill Shiga Ziruo, but he is facing Samsara again, which is difficult. Yu Wanzhou sighed. Samsara should be the team in the league that takes the least care of priests. Of course, this is also because of Samsara's extremely strong offensiveness, which causes the opponent to be killed before approaching the priest. Zhang Xinjia said. Yishio can only choose to stop the loss. Killing Shiga Ziruo is a loss, but not killing him is a bigger loss. Xiao Shiqin analyzed. A group of professional players nodded. They hadn't seen Yishio get beaten for a long time. The most uncomfortable person on the field at this time was Winnie. He was ignored just now, and felt unhappy. Now he was being targeted and felt depressed. And when he calmed down, but the next second, the 100 flowers grenade exploded and made him dizzy. Boom! Mu Yuqingfeng in the back aimed at Yi Yuxingchen, who was comboing with little hands, and the muzzle sprayed blue flames. Suspended magnetic cannon. The Samsara members quickly dispersed, because the warhead of the suspended magnetic cannon would absorb the enemies within the range and force the absorbed enemies to float in the air. Xia Shubingliang finally got a chance to breathe, then retreated and cast a healing spell on himself, and holy light suddenly appeared on his body. Holy word healing, and when he felt that he was alive all of a sudden, just when he was somewhat glad that he was not dead. Bang! Gunshot! Xia Shubingliang's head exploded instantly, and Xia Shubingliang's health suddenly dropped to the lowest. And Winnie was very panicked, but because of inertia, the character fell backwards. It's over. At this time, the fans of Xingxin should be the ones who felt cold in their hearts. Yixiang Chuanyan wanted to go forward to finish off the enemy, but he soon lost the vision of Xia Shubingliang. Dark Array. Yakunhui successfully blinded Yixiang Chuanyan with his shot, and the mood of everyone in Xingxin at this time was like a roller coaster, up and down. Be careful! Xiao Yifan shouted. One wave has not yet subsided, another wave has risen. Yu Xingchen had already charged Fulong Xiangtian, and the bright dragon flew out, aiming directly at the fallen Xiaoshu Bingyang. Muyu Chengfeng shot back, using inertia to move in front of Xiaoshu Bingyang. Now Sima Cheng had no choice but to use her body to block Fulong Xiangtian. Because no matter whether it was Xiaoshu Bingyang or Yakunhui, any one of them would die if they were hurt by Fulong Xiangtian. Everyone knew Zhou Yichen's style, and Fulong Xiangtian must be full level. Does Miyu Chengfeng want to intercept Fulong Xiangtian in advance? Pan Lin asked. Great, no need to say more. However, just when Fulong Xiangtian was about to hit Miyu Chengfeng, the blue bright dragon suddenly turned its head and turned directly over Miyu Chengfeng. What? Su Mucheng was stunned. She watched Fulong Xiangtian fly past her. Halong picked up Xia Shubingliang, who had already stood up, and took it to the sky. Boom! Yu Xingchen killed Xia Shubingliang, out. The first player to be eliminated in this game appeared, and that was Xingxin's healer and Winnie. Looking at the graying perspective, and Winnie was dumbfounded. In this team game, he experienced two extremes. One was being ignored by the opponent, and the other was being taken care of by the opponent. It's over. And Winnie felt that he was going to become the center of Xingxin. Focus on Yu Xingchen, Yishio commanded. Su Mucheng was the first to react, and controlled Miyu Chengfeng to raise his hand cannon upwards to fire a laser beam, and suddenly a beam appeared in the sky and shot straight down. Satellite beam. Several small lasers shot at Yu Xingchen, and then Miyu Chengfeng raised the cannon forward again to fire a powerful rotating airflow. Gunner's level 75 ultimate move. Hurricane cannon. Just when Miyu Chengfeng finished charging, he rushed over with a shot through the clouds and a slide shovel. Su Mucheng did not hesitate at all. The airflow blasted out, and Yixiang Chuanyan was hit, but his body was not affected by the strong blowing effect of the hurricane cannon, and he kicked Miyu Chengfeng with his knee. Knee strike. Gunner's general physical skill. This is also a floating skill that gunners like very much, because it is very effective when the opponent is close to him, and the skill is in a domineering state during the use. Yixiang Chuanyan took all the damage from the hurricane cannon, but also successfully floated Miyu Chengfeng. Yixiang Chuanyan's body shook, and white light emanated from his body. Double control. Yixiang Chuanyan sniped again, and shot Miyu Chengfeng on the shoulder. After Yu Xingchen escaped from the stiff state of Fulong Xiangtian, he ran towards Yixiu and Hui. On the other side, Han Yanrou successfully flew out Fulong Xiangtian, and her target was Xiao Guziruo, who was caught by Jun Mo Xiao. Boom! The priests on both sides are suffering in human torture. Too miserable. The priest players watching this game in the audience could empathize with Fang Minghua and in Winnie. Jun Mo Xiao succeeded in finishing off the enemy, and Fang Minghua Xiao Guziruo became the second character to be eliminated in this game. Jun Mo Xiao killed Xiao Guziruo, out. The first one to be eliminated on both sides is the priest, so the next one should be Xing Xian, who has a little advantage. After all, Jun Mo Xiao has a healing skill. Pan Lin said. No, he didn't have time to heal his teammates. Bei Bei retorted. Puff, flying dragon in the sky. A powerful magic battle spirit successfully hit Yixiu and Hui's heart. In the air, Bai Hua Liaoluan finishing Yixiu and Hui. Bai Hua Liaoluan killed Yixiu and Hui out. With Yixiu and Hui eliminated, Samsara's total score has reached 7 points, only 2 points away from their 4th consecutive championship. Li Ju said excitedly. After dealing with Xiao Guziruo, Jun Mo Xiao, and Han Yanrou had no intention of launching an attack on Jiang Buitao's Wu Lang, because Xingxin's formation had been completely separated, and what they had to do now was to reunite with their teammates. But Jiang Buitao naturally knew this, so he stopped the two of them with a flaming wave sword, making it clear that he would not let you pass unless he killed me. But Jun Mo Xiao had too many small skills. Arc light flash suddenly flashed in front of Wu Lang, and then a sword slash was quickly swung out. Wu Lang blocked with a sword, and Han Yanrou followed up with a shot to stab the opponent. Round dance stick. Go! Yishio said, and he controlled Lord Grimm to rush to the front battlefield. Mu Yuqingfeng was powerless against the output of the Samsara Trident at this time. Fortunately, Feng Rui's Hai Wuliang arrived successfully, and saved his teammates with a long and powerful move. Too difficult. Yu Wenzhou shook his head. This situation was too difficult for Xingxin. The core trident of Samsara currently has a relatively good health value except for Yu Xingxin. Focus fire. Lord Grimm arrived first, and the 1,000 machine umbrella transformed into a gun form, attacking Yu Xingxin from the other side. Feng Rui controlled Hai Wuliang to open the steel bones, and then rushed towards Yu Xingxin. Xingxin wants to attack Yu Xingxin from both sides, but Yiqiang Chuanyun and Baiwa Liaowan are here. Li Ba felt that Xingxin's tactics were a bit reckless. Baiwa Liaowan flipped her little hand, and various grenades flew out. The random mines that had been hidden for the whole game were used at this time, and various special effects produced by the grenade explosions appeared frequently. Yu Xingxin attacked and stabbed Hai Wuliang with a gun, while Baiwa Liaowan and Yiqiang Chuanyun provided fire support for him from the back. Is this considered an alternative blood scene of flowers? Li Bo rubbed his eyes, with a look of disbelief on his face. This is even more powerful than the blood scene of flowers, said Beiping. Senior, is this considered a blood scene of flowers? Lu Guaning turned his head and asked Sun Jiping. The blood scene of flowers is originally a cooperation between one far and one near. As long as the players have enough tacit understanding, they can play the performance of the blood scene of flowers. Sun Jiping said, it's just that this is the first time I have seen 3 people cooperate like this. Feng Rui's Hai Wuliang had not yet made a move, but he was dizzy from the flying grenades. The next second, his dominance was pierced by Yu Xingxin's round dance stick. Fortunately, with the protection of the true Qi, Hai Wuliang offset some of the damage. I'm entangled. Tang Rou's voice came from the voice channel of Xingxin's team at this time. It turned out that when she was leaving, she was entangled by Cruel Jingma who came. Wulong did not choose to deal with Han Yenro together with Cruel Jingma, but chose to rush to the front, raised his sword and began to chant. Frost Wave Array. An ice blue wave array appeared under Hai Wuliang's feet. What's more uncomfortable is that he can't get rid of Yu Xingxin's entanglement at this time. Mu Yuqingfeng threw out the thorn cannon in an attempt to blast Yu Xingxin out of the wave array area, so that Hai Wuliang could retreat out of the range of the wave array. But she still underestimated the tacit understanding between the Samsara Trident. Facing the 8 thorn projectiles that mutated after the explosion in the air, Yiqiang Chuanyun and Baiwa Liaowan shot them to blow them up. As several small ice pillars were generated, Hai Wuliang was slowed down while suffering ice attribute magic damage. Fortunately, Hai Wuliang was quite resilient and was not frozen. Jun Mashu switched his form, and after successfully getting close to Yu Xingxin with the Earth Core beheading technique, he slapped out with one palm. Zhou Yichen reacted very quickly, and slapped out with the same palm towards Jun Mashu. Falling Flower Palm versus Falling Flower Palm, but it was obviously Yu Xingxin who was better. Because Yu Xingxin's Falling Flower Palm was full level, while Jun Mashu's was low level. Xingxin was completely in a passive state, and Yishio's Sanren was too much of a drag. Yu Wenzhou said. Sanren's advantage lies in its strong flexibility, tearing a hole in the opponent from the side. But when a crack appears on the front, Sanren must return to the front. Samsara puts pressure on Happy from the front, and then uses Zhozakai's Cloud Piercing to block their return to defense. In this way, Jun Mashu's mana is consumed, forcing him to use his small skills. The one with the least mana on the field is Yishio's Jun Mashu, who has to use the Priest's Prayer of Hope to restore his mana. Because he is a single player, the mana he can restore is extremely limited, but it is enough for Yishio. What makes him uncomfortable is that the mana restored by the Prayer of Hope is not instantaneous, but 30% of the mana is restored within 10 seconds. This limits the efficiency of Jun Mashu's skills to a certain extent. At this time, the first one to collapse was Su Muqing's Mu Yuqingfeng. The repeated attacks of the Trident just now had already reduced Mu Yuqingfeng's health to a red blood state, even though Jun Mashu rushed to treat her. But the restored health is too limited. With the Cloud Piercing shooting into the field, Samsara turned to fire. This switch of fire came too fast, and was too deadly. Xiao Shirqin said, adjusting his glasses. Mu Yuqingfeng fought desperately, but eventually fell under the gun of Yiqiang Chuanyun. Yiqiang Chuanyun killed Mu Yuqingfeng, out. Oh! As Mu Yuqingfeng was eliminated, the whole audience was boiling. Samsara fans stood up together. They were only one head away from the 4th consecutive championship. Who will Samsara's next target be? The professional players in the audience began to analyze that Xingxin was doomed, and Samsara's fourth consecutive championship was a foregone conclusion. Now it depends on which of the three people from Xingxin will become the last step for Samsara to reach the top of the fourth consecutive championship. Chapter 619. With Yiqian Chuanyan killing Mu Yucheng Feng, the total score of the Samsara team has reached 8 points, and they are still 1 point away from making history. At this time, the hearts of the 4 commentators were all in a knot, because they were about to witness history. In the 10th year of the development of the Glory Professional League, they will witness the first 4 consecutive championships. This is unprecedented, and will most likely never happen again. Calm down, turn around and kill Han Yinro. At this time, Jiang Butao said in the team voice, although it was obvious that his voice was a lot more excited. But he was still asking his teammates to calm down. Maybe he also wanted to calm himself down in this way. Turn around. You focus on Han Yinro, Lao Zhang, and I will hold him back. Jiang Butao commanded. Okay. Zhang Jiala did not hesitate at all, and after replacing the ice bomb, he shot towards Hai Wuyang. Yu Xingchen and Yiqian Chuanyuan, the best combination in history, strode back. Yi Xiu also understood the intention of Samsara, so he started to run towards Han Yinro, but Wulong's way-breaking attack successfully stopped Jun Maxiu. Jiang Butao abandoned his own style of play at this time, and even abandoned the advantage of the magic swordsman in the middle distance, and chose to fight Jun Maxiu in close range. This was the first time that everyone saw Jiang Butao's fierce attack, which was too inconsistent. This is the first time I have seen Jiang Butao's aggressive attack. In my impression, he always attacks in a methodical way. Yu Feng, the captain of Baiwa who debuted in the same season, said. Helplessly, Yi Xiu had to open the 1000-chance umbrella to block Wulong's attack, and at the same time, he used the shield to stun the opponent. But Jiang Butao had expected it after seeing Jun Maxiu open the 1000-chance umbrella, and quickly controlled Wulong to retreat and avoid the shield attack. Seeing Jun Maxiu trying to attack from the side, Wulong jumped up and slashed at the opponent with a sword. Silver light fell. Jun Maxiu shook his body and opened his steel bones. He jumped to avoid the sword energy and directly passed Jiang Butao's Wulong. Fighter pure displacement skill. Cloud body. I let him go, be careful. Jiang Butao communicated. I've been prepared for a long time, let him come. Zhou Yichen said. 3 against 1, Tang Rou, who had a slight advantage in the one-on-one with cruel silence, was beaten back step by step. Strange, wouldn't Wu Qi end it with a life-threatening blow at this time? A professional player asked in confusion. Facing the fierce attack of Shuangzhou, Han Yinro's defense was full of loopholes. At this time, Wu Qi, as an assassin, only needed to stab Han Yinro with a life-threatening blow, and the game would be over. He's waiting. Yang Song, the captain of 301st Division, the chief assassin of Glory, said. Wait. Everyone turned to look at him. He is waiting for Tang Rou to be most relaxed. Although Han Yinro has been beaten, but has not fought back, it is because Tang Rou has focused her main energy on cruel silence. Yu Wenzhou explained. Reincarnation also knows this, so they drag it on until Tang Rou's tight string is completely broken. Zhang Xinjia said immediately. When is the most relaxed time? Li Xian asked. Now it is the critical moment for Xingxin's survival. When will they relax? When the person you rely on appears. Xiao Shiqin smiled. If Jiang Butao really wanted to stop Jun Maxiu at all costs, he would not let Jun Maxiu pass after the silver blade was launched. Bang! Jun Maxiu arrived and threw a smoke bomb, which immediately dispersed. Jun Maxiu hid in it and brought Han Yinro out. Then the 1000-machine umbrella emitted blue light, and an ice wall stood in front of the two. I'm the first time I've seen Jun Maxiu use the elemental mage's ice wall. How many skills does this guy have? Huang Xiaoyan complained. Seeing the captain arrive, Tang Rou's heart finally fell. But the next second Tang Rou's body suddenly tensed up. A woman's sixth sense told her that danger was here. At this time, the ice wall suddenly shattered. Whether it was Yi Xiu, Tang Rou, or the audience at the scene, everyone's attention was attracted to it. Be careful. Yi Xiu, who found something wrong, quickly reminded. But cruel silence was too fast. He drilled out from the other side of the smoke. When Tang Rou relaxed and her eyes were attracted by the broken ice wall, he took action. A life-threatening blow, a sure kill. No! The fans in the away area held their heads in their hands. They were too scared to watch. Puff! Cruel silence killed Han Yinro, out. Cruel silence burned his blood, cruel silence, out. Nice. All the Samsara fans at the scene stood up, and the fans watching the big screen at the scene had already started cheering for consecutive championships. With cruel silence as life-threatening blows stabbing Han Yinro, a 1-for-1 exchange, Samsara's points also reached 9 points, exceeding the maximum score that Xingxin could theoretically obtain, and the champion of the 10th season of Glory was born. Commentator Pan Lin was shouting this result with all his strength. Seeing Han Yinro being killed, Fang Rui was deflated all of a sudden, just when he was about to say GG. After the fight, this is respect for yourself, Yi Xiu said seriously. The 4 members of Samsara did not stop and launched an attack on Jun Maxiu and Hai Wuliang. Seeing Jun Maxiu and Hai Wuliang still resisting Samsara's attack, Chenghua cried. Xingxin's fans used cheering boards to block their sight and let the tears flow. There was warm applause at the scene. The struggles of Yi Xiu and Fang Rui seemed meaningless in the end, but from the perspective of professional players, they were meaningful. Jun Maxiu killed Wuliang, out. Yu Xingxin killed Hai Wuliang, out. Goodbye Yixin, goodbye, idol. Zhou Yichen typed in the public channel. Bai Hua Liaowan and Yiqiang Chuanyun stood on the left and right beside Yu Xingxin. In front of him was Jun Maxiu, who was alone and had already exhausted his mana. Now you are my idol. After Yi Xiu finished typing this sentence, he was stabbed to death by Yu Xingxin. Glory. The big words flashed. The font is exactly the same as in the online game arena, but at this time, these 2 words symbolize the highest glory. Champion. Glory 10th League, Glory Champion, Samsara Team. It's over, everything is over. When the game is over, golden fireworks burst out. This is what Samsara's home court has prepared long ago. Watching the golden fireworks fall, Yi Xiu's mind flashed with endless memories. For consecutive championships. Samsara has created history, invincible. I can only use invincible to describe the strongest team in history, it's awesome. Li Ba said excitedly. Yes, we witnessed history. Li Ju smiled. I can't think of anyone who can beat this Samsara team, said the cup. When the big words flashed, the moment the game ended, the whole place was boiling. Xingxin had a dull look on her face. Tang Rou lowered her head, and tears could not stop flowing out. That life-threatening blow killed not only the character, but also the game, and Tang Rou's fiery heart. Brothers, we won the championship again. Zhou Yichen threw away his headphones, and turned to hug his teammates. Wu Qi, you did it again with a life-threatening blow. Fang Minghua smiled happily. I am the future chief assassin, Wu Qi shouted. For consecutive championships. Jiang Buotao turned his head to look at Zhou Zikai. Zhou Zikai smiled and said nothing. The professional players stood up and applauded wholeheartedly. For consecutive championships, it's incredible. Very few people have experienced 3 consecutive championships like Jia Shi. After all, that was in the early days of the establishment of the Glory Professional League. But everyone has experienced the 4 consecutive championships of Samsara. Excellent Era is the strongest dynasty I have ever heard of, and Samsara is the strongest dynasty I have ever seen. Now this saying has been broken, and only Samsara is the strongest dynasty. The noise in the stadium was well separated by the soundproofing system of the competition area. Okay, everyone cheer up, we still have a future. Yi Xiu took off his headphones, and said, as he looked at the dead atmosphere. Su Mucheng covered her face with her hands. She experienced this feeling of powerlessness again. At this time, the players of Samsara opened the door of the competition area, and came over to shake hands with the players of Happy. Congratulations. Yi Xiu said to Zhou Zikai with a smile. Thank you, senior. Zhou Zikai nodded, and lowered his body slightly. Thank you, senior. Come on, see you next season. Zhou Yichen said. Next season, we see. After all the members of Samsara left, Happy also had to prepare to pack up their peripherals and leave. This golden stage no longer belonged to them. The stadium was noisy, screaming, and applause, and all the members of Samsara stood in the center of the stage. Who is the champion of the Glory Professional League Season 10? Samsara? Yes. Samsara? Let us congratulate Samsara for winning the championship of the Glory Professional League Season 10, becoming the only 4-time champion team in history. As the helmsman of this galactic battleship, Captain Zhou Zikai, do you have anything to say to your own players or fans now? The host handed the microphone to Zhou Zikai. Well, thank you, Zhou Zikai said, glancing at his teammates from time to time. Xiao Zhou is still so inarticulate, so let our great Vice-Captain Jiang Buotao summarize it. The host also understood, and handed the microphone to Jiang Buotao. Well, first of all, thank you very much to our fans who came here from all over the country to cheer for us. Each of our fans is the cutest person. Jiang Buitao said with a smile. Wow. Secondly, I am also very happy to have such a group of super strong teammates. We will work harder and win a championship. Thank you Jiang Buitao for your speech. Next, I will give the microphone to Zhou Yichen. Our little Zhou, your performance in this finals is still so dazzling. Last year, he announced his other half. What about this year? The host teased. Announce your significant other? Zhou Yichen asked with a smile. Ah? The host was confused. There was no answer for this in the cue card. Just kidding. I want to say that we are the best team. For consecutive championships are the starting point, not the end. Our next goal is 5 consecutive championships. Zhou Yichen shouted. Oh! We want to be 5-time champions. Samsara fans responded with arms raised. After the interview, the chairman of the league, Feng Xianjun, led by the etiquette lady, walked onto the stage to present awards to the players. For consecutive championships, you are amazing. Feng Xianjun praised every player of Samsara and handed the championship ring, which symbolizes the status of champion, to everyone. The future of the league depends on you too. Feng Xianjun looked at Zhou Zikai and Zhou Yichen, his eyes emitting golden light. Season 10, Champion, Samsara Team. Amidst the solemn announcement, the championship trophy, which symbolizes the whole and belongs to the whole team, and is engraved with the word Samsara in the 10th season, is being presented to Samsara by the league chairman Feng Xianjun. Samsara Club has 3 more championship trophies. Zhou Zikai took the glittering trophy and handed it to Zhou Yichen, and then Fang Minghua lifted Zhou Yichen high. Zhou Yichen was shouting, and the players around him looked at him with a smile. This scene was also recorded by Esports Home. Then everyone in Samsara reached out and raised the trophy above their heads. This moment was also recorded in the road to championship. Finally, we will announce the major award of the finals, that is, the FMVP of the finals, and his name is Zhou Yichen. Zhou Yichen. Zhou Yichen. Both Samsara fans and happy fans were shouting Zhou Yichen's name. That's right, I declare that the FMVP of the Glory Professional League Season 10 Finals is Team Samsara. Zhou Yichen. Wow, Zhou Yichen's performance in the 2 games was too eye-catching. Especially in the first round of the team competition of the finals. If it weren't for Zhou Yichen, Samsara's invincibility would have been broken. In the second round, he completed a 1-on-3 in the ring match. The third FMVP, does Zhou Yichen have anything to say? The host handed the microphone to Zhou Yichen. Well, I think this FMVP belongs to our entire team. Every one of our players has contributed. I am also very happy that my teammates will spare no effort to help me and take care of me when I need help. Finally, of course, I have to thank my dear fans. Thank you for your support along the way. I will read your private messages to me, whether they are online or in Glory. Thank you. Zhou Yichen hugged his teammates one by one. After the BGM of the finals appeared, all members of the Samsara Club came on stage to celebrate this moment. This included the boss and manager of Samsara, as well as the parents of the players. Fang Minghua's wife and children also came to the stage. After the celebration, it was the post-match press conference. The first to be interviewed was of course Happy, but unexpectedly, as the captain, Yishio did not choose to attend this press conference. The reporters looked at each other. In this finals, the one who had the clearest conscience on Happy's side was Yishio. He is too tired and needs to rest. Su Mucheng answered the reporter's question. The reporters nodded. Indeed, while taking care of the team command, he also had to operate a difficult character like Jun Mashu. After the interview with Happy, all members of Samsara attended the press conference. Their theme was Chapter 620. In the World Invitational, I am looking forward to competing with Glory players from all over the world. Zhou Yichen said at the press conference after the game. The news that the Glory World Invitational will be held this summer can't help but leak out, and it will be represented by the country. It is my honor to play for the country, and I will devote myself to it. Our goal is the champion. Yishio, who did not attend the press conference, also attended the press conference held by Happy 4 days after the finals. This World Invitational will be my last time to play, Yishio said. As the boss, Chen Guo and Su Mucheng also attended the press conference. Yishio will retire after the World Invitational, and Su Mucheng will serve as the captain. Retire again? Although there has been one before, and although Yishio's age is indeed there. But the impressive record of personal undefeated in the 10th season, even if he lost in the finals, but on a certain app, Yishio's score reached 9.8. In their opinion, with Yishio's condition and level, he would be able to fight for another 10 years. I should go home. Yi Xiao smiled, and put down the microphone, and left the press conference. Retirement? This is always an unavoidable topic every summer, and many players choose to retire every year. Lin Jingyan announced his retirement decision after Tyranny was eliminated, and Yi Xiao also chose to retire after losing the finals. After that, several older players in the league chose to say goodbye one after another. Wei Chen is one of them. Who is next? Zhang Jiala? The old does not go, the new does not come, and the training camps of major teams will output fresh blood to the team every year. At this time, the Glory World Invitational Tournament, jointly initiated by the World Electronic Sports Association and Glory Game Company, the invitation was sent to 16 countries with Glory professional leagues, and the official notice of the upcoming Global Glory Tournament was officially released. The competition is scheduled to be held in Zurich, Switzerland from July 17 to August 6. A total of 16 countries including Xia, Ing, Lia, Switzerland, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, the Netherlands, Germany, England, Italy, France, Russia, Canada, Gale, and Australia are invited to participate. So far, all 16 countries have confirmed that they will participate in the competition and have selected players from their respective leagues to form national teams. Due to time constraints, the national team training camp cannot invite all professional players, as previously stated. As previously stated, the Tactical Master and the 6 major titles have been confirmed to be selected for this national team. Other positions need to be selected. After the official league discussed with the clubs, a list of players recruited from major clubs, including the confirmed players, was officially released. Full-time team leader, Xingxin Team Yi Xiao. Battle Mage, Zhou Yichen of Samsara Team, Sun Xian of Thunder Team, Tang Rou of Happy Team, Qiu Fei of Misty Rain Team, Mage Scholar, Wang Jieshi of Tiny Herb Team, Gao Yingjie of Tiny Herb Team, Elemental Mage, Chu Yunxiu of Misty Rain Team, Zhao Yujie of Howling Team, Dai Yanqi of Thunder Team, Bai Yanfei of Tyranny Team, Summoner, Li Yuan of Blue Rain Team, Luo Ji of Happy Team, Gunner, Su Macheng of Happy Team, Wei Xiao of Magic Team, Yan Haoxuan of Void Team, God, Gunner, Zhou Zikai of Samsara Team, Qin Muyun of Tyranny Team, Shu Kursen and Shu Qi of Misty Rain Team, Ammunition Expert, Zhang Jiala of Samsara Team, Zheng Xian of Blue Rain Team, Zhou Yuan of 100 Flowers Team, Mechanic, Xiao Shirqin, Du Miao of Thunder Team, Go Swordsman, Li Xian of Void Team, Wu Yus of Void Team, Xiao Yifan of Happy Team, Zhou Yabai of Tiny Herb Team, Crazy Swordsman, Yu Feng of 100 Flowers Team, Lu Guaning of Righteous Slash Team, Sun Jiping of Righteous Slash Team, Magic Swordsman, Samsara Team Jian Buitao, Howling Team Lu Hao, Swordsman, Blue Rain Team Huang Xiaotian, Tiny Herb Team Lu Xubia, Blue Rain Team Lu Hanwen, Misty Rain Team Du Ming, Rogue, Howling Team Tang Hao, 100 Flowers Team Xing Xinran, Happy Team Bao Rongxing, Judoka, Samsara Team LV Buiyuan, 301 Team Li Hui, Boxer, Tyranny Team Han Wenqing, Tyranny Team Song Qiang, Misty Rain Team Sun Liang, Qigong Master, Happy Team Fan Rui, Blue Rain Team, Team Song Xiao, Team Howling Guiyang, Rogue, Team Howling Lin Feng, Warlock, Team Blue Rain Yuan Zhou, Ninja, Team Misty Rain Li Hua, Team Happy Mo Fan, Assassin, Team 301 Yang Song, Team Samsara Wu Qi, Team 100 Flowers Zhou Guangyi, Team Void Li Sun, Team Thunder Fang Xuecai, Healer, Team Tyranny Zhang Xinjia, Team Samsara Fang Minghua, Team Blue Rain Su Jingxi, Team Tiny Herb Yuan Bai Qin, Exorcist, Team Thunder Tiansen. Knights, Su Bin from Weichao, Bai Shu from Tyranny. A total of 64 professional players were recruited for this training camp. All training plans and arrangements were fully responsible by Yi Xiao, the leader of the esports project officially announced by the General Administration of Competition. After the list was released, everyone packed up and rushed to the training site. Special thanks to the hotel accommodation provided by the B-City Ijan Club. On the first day, Yi Xiao announced the first phase of training arrangements. Because time was tight, they needed to select 16 professional players as representatives to participate in the World Invitational Tournament. Among them, 9 have been selected, so there are 7 positions left to be selected. On the first day, Yi Xiao had a lot of training, running maps, fighting, and even a written test. The moment Lu Hao saw the test paper, it seemed as if he had traveled back to the 4th season. Yi Xiao, the captain at the time, threw them a test paper on the first day they came to Jiashi. All of them were about the skills of his profession. Lu Hao remembered that he did terrible on the test. Well, this time, the one who answered well and surprised me was Lu Hao. He did well, Yishio said while holding Lu Hao's test paper. Lu Hao was stunned when he heard Yishio praise him in public. The moment he knew Yishio was the team leader, Lu Hao had no hope for this training camp. In his opinion, it was good enough not to be humiliated. Thank you for the praise, team leader. I will continue to work hard. Lu Hao's voice was slightly choked. Seeing Lu Hao's look, Yishio was silent. Maybe his previous method was really wrong. 7 p.m. free time. Yishio, Han Wenqing and others were huddled in the training room watching the replays of all the players' daytime training. Sun Xiang is good, he is very mature now. Tang Rou is actually not bad either, and Xiao Qiu is getting better and better. Zhou Yichen kept mumbling. If you keep chewing, I throw you out. Yishio glared at Zhou Yichen. What do you think? Give me some suggestions. Yishio looked at Han Wenqing, an old rival, who was also an old friend. Su Mucheng. Han Wenqing said calmly. Well, Su Mucheng scored full marks in both theoretical knowledge and practical operation. Zhang Xinjia adjusted his glasses and said, Okay, what about the others? Yishio looked at the others. I have no objection. Yu Wenzhou shook his head. Sister Su is very strong, I support her. Wang Xiaoyan said. Okay. Wang Jieshi affirmed. Oh yeah. Shozakai was the same as always. I support it too. Since you've chosen Sister Mucheng, let's choose another one to form a double firepower with her. Zhou Yichen said. So? Chu Yunxiu. After some thinking, the preliminary list was officially released. They are Han Wenqing, Su Mucheng, Fang Rui, Zhang Xinjia, Huang Xiaoyan, Yu Wenzhou, Wang Jieshi, Zhou Zakai, Zhou Yichen, Zhang Jiala, Xiao Shiqin, Sun Xiang, Li Xian, Chu Yunxiu, Tang Hao. This list is the first stage list. If any player performs poorly in the future, they may be removed from the list. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Yishio announced the first stage list and training arrangements on time. Some are happy and some are worried. Today, we will try to form a group with the players on the list as the main players to run in. In the morning, we will have 2v2 and 3v3 confrontations, and in the afternoon, we will divide into groups for team competitions. Then Yishio announced the group list on the whiteboard. 2v2, Group A, Wang Jieshi, Wang Xiaoyan, Group B Zhou Yichen, Chu Yunxiu. When the list was announced, some people couldn't help laughing. Wang Jieshi and Huang Xiaoyan, tit for tat, you know, these two gods competed separately in the All-Star game, but today they are going to join forces. Oh my god, old Yi, are you targeting me? Huang Xiao was a little unhappy. Humph! Wang Jieshi glanced at Huang Xiaoyan. Hey, if you can't beat them, just say it. Zhou Yichen laughed. Oh my god, I really can't stand it, Wang Jieshi, kill them. For Huang Xiaoyan, the provocation method is always effective. Don't hold me back. Wang Jieshi put on the headphones and said to Huang Xiaoyan. Damn, it's you who don't hold me back. It seems that we don't need to take action. Zhou Yichen and Chu Yunxiu smiled at each other. Damn, why do I have to eat dog food when I come to the training camp? Li Xian was speechless. You guys should just be happy. If it weren't for the training camp, we would have gone on our honeymoon long ago. Chu Yunxiu said. Thank you. You're welcome. The 2v2 match started soon. The rhythm on the field was very fast, but it was not the rhythm of attack. It was the rhythm of infighting. What are you doing, Wang Jieshi? Do you know how to play? You are being targeted. Can't you retreat? The two of them started to quarrel directly during the fight. I am a great swordsman, and you treat me like a RB? There is no doubt about the outcome of this game. Zhou Yichen and Chu Yunxiu's tacit understanding is too high. After all, they are both in death and simple. Hey! Yishio shook his head. It's difficult. Okay, let's have a 3v3 match. You two can review the game on your own. I'm telling you, your wave was really bad. Huang Xiaoyan kept talking. Group A, Yu Wenzhou, Tang Hao, Zhang Jiala. Group B, Xiao Shiqin, Sun Xiang, Su Mucheng. Yishio announced. Damn, the team leader is making trouble. Lu Xiaobia and the others started to discuss. These two groups are interesting. The excellent era trio reunited. Come on! Su Mucheng said to Xiao Shiqin and Sun Xiang with a smile. This time, we won't lose again. Xiao Shiqin said this with a smile. Yeah. Sun Xiang nodded. No, Captain Yi. Do you have something? Yishio stared at Zhang Jiala. It's okay, the team leader is so good at dividing the teams. Zhang Jiala gritted his teeth and said, thinking to himself that he was not angry, he was the team leader. You have 10 minutes to discuss the tactics, and the map is the same as before. It is a random map. How does Captain Yu play? Zhang Jiala looked at Yu Wenzhou, and Tang Hao did the same. Play fast attack, Yu Wenzhou said with a smile. Ah? You don't want to? Yes. Tang Hao was a little confused. Of course he wanted to play fast attack, but he was afraid that Yu Wenzhou couldn't keep up. It's okay, I will try my best to keep up with your rhythm. Although Yu Wenzhou said so, he still couldn't keep up in the game. The team that won in the end was naturally the trio of Xiao Shiqin, Su Mucheng and Sun Xiang. The tacit understanding is still there. Yi Xiu muttered silently. Several more competitions were held one after another, and in the afternoon, the group list for the team competition was announced on the whiteboard in the conference room. Team A: Xiao Shiqin, Zhang Xinjie, Zhou Zikai, Tang Hao, Fang Rui and Li Xian. Team B: Jian Butao, Fang Minghua, Bai Shu, Yu Feng, Zheng Xian and Lu Xubia. Damn, Tang Hao and Fang Rui, the scene is so beautiful that I dare not watch it. 6 people, 6 teams, the team leader is invincible. Let's not talk about Team A. Don't you find that Team B is very strong? Really, this lineup is a solid defense. Which side do you think will win? Yi Xiu asked outside the training room, where the game had already started. Team A should still win, Xiao Yujie said. I think Team B can win, Lu Hao said. I am optimistic about Team B too. Zhou Yichen nodded. Team A has too much uncertainty, but with Xiao Shiqin and Zhang Xinjie, who should they listen to in the team competition? Team B is much simpler. Probably Jiang Butao will be the main commander, and Yu Feng will be the deputy commander. However, Team A still won in the end. Oh my god, Zhou Zikai is really amazing. I seem to see the reincarnation of the one-man team again. Someone complained. This game was Zhou Zikai's personal performance show, and he killed Fang Minghua by himself. Jiang Butao's command was very obvious in the reincarnation style. The other players were obviously not used to it, especially Zheng Xian. He was a little overwhelmed when he was suddenly asked to play as the main player. Yu Wenzhou commented. It was almost there, what a pity. Yu Feng sighed. This game is mine. Jiang Butao took the initiative to admit his mistake. It's okay, I didn't play the Phantom Invisible Sword well. Lu Xubia shook his head. Everyone was looking for problems, and the training camp for the World Invitational continued in this atmosphere. Everyone can come and see, the rules of the World Invitational have been announced. Yi Xiu waved his hand, and everyone came over. Yi Xiu handed the printed rules of the competition to everyone. The time is the same as in China, 8 o'clock in the evening, but the time difference needs to be adjusted. The group stage is the same as the regular season, divided into individual competition, tournament, and team competition, and adopts a single round-robin system within the group, with the top 2 teams advancing. The knockout system is a tournament plus team competition, with points counted by head count, BO3 mode. Each side has 1 home map selection right, the order is determined by a coin toss, and the third game is randomly selected. This time, the Swiss round was not chosen. Single round-robin, for countries in a single group, a total of 3 games, including the quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals. These games must be played between July 17th and August 6th, with an average of 1 game every 2.5 days. The schedule is very dense. No wonder the Swiss round was not used. Chapter 621. After understanding the rules of the competition, the official also announced the number of participating players, with a minimum of 6 and a maximum of 15, and an all-round substitute can be brought. This is quite consistent with our situation, Yu Wenzhou said. At first, they were quite worried that the number would be limited, but it seems that the number is just right. Hey, do you bring your own character account card? Watson Zhang Xinjie found a blind spot. Regarding the character account cards used by the players in the competition, are there no rules limiting them? I've read it, no, Yu Wenzhou said with certainty. The account cards for other events are provided by the organizers. Xiao Shiqin said. That's no problem, we can use our own account cards, and even mine if necessary. Yi Xiu took out Jun Mashu's account card. At this moment, Zhou Yichen's eyes lit up. Yi Xingchen, newcomers are better than old ones. Open the team voice, Yi Xiu said, and everyone nodded. There is no reason not to open the channel voice in such an international competition. Are there text bubbles? Huang Xiaoyan asked, raising his hand like a primary school student. No. The system public channel can use Chinese translation, and it doesn't matter if the text is different. However, if there is swearing, insulting players, referees, or making inappropriate remarks, a yellow card warning will be issued. Just like in football, 2 yellow cards will be exchanged for a red card. Yishio continued. Hey! Wang Xiaoyan suddenly became excited while flipping through the pages. Are you crazy? What's wrong? Everyone looked over. They couldn't use text bubbles, so why was Wang Xiaoyan so excited? It seems that there is no rule that the dead cannot speak. Yu Wenzhou said slowly, his hand still turning over. Ah? Ah! Everyone was flipping through the rules of the competition frantically, and Li Xian was buried in it. It seems that there is really no such rule. As a girl, Su Macheng felt that she had not missed any details. Ha ha ha! Wang Xiaoyan threw away the A4 paper in his hand. Get ready to accept my judgment. By the way, why is there no such rule? Wang Jieshi asked. Because we are in Zurich, we use the rules of the European competition system. Because of time reasons, the Swiss round was deleted. Xiao Shiqin analyzed. I have also seen the competition system in Europe. The channel is surprisingly quiet. There is internal voice chat, and they don't talk in the public channel, so they haven't considered this rule. Zhang Xinjie said. We didn't have this rule in the previous seasons, but Yishio's words are self-evident. Everyone looked at Huang Xiaotian, who was already a little crazy. Huang Xiaotian is going to be happy. Huang Xiao, please say something in English to help us get used to it. Fan Rui shouted. Give you a color look. Huang Xiao is a bad boy. Time had unknowingly come to July 10th. Everyone sat in the conference room and watched the representatives of each team draw lots on the stage. By the way, which foreign teams do you think are stronger? Zhou Yichen asked while eating potato chips and drinking Coke. Others were waiting for the result of the draw with bated breath, but he was just like traveling. Xia country, enter Group C. Group C? Everyone began to look at the opponents in the same group. Ria, Australia, Switzerland, we are lucky, Li Xian said. In Li Xian's opinion, Ria's esports has always been a tepid existence. It is like an ATM next door, and it is almost the same here. Australia, their version was not upgraded to level 75 until last year, and the league has only been held 4 times, with a total of 8 teams. If the World Invitational Organizing Committee did not want to invite countries from all over the world to participate, they would not be included. However, although the Australians are small, their strength is not weak. The Australia leader is a bit good. Yishio said and looked at Yu Wenzhou. Noah J. Gorgeous, I've been watching his tactics these days. Yu Wenzhou said. How is it? Wang Xiaotian asked. Very powerful. He has a different view on warlocks. Yu Wenzhou nodded, but I am not inferior to him. Captain Yu is a tough guy. We also need to pay attention to their battle mage. Hey JJ Gorgeous, are he and their team leader twins? Fan Rui asked. Yes. I feel that Switzerland is more difficult to deal with than Libya and Australia. Zhang Xinjie said. Switzerland's glory is much more powerful than these 2 countries. They have won the European League Championship, and are also the organizer of this World Invitational Tournament. This time, the Swiss representatives are mainly members of their champion team O-Ring, and they are definitely not a weak team that will fall down at the first touch. Captain Alexander Amadeus's Magic Scholar is superb, and has set off a bloody storm in Europe. The core player of the team, Resolute One-On, is even known as the #1 mechanic in Europe. Switzerland is pretty awesome, Zhou Yichen said. It seems that they are not that lucky. After listening to Yishio's introduction of the 3 teams, Li Xian expressed his offense. In fact, compared with other groups, the strength of our group is still quite high, Yishio said. Group A, Ingwa, Sweden, Canada, England. The 2 places in this group have not been played yet. Everyone nodded. It is clear that Ingwa and England will definitely qualify from this group. Ingwa, needless to say, has always been a strong esports country. The man who led them, this time has conquered the big devil, who came here to conquer glory. How exaggerated this man is. Since he joined, the championship has almost been won by him. England is not bad either. Among them, Spring and 4 Kings have always been strong contenders for the European League Championship, especially 4 Kings, which is known as the tragic group in Europe, because they have touched the trophy of the European League several times, but were defeated by their opponents. As for Sweden and Canada, it can only be said that both teams came to Zurich for tourism. Group B, Germany, Norway, Russia, Denmark. Oh my god, the strength of this group is not low, Zhou Yichen said. The German tanks are very popular even in China. They are the overlords of the European League. The first 3 consecutive championships came from the German team SK. The man leading the German tanks this time is the absolute ruler of the European Professional League, Jurgen Barasevich Poke, ID. Poke. But this year, SK's dominance was broken by Zeus from Greece. Unfortunately, the organizers of this World Invitational Tournament did not invite Greece. At that time, many people went to Greece to invite this top priest to join, but he refused without exception. This group is almost dominated by Germany. The combat power of Norway, Russia and Denmark is similar, and anyone can qualify. Group D, France, the Netherlands, Italy, and Gale country. Why does it feel that the strength of each group is very high? Joe-Chen touched his head. The first France is a veteran team of glory. They joined the professional league in the first year of glory sweeping Europe, and their team G2 Esports was the champion of the first session. However, they are currently in an era of change. Captain L. Camus Dun Charpentier was the absolute first priest before. But with the emergence of Zeus this year, his status has also been affected. Because this year's European League Zeus stepped on Camus in the loser group to enter the finals. The Netherlands and Italy are also strong, and the Fierce Wind country is an opponent that Yishio has been studying for a long time. Its captain, Ralph Reinhardt, is undoubtedly the best player in the American League. His ID, Reinhardt, is well known in the US server. The grouping this time is quite interesting. Each group is very evenly matched, and our goal is to win the championship. Even if we don't meet in the group stage, we will meet in the knockout stage. You won, Joe said. That's not the case. Our goal, according to the team leader, is to strive for the championship on the basis of qualifying. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Come and analyze the enemy situation again. Yishio clapped his hands, and everyone quieted down. This shows that Yishio's training has been very effective during this period. The German team is a team we have been paying attention to before. Yishio printed out the information of the German team and distributed it to everyone, then introduced it. This is the team leader and coach, Redlu. Old man? What old man? This is an old senior. I have read his theory of glory, which is very comprehensive. Yishio said. This is their captain, and also the man we need to pay attention to, Jurgen Barasevich Poke, who is a boxer like Lao Han. A photo of Poke was displayed on the PPT. Oh my god, who is this uncle? Fong Rui rubbed his eyes. He is 21 years old. Seeing that the age column of Poke was written as 20, Joe-Chen was completely stunned. He couldn't believe that the uncle in front of him was the same age as him. If you say it's my father's generation, will anyone believe it? Zhang Jiala spread his hands. Okay, they won't cheat in this regard. Yishio waved his hand. Team member, QP, perfect quality, a very powerful warlock player, is the main commander of the SK team. In addition to the reputation of Poke, another important reason why Germany can dominate is that they play double ghosts. Oh, Lao Li has met his match. Wang Xiaoyan patted Li Xian on the shoulder. Schneider and Bertie Bolko are both very good at fighting, and have always dominated the list of the best European teams. After talking about Germany, Yishio immediately introduced several countries that he paid more attention to. This is a German tank, and an old tank. The more everyone looked at it, the more shocked they were. Are all Germans so mature? They look like they are fighting. Wang Xiaoyan complained. After introducing the team, everyone was ready to go to Zurich, Switzerland. This is my first time going abroad, Joe-Chen said with emotion. With me accompanying you, you can go anywhere, Chu Yunqiu said on the side. Wow, I just finished breakfast, and now I am fed a mouthful of dog food. Li Xian couldn't stand it. Su Mucheng was always laughing secretly, and she even wanted to join in. On July 10th, the day after the draw, 16 national team players and 67 staff members took a special plane sponsored by Mr. Liu to Zurich. By the time they got out of the customs, it was already very late. Just after they put away their luggage, Lu Guaning appeared in front of them. Mr. Liu will pay for all the consumption, Lu Guaning announced. Oh my god, Godfather. Mr. Liu is a bad guy. The hotel was booked by the esports center for them. Although it is not big, you can see the Zurich lake and the neon lights flashing when you turn left. After dinner, let's go out for a walk, Chu Yunqiu said. Well, let's experience the local customs and people. Joe-Chen smiled. Hey, didn't we agree to play video games together? Wang Xiaoyan said. Well, you have an objection. Chu Yunqiu glared at Wang Xiaoyan. Ha, what can I say? You two have fun. After dinner, the few of them were bored and smoked cigarettes downstairs and chatted. Being in a foreign place, it is inevitable to feel homesick. It happened that at this time, an international student in Zurich came over and saw, look, it's my idol Wang Jieshi. You must have seen it wrong. No way, that pair of unique different-sized eyes, I will never make a mistake in my life. Who is the uncle next to him? He looks so scary. Uncle? That must be Han Winching. Puff. Huang Xiaoyan couldn't hold it back and started laughing while holding Yu Wanzhou's shoulders. He really couldn't hold it back. That mean guy is Huang Xiaoyan at first glance. The smile on Huang Xiaoyan's face disappeared in an instant. Is this to support them, or to hurt their hearts? Xiaogua team must win. Several international students shouted at them. Hello, are you the Chinese national team? At this time, several foreigners in uniform walked to Yishio's side. Oh yes, yes. Huang Xiaoyan on the side didn't know if he heard or understood, and kept nodding yes. Did you understand what they said? Li Xian asked. Damn, I don't know anything else, but I know Chinese. Huang Xiaoyan said. Just then, the translator here also came over. It turned out to be from the Lifeng national team. Why didn't I see Zhou Zikai? The translator asked. Several people were a little surprised. They didn't expect that the captain of the Lifeng national team, Ralph Reinhardt, would actually pay attention to their players. Because they are all sharpshooters. Yu Wanzhou said. Everyone came back to their senses. Reinhardt is a sharpshooter, but unlike Zhou Zikai's tough style, Reinhardt plays the game. He is resting in the room. Well, I was thinking about competing with him. It seems that we can only meet on the court. Reinhardt smiled and left with the team. What does this Lifeng national team mean? We are not in the same group as them? Fang Rui scolded. Maybe they are testing us. Zhang Xinjia adjusted his glasses and said, Don't worry about them. We just need to do our own things. Chapter 622. On July 16th, at 6 p.m. local time, in the early morning of July 17th Beijing time, countless Honor fans were waiting in front of the TV for the opening of the World Invitational. At 8 p.m., the Zurich Stadium was already crowded with Honor players from all over the country. At this time, the lights above the stage were all turned off, and the holographic projection slowly unfolded in the center of the stage, and then the map rose. Then, there was the scene when the first zone was opened, and then the second zone. Behind each zone, there were wonderful scenes of the professional league. Fuck. Zhang Jiala looked a little uncomfortable, because the scene of the third zone was the finals of the third season of the Xiaogua division, that is, the scene of Yichio breaking the double flower with one shot. The German tank is really crushing all the way. Li Xian sighed. This boxer, Han Winching, has an opponent. Huang Xiaoyan muttered in a low voice. The holographic projection flipped, and the names of 16 countries and their representative teams appeared on it. Due to the time difference, Li Ba and Pan Lin drank several bottles of Red Bull this time and sat in the studio to prepare for the broadcast of the game. Okay, dear audience friends, this is the live broadcast of the Glory Professional League Zurich World Invitational. In the first game of the group stage, the Xia country team will face the Australian team known as the Divine Calculation Team. At this time, many international students in the spectator seats unfolded the 5-star red flag in their hands. According to the rules of the World Invitational Tournament, during the group stage, the list of players of both sides needs to be reported to the professional referees of the Central Organizing Committee in advance. At the signal of the staff, Yishio, as the team leader, handed the list to the referee. Coach Li, who do you think will start? This is the first game of the World Invitational Tournament. Pan Lin turned to look at Li Ba. I think this is not only the first starter of the group stage, but also the starter of the Xia team in this World Invitational Tournament. So firing the first shot is very important for the momentum. So I think the starting lineup of the Xia team will be made among Wang Jieshi, Zhou Zikai and Zhou Yichen. Li Ba did put in some effort. After Yishio handed over the list, a person in the first row of the player seats jumped up. Wow! The scene was boiling, and the Xia Country Glory players, who stayed up late to watch the game, were not sleepy at once. Zhou Yichen, the current first person in the league's honor, Zhou Yichen has never lost a single match since his debut in the 7th season. MVP! 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 The shouts of MVP rang out in a foreign country. Not only the Xia Country students, but also many foreigners shouted together. Zhou Yichen is really well known abroad. Huang Xiaoyan muttered. Yes, the most watched honor broadcast video abroad was in the first round of the 8th season finals. Wang Jieshi smiled and looked at Huang Xiaoyan. Damn! Huang Xiaoyan felt a sharp stab in the heart. Seeing Huang Xiaoyan's uncomfortable look, Wang Jieshi was happier than winning the game. God of War! God of War! God of War! Captain, is this the Battle Mage player you said you need to pay attention to? Australian Knight player John Fitzgerald looked at their captain Noah. Oh my god, is this still a foreign country? Huang Xiaoyan scratched his head, as if he had returned to his home court in Samsara. The people around were also very surprised. They didn't expect Zhou Yichen to be so popular abroad. Hey, excellent people will be noticed everywhere. Zhou Yichen glanced at Huang Xiaoyan arrogantly. Get lost, I break your legs if you lose. Huang Xiaoyan gritted his teeth. Is there anything you need to tell me, masters? Zhou Yichen took off his coat and looked at Yixiao and the others. Yixiao smiled and said, the opponent should send Noah's brother. It is said that he has a very bad temper. Be careful. Do you want me to be careful on the court or off the court? Zhou Yichen asked. Be careful in both. The fierce attack and no rules mean a lot of loopholes. Find opportunities. This is what you are best at. Yuan Zhou said. Let's go. Zhou Yichen walked towards the stage with his account card. Brother, I'm on. JJ Gorgias took off his coat and was about to walk towards the competition seat when he was stopped by his brother Noah. Don't be careless, don't be reckless. Control your temper, the opponent is one of the best opportunists. Noah said earnestly to his younger brother JJ Gorgias. Don't worry, brother, what opportunist? What strongest battle mage announced before the game? I will beat the shit out of him. JJ Gorgias said with a clenched fist. The first game of the individual competition, Xiagua, Zhou Yichen, ID, Yu Xingchen, Occupation, Battle Mage. Australia, JJ Gorgias, ID, Gorgas, Occupation, Battle Mage. Map, Individual Arena. I hope you can hold on a little longer, I will beat you to pieces. Gorgias challenged Zhou Yichen fiercely before the game. What the hell are you talking about? Zhou Yichen said he didn't understand, because Gorgias didn't speak English, but the local Creole. After Gorgias finished speaking, he walked towards the battle room, leaving Zhou Yichen alone on the stage. Stupid. Zhou Yichen shook his head and walked towards his own battle room. Looking at the 5-star red flag printed on his body, he would not lose, and couldn't lose. As expected, we sent Zhou Yichen, the god of war, who has a 100% winning rate in the season singles matches. His strength doesn't need me to elaborate too much. Any gorgeous words are derogatory in front of him. Li Ba smiled. Yes, the Xia team sent Zhou Yichen in the first game of the group stage. It seems that they are determined to win. Australia also sent their core player Gorgias, the younger brother of the team leader Noah. It is said that his battle mage style is extremely fierce, and he is an absolute attacker in the team. Li Ba explained with a rumor that he didn't know where it came from. 99%, 100%. He used Stardust, loading completed. Gorgas, loading completed. Map, Personal Arena, loading completed. Because it is in Zurich, the player information presented on the scene is mainly in English, but fortunately each country has a special translation screen. In front of the team, the small screen shows the Chinese translation of the picture. 3, 2, 1, fight! The game officially started, and both sides rushed towards each other. This is an interesting competition between the same profession. Zhou Yichen is the undisputed #1 battle mage in our country, and the opponent is also one of the few battle mages in Australia. Li Ba explained. Before the game, all the major media also made a so-called battle power ranking, in which Zhou Yichen ranked 3rd, Yixiao 4th, and Zhou Zikai 6th. The first one is of course their European popularity, the ruler of the European League, Poke, and the second one is the professional player from Ingwa, the great devil Li Xianhe. Zhou Yichen is in a very high position in the rankings listed by Western esports media, 2nd in the Asia-Pacific region and 3rd in the world. Panlin said. What 3rd place? In my case, they are all defeated. Gorgias roared. He was very unhappy with the battle mage column. He was stepped on by several people. He is the strongest battle mage player in the world, Clang. Weapons intersected, attack type weapons? Damn, it's an annoying attack speed weapon. Before Gorgias could react, Longden took the lead and stabbed him on the shoulder. Don't be affected by emotions, brother. Noah, who was watching the game from the audience, shook his head. Gorgias' talent was undoubtedly very high, but he had a very fatal flaw. That was easy to be distracted, which was actually very similar to Lu Hao. It was just that Gorgias always sided with his brother. If Noah went east, he would never dare to go west. But now, Noah was not by his side, and the opponent happened to be a player of the same profession, so Gorgias' flaw came back. Continuous attack. Longden's rapid strangulation directly squeezed a bloody hole in Gorgias' shoulder. Zhou Yichen has the advantage. This Australian player is a little careless. If Zhou Yichen finds an opportunity, he will no longer have the possibility of turning defeat into victory. Li Ba affirmed. Gorgas was beaten back step by step. What made him even more uncomfortable was that in the first-person perspective, Yu Xingchen's attack speed was too fast, so fast that only a phantom remained. He had no chance to counterattack at all. Fuck, let's fight. Gorgias waved his hand and blasted Yu Xingchen with dragon-like magic fighting spirit. How long Pajuan? This shot was very fast, but Yu Xingchen was even faster. While dodging the poke gun, he moved forward and slapped the opponent's arm with a palm. Boom, falling flower palm. It feels like they are not players of the same level, Fong Rui said. JJ Gorgias, simple-minded, strong limbs, in the Australian League, he lost more singles than he won, and he was easily dominated by emotions. Yishio said. Then why did Australia send him to lead the charge? Li Xian asked puzzledly. Because Gorgias' talent is real, he needs an external brain, and his brother Noah is his external brain. So Gorgias in the singles match is not scary. What is scary is him in the team match. Yu Wanzhou said. How long Pajuan? Yu Xingchen pierced Gorgias' heart with one shot, and at the moment of retracting the move, he stabbed again. Angry dragon piercing the heart. So fast. Australian ammunition player Maluk Milman was surprised. Because the fighter's will is stacked up. Noah explained, Gorgias lost this game, and lost completely. How could I lose? Gorgias roared, his face turned red, as if he had opened his Ren and Du meridians. Oh my god, what the hell? Zhou Yichen was a little surprised. It was the first time he saw a battle mage who played blindly. The skill was tilted outward like crazy, but the battle mage is not a long-range profession, and this tilted style of play will cause the move to freeze during the combo. Sure enough, between the strong dragon pressure and the round dance stick, Zhou Yichen locked this move to freeze. Puff, the spear enters and exits the dragon. It's a back-to-back spear. Zhou Yichen's self-created technique of back-to-back spear. Li Ba shouted excitedly. Zhou Yichen let the whole world see the charm of Xia country's weapons. Technique back-to-back spear, dragon out of the sea. This shot blasted the opponent away. Zhou Yichen did not choose to use Fu Long Xiang Tian, because he thought that Gorgias was extremely excited at this time, and it would be best to win the game as soon as possible. So he controlled Yu Xingchen to move forward, and the fire attribute dazzling pattern behind him flew out. Before Gorgias could control the character to stand up, he was knocked down again by the automatic tracking dazzling pattern. The timing is so exquisite. Noah clapped his hands and praised. In his opinion, Zhou Yichen's combat mage attainments are far higher than Gorgias. As Yu Xingchen's last blow fell, the game ended. Glory. Oh! Xiagua is awesome. The foreign students at the scene cheered. I actually lost, and lost so thoroughly. Gorgias looked incredulous. Before the end, he saw that Yu Xingchen still had 78% of his health, and he was numb all over. He was beaten to pieces. After the game, Zhou Yichen shook hands with Gorgias and walked towards the Xiagua team's player seat. He did not choose to provoke Gorgias because he saw that the other party was stupid, and he was not interested in provoking him. Let us congratulate Zhou Yichen for winning this individual game. He has made a good start for the Xiagua team, and is leading the Australian team by 1-0. Pan Lin announced the results of the game after the game. Awesome. My Zhou Shen is indeed the strongest battle mage in the world. Fong Rui raised his hands and said. I think so too. Well done. Han Wenqing applauded. This game was not only a win, but also a complete victory. Zhou Yichen completely played the style of their Xiagua team. From now on, the starting lineup will be handed over to you. Yishio smiled and joked. No problem. Zhou Yichen shrugged. He wanted it the most. On the other side, the Australian team, I'm sorry, brother, I lost, and I lost completely. Gorgias lowered his head and stood in front of Noah. It's okay. The opponent is very strong. Losing this game doesn't mean anything. We have lost many opponents in the past, but didn't we win one by one later? Noah comforted. Well, it's up to me next. John Fitzgerald stood up. This was the deployment made by the Australian team before the game. Yes. Who will go up next? Zhou Yichen shook his head and looked at the others. Me. Han Wenqing said affirmatively. Team Xia, Han Wenqing, ID, Desert Smoke, Occupation, Boxer. Team Australia, John Fitzgerald, ID, Fitzgerald, Occupation, Knight. The second pick from Australia is their Knight player John Fitzgerald, a player with a very distinctive style and full of offensiveness, while our Team Xia will send Han Wenqing. Chapter 623. In the studio, Li Bo was already excited, because the one standing on the stage of the Glory World Invitational was his old captain Han Wenqing. You should know that Han Wenqing refused the Alliance's call-up at the beginning, even though the official had already announced in advance that the 6 major titles and 4 tactical masters would be directly selected for the representative team. But Han Wenqing thought that tyranny was more important. He couldn't play for a few years, not to mention that there would be the Asian Invitational next year. When he heard that Han Wenqing refused the call-up, Yi Xiu rushed to Han Wenqing's house without hesitation. After a long conversation, Han Wenqing agreed. No one knew what the two talked about at the time, and no one knew how Yi Xiu persuaded Han Wenqing. The second game was about to start, and the iron fist of de Mo Gu Yin made John Fitzgerald very uncomfortable. "This Yoba player reminds me of someone," Noah suddenly said. "Jurgen Barasavich Polk, the ruler of European glory." Australian mad swordsman player Chris Hopman said slowly. From personality to style to playing style, these two people can be said to be very similar. John can't hold on. His offensiveness has not been fully exerted, and was completely suppressed by the opponent. Noah sighed. The Xia team is too strong. This is the Han team too fierce. Fong Rui directly turned into an atmosphere group. The opponent should also be an offensive player, but his style has been deformed by the suppression of the Han team. Zhang Xinjie said while adjusting his glasses. Looking at Han Wenqing's struggle, Li Ba couldn't help but sigh. 10 years later, Han Wenqing is still fighting on the front line. He has been the captain for 10 years, just like before. Glory! Let us congratulate Han Wenqing for winning the second individual match. The current score is 2-0, and the Xia team is temporarily in the lead. Sure, you're still in good shape. Yi Xiu smiled and handed Han Wenqing a towel and a water bottle. Zhang Xinjie on the side was a little stunned. You know, he had always been doing this job before, and now he seemed like an outsider. It's okay, you can play, don't forget your promise. Han Wenqing looked at Yi Xiu. Don't worry, when have I ever broken my promise? Although the situation of the Xia team is good now, several people are not particularly happy, because in their pre-match analysis, the Australian team is a very obvious team-type team. This is somewhat similar to the Thunder led by Xiao Shiqin in China. There are also several star players in the team, but compared with their individual events, the team competition is more cautious. Who will play in the third game? Fong Rui asked. Yi Xiu and the others didn't say anything, but their eyes glanced at him. Damn, it can't be me. Fong Rui was a little confused. How come he didn't know he was going to play today? Go and show the world how filthy you are. Zhang Jiala laughed. TSK. Damn, Australia sent their team leader to serve as coach, the Eternal Core. Noah. Noah didn't choose to hide, and walked directly to the competition seat. Zhou Yichen and others looked at Fong Rui. I didn't expect the intensity of my first game to be so high. I'm going all out. Fong Rui took a sip of water, wiped his sleeves, and then walked towards the competition seat. Xiaogua team, Fong Rui, ID, Hai Wuliang occupation, Qigong master. Australian team, Noah J, Gorgias, ID, Noah, occupation, warlock. Map, Lotus Ancient City. Noah will appear in the individual competition? Zhou Yichen was a little surprised. He remembered that in the Chiefs team, Noah, as the captain, always appeared in the ring competition. He didn't expect that he would play in the third game of the individual competition today. I guess he felt that if he lost all 3 games in the individual competition, it would be embarrassing. Li Xian guessed. But Fong Rui is not so easy to deal with. Su Munching said. On the contrary, I am a little worried about Fong Rui now. Yi Xiu said seriously. We have learned about Noah before. This person is very exaggerated. He has had eye disease since childhood, but he miraculously overcame it when he grew up. Zhang Xinjie said. What? Li Xian looked incredulous. Obviously, he didn't read the information carefully at the beginning. His playing style is mainly calm, and he is good at analysis. Before he joined, Chiefs was a real underdog team, but after he joined, it became a strong team that could compete for the championship. Yuan Zhou added. The competition among warlocks in this World Invitational is extremely fierce. Zhou Yichen smiled and patted Yuan Zhou on the shoulder. The two have become very familiar with each other in the past few days. Who do you think is the world's #1 warlock? Yuan Zhou looked at Zhou Yichen with a smile. That must be Brother Zhou, my brother Zhou YYDS. 3, 2, 1, fight! The countdown ended, and both rushed out of the refresh area. Noah on Noah's side rushed to the middle without hesitation, while Fong Rui's Hai Wuliang chose to go straight to the left. After Noah failed to find the opponent's vision in the middle, he immediately turned around and headed for the left. Huh? Did he find Fong Rui? Sun Xiang asked in confusion, as he watched Noah's confident steps. No, Fong Rui didn't miss it. The reason why he chose to go to the left was very simple, that is, he judged that Fong Rui's Hai Wuliang would never go to the right. Yishio said. Why? Chu Yunxia was puzzled. Because the right road is a wide avenue without any obstructions. It seems that this Noah also studied us before the game. Zhang Xinjia adjusted his glasses and said. But Fong Rui should have realized this. Yu Wenzhou said with a smile. Fong Rui did not choose to cut straight to the middle road from the fork in the left road, but found a huge rock to hide. Obviously, he also expected that the opponent would come to find him. Come here. Fong Rui typed in the public channel. Noah, who was automatically translated into English, also understood this sentence, but he was not anxious. On the contrary, he was more certain of his own idea, that is, the opponent was waiting to attack him behind a certain cover. Okay. Noah replied. There was a small path connecting the left and middle roads, and Fong Rui did not hide behind the cover of this path. Fong Rui is indeed a master of playing dirty. Not to mention the opponent, as a teammate, I feel sick. Noah may be annoyed now. Huang Xiaoyan complained. Just when Noah was thinking about where Fong Rui was hiding, a stream of air suddenly blasted towards him. Qiguan Chanhong. Noah reacted quickly and rolled sideways to avoid the strong airflow. What a pity. Fong Rui tilted his head, and then operated Hai Wuliang to change his position again. Oh my god, this guy's fighting style is so disgusting and vulgar. An audience member complained. What kind of fighting style is this? What's the point of fighting like this? Come out and fight! Gorgias, who was watching his brother's game in the audience, was a little anxious. It was a pity that Fong Rui couldn't see his cheering. Otherwise, Fong Rui would shake his hair again and express jealousy. Fong Rui's Hai Wuliang had already changed his position, and then operated the airflow. Qigong Master Level 70 Status and Perception Skills. Cloud Body Wind Body. Through airflow perception, as long as the enemy enters the skill range, his whereabouts will be exposed to the Qigong Master's vision. After catching Noah's trace, Hai Wuliang rolled out, and the airflow had been needed in advance in his hands. Boom! Spiral Air Rush. Strangely, Noah did not choose to evade this attack, but took the air wave. But the next second, when Fong Rui wanted to escape from Noah's sight again, he found that he had been locked. Swoosh! Soul Strike Technique. Noah chanted for a moment, and a beam of black light flew towards Hai Wuliang. It's bad, I can't dodge. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Fong Rui's forehead. The black light hit Hai Wuliang, and while suffering from dark magic damage, Hai Wuliang entered a trance state. It's over, Fong Rui's rhythm is disrupted. Xiao Shiqin said. It's time to end, the mouse who likes to hide here and there. Noah's eyes lit up. Noah chanted again, and another beam of black light flew out. This time it was a curved black light. Hai Wuliang ended his trance state, and before Fong Rui could press down the steel bones, the black light hit Hai Wuliang, and the whole person was completely entangled. Binding Technique. The next move is Chaos Rain. Yu Wenzhou said. As expected, Noah used this move, and the bound Hai Wuliang let the purple dark arrows falling from the sky hit him. Although Chaos Rain only caused low dark attribute magic damage, it had a high probability of causing the enemies within the range to fall into chaos. An important reason for this operation is to prevent Hai Wuliang from using steel bones. Zhang Xinjia also knew Noah's purpose. Next move, Death Gate. Yu Wenzhou said. It seems that Captain Yu's calculations are also very accurate. Seeing that Noah really used Death Gate, Li Xian smiled. Unfortunately, I don't have his hand speed. Yu Wenzhou shook his head and smiled. There was still a gap between Noah's soul attack technique and binding technique to fill in a few ordinary attacks, which means that his hand speed is very fast. In Yu Wenzhou's opinion, he himself could not do this. With the Death Gate opened, the suspense of the game was completely killed. Even though Hai Wuliang activated his iron bones before being dragged into the Death Gate, the next second, Noah's Dark Claw directly broke his dominance effect. In the end, Noah defeated Fong Rui's Hai Wuliang at the cost of consuming 64% of his health. It's a pity. Fong Rui's early layout was actually very good in this game, and he knocked down a lot of Noah's status, but Noah's control of timing was too exquisite. He successfully seized the opportunity of Fong Rui's position change, and then entangled him tightly. Li Ba commented on this game. Xiaogua team, there is really no soft persimmon. Noah smiled helplessly. He could clearly feel that the player he was fighting was not at the same level as the previous two. But even such a player, as the strongest player in Australia, he paid a big price. It seems that if we want to break through the group stage, we can only find a breakthrough from Ria and Switzerland. Before the ring match and team match started, Noah had already thought of a way out. He knew very well that there were still many top players in the Xia team who had not played yet, and he was actually pessimistic about the ring match. Oh my god, it was almost there. Fong Rui panted while sitting in the player seat. The wretched Fong was taught a lesson. Li Xian laughed. I felt that my whereabouts were exposed from the moment he saw me. Damn, was it him who opened the cloud body and wind body, or was it me who opened it? Fong Rui complained. It's really amazing. Tang Hao nodded. 2-1, not bad. We should have no problem in the ring match. Yi Xiu smiled and looked at the others. Today's ring match is played by Huang Xiaotian, Sun Xiang and Zhou Zikai. Yi Xiu continued. Woohoo, it's time to let them see how powerful I am. Huang Xiaotian was a little excited. The intensity of the ring match should be very high, you should be careful. Noah said to his teammates when he came back. Don't worry, Captain, we will come back with victory. Curry's Hopman said very confidently. He was the main contributor to the Chiefs team's championship. The double front row formed by Hopman and Gorgias became a high wall that other teams could not overcome. Because of this, Noah in the back could command and output without pressure. Welcome back after the halftime break. This is the live broadcast of the First Glory World Invitational. The upcoming match is the ring match between the Xia team and the Australian team. Let's take a look at the starting lineups of both sides. Panlin broadcast. Team Xia, Huang Xiaotian, ID, Night Rain Occupation, Swordsman. Team Australia, Maluk Milman, ID, Gilman, Occupation, Ammunition Expert. Map, Arena. Oh, this map. Isn't the Australian team in trouble? Libo laughed. He was a little worried about other maps, but this one, no pressure. As early as on the electronic screen, the two knew the list of players for this arena. The arena in the group stage of the World Invitational Tournament is the same as the regular season in China. The list needs to be submitted in advance and cannot be changed. The difference is that they announced it directly, while China did not. Huang Xiaotian, Sun Xiang and Zhou Zikai, who they said here, are all domestic god level. The three of them are holding the characters of the title level. It seems that Team Xia is determined to win this arena. Panlin felt stable when he saw this lineup. Huang Xiaotian is the defending general of Blue Rain, Zhou Zikai is the defending general of Samsara, and Sun Xiang is the starting vanguard of Thunder. This lineup looks very reassuring. The result was right. Australia didn't even last until Zhou Zikai came on the court. After Huang Xiaotian completed a wonderful 1-on-2, the ring match was also a foregone conclusion, and Sun Xiang killed the game. This ammunition expert and the wild swordsman are really good, but it's a pity that my swordsman is better, ha ha ha. I completed a 1-on-2 in my first appearance. Old Yi, do you think I am a little presumptuous, ha ha ha? Huang Xiaotian said excitedly. After Zhou Zikai returned to the player seat, he didn't say anything, but his eyes were fixed on Yi Xiu. Everything is self-evident. Chapter 624. Zhou Zikai felt bitter, but he didn't say it. What's the difference between playing in this World Invitational and playing in Samsara? He couldn't even play in the ring match. I arrange you to start next time. Yi Xiu saw what Zhou Zikai meant and said, yes. After hearing the answer that satisfied him, Zhou Zikai sat next to Zhou Yichen. The singles match ended, and the score was 4-1, with the Xia team temporarily leading. Gorgias in Australia was already anxious like an ant on a hot pot. In his opinion, his brother should lead the team to fight without any grass, but he was beaten into a salmon in the first round. Brother, what should I do? Gorgias said anxiously. Don't worry, what I taught you, you must keep yourself in a calm state all the time, so that you can keep yourself at a good level. Noah said calmly. We are not very good in the singles competition, which is a point that everyone knows. Our advantage lies in teamwork and cooperation. Noah looked at everyone. In the finals, we were also behind in the singles competition, but we turned the situation around in the team competition. We could do it then, and we can do it now. Noah clenched his fist and said, the leader is right, we will definitely win the team competition. Mark McGregor, the Australian priest player in the Atmosphere group, shouted loudly. Australia, we will win. Since the Australian team that came this time was mainly composed of members of the Chiefs team where Noah was, their team competition lineup was very easy to guess. However, the Xiaohua team was a little entangled. Before the game, they trained two different team competition lineups. But today, facing the Chiefs led by Noah, who has comprehensive tactics and agile mind, Yi Xiu decided to play in person. Old Yi, do you really want to play yourself? Huang Xiaotian asked. Of course, let me meet this Noah. Yi Xiu said confidently. In this team game, Wang Xiaotian, you sit on the bench. Yishio nodded at him. Oh my god, I just exerted my strength in the ring game, and you kicked me off. You are not kind. Wang Xiaotian shouted. Okay, go away, I haven't played yet. Zhang Jiala pushed Wang Xiaotian away. We haven't played yet. Chu Yunxiu and Su Mucheng also stood up. Okay, I have already arranged it. I, Wang Jieshi, Zhou Yichen, Zhou Zikai, and Zhang Xinjie will start, and Xiao Shiqin will be the sixth man. Yishio said. Huh? Han Wenqing was a little dissatisfied. How could he not be there? Old Han, the next game is your home court. Yishio said. Thinking about who to play next, Han Wenqing snorted coldly, you said it. As the halftime break ended, after both sides handed in their team match rosters, the two teams walked onto the stage at the signal of the staff. Team Xia, Yishio team leader, ID, Jun Ma Xiao, occupation, full-time solo player. Zhou Yichen, ID, Yu Xingchen, occupation, battle mage. Wang Jieshi, ID, Wang Biuyixing, occupation, magic scholar. Zhou Zikai, ID, Yiqiang Chuanyun, occupation, sharpshooter. Zhang Xinjie, ID, Shi Buzhuan, occupation, priest. The sixth man, Xiao Shiqin, ID, Shenglingmi, occupation, mechanic. Team Australia, Noah J. Gorgias, team leader, ID, Noah, occupation, warlock. JJ Gorgias, ID, Gorgas, occupation, battle mage. Chris Hoffman, ID, Chris, occupation, berserker. John Fitzgerald, ID, Fitzgerald, occupation, knight. Mark McGregor, ID, Mark, occupation, priest. The sixth player, Maluk Milman, ID, Gilman, occupation, ammunition expert. Map, Ancient Roman Colosseum ruins. This map, this player, I understand everything. Li Bao laughed. Which domestic team is the best at playing this map? Samsara is second. No one dares to say first. Yes, and our Xiaohua team's lineup, anyway, for me, I am full of confidence. Pan Lin looked at these six faces, and felt that this team game was already going to win. The starting five, for title-level gods plus a tactical master, Pan Lin didn't know how to lose this game. I let you know how powerful the Australian team is. Gorgia said to Zhou Yichen fiercely before the game. This time Zhou Yichen understood, because he was speaking English. Come on, I hope you can warm me up. Zhou Yichen smiled and transmitted in English. You? Gorgias felt that he was offended. He took a step forward and wanted to grab Zhou Yichen. Zhou Yichen was not afraid either, and leaned forward, with a feeling of come here. The two big guys Zhou Zikai and Wang Jieshi on the side also supported him. Okay Gorgias, you are impulsive again. Noah pushed Gorgias aside, and stood in front of Zhou Yichen. You are strong, but the victory will belong to Australia. Noah's blue eyes radiated golden light. The victory will only belong to our Xiaohua team, Zhou Yichen translated for him. Yishio elbowed Zhou Yichen. We will blow you up. Zhou Yichen translated. The smell of gunpowder between the two sides was already very strong, and Gorgias looked like he wanted to tear Zhou Yichen's mouth to pieces immediately. Let's go! Yishio waved his hand, and the Xiaohua team walked towards the competition seat. Don't pay attention to them, we just need to do our best every step, and victory is inevitable. Noah turned and said to his team members. Yes, leader. Everyone nodded in unison. They unconditionally executed Noah's command and arrangements. 99%, 100%. Yu Xingchen loaded. Yiqiang Chuanyun loaded. Wang Biuyixing loaded. Jun Ma Xiao loaded. Shi Buzhuan loaded. Map, Ancient Roman Colosseum ruins loaded. 3, 2, 1, fight! The countdown ended, and both sides rushed out of the refresh area without any hesitation. How to fight? Zhou Yichen asked. You can't hit them from the front, break through from the side. Yishio commanded in the team voice. The Australian team lineup is a very exaggerated three-front lineup. The knight is in the middle of the three front rows, responsible for taking damage and controlling, and the battle mage and the wild swordsman are responsible for defense and can also make up for some output. The effect of the three-front lineup is that the output in the back will be very comfortable, because if you want to restrict him, you either need to cross the three front rows directly from the front battlefield, or open up the situation from the side. This is also the reason why Yishio did not choose to let Zhang Jiala, Su Mucheng and other firepower players play. Because the best way to deal with such a team with many front lines is to open the situation from the side. Therefore, in terms of lineup selection, Yishio's own Lord Grimm, Wang Jieshi's Wang Buliuxing and Zhou Zekai's one shot through the clouds can all open the situation from the side. Old Wang, you look for opportunities to harass the warlock from the side, they can't do anything to you. Xiao Zhou, you look for opportunities on the other side, and put enough pressure on the opponent. Yichen and I will protect Xinjie. Yi Xiu quickly commanded. Got it. Without the pressure of command, Zhang Xinjie can operate with confidence. Zhou Zekai is the same. Unlike in the reincarnation, he needs to provide direction for the overall situation of the team, but now, he only needs to focus on his own operations and listen to the command. The happiest one among them is Wang Jieshi. Yi Xiu has told him that he can operate without pressure in this game and fly with confidence, and the brothers behind will follow. The game has started. We can see that the Australian side has set up a common 32 formation, with 3 front rows walking in the front, and the priest and the warlock hugging together. Li Ba explained passionately. Compared to the Australian team, the formation of the Xia team is relatively loose, and it is obvious that they want to divide the battle lines to defeat the opponent. Pan Lin talked freely. Yes, it seems that Mr. Pan has put in a lot of effort when he returned. Li Ba praised. That's a must. Pan Lin straightened his chest. He worked hard when he returned, and was abused by others in the arena every day. Be careful of the magic scholar. Noah found out who the most threatening character was when he entered the arena. Although the front 3 had strong frontal impact, the 3 of them had poor air defensibility. Noah also knew about Wang Jieshi before the game, and he even watched Wang Jieshi's past videos. In this regard, Noah used 4 words to evaluate his playing style: unrestrained imagination. He had never seen such an imaginative and free-spirited mage. In the Australian League, there are very few players who play mage. Brother, what is there to be afraid of a mage? Gorgias said disdainfully, thinking that this fancy character was not as good as a battle mage. Look at me killing him in seconds. Gorgias rushed towards Wang Buliuxing in a hurry, but Wang Jieshi ignored him, and successfully flew Wang Buliuxing to the sky he was familiar with. Come down if you dare, you coward who can only fly. Gorgias sent a text in the public channel to mock. Wang Jieshi naturally understood this English sentence, but he didn't want to pay attention to people with bad brains. In his eyes, this brother of Noah seemed to have a serious illness, with little ability and a big temper. Wang Buliuxing sprinkled silver powder at Gorgas, dispersing the powder. Gorgias controlled Gorgas to take a step back to avoid it, but he was shot in the head the next second. It was Zhou Zekai's shot through the clouds, so accurate, every shot hit the head. Li Ba praised. F*K, why are you targeting me? Gorgias got angry. Calm down, JJ. Don't let your emotions control your brain. Noah said. Yes, brother. Hearing Noah's words, Gorgias immediately wilted. The other battle mage suddenly became serious. Zhang Xinjie was a little unbelievable. The change was so great in an instant. Well, his brother is still his brother after all. Yi Xiu nodded. Gorgias embarked on the professional road because of his brother, so he listened to Noah very much. But the problem was that, except for Noah, Gorgias would not listen to anyone in the team. This also led to a problem, that is, if Noah was eliminated first, the Australian team would instantly become a mess. Especially JJ Gorgias. So the strategy of the Xia team was very simple: attack Noah fiercely. As long as Noah was eliminated, it would be very easy to take down Australia. Lao Wang, go and harass the warlock Xiao Zhou. Your target is the priest. As long as you get close, they can't help but return to defense. Yi Xiu was still arranging everyone's work. Yichen, the internet said that Australia's frontal attack is unbreakable. Let's try it ourselves, and see if we can break it. No problem, I beat the shit out of them. Zhou Yichen said, operating Yu Xingchen to move forward quickly, and pushed away Hopman's mad swordsman Chris with a shot, and turned to stab Gorgia. Lord Grimm's firepower cover followed closely, and the 1,000 machine umbrella form switched to gun form. Beep beep beep, Garrett. Brother, their target is me. Gorgia said anxiously. I've told you so many times, call your positions during the game. Hopman and Fitzgerald, you two should cover JJ. Their goal won't be so simple. While Noah was commanding, he also had to be careful to deal with Wang Buliuxing in the sky, which made him feel very uncomfortable. The reason why Yu Xingchen could kill so comfortably was that Noah used all his skills to restrict Wang Buliuxing. Lava Flask, Magic Ray. This is a magician, a real magician. Li Ba swallowed his saliva. So cool. Pan Lin didn't know what words to use to describe the scene. Wang Buliuxing in the air completely restricted Noah and the Australian priest by himself. What surprised Li Ba even more was that Zhou Zekai's shot from the side caught up with Wang Jieshi's pace. Wang Jieshi, you are laughing. On the other side of the earth, Fang Shiqian and Deng Fusheng, who were watching this game, laughed. They haven't seen Wang Jieshi laugh like this for a long time. The last time Fang Shiqian saw him was when Wang Jieshi debuted in the 3rd season. Even if he won the championship in the 5th season, Wang Jieshi didn't have such a happy effect. He was more relieved of pressure. In the 4th season, Wang Jieshi chose to transform. Although Wei Chao still advanced to the semifinals, this was not what all Wei Chao members hoped for. They have been in the semifinals many times, but they have never entered the finals. At that time, Wang Jieshi didn't know whether it was the right choice for Tiny Herb to seal the magician and play the team-type magic scholar. Finally, in the 5th season, Wang Jieshi found it. He led the team to the finals for the first time and won the first championship in team history. After that, he entered the finals 3 times in a row. Unfortunately, it ended with 2 runner-ups. No one doubted whether Wang Jieshi's level had declined. They were all thinking, who in Tiny Herb could help Wang Jieshi? At least they didn't see it after Fang Shiqian and Deng Fusheng retired. As Wang Jieshi's emperor and queen, Fang Shiqian actually knew that Wang Jieshi preferred to use the magician style of play. He sacrificed too much for Tiny Herb. But today, on the stage of the World Invitational, Wang Jieshi can fully release his talent. Chapter 625. Watching Wang Bulixing dominate the air, all the members of Wei Chao made the same movements in different places. They clenched their fists and cheered for their captain in their hearts. This is the real Wang Jieshi. This is the real magician. No wonder Captain Yi arranged the personnel in this way. Yu Wenzhou smiled. At this moment, he finally understood why Yi Xiu arranged the troops in this way. Why? Wang Xiaoyan asked in confusion. The key to defeating Australia lies in Wang Jieshi. The magic scholar is the most troublesome point for the Australian team. You can see on the court that Noah was beaten so hard that he had no intention of commanding. The 3 front row of Australia are famous puppets. Without Noah's command, these 3 people are like headless flies and don't know what to do. Yu Wenzhou analyzed with a smile. Yu Xingchen and Jun Mashi really had no pressure facing the front row of the Australian trio, and Zhang Xinjie in the back was even more so. He had never played such an easy game. As a priest, he didn't have to do anything. The only thing he had to do was to heal his teammates. How could the game be so simple? Zhang Xinjie recalled his own tyranny. What a hard life it was. Old Wang, you are too strong, you might as well kill them all by yourself. Yi Xiu teased. Don't be funny. This priest can't hold on any longer. Be careful of these 3 people's counterattack. Wang Jieshi said calmly. Don't worry, Captain Wang, these 3 people are stupid. Zhou Yichen complained. Focus on that battle mage. Noah finally found an opportunity to command and gave instructions to the 3 people. The 3 who received the command seemed to have opened a mechanical key and rushed towards Yu Xingchen. Fuck, I'm really convinced. It's fine if I'm targeted in China, but why am I targeted when I come abroad? Zhou Yichen said that he had no words to say. It seems that everyone likes to focus on him first, regardless of whether he can be killed or not. Anyway, setting this gold standard is correct. Collapse. Hopman's Chris slashed at Yu Xingchen with a knife, and Fitzgerald's knife followed closely, making a mocking gesture to Yu Xingchen. Provocation. Fitzgerald successfully mocked his opponent, and Gorgias was ecstatic. It was time for him to take action. However, the next second, Yu Xingchen flashed a light, and instantly got out of the mocking state. Focus! Yu Xingchen raised his spear to block Gorgias' sweeping tyrant. Gorgias didn't want to retreat, but a magic circle had been generated under his feet. Strange, there is no ghost swordsman. Gorgias looked puzzled. It was obvious that Gorgias did not listen to a word of Noah's special explanation to them before the game. He subconsciously retreated towards the character, but Sher Bourgeois at the back of the Xia team had quietly risen. Sky wings. Captain Zhang, the negative state was lifted just right. Zhou Yichen praised. Well, now I understand why Fang Minghua would focus on you alone. Zhang Xinjie smiled. Zhou Yichen's Yu Xingchen directly blocked the attack of the 3 front rows of Australia by himself. Jun Mashi did nothing and just slacked off, and no one paid attention to him. If there were such teammates on the front of the team competition, Zhang Xinjie would also be willing to ignore everything and focus only on Yu Xingchen. Sword formation. Jun Mashi chanted the simplest ghost formation, and the sword soul will provide positive effects to teammates in the ghost formation, namely strength and intelligence. Hey, what kind of role is this person? The foreign audiences who didn't know what was going on in the audience began to discuss. I don't know, isn't he a gunner? Someone asked in confusion. Look at his weapon, it will change, so cool. It's so cool in the eyes of the audience. but it's like a virus in the eyes of Australia. Silver light falling blade. Jun Mashu avoided the mad swordsman. Yu Xingchen took advantage of the opportunity, and Halong Pejuan took action and stabbed Gorgas, who was retreating. With the injection of strong magic fighting spirit, his whole body was knocked out. Hookman controlled the mad swordsman to make up the knife, but Jun Mashu was faster. Poof! Draw the sword and cut. As the two generals fell to the ground, the front three of Australia were completely defeated. Yi Xiu and Zhou Yichen did not hesitate at all and ran towards the Australian priest, McGregor's mark. The goal of the Xia team has always been the priest hidden behind. Li Bai explained excitedly. At this time, Jun Mashu and Yu Xingchen, Yixiang Chuanyun and Wang Buliexing in the sky formed a triangle kill on the Australian back row. Noah's brain was highly focused at this time. He was looking for a way to crack it. Finally, his eyes looked at Yixiang Chuanyun, who was constantly moving and shooting. Go to the direction of the sharpshooter, and the knights come to cover. Noah commanded. Got it. Fitzgerald, the only one standing in the front row, quickly started to charge and approached, and then set up a shield to resist the damage for Noah and McGregor's mark. At this time, Zhou Zekai's gun pierced the clouds and retracted his two guns, running directly towards the three people. With a flip of his hand, a grenade was thrown out. Seeing this, Noah controlled the character to use ordinary attacks to knock away the grenade, but the next second, a grenade had quietly rolled to the middle of the three people. Boom! An explosion sounded, and a strong shock wave spread out immediately. The knight with the highest defense was knocked down by the shock wave, and the warlock and priest flew backwards directly. Explosive grenade? Look, it's a grenade. Am I right? This character can also use the skills of the ammunition expert. Is he a full-time player? Jun Mashu's performance caused a lot of discussion among the audience. Is it too early to let Jun Mashu appear at the beginning? Sun Xiong asked. In his opinion, Jun Mashu is definitely a killer for foreign teams. No need. He has already been exposed in the finals. Foreign teams will go to see it as long as they are not stupid. Yu Wenzhou said. Yes, Australia is actually wary of Yixiu's Lord Grimm, but they don't seem to be afraid of Gorgias at all. Chu Yunxiu said. This brother, is he a fool? Li Xian shouted. After watching the whole game, he felt that this person had skills, but no brains, and from his demeanor, he was a bit arrogant. It's time to end it, Yixiu said in the team voice channel. Yixian Chuanyun used the stepping shot to pass Fitzgerald and hit Noah, who wanted to chant a skill with a knee strike. It's broken. Noah frowned. Being suspended in the air is definitely bad news for a warlock. Sure enough, the next second, Yu Xingchen rushed up and took the baton handed over by Yixian Chuanyun. The magic scholar landed, ice powder attached to the extinction stardust, and a broom hit Mark. It was a pipe dream for him to escape under the deceleration effect. Jun Mashu followed up, and slid to knock Mark down directly. Then the Thousand Machine Umbrella changed its form into a spear form, and successfully picked up the opponent with one shot. Can you save him? Priest McGregor shouted in the team voice, and now the two of them are in urgent need of support. Here, don't worry, Gorgias shouted. McGregor's face turned red. Don't worry, I'm going to be killed by these three monsters. Save the priest. Noah also issued an order at this time. If he died, the team still had a chance. If the priest died, the opponent would shrink the formation, and then there would be no play. You have to know that the opponent's sixth person is still a mechanic with continuous output, and according to his understanding, Jun Mashu's character can also bring treatment. However, at this time, differences appeared. Hopman and Fitzgerald chose to rescue the priest, but Gorgias ran towards Yu Xingchen first. Hey, why did the three Australians split up? Do they want to have both? But is there a possibility that they can't have both? Li Bo asked in confusion. In his opinion, in this situation, the priest must be rescued, but as a frontal attacker, Gorgias chose to rescue his brother Noah. The consequence of this disagreement may be that the priest is out, and Noah cannot be rescued. Yo, you're coming for me. I think you're looking for shit in the toilet. Yu Xingchen's falling flower palm blasted Noah away, and then the wind rolling clouds followed by fighting the mountains and rivers, and when Gorgias arrived, the cloud effect was generated. What the hell? Gorgias was stunned. He had only seen this kind of scene on the internet, but he had never used it in the game because he felt that battle mages did not need such fancy things. But now, the fancy things in his eyes completely blocked his vision, and became a roadblock on his way to rescue his brother. On the other side, Hopeman and Fitzgerald had brute force, but they could not completely resolve the offensive of the Xia team. As Jun Mashu exploded, Wang Bulixing opened the broom whirlwind, and the strong airflow directly swept Mark away. A gun piercing the cloud slid to an open space, and when Mark fell, Barrett loaded a gun and successfully killed him. A gun piercing the cloud killed Mark. Mark, out. The priest died. Australia fell into an absolute passive situation, and Gorgias on the other side did not save Noah. Both of them lost. Li Ba held back his laughter. Too suffocating. This was Noah's first feeling when facing Zhou Yichen. Zhou Yichen's attack made him feel suffocated. In China, Noah was always surrounded by opponents. But this time, in the first game of the World Invitational, he faced Zhou Yichen. One person gave him a sense of pressure from the whole team. What's more exaggerated is that even if Gorgias came to meet him, he was not panicked at all. He was suppressing the two brothers Noah by himself. Focus on the warlock. The moment he killed the priest with a headshot, Yi Xiu immediately gave the order to switch fire. Wang Bulixing controlled his body, and turned around to rush towards Noah. He turned around quickly and swept Gorgas, who wanted to use a big move, to the side. A gun Chuanyan used the furious shot to shoot the Australian swordsman, and the powerful recoil directly pushed him away. Not to mention Jun Ma Xiao, a ninjutsu directly disappeared in front of the two people. The two people stared at both sides with wide eyes, as if saying, "What the hell?" In an instant, the people in the original main battlefield dispersed, leaving only Mark's body gradually dissipating in the air. Get rid of Noah before their sixth person arrives. Yi Xiu commanded calmly. No problem, his blood volume has reached the bottom. Lao Wang, leave it to you. Zhou Yichen shouted. Yes. Wang Jieshi responded, and then a lightning chain accurately hit Noah. Looking at the bursts of white light rising from his body, Noah knew that he was doomed. The light of the Holy Commandment. Shirbuzhuan chanted the Bible in the air. The usually beautiful Bible sounded like a soul-stealing death song to Noah. Poof! As Wang Bulixing swept Noah towards Yuxingshin, Zhou Yichen was quick-witted and stabbed Noah with both hands. Angry dragon piercing the heart, Yuxingshin killed Noah. Noah, out. With Noah, the brain of the Australian team, out, the remaining three people plus the ammunition expert, who came over completely became a mess. Although they finally succeeded in replacing Yuxingshin, the only one they could touch, they paid the price of the whole team. With the last Australian character, Fitzgerald's Knight, falling, the first team match of Group C ended. Glory! Let us congratulate the Xia team for winning the first game of the group stage, and it was a 9-1 victory. Australia only got 1 point from the Xia team. You should know that before the game, Australia's ranking among the teams favored by foreign media was not low. Pan Lin announced the result of the game. Yes, in the rankings of foreign media, the Xia team is ranked second, the German tank is ranked first, and the Ying team is ranked third. Li Ba added. Nice. The first battle was a victory, and both the foreign student fans and others were very excited. For the Xia team, this is a good start. But for the Australian team, it was a bit uncomfortable because they only got a small score, and their hope of advancing was instantly extinguished by half. Our lineup is too strong, Li Ba said proudly. With these faces in front of him, he didn't know how to lose. Yes, these players are famous for their big hearts in China, especially Zhou Yichen and Wang Jieshi. Their performance today was very eye-catching. Pan Lin commented. Zhou Yichen debuted on the international stage for the first time. As the starter of the Xia team, he was actually under great pressure. But Zhou Yichen used his perfect personal performance to prove to the world that he is not only the #1 battle mage in China, but also the #1 battle mage in the world. His performance in the team competition was also remarkable. Needless to say, magician Wang Jieshi completely liberated himself in the team competition, and Noah was unable to distract himself from commanding. Australia is good at relying on a solid three-front lineup to play flat push and positional warfare, but today, they were disintegrated. Their front row is like a puppet. Once Noah doesn't pull the thread, the three of them don't know what to do. Of course, it's mainly in China, and these three brothers have never experienced such a high intensity. In the eyes of the Australian team, the Xiaodui team is still too high. Chapter 626. As the Xiaodui team defeated Australia with a score of 9-1, they also successfully topped Group C. And the Xiaodui team also became the fastest representative team to finish the game among the four groups. Group A is currently playing a team match between England and Sweden. In the individual competition stage, England leads Sweden 2-1. The most eye-catching one is their talented teenager Jellyfish. He also debuted at the age of 14, which is very similar to Lu Hanwen of the domestic team Blue Rain, and he also plays a swordsman. But the difference is that under the leadership of big brother Jake Howlett, He debuted at the peak and successfully helped the team win the English League Championship. Jake Howlett, the boss of the British team, currently has 4 championships. For this name, Chinese people may not be familiar with it, but if you mention his ID, many people may suddenly realize that it was him, Boaster. He is known as the god in charge of command in Europe. His command has been interpreted by many domestic bloggers. However, for Boaster, although he has 4 championships, he only has 1 championship in the Europa League. In last year's finals, the team led by Boaster successfully met with Poke's German tank, but in the face of hard power, it was too difficult for Boaster to save the situation by commanding. In the single-player event, Poke defeated 3 players and directly defeated the player's desire to win the championship. But there is no doubt that Boaster's command is still unique in Europe. The challenge between England and Sweden was successfully won by Sweden, and Sweden currently has a score of 3-2. But judging from the current situation of the team competition, England is leading. England's layout is too good. The Xia country team, which finished the game, also went to the area where Group A is located. The venue in Zurich is very large, and the organizer deliberately separated an area in the middle. The advantage of this is that 2 games can be broadcast. In the knockout stage, the middle area will be merged into one area. After the Xia country team and the Australian team finish playing, the competition venue will naturally be reserved for the first match of Group B, which will be played between Germany and Russia. Grudge game. Before the game started, the atmosphere between the 2 sides had become heated. This caused Zhou Yichen and others to slip directly to the other side to watch the team game between England and Sweden. As the head of the family, Yi Xiu and others naturally had to follow. Seeing the deployment of the England team game, even Yi Xiu, who is a textbook of glory, had to sigh that Boaster's command was too beautiful. He can always see where the loopholes of the enemy are. The grasp of the battle situation is too accurate. Zhang Xinjie commented. It feels like Sweden is doomed. Seeing that the priest of the Swedish team was killed by England, this game basically lost its suspense. Yes, the victory should belong to England. Yuan Zhou nodded. As expected, England shrank its formation and fought a tug-of-war with Sweden. In the end, relying on Boaster's guardian angel, England successfully wore Sweden down. As the word glory flashed on the stage, England's commander Boaster also took off his headphones and danced on the spot. 7-3, England won the first match of Group A, and they are one step closer to qualifying. Sweden, on the other hand, was a little uncomfortable. Their hope of advancing to the next round was very slim after losing to England, because they knew that they might not be able to defeat England even if they gave their lives. Oh, so hot! Zhou Yichen teased. It's a very interesting player. Xiao Shiqin commented with a smile. He had also seen some slices of Boaster on the internet. He was a very interesting person. The German team and the Russian team have already started fighting. Li Xian ran over breathlessly and said, Isn't this normal? Which round have they played? Chu Yunxiu asked in confusion. It's not a game, ahem. I mean they are fighting. Li Xian said with his hands on his knees. Oh my god, it's so exciting. Hearing this news, Zhou Yichen immediately wanted to go over to see the excitement and eat melons. Don't watch it, what's going on? Yi Xiu pulled Zhou Yichen and asked Li Xian. This is what happened. It turned out that the 2 teams had already disliked each other before the game. The Russian team even threatened to kill the number 1 German team. Although Poke didn't say anything, his cold eyes said it all. So in the first game of the individual competition, Poke, who was ranked 3rd in the challenge competition, started directly and completely defeated the Russian players with an extremely strong attitude. The Russian team naturally refused to accept it, so in the second game, they sent the stronger but most irritable brother in the team. And the German team didn't know if they were making trouble, but they sent Seifred, who was average at playing knights, but was really good at talking and bragging. So the public channel became a bombing zone for the 2. The Russian brother was affected in his mentality, and finally lost regretfully. But he was definitely not convinced, thinking that the German team would only swipe the screen to mess up the mentality. Seifred was also not convinced, and said the classic saying in China. If you can't beat them, you can't beat them. If you can't afford to lose, don't play. Then the Russian brother exploded and punched Seifred into a panda eye. Fortunately, the referee was tall and strong and very powerful, and successfully prevented the other party from wanting to start a group offline. In the end, the Russian brother was sentenced to a lifetime ban, and Seifred was also banned for 2 games until the knockout round. In the subsequent games, the public channel was simply unbearable to watch. Neither side swore, after all, swearing would get a yellow card, and they kept swiping the screen. In the end, the director directly banned the public channel, which was the first time in an international game. I knew that when these two teams met, the blood level would definitely be full. Fang Rui said. By the time the Xiaogui team returned to the stadium, the German team and the Russian team had already reached the team match, with a score of 4-1, and the German team was temporarily in the lead. Interestingly, neither team chose to bring a priest in the team match, and the starting five were very violent. Purely a battle of muscles. You know, the reputation of the German tanks depends not only on muscles, but also on their tactics and cooperation. But in the first game today, they abandoned tactics and only played muscles. It was so cool to see every punch hit the flesh, Zhou Yichen said excitedly. He never thought that one day, the glory game would have such a strong visual impact. This poke is a bit difficult. Yuan Zhou frowned. Yes, he is probably the only rational person in the whole field. Yishio nodded. His boxing skills are strong and methodical. Captain Han, you have met your match, Xiao Shiqin said, adjusting his glasses. Humph. Han Wenqing snorted coldly, but his eyes were full of fighting spirit. I didn't expect that Germany would directly replace the commander in order to fight with Russia. Zhang Xijie shook his head and said. He originally wanted to see the operation of the German team's magician QP, but as the main commander of the team, he didn't appear at all. These two teams, after the team competition, will have another offline game. Zhou Yichen's mouth curled up slightly. He liked watching people fight the most. That's enough. Chu Yunqiu rolled his eyes, and then tapped Zhou Yichen's forehead with his hand. Because there was no priest, the rhythm of both sides was unusually fast. In the end, the German team won the victory, and the Russian fighting nation could only regretfully lose. 9-1, the German team won the first victory in Group B. Although the match between the Xiaogui team and the Australian team was also 9-1, the impact of the match was definitely stronger between the German team and the Russian team. After all, the latter group was very interesting before, during, and even after the game. Sure enough, after the team competition, the German team did not choose to go to the Russian side to shake hands with the opponent. Instead, after packing up the peripherals, they went directly to the stage. It was simple. It was not that they did not respect it, but they were mainly afraid of being left there. Although the German team was also tall and strong, the Russian guys were obviously not easy to mess with. The most important thing is that they are afraid that the opponent will be beaten to a pulp, and then they will both be eliminated early. One was suspended, and the other went to the hospital. The organizers also understood this, so at the moment the team competition ended, the barrier in the middle was separated. Obviously, they were also afraid that the two teams would fight offline. After seeing the end of the game, the Xiaogui team also chose to leave and go to another venue, because they were afraid that the fire in the city gate would affect the fish in the pond. Group D is currently playing between France and Italy. Like the England team, the captain of the French team is not the main output position of the team, but a healer. Their captain Camus Dun Charpentier, was the champion of the first European League, but after that, he never won this honor again. He once changed his position, from the priest to the sharpshooter, but after the change of position, the team's performance did not develop in a good direction, but worse. So after Camus used the sharpshooter for a year, he still switched back to the familiar priest. Of course, the most important thing is that they found the most suitable sharpshooter, Matthew Herbaud. After that, the French team made great progress, but facing the German tank led by Poke, the huge gap in strength caused a major blow to the confidence of the French team. The players in the team had no spirit even before the team competition was over. In this World Invitational, under the leadership of Camus, the French team was ready to go, and the grouping was still very good for them. After the individual competition, the Italian team temporarily led 2-1, but the French team quickly caught up in the challenge competition. The team competition has already started for a while. This Camus' command. Zhang Xijie, who is also a priest player and a team commander, can't describe Camus' style. His playing style is very gentle, but there is conspiracy hidden under the gentleness. The French team is a typical one-way fast-push team, and their actions at the beginning are very slow. In the statistics of the European League team competition, G2 is the team with the least mid-lane at the beginning. Except for the priest, the other 4 of their 5 people are scattered to explore information. Then they will feed back the collected information to Camus. The advantage of this is that Camus can immediately judge the direction of the enemy through a large amount of information. The disadvantage is that once they encounter a team with very strong individual strength, they can easily be broken through by a single point. Every time they face the German tank and see Poke's face, several people on the French team are scared and have psychological shadows. Very slow, but effective. Yuan Zhou commented. No wonder they were exposed by the Germans. Zhou Yichen nodded. It was too slow. The Germans would not just wait for you to come and get information. But it was obvious that Italy was not that kind of team. The French team only needed to play steadily to win. Although the process was not easy, at least the ending was good. The French team defeated the Italian team 8-2 and won their first victory in the group stage. As the word glory flashed on the computer screen, Camus also breathed a sigh of relief. The first day of the group stage ends here. See you tomorrow. Pan Lin and Lieba in the broadcasting room were eager to finish and get off work early. In fact, they didn't need to broadcast the game after the Xiaogui team's game ended, but in order to maintain the popularity of the World Invitational, the two had to bite the bullet and commentate. The game between the German team and the Russian team directly woke the two up, but due to the conflict between the players on the field, this game was directly cut off, and the two regretted it for a long time. The last time, the team game between the French team and the Italian team was simply torture because the pace was too slow. Pan Lin and Lieba had long been accustomed to the fast pace of the country. This time, watching the foreign game was as uncomfortable as constipation. The first day of the game ended. Group A, England defeated Sweden 7-3, Group B, Germany defeated Russia 9-1, Group C, Xiaogui defeated Australia 9-1, Group D, France defeated Italy 8-2. The next day, the Xiaogui team did not play, and Group C was going to play the game between the Riyadh team and the Swiss team. Therefore, after returning to the hotel, everyone started the review activity without stopping. Although the first game was a big win, the players still exposed some problems. After the 4 games, foreign media also reported on them. Among them, the performances of Xiaogui players Zhou Yichen and Wang Jieshi were highly praised. Of course, the largest amount of coverage was the match between Germany and Russia. France and Italy were ignored, but Camus was not annoyed. In his opinion, it was best not to be noticed, because no one would study them. Okay, everyone, let's still train by disrupting the lineup as before. After getting up early and having breakfast, Yi Xiu organized the players to start today's training match. Their next opponent is the host Swiss team, so they need to come up with a lineup that can target them. The advantage of the Xiaogui team is that they have a large number of players, and the lineup is not fixed. Today's team competition blue team is Chapter 627. On a day of rest, after reviewing yesterday's game against Australia, the Xia team immediately started training. This training was also very clear, to prepare for tomorrow's game against Switzerland. In the eyes of Yi Xiu and others, Switzerland's overall strength is much stronger than Australia. Captain Alexander Amadeus is considered by foreign media to be the first mage in Europe. His team O-ring defeated the German tank led by Poke, and Amadeus's mage play is actually very similar to Wang Jieshi's. Unrestrained imagination. Unlike Australia, Australia's strength will be greatly reduced as long as Noah is killed. But Switzerland is different. In addition to Amadeus, they have several other stable firepower points. Henry Nobel III, the attacker in the O-ring team, has created an output environment for Amadeus's attack many times. Resolute 1-on is the best player in the European mechanics, but of course their weakness is also obvious, that is, there is no profession that can truly protect the priest. After considering this, O-ring specially introduced a warlock player, Randy Park, to protect the priest Peter Lambiel in the team. Today's team competition lineup, Alpha team is Zhou Yichen, Wang Jieshi, Fang Rui, Zhang Xinjie and Su Maicheng, and the 6th person is Chu Yunxiu. Yi Xiu announced the team competition lineups of the red and blue teams. Omega team is Han Wenqing, Huang Xiaoyan, Yu Wenzhou, Sun Xiang and I act as a healer, and the 6th person is Tang Hao. After the list was announced, everyone started to discuss. Why does the configuration of the Alpha team look so familiar to me? Li Xian pinched his chin and thought. Isn't this just a copy of Excellent Era? Zhang Jiala rolled his eyes at Yi Xiu. Battle mages, Qigong masters, and gunners just turn the magic swordsman, who controls the field, into a stronger magic scholar. Omega team, if they charge, won't the blue team be able to stop them? Xiao Shiqin thought. Everyone realized that the quality of the Omega team was not worse than that of the Alpha team, and was even better. Needless to say, the final result was that the Omega team, with 3 titles and 2 tactical masters in the starting lineup, won the final victory. Why don't you just not retire, and switch to our blue rain to play priests? Huang Xiaoyan said while hugging Yi Xiu. Zhou Yichen was depressed in this game. As a priest killer, he was defeated by Yi Xiu for the first time. Throughout the game, even though Zhou Yichen forced his way past the front row of the Omega team and broke through to Yi Xiu's face, But the opponent was not panicked at all, and even played with Zhou Yichen's positioning and body movements. Zhou Yichen is really a monster. Li Xian smacked his lips. Just now, Yu Xingchen forced his way past the desert smoke, the night rain and the autumn leaf, and forced his way to the faces of Yi Xiu and Yu Wenzhou, which made his buddies dumbfounded. Why does it feel like Zhou Yichen's breakthrough is as easy as crossing the road in the early morning? No wonder the team leader always brings Zhou Yichen with him, no matter how the lineup changes. He is really useful. Tang Hao's eyes lit up. Why doesn't Wen Hao have such a player? With Zhou Yichen in the front, the strength will increase a lot whether it is offense or defense. When will Zhou Yichen's contract end? Wang Jieshi muttered in the corner with his head down. After playing a few games, Wang Jieshi found that he and Zhou Yichen had a strong chemical reaction, which he had not expected before. So after the training game, he secretly called the club manager to ask when Zhou Yichen's contract expired. As soon as the call was over, Wang Jieshi turned around and met Zhou Zikai. Looking at Zhou Zikai staring at him without saying a word, Wang Jieshi was a little embarrassed. He was caught on the spot for poaching others. Hey, good luck in the game, Wang Jieshi said, and quickly fled the scene. After reviewing the game in the afternoon, Yi Xiu and others also confirmed the list of players for tomorrow's match against the Swiss team. The next day, the first game was Group A. The Ingwe team played against the Canadian team. This game can be said to be the one with the biggest gap in strength. Canada was originally here to make up the numbers. Logically, his position should have been given to Greece, but the organizers felt that there were too many European teams. So, Greece was really miserable. Team Ing might be our final opponent, Yi Xiu said. Team Xia's match was in the second round, and they would have to wait until Team Ing and Team Canada finished their match before it was their turn. Looking at the man with glasses walking at the front of the team, even Yi Xiu felt a little pressure from his strong aura. What a strong aura, Zhou Yichen said in surprise. Very strong, Zhou Zikai said. At this time, the leader of Team Ing looked at Team Xia, who were sitting in the audience preparing for the match, and waved his hand before walking towards the player seats. What's his name? Li Xian asked. Faker, Li Xianhe. Compared to the orderly Ingwe team, where everyone except Faker stood to discuss tactics, the Canadian team was much more casual. They were even discussing what to eat after the game, and they were in a good mood. This man is the undisputed god of Ingwe glory, Zhang Xinjie said, adjusting his glasses. How god is he? Fang Rui looked puzzled. Since his debut, the team he led has never lost a finals, and the champion of Ingwe division has been completely monopolized, Zhang Xinjie said. Awesome. Fang Rui gave a thumbs up. This is a real god. There are many players from Ingwe team too. Chu Yunxiu noticed that the number of players from Ingwe team was almost the same as theirs. We can't be careless, Han Wenqing said. Hello. At this time, Jake Howlett, the captain of the England team, also known as Boaster, walked towards the Xiaodui team. Hello. Are you here to survey the enemy? Zhou Yichen communicated in English. Yes, I remember you. Your battle mage is so strong, Boaster said excitedly. Thank you. With Boaster, the atmosphere of the two teams was very harmonious. At this time, the lights on the stage were turned off as soon as possible, and the two teams stopped communicating, because they knew that both sides of the game were ready, and the second game of Group A officially began. Let us congratulate the Ingwe team for defeating the Canadian team 10-0. It was a really exciting game. The next day, Bei and Li Ju broadcast the game. In the first game, when the two saw the data of both sides, they knew that the result was no suspense. But what they didn't expect was that the Canadian team was beaten so badly, from the individual competition to the ring competition, and then to the final team competition, the Canadian players were completely powerless to fight back. The English team watching this game in the audience was silent. Even the optimistic Boaster frowned. Their teamwork is great, Yu Wenzhou said. The Ingwe team should be the best team he has ever seen except their team. Even the German tanks can't compare with them in discipline. Come on! Zhou Yichen encouraged the England team on the side. I hope they don't beat us as easily as crossing the road, Boaster joked. The Ingwe team scored the first 0 in the first game, and even the Canadians, who didn't care about the result of the game, were a little embarrassed. It's so embarrassing. The game ended very early here, and the team competition was over. On the other side, the second game of Group B, the team competition between Denmark and Norway, had just begun. In the singles match, the Norwegian team temporarily led 3-2. However, since the match between Ingwe and Canada had ended, the Xiaodui team had to prepare to play, and there was no time to inquire about the situation there. The English team did not choose to watch the match of Group B, but returned to the lounge as a team. Their next opponent was Ingwe, and the English team suddenly felt a lot of pressure. Especially after watching the command and cooperation of Ingwe team in the team match, he felt that Faker, the player, was not inferior to himself in command. An important reason why England has maintained a stable record is Boaster's command, but now, they find that this point seems to no longer be an advantage. Play well in the group stage first, and we will meet them in the second round of the knockout stage. Yishio clapped his hands. Whether it is the Xiaogui team or the Ingwe team, it is almost certain that they will be the first in the group. The first round of the knockout stage is the first in the group against the second in the group, so the two teams will not meet in the first round. If the half zone is separated, the two sides can only meet in the finals of the World Invitational Tournament. At this time, the Swiss players also came to the scene, and Wang Jieshi and Amadeus looked at each other from a distance. After confirming their eyes, they are destined opponents. Finally, it's the turn of the Xiaogui team. The second game of Group C will be played by the Xiaogui team against the Swiss team. Although we won the first game against the Australian team, the Swiss team is not a soft persimmon today, Li Ju said, taking out the materials prepared by the competition area. Yes, the main players of the Swiss team are all from the O-ring team. O-ring is the big four of the European League. They have never fallen out of the top four. They are the rulers of the domestic league, and have won the European League championship. They are very strong. Cup added. The main player of the team, Amadeus, is the first magic scholar in Europe, and the first in the history of O-ring. He is very strong. In the foreign media's magic scholar rankings, Amadeus ranks first, and behind him is our Xiaogui player Wang Jieshi. Li Ju said. In addition to Amadeus, Henry Nobel III, Islamabad Mohammed, Rezalet One-On, several people have been selected as All-Stars of the European League many times. Of course, the one who has entered the European League All-Stars the most times is definitely Amadeus. Since his debut, he has never failed to be selected. Li Ju said. Amadeus is the real number one in the Swiss Glory Circle. This time he is also the captain leading the team. Hello. Amadeus stretched out his left hand to Yishio. Hello. Yishio shook the hand that Amadeus stretched out. The smell of gunpowder suddenly rose, and Amadeus' eyes were full of fighting spirit. He watched the game between the Xiaogui team and the Australian team the day before yesterday, and the strength of the Xiaogui team made him very excited. Look forward to playing against you. Amadeus looked at Wang Jieshi behind him. The last time he saw such a powerful magic scholar was when he debuted. Me too. Wang Jieshi nodded in response. His eyes were also full of fighting spirit. Wang Jieshi can give full play to the international competition. He does not need to carry the team on his shoulders like he did in Tiny Herb. Wang Jieshi is now a real magician. At the signal of the staff, both sides returned to their respective seats. Yishio took the battle list and began to fill in the list of players for the individual competition. Starting, let me think. Yishio smiled and looked at everyone. Me. Huang Xiaoyan stretched out his hand. You go to the side, I do it. Zhou Yichen pulled Huang Xiaoyan aside and squeezed in. No, it's my turn this time. Zhang Jiala shouted. He hasn't made his debut yet. What about me? Li Xian looked blankly. He was here to play the game, not to cheer for the team below. We haven't played either, okay. Chu Yunxiu and Su Mucheng said helplessly. Okay, this time starting lineup. Sun Xiang will be on. Yishio looked at Sun Xiang, who was silent on the side. Me? Sun Xiang pointed at himself. He was a little surprised by Yishio's arrangement, because he felt that it would not be his turn to start no matter what. If I'm not mistaken, the opponent's starting player should be Henry Nobel III, who also plays a battle mage. Yishio laughed. Then I should be sent to play. Zhou Yichen said. Then you don't play in the team match. Yishio looked at Zhou Yichen. Well, forget it, Er Xiang is in your hands, beat him to death. Zhou Yichen patted Sun Xiang's shoulder. Compared to individual matches, Zhou Yichen still prefers playing team matches. Hey, what about me? Huang Xiaoyan pointed at himself. You go play on the side. Zhang Jiala pushed Huang Xiaoyan away with his butt. My second game, okay. Zhang Jiala looked at Yishio with a firm look. Okay. Yishio nodded, yeah. Zhang Jiala nodded. The negotiation was successful. Then I will change players for the team competition, Yishio said with a smile. Ah? Zhang Jiala looked at Yishio with empty eyes. Ha ha ha. I am dying of laughter. Huang Xiaoyan leaned against Zhou Yichen and laughed. Leave it to me. Sun Xiang took off his coat. Since the team had high hopes for him, He would certainly not let down his teammates, and the shining 5-star red flag on his uniform. Go ahead and win the first battle. Amadeus looked at Henry Nobel III. Don't worry, Captain, I will win, Henry said confidently. Xiagua Team. Sun Xiang, ID, 1 Autumn Leaf, Occupation, Battle Mage. Swiss Team. Henry Nobel III, ID, Henry, Occupation, Battle Mage. When Sun Xiang sat in the competition seat, he found that his heart was beating wildly. Putting on headphones, the whole audience was silent. He could not hear any sound, but in his heart, he was roaring, I want to win. Chapter 628. Sun Xiang actually lost. In the first match between the Xiagua team and the Swiss team, Sun Xiang finally lost the competition with a 5% difference in health. Henry Nobel III, this man's battle mage. Why does he feel so strange? Huang Xiaotian felt indescribable discomfort after reading it. This is the first time I've seen a battle mage who likes to play defensive counterattacks. Zhang Xinjia adjusted his glasses, as if the glasses were the main body. In his experience, whether it was Zhou Yichen, Sun Xiang, or Yi Xiu before, their battle mages were mainly focused on fighting. But today, he saw a battle mage who focused on defense. It was such a battle mage who successfully defeated Sun Xiang, who could be said to be the best at fighting except Zhou Yichen and Yi Xiu. He seems to know every attack of Sun Xiang. Xiao Shiqin thought. If it weren't for Sun Xiang's several attacks that almost broke through Henry's defense, he would have suspected that the person on the opposite side was open. Xiang, are you okay? Zhou Yichen looked at Sun Xiang, who came back and sat in the player's seat without saying a word, thinking that he had suffered a heavy blow in his heart. I can't understand it. Sun Xiang took off the towel covering his head. He really couldn't understand why someone would play a battle mage like this. What's the fun in that? Maybe his fun is to torture his opponent. Zhou Yichen seemed to have seen what Sun Xiang meant, and said, It's so disgusting. It feels like a punch on cotton. Sun Xiang said. Fortunately I didn't play. Tang Hao was a little relieved. He was most annoyed by players with this style. Okay, there's no need to be discouraged. The Swiss team is not weak to begin with, Yi Xiu said. In the second game, Yunxiu will play. Yi Xiu looked at Chu Yunxiu. Leave it to me. Chu Yunxiu shook her hair, and then walked towards the competition seat. Team Xia, Chu Yunxiu, ID, Fengcheng Yanyu, Occupation, Elemental Mage. Team Switzerland, Randy Parku, ID, Randy, Occupation, Warlock. I found that Europe really likes to play Warlock. Feng Rui noticed this. Several teams have Warlock players as their main players. It's normal. In fact, except for the German tanks, Europe's offensive rhythm is very slow. Yu Wanzhou explained. The style of European teams is completely different from that of domestic teams. Team Xia is mainly engaged in fighting. The most common thing is that two teams go straight to the middle, and then fight with bayonets. Even the Thunder team, which is mainly based on tactics, has more games of going straight to the middle this season than before. It can only be said that the concepts of the two divisions are completely different. The Xiagua division prefers to use team battles to make up for the difference in numbers, then slow down the pace and gradually eat away at the opponent. But the European division is different. They prefer to start slowly, grasp the opponent's information, and then play a wave of explosive bombs. This collision between different styles is the biggest highlight of this World Invitational. What do you think of this style of play? Yu Wanzhou looked at Zhou Yichen. As the man who knows the most about battle mages, his words should be the most authoritative. No problem, as long as the style of play that can win is a good style of play. Zhou Yichen spread his hands and said. In his opinion, since this style of play exists, it has its reason, and he will not discriminate against the style of play of other battle mage players. Learning from, studying and mastering it, and then being able to attack the opponent in return, this is what Zhou Yichen should think about. While everyone was still discussing Henry Nobel III's playing style, the game on the field was over. Why is Yunxiu so fierce, Yichen? Did you offend her? Xiao Shiqin looked at Zhou Yichen. How is it possible? How dare I? Zhou Yichen rolled his eyes. That's right, you are a famous henpecked man. Xiao Shiqin nodded, somewhat wronged him. With the last hit of the Firebird, the second game between the Xia team and the Swiss team came to an end. Chu Yunxiu's Fengcheng Yanyu only consumed 34% of her health to solve Randy Parku's Warlock. This female player is no weaker than others. The Xia team is really full of hidden talents. The European commentator on the scene sighed. Routine operation. The Cup and Ling Ju in the broadcast room have become accustomed to it. Do you really think the title of the best female player in China is just a boast? 1-to-1, The Xiaogua team and the Swiss team each lost 1 level. I can't even be a woman? Returning to the player's seat, Randy Parker still looked incredulous. The opponent's playing style and operation are completely unlike a girl. Switzerland is not without female players. Most of them will choose long-range output professions such as elemental mages. However, Swiss female players tend to play positions. Their ability to fight one-on-one is actually very average, but Chu Yunxiu is different. There are many players in China who are abused by Chu Yunxiu in individual competitions. Especially after practicing with Zhou Yichen, Chu Yunxiu's position selection, movement, and control of timing are obviously much better than before. I'm not bad, am I? When Chu Yunxiu came back, Zhou Yichen actively went to meet him, handed him the towel, and then unscrewed the water bottle. Too strong, you are the world's #1 elemental mage. Zhou Yichen's eyes sparkled. TSK, 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 why don't you praise me as the world's #1 ammunition expert? Zhang Jiala smacked his lips, and he felt a little unbalanced after eating a mouthful of dog food. You are? Zhou Yichen looked at Zhang Jiala in confusion. Fuck. Zhang Jiala was going crazy. He swore that after the group stage was over, he would go to the boxing gym to compete with Zhou Yichen. Okay, Lao Zhang, stop barking, it's your turn. Yi Xiu glanced at Zhang Jiala. Huh? It's my turn? But don't I have to fight in the ring? Zhang Jiala asked in confusion. He remembered that he was arranged to fight in the ring before the game. I see you are full of anger now, right? Go up and vent. Yi Xiu said. What if? Feng Rui was about to say something when he saw Zhang Jiala glaring at him fiercely. So Feng Rui understood and shut up. I'm on stage. Before Zhang Jiala went on stage, he turned around and gave Zhou Yichen a middle finger. Zhou Yichen snorted. He was so old and still imitated young people to play so fancy. Childish, Xiaogua team, Zhang Jiala, ID, 100 flowers, occupation, ammunition expert. Swiss team, Roman Fominok, ID, resolute 1 on, occupation, mechanic. This guy is very strong. I've seen his videos. Xiao Shichin said, he is a radical mechanic. To be honest, compared to a mechanic, I feel that he is more like an ammunition expert. 3, 2, 1, fight! The game officially started, and the map was a corridor that was very common in singles matches. A road with various obstructions in the middle, which was very suitable for ammunition experts to perform. At the beginning, Resolute 1 on did not hesitate at all. After operating the mechanical box to open the mechanical rotor, he landed at a wide angle above the corridor. High and low. A very smart choice of position. Yu Wanzhou commented. The moment he found Bai Hua Liao coming, Resolute 1 on operated the automatic rifle in his hand to shoot at him. Beep beep beep. Bai Hua Liao rolled and used the tall cover to cover. After Resolute 1 on fired a burst of bullets, he took advantage of Bai Hua Liao not showing his head and operated the rotor to land. Then he opened the mechanical box again to release the magnetic wave. The coverage of the magnetic wave was large, which would increase the character's load. Mechanic level 35 range skill. Magnetic field coil. Zhang Jiala could clearly feel that Bai Hua Liao's speed had slowed down, and Resolute 1 on immediately released 3 electronic eyes to detect the field of vision. The electronic eyes passed over the tall bunker and directly illuminated Bai Hua Liao hiding behind the bunker. After capturing the opponent's position, Resolute 1 on released the homemade mechanical dog and pounced in the direction of Bai Hua Liao. Hunter. Then he turned on the accelerator on the mechanical box and accelerated towards the opponent. Hearing the footsteps of the mechanical dog, Zhang Jiala did not hesitate and operated Bai Hua Liao to shoot a smoke bomb at the ground. The smoke spread immediately, and the mechanical dog entered the smoke and completely lost its vision. Resolute 1 on did not choose to enter the smoke, but held the automatic rifle and fired at the smoke. At this moment, a flash of white light appeared in the smoke. Not good. Roman Fominok felt bad. As a gun-related profession, he naturally knew what it was. However, it was too late when he wanted to turn back, because Resolute 1 on was changing bullets, and the speed was a little slower than usual. It was this point that caused him to fail to dodge the flash bomb shot from the smoke. Resolute 1 on was blinded. This is Zhang Jiala's chance. Li Ju shouted. He was too frustrated just now. Bai Hua Liao came out of the smoke, rolled to Resolute 1 on's side, and then Lieshuan had already reached the opponent's waist. Bang! Hearing the sound, Roman Fominok, who wanted to operate the roll change, found that no matter how he operated, he could not move. At that moment, he knew that it was not an ordinary bullet that hit him, but a stiff bullet. Zhang Jiala flipped his hands, took a step back, and threw several grenades out. Boom, step back, random mines, various grenades exploded, and Resolute 1 who was frozen in place, took all the damage from the random mines. The shock wave generated by the explosion knocked Resolute 1 onto the ground, and the frozen state ended, but Baiwaliao 1 had already replaced the ice bombs. What a gorgeous way of playing, Henry Nobel III said in the audience. It was the first time he saw such a dazzling ammunition expert. Using the special effects of random mines as cover, making friends from a distance and attacking from close, pulling and pulling, a master, in the European League, only one person can do like him. Switzerland's leader Alexander Amadeus gave Zhang Jiala a high evaluation. I feel like even Murray would have a hard time facing him. Peter Lambier, the Swiss team's therapist, shook his head and said. The Murray mentioned by the Swiss team is the England player, Andy Murray, who was sitting next to Boaster when the England team and the Xiaodui team were communicating. Andy Murray had always been the captain of the England team before, but this time, in the first World Invitational Tournament, he handed the captain's title to Jake Howlett, who was younger than him, but had a very strong leadership temperament. Murray had already thought about it, and he would announce his retirement after this World Invitational Tournament. In the England team, he and Boaster, one big and one small, are the most perfect twin stars. Boaster commands the overall situation, while he is responsible for offense. The two have also won the best combination of the European League. Unlike the best combination in China, many times in the history of the European League, the best combination is a striker with a therapist. For example, Murray and Howlett, Poke and Q.P, and Camus and Matthew Elbow. Although Murray is about to retire, it is undeniable that he is the most outstanding ammunition expert in the history of European glory. While the Xia team is fighting the Swiss team, the England team is now reviewing the game of the Ing team. This warlock has the best operation and awareness I have ever seen, Boaster said. The leader of the Xia team, Yishio, is actually quite powerful, Murray said with his hands on his chest. The Battle Mage and the Mage Scholar are also very strong. I think the Australian team was defeated by these two people, the talented teenager Jellyfish of the England team said. The German team has an opponent, Boaster said with a smile. Impact Grenade. Resolute 1 turned his head and stepped back to avoid the grenade thrown by Baiwaliao 1. He knew very well that he was at an absolute disadvantage at this time. But Baiwaliao 1's mana was almost consumed. This was his only chance to win. The problem was that Zhang Jiala also knew this, so he used the cover to pull. Old Zhang is waiting. Seeing Baiwaliao 1 occasionally poking his head out to shoot, Zhou Yichen knew what he was thinking. Waiting for what? Tang Hao asked in confusion. Waiting for the mechanical airdrop. Xiao Shiqin smiled. As a mechanic, he put himself in the shoes of the mechanic and imagined what he would do in this situation. He would choose to open the mechanical airdrop and use the mechanical bomber to force Baiwaliao 1 out. But the mechanical airdrop is not an instant skill. The mechanic needs to open the mechanical box and press the start button. After several consecutive attacks, Resolute 1 had obviously lost his patience. So he put down the mechanical box and began to prepare to summon the mechanical airdrop. At this moment, the 100 flowers rushed out, and at the moment when Resolute 1 pressed the start button, it flew out of the air. F*K. Roman Fominok slammed the table heavily. What a shit timing. Goodbye. Zhang Jiala still had the leisure to give the opponent a button in the public channel. As the bullet pierced Resolute 1's head, the third game of the individual competition ended with the victory of 100 flowers. Glory. Let us congratulate Zhang Jiala for winning the third individual game. At present, the Xiaodui team leads the Swiss team 2-1. The results of the game were announced after the cup game. In this game, we can see that the opponent is very strong and once suppressed Zhang Jiala, but we have to say that Zhang Jiala's ability to find opportunities is too strong, Li Ju commented. Roman Fominok didn't make any big mistakes throughout the game, but a series of small mistakes and a fatal timing caused him to lose the entire game. After the game, Zhang Jiala breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was the opponent who got restless first. My debut almost became a joke. Chapter 629. Luckily I held my temper at the last moment. If I had gone out earlier or later, I would have missed the opportunity. Zhang Jiala smiled and shook his head. The opponent's mechanic really put a lot of pressure on him, and Roman Fominok was different from all the mechanics he had played against. The best domestic mechanic must be Xiao Shiqin, but Xiao Shiqin's mechanic is more slow-paced. Xiao Shiqin's style of play tends to be steady. He will not choose to shoot unless he is 100% sure. But Roman Fominok is different. His mechanic style is very aggressive. Zhang Jiala felt the pressure from the beginning of the shooting. The opponent's eyes were full of offensive desires. Fortunately, this was a small map with more shelters. If it was a large map, Zhang Jiala felt that he might really be killed by the opponent. Although the process was a bit thrilling, the ending was good. 2-1, the Xia team temporarily led the Swiss team. Damn, it was just a little bit off, the timing was too bad. Roman Fominok complained after returning to the Swiss player's seat. No, the opponent was just waiting for you to take the bait, Amadeus said. No matter how Roman Fominok attacked in front of the opponent, he did not appear until he opened the mechanical box to release the airdrop. How could such a coincidence happen in the world? It's possible. Roman Fominok calmed down and thought about it. He was too anxious on the court just now. Especially after the disadvantage, he wanted to regain the advantage through attack. I'm anxious, Amadeus said to Roman Fominok. Yeah. Roman Fominok nodded. It's okay, we fight back in the ring match. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit cold, Albert Federer, the boxer of the Swiss team, came out to liven up the atmosphere. Old Zhang, you're still as sharp as ever. Zhou Yichen stepped forward and joked. Go to hell, buddy is still very young, okay? Shut up if you don't want to talk. Zhang Jiala rolled his eyes at Zhou Yichen. Okay, let's arrange the list of players for the ring match. Yi Xiu stretched out his hand to call everyone over. Didn't it have been arranged before the game? Li Xian was a little confused. Because with the end of the individual competition, the Swiss team's ring match is basically finalized, so our lineup needs to change. Yi Xiu explained. The Swiss team only has a few main players, and 3 of them played in the individual competition, so Yi Xiu can directly judge the list of players for the ring match. As for whether he will be on the bench, in Yi Xiu's opinion, as long as Amadeus is not a moron, he will not be on the bench when playing against them. Moreover, they are still behind in the score, so they will only go all out in the ring match. The Swiss team's ring match list should be Albert Federer, Muhammad, and Amadeus. Yi Xiu said. Boxer, sharpshooter and magic scholar, the Swiss team's ring match is tough enough. Fang Rui complained. Then how do we change our lineup? Tang Hao asked. Well, then Tang Hao, Wang Jieshi, and Zhou Zikai will play. Yi Xiu affirmed. Zhou Zikai looked at Yi Xiu with a puzzled look on his face. He defending the ring again? Xiao Zhou you start. Yi Xiu added immediately. Yeah. Hey, what about me? Wang Xiaoyan pointed at himself. You know, the originally planned ring match was him, Tang Hao and Zhang Jiala. Tang Hao is still there, Zhang Jiala went to play the individual match. So what about me? Oh, Huang Xiaoyan understood. What do you mean? Yi Xiu looked at Huang Xiaoyan in confusion. Nothing, old Yi arranged it too well, ha ha ha. Huang Xiaoyan laughed. Seeing Huang Xiaoyan laughing so happily, Yu Wenzhou thought of something and laughed out loud. Captain, what are you laughing at? Huang Xiaoyan asked. Nothing, just happy. Yu Wenzhou said. What is Huang Xiaoyan laughing at? I thought he was going to question Yi Xiu's arrangement. Chu Yunxiu asked Zhou Yichen's ear, afraid that Huang Xiaoyan would hear it. Oh, seeing how happy he is, I know he thinks he has already reserved a place in the team competition. Zhou Yichen still didn't know what Huang Xiaoyan was thinking. Just that little trick. After a short break, the game officially began. Team Xia, Zhou Zikai, ID, Yiqiang Chuanyan, Occupation, Sharpshooter. Team Switzerland, Muhammad, ID, Pawn, Occupation, Sharpshooter. Map, Arena. Oh. Seeing another match between the same profession, the audience was boiling. Pawn, I know him, he is the second firepower player of the Swiss team, very strong, and ranked in the European League. An audience member popularized science. This player of the Xia team is so handsome. Mom, I'm in love. Not buddy. We are both sharpshooters, I will go all out, be careful, I will blow you up, you wait to be abused by me. Muhammad said arrogantly to Zhou Zikai in English when he came on stage. Well, Looking at Zhou Zikai's difficulty in speaking, Muhammad thought that the other party understood his provocation, so he waited for the other party to say something harsh. But the next second Zhou Zikai said, yes, good. What does this mean? Zhou Zikai's yes, good made Muhammad's brain crash. Seeing that the other party was stunned, Zhou Zikai touched his head. He was right. The team leader said that when you don't understand what the other party is saying, and don't know what to say, just say yes or good. Zhou Zikai understood, and directly combined the two into one, yes plus good. Looking at the other party's crash, Zhou Zikai smiled. The method given by the team leader is really useful. What is he laughing at? Muhammad was numb. Joe Sakai turned and walked towards the competition seat, without giving Muhammad a chance to retort, although Muhammad didn't know how to retort. Muhammad looked at the other party's leading figure and fell into deep thought. 99%, 100%. A shot pierced the clouds. Loading completed. Pawn, loading completed. Map, arena, loading completed. 3, 2, 1, fight. At the beginning of the game, the sharpshooters of both sides were obviously aggressive. The difference was that Joe Sakai's Yiqian Chuanyun would occasionally draw out his two guns and shoot at the back while running forward, using the blessing of inertia to increase acceleration. And Muhammad's pawn put his two guns back into the holsters in a very standard way and ran forward in big strides. The movement speeds of both sides were very high. Obviously, Yiqian Chuanyun was the first to enter the arena. Record this method of rushing, it will be helpful for sharpshooters, Amadeus said to the team members. He found that the creativity of the members of the Xia team was much stronger than that of the European team. In the previous review of the game between the Xia team and the Australian team, Amadeus paid special attention to Zhou Yichen, a player whose skills are worth practicing for all professional battle mages. As for Wang Jieshi, Amadeus was more looking at an old friend. Yeah. Henry Nobel III nodded heavily. To be honest, he had to thank Zhou Yichen for defeating Sun Xiang today. He studied Zhou Yichen's playing style in depth, and found that he sometimes played defensive counterattacks. So he integrated it, and it happened to be demonstrated in the game against Sun Xiang today, and the effect was very good. On the ring, since Yiqian Chuanyun arrived first, the initiative of attack was naturally in his hands. When Pawn appeared at the entrance of the ring, Yiqian Chuanyun's gun had already been aimed at him. Bang, 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 Muhammad reacted quickly, and controlled Pawn to slide and successfully dodge a burst of bullets from Yiqian Chuanyun. Yiqian Chuanyun fired two guns horizontally, and the bullets flew towards Pawn in an arc. Curve shot, bang, bang, bang. When Pawn wanted to get up and dodge again, it was too late. Yiqian Chuanyun's curved shot perfectly blocked his movement. Perfect curved shot control. Joe Sakai's operation completely shocked Amadeus. The Xiaogua team is really a crouching tiger, hidden dragon. In the last game against Australia, Joe Sakai also played, but the limelight was completely stolen by Zhou Yichen and Wang Jieshi. Amadeus didn't pay much attention to this sharpshooter, but now it's different. Muhammad, who is also a sharpshooter and can be ranked as one of the best in Europe, is being beaten by Joe Sakai. Yiqian Chuanyun turned over and rushed towards Pawn. Pawn stood up and also shot out, but in terms of accuracy, Muhammad was obviously much worse than Joe Sakai. Whoosh, slide! Yiqian Chuanyun slid to avoid Pawn's bullet, and then used an E-strike to try to float Pawn up. Muhammad is not a fool. Joe Sakai's attack intention is so clear that he can't react anymore, so he might as well retire. Step shot. Pawn jumped to avoid Yiqian Chuanyun's knee strike, but when he landed, Yiqian Chuanyun suddenly turned around. Bang! This shot hit Pawn's head directly. What? Amadeus really couldn't sit still. Barrett's sniper. What a fast sniper. Originally, he thought that Joe Sakai's level was in the first echelon in Europe, which was a bit too high for him, but after this instant and headshot Barrett hit, Amadeus found that he was wrong. Very wrong. Joe Sakai's strength is not inferior to the undisputed first sharpshooter in Europe, Matthew Elbow of the French team. Maybe this name is not well known, but many people know his ID. ZYW. It can be said that his arrival completely announced the rise of the French team revolution. Since he joined Camus G2, the domestic league in France has been completely monopolized by them. And Matthew Elbow successfully killed Poke. In the final of the European League 2 years ago, Matthew Elbow defeated Poke head-on. It's just a pity that there is still some gap between G2 and SK in terms of personnel configuration. SK turned the tables on G2 in the team competition and won the championship. Camus will never forget the look in Matthew Elbow's eyes when he looked at the championship trophy. He felt guilty that he had such outstanding players in the team, but he couldn't win the damn championship. In last year's EuroLeague, they fell to SK again. SK seemed to have become a mountain that they could not cross. Camus found Matthew Elbow and asked him if he wanted to transfer. If he wanted to, Camus fully supported him. I want to. Matthew Elbow's chubby face revealed determination. So this year, Matthew Elbow left G2 and joined the Gods team led by Zeus, and avenged SK led by Poke in the finals, successfully winning the EuroLeague championship trophy. The finals MVP was also given to Matthew Elbow, but the most valuable player of the EuroLeague was given to Zeus. In this World Invitational, even if the Greek team participated, Matthew Elbow would still return to France. He signed a 2-year contract with the gods when he left G2, and his roots have always been in G2. Zeus also knew this, but he also felt a headache for the team's loss of a firepower point and an additional powerful opponent in the future. Back to the game, Pawn, whose head was blown up by the Barrett sniper, fell to the ground by inertia. Before falling, he vaguely saw a gun piercing the cloud and raising the Barrett sniper rifle again. Double control, bang, 2 Barrett shots shattered all of Muhammad's fantasies. Before the game, he had been clamoring to beat Zhou Zikai. Now he really beat him, but it was him who was beaten. Qian Chuanyun threw away his sniper rifle, stepped on his opponent, and knocked him down. Bullet loaded, double guns kept shooting at the fallen pawn. Rapid fire, rapid fire. This is a completely one-sided massacre. Li Ju took a deep breath. This was too miserable. Hey, do you think Zhou Zikai is venting? Huang Xiaoyan stretched out his head and said, "It's possible." Fang Rui nodded heavily. In the last ring match, Zhou Zikai didn't even have a chance to play, and he was just assisting and shooting in the team match. Foreign media have naturally watched the finals of Samsara vs Happy, but the spotlight on the field was still taken away by Zhou Yichen, and Zhou Zikai, as the captain, lost to Yixiu. This led to the foreign media focusing their publicity on these two people. Even though they ranked Zhou Zikai 6th in the personal strength rankings, it was only because he was the captain of the Samsara team. But now they found out that they were completely wrong. This monster is very scary. When he shows his fangs, it's time for him to hunt. And now, Muhammad's pawn has become the first hunting target. Bang bang bang. Although Pawn raised his double guns and fired a shot through the clouds, it seemed so weak to the audience. Muhammad, he was beaten. Albert Federer, who is going to appear later, said tremblingly. He knew very well that Muhammad was not a little Karami, otherwise he would not have become the main firepower player of the Swiss team. In the season when O-Ring won the championship, Muhammad was also the main force. And many people think that Muhammad can occupy a place in the top 5 list of European sharpshooters. But now, facing Zhou Zikai, the sharpshooter of the Xia team, he was beaten without any resistance. The Swiss team is not worried about Muhammad losing the game, but worried that his mentality will be directly destroyed. If Zhou Zikai destroys Muhammad's mentality, it will be a bit troublesome. Chapter 630. Glory. Let us congratulate Zhou Zikai of the Xia team for winning the first match of the challenge match, and in my opinion, it was a complete victory. The commentator of the foreign media exclaimed. His performance was too perfect. I can't think of anyone who can compare with him except ZYW of the French team. Look at Zhou Zikai, he is going to defeat 3. Huang Xiaoyan shouted. Difficult. Yixiu shook his head. Although Zhou Zikai almost defeated Muhammad without any damage, he consumed too much mana, but it is understandable. From Zhou Zikai's point of view, facing a sharpshooter of the same profession, it is the best choice to solve it as soon as possible. Amadeus, it is not that easy to solve. Wang Jieshi said. He specially studied this player of the same profession as himself, and Wang Jieshi also saw his own shadow in Amadeus. However, although the two are captains in the team, their tactics are completely different. In Vici Gaming, because others could not keep up with Wang Jieshi had to seal his own style of play and echo his teammates. Wang Jieshi's transformation brought Vici Gaming the first championship in team history, and advanced to the finals of glory 3 times in a row. In O-Ring, Amadeus did not care about his teammates at all in the team competition, so they took a special path. That is to implement the 4-1 to the end, let Amadeus, the 1, harass the enemy, and the team's priest Peter Lambier acted as the team commander on the front. It can be said that Amadeus is completely independent of the O-Ring team, a bit like Huang Xiaoyan of the Blue Rain team. In the duel, Amadeus carried out this style to the end. Even Germany's Poke was not sure that he could beat Amadeus. Needless to say, Wang Jieshi is one of the 4 kings of domestic duels. The 4 kings refer to Zhou Yichen, Yixiu, Zhou Zikai, and Wang Jieshi. The winning rate of these 4 people in duels is the highest in the history of the league. Therefore, some media call them the 4 kings of duels. Among them, Zhou Yichen was called the undefeated god of war by Esports Home. Since his debut, he has never lost a single duel. So strong, I am not his opponent at all. Muhammad returned to the Swiss player's seat and covered his face with a towel. He thought he would lose before the game, but he didn't think he would lose so badly. In this game, the strength of the two is completely not the same level. The last time he felt so much pressure was ZYW, but in his eyes, ZYW and Zhou Zikai have 2 different playing styles. ZYW prefers to pull away from his opponent by using his long attack distance. The most exaggerated and famous one is the one that ZYW pulled against SK's top battle mage Michael Bismarck in the ring match of the Europa League finals this year. Joe Sakai is different. He prefers to close the distance and use his powerful gun and body skills to restrict the enemy's movement, and then find an opportunity to kill with one shot. Speaking of which, Muhammad thinks that Joe Sakai puts more pressure on him than ZYW. Because ZYW gives more pressure, while Joe Sakai gives to spare. Although the opponent is a sharpshooter, I still want to tell you that you should either get close or keep a distance, and don't stay between 3 or 4 steps. Muhammad suggested to Albert Federer, who was about to appear. Okay, don't be so dull, everyone. You should play the game with a smile. Albert Federer clapped his hands to liven up the atmosphere of the Swiss team. Looking at Albert Federer's appearance, Amadeus wanted to say something, but the words did not come out. Although Albert's strength is not the strongest in the new era, his strength is also not to be underestimated. Some people even claim that he will become a little poke in the future. Amadeus likes Albert very much. Because of his personality, Amadeus is a very dull type, so every time he gets into trouble, the team is like a pool of stagnant water. Until Albert joined, he actively livened up the atmosphere of the team both on and off the court. Come on, Amadeus said to Albert. Well, look at me, Captain. Albert took off his coat and walked towards the competition seat. Captain, what do you want to say? Peter Lambier looked at Amadeus in confusion. He clearly saw the captain's mouth move just now, but he didn't say anything. Nothing. 99%, 100%. Albert, loading completed. 3, 2, 1, fight. Master the distance, don't panic. Albert kept muttering as he hurried on his way. This is a small habit he has always had, only in this way can he concentrate. However, when he really fought with Joe Sakai, he forgot everything. Don't panic, don't be anxious, the senior said to master the distance, I'm getting closer. When Albert finished muttering, he found that Joe Sakai's shot through the clouds was already close to him. Although Joe Sakai had no expression on his face, he was still a little confused in his heart. He didn't understand what the guy on the other side was doing. After seizing the opportunity, Joe Sakai did not hesitate at all and immediately drew out his 2 guns and launched an attack on the boxer in front of him. After Albert calmed down, he immediately moved forward and moved his body closer. At the same time, he flashed behind Ichiang Chuanyun. He then took a step forward and punched Ichiang Chuanyun on the back. Bangquan. The strong shock wave knocked Ichiang Chuanyun out. Albert jumped up and punched the opponent. Qianjinzu. After Ichiang Chuanyun received the body, he immediately slid and moved to avoid the range of Qianjinzu. Seeing that he failed to catch the opponent, Albert chose to open the steel and iron bones directly on the spot, and then ran towards Ichiang Chuanyun in an arc. Europe is really rich in boxers. Zhang Xinjia laughed. Germany's Poke, France's Edgar Delacroix, and now Switzerland's Albert, are not soft persimmons. The punches are not fierce enough. Han Wenqing shook his head and said. Although Albert was attacking, Han Wenqing did not see the word bloody in his attack. Among the professional boxers in Europe, Han Wenqing was only interested in Poke, and he was already looking forward to fighting with him. As for the others, in his eyes, they were all as ethereal as the clouds and smoke in the past, and he would not take a second look at them. This was the pride from Han Wenqing. Albert is playing more and more maturely now. Peter Lambiel smiled with satisfaction. Albert is a young player who was promoted to the first team by O-Ring this year. Although he was not as exaggerated as ZYW in G2 in the youth training camp, he was still a little well known. Because of his optimistic personality, Albert got along well with everyone in the youth training camp. After all, who doesn't like such a happy person? But after entering the first team, Albert was almost crushed by the heavy atmosphere in the training room. One training match after another, what made Albert uncomfortable was that except for the commander Peter Lambiel, the other few people didn't talk at all in the team match. The captain Amadeus, whom he admired, didn't even say a punctuation mark. This depressing atmosphere made Albert almost want to quit the first team. Fortunately, Peter Lambiel saw this. He smiled and told Albert that there was indeed a problem with the atmosphere of the first team, and he, an optimist, was urgently needed to save the team. But Albert was still very worried, because Amadeus's majesty was obvious to all in Europe. Once a player violated the rules set by Amadeus, he was expelled from the first team the next day. Believe me. Peter Lambiel looked at Albert firmly. The next day, after losing the training match with SK, Albert took the initiative to stand up and boost morale. The moment he saw Albert raising his arms and shouting, Amadeus completely recognized him. Everything I do is for a better self. In order to make O-Ring stand at the top of the European League, I will not lose, and I cannot lose. Albert was fully focused on the operation, but he didn't know that he was sweating profusely. There is still some gap, Amadeus said. I feel that the strength of the sharpshooter on the opposite side can be ranked in the top 3 in Europe, and I feel that this is not his limit, Randy Parku thought. In his impression, apart from ZYW, there should be no sharpshooter who can operate better than him. Lost? Peter Lambiel said this with a smile. He saw Albert's growth. This is Albert's first season, and there is still a long way to go in the future. Bang bang bang, glory. Let us congratulate Joe Sakai for defeating the Swiss boxer Albert, and winning the second game of the ring match. He defeated 2 players in one match. After Huang Xiaotian, another player from the Xia team completed a 2-on-1 match. Li Ju said excitedly. Sorry, Captain, I still can't do it. Albert lowered his head in frustration, not daring to look at Amadeus. Albert, I am very disappointed with your current appearance, Amadeus said. Albert raised his head and looked at Amadeus. I don't blame you for losing this time, but what disappoints me is that you are now dejected and bowed your head, extremely embarrassed. Amadeus said the most vicious words in the calmest tone. Is that still you, Albert? In my heart, you are a little sun that shines on our whole team, but now, I find that this sun has dimmed, Amadeus said, as he took off his uniform and walked towards the competition seat. I know. Albert clenched his fists and turned to look at Amadeus on the stage. Captain, come on! Albert roared. I will bring back the damn victory. Amadeus turned around and said to his own players. Swiss team, Alexander Amadeus, ID, Amadeus, occupation, magic scholar. 99%, 100%. Amadeus, loading completed. Map, arena, loading completed. 3, 2, 1, fight! The game started, Amadeus accelerated and flew into the air, while Yiqiang Chuanyun on the other side was not in a hurry. Zhou Zikai also knew that his movement speed was definitely not as fast as that of the mage scholar. So he simply drew out his 2 guns, and was ready to deal with the enemies in the air at any time. Zhou Zikai has already prepared for defense. You won, Zhou said. There is no way. Although the captain's Yiqiang Chuanyun still has 40% of his health, his mana is almost exhausted. Facing the mage scholar flying everywhere, even the captain has no good way. Zhou Yichen spread his hands and said, If it was your sharpshooter, what would you do? Fang Rui asked suddenly. Me? Zhou Yichen pointed at himself. If it was my sharpshooter, his health might be about the same as Yiqiang Chuanyun. Zhou Yichen said. What about the mana? Fang Rui asked after him. The mana is about the same. Is there any difference? The difference is that the characters are different. You are separated. Focus on the operation. Wang Jieshi suddenly said behind the 2. Fang Rui turned his head to look at the holographic projection, his mouth wide open. Zhou Zikai's shot through the clouds was chased and killed by Amadeus, but in China, Zhou Zikai has never been beaten like this by Captain Wang. Chu Yunxiu was a little surprised. My style of play seems to be the same as his, but it is essentially different, Wang Jieshi said. I don't understand, Captain Wang. Fang Rui said, is it Chinese? How can he not understand? Captain Wang's magician, to put it bluntly, follows his inner thoughts, weird and changeable, but Amadeus has a set of logic in it. Analysis Emperor Yu Wenzhou instantly saw the doorway in it. Captain Yu really understands me. Wang Jieshi looked at Yu Wenzhou. Know yourself and know your enemy. What logic is that, Captain? Huang Xiaotian asked. If I knew, I wouldn't be sitting here. Yu Wenzhou looked at Huang Xiaotian helplessly. Yu Wenzhou's knowledge of Amadeus was limited to information, and it was the first time he saw him take action. Yiqiang Chuanyun pulled away, and his 2 guns kept shooting at the magic scholar in the air. Amadeus drew a perfect arc in the air, avoiding Yiqiang Chuanyun's bullets, while throwing out the dispersing powder and sprinkling it on the opponent. Zhou Zikai frowned. The last magic scholar who made him feel so difficult was Wang Jieshi's Wang Liuxing. Yiqiang Chuanyun had been forced off the stage by Amadeus, which was also the result of Zhou Zikai's active concession. Because he knew very well that if he continued to deal with it on the stage, the opponent would be too comfortable with a high-level attack, so it would be better to retreat and use the steps from bottom to top to find opportunities. There is another point, that Captain Wang is different from Amadeus. Have you noticed it? Yu Wenzhou asked with a smile. I know. Zhou Yichen raised his hand like an active child who wanted to answer a question. You know shit. Huang Xiaotian complained. Yichen said. Yu Wenzhou motioned Huang Xiaotian to shut up. TSK. Huang Xiaotian smacked his lips and sat aside. Amadeus's mage scholar is a hovering type. He won't land, but Captain Wang is different. Captain Wang often lands while flying and fights with people in close combat. Zhou Yichen said. That's right. In fact, this is the biggest difference between the two. Yuan Zhou nodded with a smile. Ruzi is teachable. Why doesn't Blue Rain have such a worry-free child? Chapter 631. I'm going to lose. Wang Jieshi said lightly. You are really strong. I look forward to fighting you with full health next time. Amadeus typed in English on the public channel. Zhou Zikai sent 6 points on the public channel. I don't know if he failed to satisfy Lord Amadeus, or he simply couldn't understand what the long string of messages was. Please note that the real-time translation of the public channel can only be seen on the big screen outside. In this situation, everyone uses foreign servers. Of course, you can also type in your own country's language on the public channel, but whether the opponent can understand it is another matter. The verbal battle between Germany and Russia is pure English. As Amadeus's star ray successfully penetrated Yiqian Chuanyun's head, the game also came to an end. Zhou Zikai gently took off his headphones. He had done his best in this ring match. With the exhaustion of mana in a 1-on-2 match, he also knocked off 28% of Amadeus's health. That's why Amadeus is looking forward to fighting Zhou Zikai again next time. Captain is so strong. You are the world's best sharpshooter. Zhou Yichen flashed up and praised. You have so many tricks. Fang Rui said with disdain. What about me? Huang Xiaotian looked at Zhou Yichen. Zhou Yichen glanced at Huang Xiaotian. You are a mouthful. Let me experience the power of this European #1 magic scholar. Tang Hao's eyes were full of fighting spirit. This was his first battle in the World Invitational, and he was facing such a strong player. Tang Hao was not timid, on the contrary, he was very passionate. It's interesting to fight against masters, and Tang Hao knows that the opponent must be a master because he often sees Wang Jieshi watching this person's video recently. Tang Hao feels very happy just thinking about defeating Amadeus. Come on, be careful of being pulled by the opponent, Yishio said. Yeah. Tang Hao nodded. Can you win? Sun Xiang elbowed Zhou Yichen. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Zhou Yichen turned his head and asked. Boring. Sun Xiang crossed his arms. The truth? The truth is, it's not easy to fight. Zhou Yichen shook his head, and he knew from Tang Hao's look that his old problem had come back. Although Zhou Zikai's one-shot piercing cloud only had 40% of his health at the beginning, many people were still killed by him in this situation. And Amadeus was able to stably suppress the output of one-shot piercing cloud. If Zhou Zikai hadn't found an opportunity to get close to him and hit a big wave, the one-shot piercing cloud might have been taken away without injury. Zhou Yichen also watched the match between Amadeus and Poke. Unfortunately, Amadeus lost to Poke with 1.2% of his health. Poke is the undisputed #1 in Europe, not only in terms of honor, but also in terms of strength. Although he was defeated by the talented ZYW, PS, replaced by Zaiwu later, in the Europa League finals 2 years ago. But this year, he got back on track and successfully defeated Zaiwu with steel and iron bones. Unfortunately, SK lost to the gods in the finals. Zaiwu won the year before last, but lost in the finals. This year Poke won, but lost in the finals. It can only be said that it was destined. Although Amadeus has never defeated these two people, the gap has always been between them. This has a lot to do with his playing style. In desperate situations, Amadeus will choose to play safe, while Poke and Zaiwu will choose to fight for their lives. Therefore, many people hope that Amadeus can change his playing style, no longer pursue eccentricity, but help his teammates. This year, Amadeus is also actively changing his style, but it is certain that he will encounter difficulties on the road to change. So this year's European League, O-Ring's performance is not bad, but it is not good either. But for Amadeus, it is definitely a failed European League, but he also knows that since he has embarked on the road of change, he must keep going. Giving up halfway is not his style. Xiaogua Team, Tang Hao, ID, Tang Sanda, Occupation, Gangster. Let me experience the strength of you, the first magic scholar in Europe. Tang Hao loosened his muscles and bones, and then inserted the card to enter the game. 99%, 100%. Tang Sanda, loading completed. Map, Arena, loading completed. 3, 2, 1, fight! Boom! Tang Sen rushed out at the moment the countdown ended. Tang Hao knew that if the magic scholar got the advantage of attack, the fighting system would only be beaten. Now, Tang Hao still remembered the scene of Wang Jieshi beating him up during the All-Star game. That time, Wang Jieshi taught Tang Hao a hard lesson. To defeat the strong with the weak is not just talk. Although Tang Hao had already increased his speed to the highest, when he stepped onto the ring, Amadeus was already waiting for him in the air. Strange. Why does Amadeus's magic scholar make me feel faster than ordinary magic scholars? Li Xian muttered. I feel the same way. Feng Rui nodded. Captain Wang, do you know? Xiao Shiqin looked at Wang Jieshi. No one here knows more about magic scholars than him. It should be because of the silver weapon. Wang Jieshi said after thinking for a moment. Yes. Yi Xiu agreed. It should have a speed bonus, otherwise it wouldn't be so fast. Wang Jieshi said. But the information doesn't say that his silver weapon has such a bonus. Zhou Yichen thought about it. He should be right. There are several people whose information he has paid special attention to. Amadeus is one of them. That is to improve it during the off-season. After all, the European League will end earlier than us. Yu Wenzhou said. Tang Hao, it's a bit uncomfortable to be beaten. Sun Xiang said. At this moment, Tang Hao's thoughts seemed to have returned to the 24 All-Star Showdown in the 10th season. Facing the magician Wang Jieshi, he had no power to fight back. Now, Tang Hao thinks he is much stronger than he was then, but facing the top magic scholar Amadeus, Tang Sanda is chased and bombed like a fleeing rat. Damn, what is this feeling of powerlessness? Tang Hao rolled to avoid Amadeus's sweep, then operated Tang Sanda, turned his small hand outward, and shot a poison needle at Amadeus in the air. Tang Hao, it's difficult. Xiao Shiqin shook his head. Seeing this, Xiao Shiqin knew that the victory of the ring match could only be pinned on Wang Jieshi, who was defending the ring. There is still a chance. Sun Xiang said he felt that Tang Hao was more than that. Tang Hao thought the same thing in his heart, but the opponent was like a fly and didn't return to the ground at all. The only time he landed was because Tang Hao's Tang Sanda was swept down by Amadeus, so he landed to make up for the ice powder and acid rain flask. When Tang San opened the steel bone, but found that Amadeus retreated directly into the air to fight, Tang Hao was numb. In his imagination, the first battle should be a perfect and clean victory. As a result, now, he was unilaterally ravaged. This was completely the opposite of his imagination. He thought Amadeus would be very strong before the game. After all, he killed the remaining blood with a gun through the clouds without losing much blood. But when he really faced him, Tang Hao found out, damn. He is so strong. Amadeus seemed to have seen this point. Although the opponent's player was also good, he was much worse than the sharpshooter in the previous game. Seeing Amadeus slow down, Tang Hao blushed in an instant. Being underestimated, Tang Hao couldn't stand it anymore. He had to make Amadeus lose a layer of skin even if he died. Tang San threw a brick at Amadeus with his left hand, and then rushed forward. Bang! Amadeus smashed the flying bricks with normal attacks, and then summoned lightning chains to attack Tang San. At such a close distance, Amadeus didn't use the shadow cloak to distance himself, but chose to directly summon lightning chains. This is not treating Tang Hao as a human being. Zhou Yichen shouted. You will pay the price for being careless when you are defeated by your inferiors. Tang Hao roared. Tang San jumped up and successfully caught Amadeus in the air. When Amadeus wanted to escape again, it was too late. I caught you, rat. Tang Hao typed in the public channel, but unfortunately Amadeus couldn't understand this string of Chinese. Choke! Tang San quickly grabbed Amadeus' throat, and then threw him down heavily. Boom! At the moment Amadeus landed, Tang San changed his body shape in the air, then bit his legs, and from top to bottom, his knee hit the opponent's body. Powerful knee attack. This set of moves is good. Yi Xiu praised. Tang Hao was able to snatch Lin Jingyan's honor as the chief gangster, so he still has some oil in his hands. Especially now, Tang Hao began to restrain his breath. The original unruly boy who didn't obey anyone was developing towards the direction of a true leader. I approve of this attack. Amadeus quickly typed this sentence on the public channel while leaving Tang San's attack range. So pretentious? I can't stand it. Zhou Yichen couldn't accept that there was someone who was more pretentious than him. Ah! Lord Amadeus, I love you so much. The Swiss team, playing at home, was very powerful. Almost half of the audience were fans of Amadeus. Since he came on the court, the shouting has never stopped. It's just SOSO. Yi Xiu felt that the atmosphere of this home court was just SOSO in his opinion. I suggest going to Q City to feel the atmosphere of Tyranny's home court. Yu Wenzhou said with a smile. The home court of the Swiss team is not as good as Tyranny's. The atmosphere of Tyranny is really hot. Then I hope that Captain you can feel it more. Zhang Xinjie said. The home advantage of the Swiss team may be revealed a little when facing other teams, but for the Xiagua team, it is too childish. The atmosphere of their regular season is much hotter than this. Tang Hao seized the loophole exposed by Amadeus's contempt and launched a counterattack, But unfortunately the health gap between the two sides in front has been quite large. From an outsider's point of view, all Tang Hao can do now is to reduce Amadeus's health and mana as much as possible, creating space for Wang Jieshi, who is the third player to appear. But Tang Hao doesn't think so in his heart. He wants to defeat Amadeus. Tang San's body shook, and red light flashed around him. This was certainly not the blood of the berserker, but the special effect that would appear when the gangster activated the level 75 ultimate move Street Storm. Amadeus reacted quickly, and he saw through Tang Hao's plan at the first time. Fight! Is it too early to fight now? Wang Xiaoyan asked in confusion. Tang San's health was indeed not high, but 20% was still left. The same was true for Amadeus. He originally had only 72% of his health left at the beginning, and now after a strong burst from Tang San, he still had 41% left. I won't lose. The powerful knee attack refreshed, and Tang San rushed towards Amadeus again. Amadeus stood up, and the shadow cloak was used. Tang Sanda, who rushed in, was successfully covered by the cloak. The strong recoil caused Amadeus to fly backwards. Although Tang Sanda was blinded, Tang Hao instinctively threw a brick forward. Amadeus, who lost his balance, could only watch the brick hit him. Fortunately, the brick only hit his shoulder and did not hit his head. Oh, what a pity! Seeing this scene, everyone in the Xia team was discouraged. If this brick could knock Amadeus unconscious, Tang Hao would still have a chance to turn the tables. But now, he was covered by the shadow cloak, and was powerless to save the situation. As Amadeus chanted the ice rain, a burst of frost fell, and Tang Sanda was successfully smashed into an ice ball. Glory! Ah, this round is very regrettable, but Tang Hao has played very beautifully. Let us congratulate Alexander Amadeus of the Swiss team for winning this ring match. He also completed a 1-on-2 victory over the Xia team. Li Ju sighed after the game. In this game, Tang Hao was beaten too hard in the early stage, but fortunately Amadeus gave him a chance later, which forced him to turn the desperate situation back to a disadvantage. Now I finally understand why Amadeus can't compare with Poke. Zhou Yichen smiled. Amadeus is too arrogant. His arrogance is not outside the court, but on the court. After discovering that the opponent is a soft persimmon, Amadeus will unconsciously begin to despise or tease the opponent. He has a unique arrogance. Yishio said. Tang Hao returned to the player's seat without saying a word, and covered his head with a towel alone. No one comforted him. All this needs Tang Hao to digest it himself. He is already a mature captain. The score is 2-1, and Amadeus' health is running low, so the advantage is still with the Xia team. Leave it to me. Wang Jieshi took off his coat. Looking at Wang Jieshi's back, the others felt an indescribable sense of relief. I'm afraid they never thought that one day they would be able to experience the feeling of a Weichao player. As long as Wang Jieshi takes action, victory is won. Xia team, Wang Jieshi, ID, Wang Buliexing occupation, Mage Scholar. 99%, 100%. Wang Buliexing, loading completed. Map, Arena, loading completed. Chapter 632. It's the Star Ray, from the Xia team's Wang Jieshi. He controls Wang Buliexing, and his attack in the air is too accurate. Foreign media praised. Although Amadeus's health was only 30%, Wang Jieshi did not take it lightly, and went all out. The fact that Amadeus got on the stage before him also confirmed what they had just discussed, the problem of Amadeus's movement speed. It was caused by the silver weapon in his hand. Wang Buliexing didn't think, and shot a star ray at Amadeus, who was also in the air. I haven't seen two magic scholars fight for a long time, an air battle. Zhou Yichen shouted. The last time such a wonderful air battle was probably the match between Wang Jieshi and Gao Yingjie in the 8th season of the All-Star Rookie Challenge. Xiao Shiqin recalled. That All-Star was really exciting. Chu Yunxiu said. The Rookie Challenge was full of highlights. During the winter transfer period, Sun Xiang, who transferred from Yueyun to Excellent Era, challenged Han Wenqing, the captain of Tyranny, as the captain of Excellent Era and won Autumn Leaf, but ended up losing. Then there was the master-disciple battle between Wang Jieshi and his beloved disciple Gao Yingjie, in which the disciple defeated the master. Wang Jieshi is going to win. Just when several people were still sighing about the past, Wang Jieshi had already beaten Amadeus to red blood. Whether in terms of health or mana, Amadeus was at an absolute disadvantage. Therefore, he had no scruples and kept attacking. Amadeus had no scruples, and Wang Jieshi had even less scruples. In the national team, Wang Jieshi could let go of himself and play however he wanted. This was something he couldn't experience when he was playing with Tiny Herb, because he had to carry the entire Tiny Herb on his shoulders. Swish, starfold line, lava flask. Here it comes, Wang Jieshi's signature combo. Wang Xiaoyan shouted. First, he shot out the starfold line, and then threw out the lava flask when it was performing the second fold line, detonating it in advance. This was Wang Jieshi's signature move, but few magic scholars could use it, because this combo was very challenging for the players to control the timing. 1 second earlier, the flask would have been thrown, and 1 second later, the flask had not yet reached the range, and the ray had already completed the second fold line. Boom! The lava flask exploded on Amadeus' face, followed closely by Wang Bulixing's lightning chain. The lightning struck, and Amadeus had nowhere to hide. He was hit by the light chain, causing light attribute magic damage, and Amadeus found himself dizzy. Full-level lightning chain. Amadeus was a little surprised. Even a free man like him would not upgrade lightning chain to full level, because the chance of this skill hitting was too low. Therefore, he allocated more skill points to other skills. Unfortunately, he miscalculated 1 point, that is, the skill points of the Xia team were very rich. It's over. Wang Jieshi muttered, and then typed an English sentence in the public channel. Game over. Glory. As the gravity accelerated the shot and swept Amadeus to the ground, and the acid rain and dry ice fell with the chanting, the ring match finally came to an end. Let us congratulate Wang Jieshi for winning this game, and preventing Amadeus of the Swiss team from completing a 1-on-3, and winning 2 precious points for the Xia team. The current score is 4-1. The results of the match were announced after the cup match. We are too strong. Li Ju laughed. He even felt that there was no opponent. You know, the Swiss team is not a pushover. Even in the European League, their single-player win rate is very high. But now, facing the Xiagua team, which is full of gods, they only got 1 point. It's a pity that I couldn't play with you to my heart's content this time. Let's play again in the team competition. Amadeus shook hands with Wang Jieshi after the game. Okay. Amadeus' eyes lit up when he heard Wang Jieshi say okay. When he turned around, Wang Jieshi smiled. A beautiful victory. Zhang Xinjia said to Wang Jieshi, who came back. Captain Zhang, you are too kind. In Wang Jieshi's view, the victory of this game is inevitable. Old Wang, don't be modest. Let's finalize the list of the team competition during the halftime break. Yishio smiled. Great. Wang Xiaoyan seemed particularly happy. Starting, Yichen, we really need you on the front. Yishio first pointed to Zhou Yichen. Zhou Yichen pounded his chest. It's a must. Others had no objection to Zhou Yichen starting in the team match. After all, if they were to make the decision, they would not miss Zhou Yichen. He is good at operation, obedient, and can fight 3 people on the front. Where can we find such a comprehensive talent these days? It can be said that as long as Zhou Yichen is there will not be too much gap in their front. Can I? Su Mucheng raised her hand. You are already there. Yishio smiled, and Yu Wenzhou and others did not refute. After Zhou Yichen, Su Mucheng was released. They had already anticipated what tactics they would play in this team match. Wang Jieshi frowned slightly, then relaxed. Seeing these 2 people, his discomfort suddenly came back to him, but when he turned around, he realized that they were teammates now, not opponents. And even if these 2 people returned to the league, the chance of joining forces was very small. Then, Wenzhou, this time you and Xinjia will play together, and you will be the main commander. Yishio said to Yu Wenzhou. Hearing this, Wang Xiaoyan couldn't hide his smile even more. Yu Wenzhou has played, so is there any need to think about the last starting spot? It must be him. The last starting spot is. Yishio deliberately paused, then looked at Fang Rui. Damn! No way. Wang Xiaoyan's heart skipped a beat. The last starting spot wouldn't be Fang Rui. Seeing Yishio looking at him, Fang Rui was confused. This plot was not in his script. The last starting spot, that's it. Okay, don't look around. It's you, Wang Xiaoyan. Yishio smiled and looked at Wang Xiaoyan. Then the 6th player is Li Xian. You scared me to death, old Yi. I thought you forgot about me. Wang Xiaoyan felt a little wronged. How could that be? Yishio laughed. In fact, he really planned to take Wang Xiaoyan out because he felt that if Wang Xiaoyan was put in, the lineup would be a little weak in the front. He thought that this lineup might be broken by the strong Swiss team. Will Wang Jieshi not play? Tang Hao was a little confused. He actually knew in his heart that he couldn't play in this team game because the Swiss team's lineup was long range. He, a gangster, might not be able to stand firm in the front. But he didn't expect that Wang Jieshi would not play. After all, the opponent's main general was also a mage scholar. He really wanted to see Wang Jieshi and Amadeus collide head-on in the team game. Therefore, Yishio preferred Wang Jieshi as his first choice for a side fireman. But after Wang Jieshi came back, he looked at Yishio. Although Wang Jieshi didn't say it, how could Yishio not understand? No need, I'm a little tired, Wang Jieshi said calmly. Tang Hao was a little stunned. He didn't expect that one day, Wang Jieshi would say the word tired. Since his debut in Weichao, Wang Jieshi only rested for a few games in the second half of the 10th season, and he was present all other time. His number of appearances in the history of glory is second only to Han Wenqing and Yishio, and there is even a trend of surpassing Yishio. Now it should not be called a trend, because Yishio has confirmed his retirement next season, so it is only a matter of time before Wang Jieshi surpasses Yishio and becomes the second most popular professional player in the history of glory. Wang Jieshi will definitely not hold back in this World Invitational, but he doesn't want to be too tired. Because after the World Invitational, the 11th season will follow, and his focus is still on Tiny Herb. There are too many people in the Xiaogui team who can support him and make him feel at ease. But what about Tiny Herb? Tiny Herb needs him, and he will not give up Tiny Herb. Wang Jieshi is not young anymore. Looking at Zhou Yichen and Tang Hao, who are full of energy, he is envious. After the halftime break, the rosters of both sides were also announced on the electronic screen above the stage. Xiaogui team, Zhou Yichen, ID, Yu Xingchen, occupation, battle mage. Huang Xiaotian, ID, Yu Shanfan, occupation, swordsman. Yu Wenzhou, ID, Soxer, occupation, warlock. Zhang Xinjie, ID, Shi Bujuan, occupation, priest. Su Macheng, ID, Muyu Chengfeng, occupation, gunner. The sixth person, Li Xian, ID, Fengshan Giki, occupation, Go swordsman. Swiss team, Alexander Amadeus, ID, Amadeus, occupation, magic scholar. Henry Nobel III, ID, Henry, occupation, battle mage. Peter Lambiel, ID, Peter, occupation, priest. Albert Federer, ID, Albert, occupation, boxer. Eslan Muhammad, ID, pawn, occupation, sharpshooter. The sixth person, Roman Fominok, ID, Resolute One on, occupation, mechanic. Map, War Grassland. This map, everyone is familiar with it. Fong Rui laughed. I remember that the War Grassland map is the first map shared globally. Xiao Shiqin said. Yes. Yishio nodded. War Grassland, this map is definitely familiar to domestic honor players. It can be said that if a team cannot play War Grassland, then it is not a qualified team. This statement also applies abroad, and O-ring, led by Amadeus, is best at this map. Interesting. Sun Xiang was a little worried about what kind of hell map the Swiss team would choose before the game. What do you think of this lineup, Mr. Li? Bebe looked at Li Ju, who was thinking on the side. For this lineup, my first thought is whether the front is a little weak. Li Ju said worriedly. Although Zhou Yichen is in the front, you can't just have Zhou Yichen. So Li Ju was thinking about what the purpose of this arrangement is, or what tactics the Xiaogui team wants to play with this lineup. But he pondered for a long time, and couldn't think of it. Because Yu Wenzhou and Huang Xiaotian were both in the starting list, Li Ju's first thought was to lean towards Blue Rain. But Blue Rain's lineup is Guardian Angels, while the Xiaogui team has a priest who tends to attack. The most important thing is that in the Blue Rain team system, they only need to protect Yu Wenzhou's Soxer. But now, in addition to Yu Wenzhou's Soxer, Zhang Xinjie's Bujuan also needs protection. Even if Su Muqing's Miyu Chengfeng is approached by the enemy, this is also a point that needs teammates to protect. 3 points, and there is also Huang Xiaotian who is outside the team. Zhou Yichen alone has to defend against the opponent's attack and keep an eye on the 3 people on his side. Is this a test for the Swiss team or a test for Zhou Yichen? What do you think of Zhou Yichen? Isn't it the Blue Rain team style of play? Li Ju muttered. Your mage scholar and sharpshooter players didn't play? Amadeus asked in English during the handshake before the game. It's time for you Swiss team to see our strength. Zhou Yichen interacted in English. Interesting, then come on. Amadeus' eyes were full of fighting spirit. What a pure player. Yu Wenzhou sighed on the side. He didn't see any filth in Amadeus' eyes, only the desire for battle. Very similar to Yishio. Su Macheng laughed at the side. Brothers, I have a 100% winning rate in team matches. Zhou Yichen joked before the game. Tisk, it's useless. Huang Xiaotian chewed his mouth. So far, he has only played one team match. What is there to be proud of this 100%? Okay, follow the tactics we set before the game. To be honest, I didn't expect that you two can also have a chemical reaction. Yu Wenzhou looked at Zhou Yichen and Su Mucheng. I am a bonding body. I can have a chemical reaction with anyone, Zhou Yichen said proudly. Yu Wenzhou thought about it, and found that it was true. In the training match, as long as Zhou Yichen was a teammate, there was no one who didn't like him. Yu Wenzhou himself was like this, and so were others. Especially Zhang Xinjie, he can now truly empathize with Fang Minghua. When Zhou Yichen is comfortable, he will also make his teammates comfortable. His positive feeling of security is stronger than BYT. Hey, are you selling samsara? Huang Xiaoyan elbowed Zhou Yichen. No. Zhou Yichen rejected Huang Xiaoyan with certainty. Damn. I haven't said whether I will buy it or not. TSK. All players can prepare to insert their cards to enter the game. The staff behind him gestured. This is a very humane point of the World Invitational. They will send corresponding staff according to the country, which is also convenient for both sides to communicate. Brothers, 3, 2, 1, Xiaogua team. Must win. 99%, 100%. Yu Xingchen, loading completed. Yeyu Shengfan, loading completed. Muyu Chengfeng, loading completed. Foshan Guichio, loading completed. Amadeus, loading completed. Map, War Grassland, loading completed. As the starting 5 of both teams appeared in the refresh zone, the second team match of Group C was about to begin. Chapter 633. This match is crucial for both sides. If the Xia team can win this team match, they will have won 2 consecutive games in the group and the score will reach an astonishing 18 points. This score has locked the top 2 in the group, so the Xia team is likely to become the first team to advance to the knockout stage. The Swiss team also needs these 5 points, because if they lose the team match, it means that the host Switzerland team only got 1 point in the first match. If they want to qualify, they must win 2 games in a row and cannot lose any. For the Xia team, even if they lose, they still have 4 points of margin of error. For the Swiss team, if they lose, they cannot retreat even a step. 3, 2, 1, fight! The countdown ended, and the 5 starters of both sides rushed out of the refresh area together, running from the top of the 3rd floor to the grassland on the bottom floor. Let's go down to the grassland first, Mucheng. You can interfere with the opponent remotely on the 2nd floor. Yu Wenzhou commanded in the team voice channel. Got it. The distance on the 2nd floor was perfectly within the effective range of the gunner. Boom! Muyu Chengfeng came to the 2nd floor and decisively raised his hand cannon to fire at the Swiss team that was still running on the other side. Anti-tank cannon. I block it. Amadeus flew into the air, and a few precise, ordinary attacks directly detonated the 3 shells fired by Muyu Chengfeng in advance. The other 4 members of the Swiss team did not hesitate, and continued to rush to the 1st floor. They never thought that these 3 anti-tank cannons could hit them. As long as the captain was there, their flanks would not be disturbed. Both the Swiss team and the Xia team actually chose a 4-to-1 strategy at the beginning, but is it a bit too arrogant to let Muyu Chengfeng face Amadeus? When Li Ju was still thinking this, Muyu Chengfeng stopped shooting and followed the team to rush down. Amadeus on the other side did not rush past the entire zone and rushed towards the Xia team. After all, he knew very well that the opponent had a gunner and a warlock, which was a big restriction for him. Therefore, Amadeus chose to escort his teammates to the grassland and launched an attack on the Xia team from the other side. I'm going to rush, Zhou Yichen said and rushed towards the Swiss team. He would not wait stupidly for the Swiss team to attack him. For Zhou Yichen, only attack is the best defense. Yu and Xiaoyan rushed together. Yu Wenzhou communicated. Aren't you going to attack from the side? Huang Xiaoyan looked at Yu Wenzhou in confusion. No more fighting, we have to force Amadeus to the front to fight a 5v5 team battle, Yu Wenzhou said with a smile. Before the game, Yu Wenzhou had discussed with Yi Xiu that it was actually difficult for Huang Xiaoyan to restrict Amadeus from the side. After all, it was still difficult for a swordsman to restrict a flying magic scholar. In this case, they had to change their tactics. That is to let Huang Xiaoyan go to the front and act as Zhou Yichen's deputy. The advantage of doing so is that while Muyu Chengfeng harasses Amadeus, there will be no firepower gap in the front. Yu Wenzhou's Soxer can also find opportunities in the front. If he can use the 6-star light prison to trap the front players of the Swiss team, then even a strong Amadeus will not be able to support it alone. Charge. After arriving at the grassland, the main commander of the Swiss team, Peter Lambiel, commanded the 3 people in the front to charge forward. This is my first time to play head-on. Huang Xiaoyan was a little excited. Don't fart. You don't know how many times you have played in the All-Star game, Zhou Yichen retorted. In every All-Star game, Huang Xiaotian's Yi Yusheng fan either disgusted his own people in the front or disgusted the opponent. It's your turn to perform. Zhou Yichen looked at Huang Xiaotian from his perspective. Understood. Huang Xiaotian received the message. So the public channel, which had been silent for a long time, began to bombard. How are you, everyone on the Swiss team? Hey, why did you suddenly rush up like this? By the way, do you understand Chinese? It doesn't matter if you don't understand. I can speak English, yes. Oh. No. What are you doing? The foreign audience in the audience was dumbfounded. The speed of the public channel scrolling was faster than the speed of their eyes. Amadeus on the other side had frowned. He had played professionally for so long, but he had never met such a player. He sent a bunch of incomprehensible texts, but he was very upset to read them. He was not the only one affected. The Swiss team in front was also affected. They were all overwhelmed. Because the moment they saw Yi Yusheng fan, countless text bubbles appeared on their screens. F***K, what is this? Muhammad had to slide the mouse to move the text bubble away. But as soon as he moved this sentence away, a new text bubble popped up. Clang, Yi Yusheng and Henry in the front were already fighting each other. Zhou Yichen was fine. Because he knew Huang Xiaotian, he adjusted the opacity of the text bubble in the settings to the lowest before the game. But the Swiss team didn't understand, because even in the challenge match against Australia, Huang Xiaotian didn't say much when he defeated two opponents. Because in his opinion, those two were too weak and were not worthy of his mental attack. But now, he has completely liberated himself. The most uncomfortable person on the field was Albert, because he faced Yi Yusheng fan head-on. So while dodging the opponent's sword attack, he also moved the damn text bubble away. F***K, I can't stand it. Even the good-tempered Albert was broken by Huang Xiaotian. He had never seen such a disgusting professional player. Huang Xiaotian, well, you will see it today. Focus on that swordsman. Peter Lambier, the main commander of the Swiss team, immediately made a judgment and sent the damn swordsman away first. At this moment, even Yi Yusheng, who was strong, was ignored by them. However, is it really the right choice to focus on Yi Yusheng fan? In fact, facing Huang Xiaotian's nagging, the simplest and most effective way is to minimize the public channel and adjust the opacity in the settings to the lowest. But the Swiss team can't think so much now. They may not even think that there is an item in the game settings that is about adjusting the opacity of text bubbles. Now the Swiss team's anger has been completely mobilized by Huang Xiaotian alone. Muhammad took the lead and threw a grenade at Yi Yusheng fan. That's it. Huang Xiaotian controlled Yi Yusheng fan to swing the sword to split the flying grenade, and then jumped up and swung a silver blade at Muhammad. Muhammad first slid the mouse to move away the annoying text bubble, and then fired with both guns. Shooting with both hands, Yi Yusheng fan used a flower sword to knock away the flying bullet, and in an instant, he came to Muhammad's side and swung his sword. Draw the sword and cut. As expected of an opportunist Huang Xiaotian, this sword is almost impossible for the opponent's sharpshooter to evade. Li Ju, who was sitting in the broadcast room broadcasting the game, praised. Swish! The powerful sword energy gushed out and blew Muhammad away directly, but the next second, Huang Xiaotian had just finished retracting his move, and Albert on the side also attacked him. Oh my god, you really want to focus on me, are you crazy? Huang Xiaotian frantically typed and asked questions on the public screen. What is this guy doing? This is a game, not an online game. Is there anyone with such a fast hand speed? The scene was full of discussions. Huang Xiaotian became the only focus of the whole audience by his own strength, both on and off the court. It looks like the Swiss team is going to focus on Huang Xiaotian. Fang Rui chuckled. He debuted in the 5th season, and he had experienced Huang Xiaotian's power in the 6th season. He still remembered that he and Lin Jingyan, who were still in the Howling, had finally designed to kill Huang Xiaotian, but he became even crazier after his death. He typed words on the public screen crazily. At that time, there was no team voice, so when the team communicated in the channel, the public channel was beeping crazily. Not only did it interfere with the line of sight, but it also messed with the mentality. At that time, the referee's hand speed to clear the public channel was not as fast as Huang Xiaotian's speed to refresh the screen. This is why after the end of the 6th season, the league issued a rule that players were not allowed to type words after the death of the team character. Others have also imitated Huang Xiaotian to discuss their opponents after his death, but unfortunately, neither the intensity of their words nor their hand speed is as exaggerated as Huang Xiaotian's. Huang Xiaotian can taunt 10 sentences without repeating himself, which is a skill that many people cannot learn. Looking at Wan Zhou's appearance, his focus is still on Yu Xingchen. This style of play is a bit familiar. Yisho laughed. Humph. Wang Jieshi snorted coldly, and all the bad memories came to his mind at once. In the finals of the 6th season, Blue Rain played against Tiny Herb. Yu Wenzhou played the common 4-1 system, with Wang Xiaotian's Night Rain to harass Wang Jieshi's Wang Biuliuxing, and at the same time, he could rely on his innate talent for writing and hand speed to interfere with the opponent in front. In the end, Tiny Herb could no longer bear it and replaced Wang Xiaotian at a huge price, but they didn't expect that this was the beginning of a nightmare. The eliminated Wang Xiaotian became the MVP of the whole game and started the unregulated output. Even Fang Shiqian, who was known for his good temper, was broken by Wang Xiaotian, not to mention the other members of Tiny Herb. Yo, you still want to sneak attack me? Wang Xiaotian used a 3-stage slash to repel Albert, then turned around and jumped up and swung a knife at Amadeus, who wanted to sneak attack. Amadeus avoided the sword energy and waved his hand. Disperse the powder. Yu Shengfan jumped back to dodge it, and then the sword light flashed, and several figures appeared behind the holographic projection. Sword Shadow Step. Come and kill me if you dare. Don't you dare. Huang Xiaotian was still provoking wildly, but unfortunately the Swiss team didn't understand at all, and just thought this fly was really annoying. It keeps buzzing in your ears, and you can't kill it. Just when the Swiss team focused their attention on Yu Shengfan, Yu Xingchen in front had already forced his way through the weak defense of the Swiss team. Captain, come back to help. Peter Lambier, the chief commander of the Swiss team, shouted. He was already close to Yu Xingchen. Fortunately, there is now a humanized function of team voice. Without team voice, I dare not imagine how desperate this pastor would be. Li Xian joked. Hey, do you think that after this game, will the organizer immediately introduce new rules to ban this? Fang Rui asked. No. Xiao Shiqin said affirmatively. It is a taboo to modify the rules of the game during the competition. Wang Jieshi said, and now it is enough to minimize the public channel and adjust the opacity to the lowest level. That's right. Fang Rui nodded. He had forgotten that things were different now. Clang, Yu Xingchen faced Henry's defense and swept Peter, who was constantly retreating, to the ground. F*K, what a monster. Peter cursed. He had never seen such an unreasonable battle mage. I don't know. Henry, who was also a battle mage, was sweating profusely. His defense was like paper in Zhou Yichen's eyes. Unlike the single-player competition, Henry had a concern in the team competition, that is, the priest. His defense was not for counterattack, but to protect his own priest. This also contributed to Zhou Yichen's arrogance. Seeing the opponent's fighters were stacked up, Henry was so angry, he just wanted to send a text to complain, but found that the public channel was still constantly refreshing the screen. Night Rain, Amadeus, you can't do it either, is that all you can do? Night Rain, Amadeus, didn't you eat? Amadeus's arrogance was aroused by Huang Xiaotian. Xiao Shiqin said. Good job, Xiaotian, hold him back. Yu Wenzhou commanded frantically in the team voice channel. Leave it to me, this guy is too easy to be hooked. Huang Xiaotian laughed. Ah. Su Mucheng sighed deeply, not blaming Amadeus. Huang Xiaotian, too cheap. Early before the game started, when the countdown was not over, several people reduced the public channel to the minimum and the opacity to the lowest. But even in this situation, she could still vaguely glimpse Huang Xiaotian's language and literature. I caught the priest. Mucheng, cover fire. Got it. After Yu Xingchen slapped Henry away with a falling flower palm, he successfully floated Peter in the air with his spear. At this time, the Swiss team members did not care about focusing on Huang Xiaotian and hurried back to support. But Mu Yuqingfeng would not let them have their way. He set up a hand cannon on the spot to form a gun mount and launched a fierce fire output at the rest of the Swiss team. Stabilize the gun mount. Seeing this, Yu Wenzhou's Soxer raised the curse of extermination and began to chant. At this time, 6 spell light patterns appeared above Peter and then fell down. After a few seconds, the light patterns condensed into a barrier that trapped Peter and Yu Xingchen. Glory's first imprisonment skill. 6-star light prison. The moment he saw himself and the enemy's battle mage being framed, Peter wanted to die. Ha ha ha, your priest is going to die. Huang Xiaotian was still taunting wildly in the public channel, and this time he sent it in English. Before the game, he specifically asked Zhou Yichen to learn this die. Captain, I can't stand it. Chapter 634. Captain, I really can't stand it. Muhammad couldn't help it, he wanted to tear the swordsman in front of him to pieces. He had been playing professionally for so many years, and he had never seen such a mean swordsman. Focus fire. Amadeus gave the order to concentrate fire. Peter had been trapped in the 6-star light prison. If they wanted to save him, they could only rush in by force, but Mu Yuqingfeng's artillery fire and Soxer's curse would obviously not let them do what they wanted. Even Zhang Xinjie's Bourgeois was using the holy fire to harass the opponent. Can't save him. As soon as this thought came up, Amadeus' heart sank. Because before the 6-star light prison was formed, Bourgeois' holy commandment light successfully shone on him. As a result, his vision was exposed, and he could see clearly when he was beaten by Yu Xingchen. Peter's health value is dropping madly, and the Swiss team has to make a choice. The cup explained. Amadeus actually thought about exchanging, but Bourgeois, Mu Yuqingfeng and Swoxar were completely in a group. He had no chance to harass Bourgeois, not to mention that there was an annoying fly next to him. Thinking of this, Amadeus became even more depressed. No! This fly must be killed. So, the Xiaogua team saw the scene they wanted to see, that is, the 4 people of the Swiss team launched an attack on Yu Yushengfan. And the long-range output Mu Yuqingfeng only gave a few shells of support, and immediately turned the muzzle to bombard Peter. The 6-star light prison ended, and Peter's elimination had become a foregone conclusion. As Yu Xingchen's spear pierced Peter's chest, the first character to be eliminated in this game appeared. Yu Xingchen killed Peter, out. Huang Xiaotian on the other side was not feeling well either. He was besieged by 4 people, and his health had dropped to red. But Huang Xiaotian was still playing tricks, typing, and sending text bubbles on the public screen. 4 people focused their fire, but Huang Xiaotian still didn't die. For some reason, seeing this scene, the Xiaogua team members were surprised and inexplicably happy. It should be because of the text bubble. The Swiss team sharpshooter's output was intermittent. It should be because he moved the mouse to move the text bubble. Xiao Shirqin laughed. Too disgusting. Sun Xiong said. He didn't dare to think about how disgusted he would be if he debuted in the 6th season and met Huang Xiaotian. Finally, the Swiss team tried their best and gave up the priest. They successfully solved Huang Xiaotian, the annoying fly. Amadeus killed Yu Shunfan, out. F*K, this annoying fly is finally dead. Muhammad felt very happy at this time, and the feeling of happiness was even close to winning the European League Championship at that time. But the next second, Yu Shengfan's name appeared in the public channel again, but this time, his avatar was gray. F*K, I forgot that you can also send texts when you die in the team competition, damn. I never thought this rule was so disgusting. Muhammad complained crazily. But his complaints did not make Huang Xiaotian's mouth disappear, but became even worse. Amadeus was still very smart. He immediately minimized the public channel, but the 2 brothers Muhammad and Albert did not think of this. Minimize the public channel. By the time Amadeus reminded him, Yu Xingchen had already killed him. With the firepower output of Mu Yuchengfeng and Swoxar, the 2 had no time and mood to adjust the settings. So they could only silently endure the double attack of physical and mental attacks. The happiest person on the field at this time was Huang Xiaotian. He took off his headphones as if the seal was lifted, and the keyboard made a banging sound. The staff behind him was stunned. He never thought that someone's hand speed could be so fast. Before he could read a sentence clearly, the next sentence came up. Fuck, what are you doing? Tang Hao was also stunned. He had only seen such a fast screen refresh speed in the lobby of online games. 10 sentences are not repeated, and there is no one else except him. Yisho laughed. The current Huang Xiaotian is the strongest Huang Xiaotian in history. F*K, is the public channel frozen? Muhammad cursed. The speed of the public channel scrolling was faster than his speed of masturbation. What's going on? The organizer was also stunned. This public channel seemed to have cramps. You should know that even Huang Xiaotian, who is at the peak of the 6th season, would not spam the screen like this. The reason is very simple. There was no team language at that time, so Yu Wenzhou had to type and command in the team channel. Huang Xiaotian's large-scale spamming would affect Yu Wenzhou's thinking to a certain extent. So at that time, it was basically after Yu Wenzhou determined the general direction that Huang Xiaotian showed his hand speed. But now, because of the team voice, Huang Xiaotian can output without restraint. Compared with the ease of the Xiaogua team, the Swiss team was much more depressed. Amadeus was better. He narrowed the public channel, but the others were not spared. Even though Amadeus had told his teammates the solution, it was too late. The entangled people had no energy to deal with these things. With the arrival of Fengshan Giki, the 6th man of the Xia team, who was responsible for controlling the field, Su Muqing's Mu Chengfeng was able to completely aim his fire at Amadeus. The ghost formation was formed, and with Soxer's death gate, the front of the Swiss team was completely pierced like paper. When Roman Fominok's Resolute 1 on, the sixth man of the Swiss team, arrived, Muhammad had been nailed to the wall of the arena by Yu Xingchen's dragon gallbladder. Miserable death. Albert was also not feeling well, and was swallowed by Li Xian's ghost feast. The Swiss team was doomed. Even if Amadeus tried his best to dodge Miyu Qingfeng's firepower output, and successfully approached Zhang Xinjie's Bourgeois, there was no one on the field who could cooperate with him at this time. Henry's battle mage was completely blocked by Yu Xingchen, and the sixth-player Resolute 1 on could only open the mechanical box and summon the small robot to find a way to break the situation. The scene was dead silent, and the Zurich Esports Arena had become the largest library in Switzerland. The fans who supported the Swiss team knew that they had no hope of turning the tables in this team game. Their own priest and main firepower point had been eliminated, and there was a jerk who was madly spamming the public channel. Not only did the Swiss players on the field have high blood pressure, but even the fans off the field were almost going to live in Bengbu. I feel like Huang Xiaotian is going to be angry. Feng Rui felt that the air around him suddenly became cold. His hands never stop. Chu Yunqiu sighed. The talented players tried their best but couldn't beat him. The few people who had been eliminated from the Swiss team had no chance to get a word in on the public channel. They had just finished sending a sentence and were brushed off the next second. Muhammad was obviously arguing with Huang Xiaotian. Although neither side could understand what the other was saying, they were now competing with each other in terms of hand speed and word count. He thought that doing so could also affect the players of the Xia team, but the actual effect was that the Swiss team was accidentally injured. Because they could understand the text said by Muhammad. It's time to end it. Yu Wenzhou smiled slightly, and Soxer raised his staff and began to chant, with many ghosts pouring out of his body. Warlock's level 75 ultimate move. Ghostly Entanglement. Henry in the range could not escape at all, because before the effect of the Ghostly Entanglement skill ended or before he walked out of this area, he would be subject to continuous Dark Attribute magic damage and strong deceleration effect. Coupled with Yu Xingchen's frontal attack, Henry was knocked to the ground in less than a minute. Amadeus, who saw this scene, chose to go back for help, but the next second, his screen turned black. Dark Array. Fo Shan Geeky's timing of releasing the Dark Array is perfect. Li Xian is worthy of being the chief array ghost of glory. Li Ju praised. The release of the Dark Array disrupted Addis's rhythm. Yu Xingchen successfully eliminated Henry under the fire cover of Soxer. Yu Xingchen killed Henry, out. Beautiful kill. Focus on Resolute 1 on. Yu Wenzhou commanded calmly. By the time Amadeus escaped from the dark formation, Resolute 1 on was already struggling alone. In the end, under the continuous defeat of the Xia team, the Swiss team fell down. Glory. Let us congratulate the Xia team for winning the team match. It was another 9-1 victory. This victory brought the Xia team's points to 18 points, and the place in the knockout round is just around the corner. The cup broadcasted. Well done, everyone. Yu Wenzhou took off his headphones and smiled. Captain Yu's command is good. Zhou Yichen said. Why don't you say anything to me? Did I play badly? Huang Xiaotian asked. You are so good. Zhou Yichen gave him a big thumbs up. He had already minimized the public channel to the lower left corner, but every time he looked over, he felt that the public channel was constantly running like a code. The Swiss team on the other side fell into silence after the game. They were known for their calmness, and played very anxiously in this team match. The reason lies in this swordsman. This is a style that the Swiss team has never encountered in the European division. Too cheap. When the two sides shook hands after the game, everyone on the Swiss team stared at Huang Xiaotian, as if they wanted to eat him alive. But Huang Xiaotian was not scared. He held his head high, and shook hands with every player on the Swiss team. Muhammad wanted to say something, but the words did not come out. Huang Xiao is awesome. At this moment, I seem to have returned to the 6th season. What do you think, Captain Wang? Feng Rui turned his head, and looked at Wang Jieshi. Heh. Wang Jieshi glanced at the cheap Feng Rui. If we win this game, there will be no problem in qualifying as the first in the group, Yishio said. In the last group match, everyone knows who to play against and what to do. Those who understand know. Yishio looked up at everyone. If they can get 1 point, I lose. Zhou Yichen said confidently. At the end of the match between the Xia team and the Swiss team, the match between the Lifeong team in Group D and the Netherlands was also decided. In the previous Group B match, the Danish team reversed the Norwegian team in the team match and surpassed the score 7-3. The Lifeong team defeated the Netherlands 9-1. The sharpshooter of the Lifeong team is quite awesome. Fong Rui was surprised when he saw the post-match data of the Lifeng team and the Netherlands team. The captain of the Lifeng team, Ralph Reinhardt, is the absolute number one in the Americas division. His team, Cloud9, has won the American League Cup Championship for 3 consecutive times. Yuan Zhou introduced to everyone. Before his debut, Cloud9 was a weak team that couldn't even make the playoffs. In his first season, he led Cloud9 to the semifinals and won the championship in his second season. Xiao Shiqin added. In every World Invitational, he ranked second in the sharpshooter strength list selected by foreign media, and the first place was Zaiwu from the French team. Zhang Xinjia adjusted his glasses and said, My Zhoushan is no worse than them. Zhou Yichen said. After all, it was ranked by foreign media. You can be ranked first because you are against the sky. Yishio smiled. With the second round of the game, the points of the 4 groups are as follows. Group A, Ingwa team 10 points, England team 7 points, Sweden 3 points, Canada team 0 points. Group B, Germany team 9 points, Denmark team 7 points, Norway team 3 points, Russia team 1 point. Group C, Xiaogua team 18 points, Switzerland team 1 point, Australia team 1 point, Riyadh team 0 points. Group D, Lifeng team 9 points, France team 8 points, Italy team 2 points, Netherlands team 1 point. Among them, only Xiaogua team played 2 games, and the other teams only played 1 game. Therefore, Xiaogua team directly had a bye in the 3rd round, and their match against Riyadh team will be played on the last day. As expected, the focus of the 3rd day was Ingwa team in Group A against England. The state of the 2 sides before the game was completely different. England team was nervous, while Ingwa team seemed to be at ease. In the first match of the individual competition, England sent out Big Brother Murray, and Ingwa team also saw through Boaster's tactics and scored as many points as possible in the individual competition. Captain, do we need to change our lineup? Su Xiao turned and looked at the big brother in the team. No need. Li Xianghe crossed his arms, and his eyes revealed absolute confidence. After the individual competition, England temporarily led 2-1, but in the challenge match, without Murray and Jellyfish, they were directly defeated by 1-3. It seems that's all. The man who completed the 1-3 didn't look too happy, but just felt a little bored. His name is Zheng Jixuan. This name may not be known to many people, but his ID is still known by many people. Chovy, a genius boy from Ingwa, he is the sharpest blade under the great devil Faker. Chovy's profession is a magic scholar, but his playing style is different from Wang Jieshi and Amadeus. He is more inclined to the academic style. This time, he was defeated by 3, and he calculated his life and mana consumption too well. I won't play in this team competition. Min Shi will be the commander of the team competition. Li Xianghe looked at a thin and weak figure beside him. Captain, leave it to me. The boy's eyes revealed determination. Chapter 635. 8-2, England only got 2 small points in the individual competition in the hands of Ingwa team. After watching the whole process, Xiaogua team is more convinced that Ingwa team is the biggest obstacle on their way to winning the championship. Boaster's command seems particularly weak in the face of absolute strength. Ingwa team completely defeated England team head-on. Very strong, their teamwork is too good. Zhou Yichen said. Yes, that magic scholar, his strength is not weak at all. Wang Jieshi focused on the magic scholar Chovy of Ingwa team. I found that the sharpshooter of each team is not weak. Ingwa team sharpshooter plays like Qin Muyun. This is Li Xian's focus. Doesn't anyone think their elemental mage is very powerful, and his ID is very interesting, Showmaker? Chu Yunxiu's focus is naturally on the player, who is also an elemental mage. It seems that the 2 qualifying places in Group A have been determined. Yishio thought. The situation in Group A is very clear. As expected, the Ingwa team won 3 consecutive games and advanced to the knockout stage as the first in the group. Although the England team cannot beat the Ingwa team, they are still very confident facing the Canadian team, which is just a mediocre team. Group B is also dominated by the German team. The strength of Norway, Russia and Denmark is not much different, but from the current situation, Denmark has the highest probability of qualifying. Needless to say, the Xiaogua team has basically advanced to Group C. The second ticket is likely to be between Australia and Switzerland. Yishio is more optimistic about Switzerland. The competition in Group D is more intense. The French team and the Lifeng team are both likely to become the first in the group. The duel between Zaiwu and Reinhardt is the biggest highlight of Group D. As for the other 2 teams, Italy and the Netherlands, it can only be said that when the gods fight, mortals suffer. Since the Xiaogua team did not arrange any games in the past 2 days, they had plenty of time to observe the games of other groups. In Group B, the German team sealed Norway and Denmark with iron blood. And Russia was ready to let the German team clean their necks in the knockout rounds, but in the game against Denmark, they were reversed by Denmark in the team game when they were leading 3-2. "Oh my god, this Denmark, is it specially playing team games?" Li Xian complained. Whether it was against Norway or Russia, Denmark was at a disadvantage before, but they just relied on the team game to turn the tables. "Why do I feel a bit like the previous Thunder?" Fong Rui said, and everyone looked at Xiao Shiqin. "Well, Denmark's lineup is actually quite strange," Xiao Shiqin said, adjusting his glasses. This was the first time he encountered a team with summoners as the core. The captain, Tanuel Skinkwason, played for AJ. Although their performance in Europe was not T0, it was still okay. At least they were frequent visitors to the playoffs, but they were eliminated in the first round of each playoff. At this point, they looked more like Thunder. "This summoner is quite capable," Yishio said. He had seen Tanuel Skinkwason play games. While controlling the summoned beasts, he could also command his teammates. God, he was operating on multiple lines. The side effect of this was that Tanuel Skinkwason was in a very bad mood and had 2 big dark circles under his eyes. Fortunately, he now had a helper by his side. The young player trained by AJ finally made his debut. Rasmus Winter, ID, Caps. When he debuted, he was called the European King of France because of his explosive output. In this World Invitational, he is undoubtedly the absolute core of the Danish team, because everyone knows that Tanuel Skinkwason will not be able to play for much longer. The World Invitational is likely to be his last game. The purpose of the Danish team to come to the World Invitational this time is also very simple, that is, to learn. For the championship, they think they are not qualified. With this mentality, they reversed and defeated Norway and Russia in succession, and got the second ticket to the knockout stage in Group B. In Group A, after England shut out the Canadian team 10-0, the quota was also settled. In Group C, the focus game is currently underway, Australia versus Switzerland. In the third round, Australia told everyone with a record of 8-2 against the Australian team that it was not that they were too weak, but that the Xia team was too strong. This game will most likely determine who will get the second ticket to the knockout stage in Group C. At present, the two sides are fighting 3-2, and the Swiss team is temporarily in the lead. In the team competition stage, as the host, the Swiss team has the advantage of choosing the map, so they chose a team battle map that focuses on defense. This made the Australian lineup very awkward. Even though Noah's command had already opened up the Swiss team's frontal defense, Amadeus's fierce attack from the side gave the Australian team a blow. Amadeus is still very fierce. Zhou Yichen nodded and said. The Australian team also wanted to learn from the tactics of the Xia team, but they found that it was completely unworkable. Because they really couldn't imagine why some people could keep saying dirty words while operating. The Swiss team obviously learned the lesson from the defeat against the Xiagua team. They adjusted the opacity of the public channel and text bubbles to the lowest. Every failure makes you wiser. As Amadeus's acid rain and dry ice fell, Australia could no longer recover. The Swiss team 8-2 dealt a heavy blow to Australia. After the game, Gorgias lay on the table and dared not face it. Before the game, they had dreamed of winning the championship of the World Invitational Tournament and letting the world know Australia. As a result, they couldn't even get out of the group stage. After the game, the Swiss team also breathed a sigh of relief. They were under great pressure in this game. The audience sitting on the scene were all there to support them. They were playing at home. If they couldn't even get out of the group stage, they couldn't imagine what kind of criticism they would face. We can't relax yet. The last game cannot be lost, Amadeus said firmly to the players. Yes. The time has come to the last day, and the focus is undoubtedly the French team in Group D against the Lifeng team. This game is about who is the first and second in the group. This ranking is still very important, because the knockout draw adopts the rule that the first in the group plays the second in the group, and the same group avoids. The first in the 3 groups of A, B, and C has been determined. Group A is the Ing team, Group B is the German team, and Group C is the Xia team. These 3 teams are not what the French team and the Lifeng team want. So both sides have to fight hard for the first in this group. The match that the Xia country audience was most concerned about was naturally the final match of their own team, and it was also a match they had been looking forward to for a long time. Xia country versus Rya country. After being drawn into Group C, everyone was dreaming about this day. They wanted to see their own players beat the other side severely. We can't lose this game. Remember, not even a small score is allowed. Yishio was unexpectedly serious. Understood. Several people nodded. Even if Yishio didn't say it, they would never let the other side get a point. Individual competition, Lao Han, Lao Wang and Xiao Zhou, you three go up. Yishio threw the king bomb as soon as he came up. Leave it to me. Han Wenqing took off his coat. He was determined to get this starting position. Han Wenqing would rather not play in the team competition, but he wanted this starting position. The Riyadh country team on the other side looked unhappy. They were naturally very clear about how strong the Xia country team was. When they saw that the starting position was Han Wenqing, who performed well in the match against Australia, they immediately didn't want to play. It's okay. Even if we lose, we have to let them see our strength. Yamamoto Ichiro, the captain of the Riyadh team, encouraged the morale. As a result, in the first individual match, Han Wenqing nailed the Riyadh team to the wall of shame with a nearly explosive performance. In 43 seconds, Han Wenqing broke the fastest record of the individual match in this World Invitational Tournament. Too fierce. Fong Rui trembled a little. Although Han Wenqing's punches have always been fierce, this time, Han Wenqing directly exchanged injuries for injuries and started the game directly. This action was obviously aimed at a quick victory. In the first match, the Riyadh team saw the determination of the Xia team. They were going to be beaten badly. Wang Jieshi in the second match and Zhou Zikai in the third match all fought quickly. This made the audience wonder if they were in a hurry to watch the match between the French team and the Lifeng team. There was certainly a reason for the Xia team to do this. Now that they have secured the first place in the group, they need to be very wary of the French team and the Lifeng team. After all, no matter which of these two teams is the strongest among the second place in the group. Of course, there is another reason. When they meet the Riyadh team, they must fight to the death. This is the blood of the Xia people engraved in their bones. Rally. Yishio was interrupted by Zhou Yichen before he finished speaking. Let me go. I promise to complete a 1-on-3 as quickly as possible. Zhou Yichen issued a military order. If you go, do we still have room to play? I want to start in the arena match. Zhang Jiala pushed Zhou Yichen away. You don't want to play in the team match? Yishio looked at Zhang Jiala meaningfully. He knew very well that Zhang Jiala really wanted to play in the team match. Zhang Jiala hesitated. You go and think about it. Okay, Zhou Yichen, Sun Xiang, Tang Hao, you three will play in the ring match. Yishio said. Then I want to start. Sun Xiang and Tang Hao said in unison, and the two looked at each other. They knew very well that if Zhou Yichen started, would the two of them still have room to play? They were very clear about the strength of the Riyadh team. Several powerful people were sent to play in the individual match. The ring match was undoubtedly a soft persimmon. They also wanted to be 3-1. The Xia team was thinking about how to abuse the team, while the Riyadh team's fighting spirit had been broken. Captain Yamamoto Ichiro was silent. He was playing in the third game of the individual competition, and was beaten into autism by Zhou Zikai's shot through the clouds. An assassin was fooled around by the sharpshooter. After the game, Zhou Zikai's expressionless face seemed to say, "You didn't let me have fun, bastard." Then you three draw lots. Yishio said. Draw lots with him. Sun Xiang looked incredulous. He knew Zhou Yichen very well. He was a guy favored by the goddess of luck. The spear hit his body, and every shot was a critical hit. Especially when Zhou Yichen was playing Gun In Xingchen, the critical hits were like free money, which made Sun Xiang numb at the time. Are you scared? Zhou Yichen used the method of provoking. What's there to be afraid of? Come on! Tang Hao didn't care about these. He only believed in absolute strength. But when Zhou Yichen drew one, Tang Hao was silent. Tired, destroy it, Zhou Yichen came out and, as expected, completed his first 1-on-3 victory in the World Invitational Tournament. Zhou Yichen. Zhou Yichen. Zhou Yichen. The audience at the scene also celebrated enthusiastically. Oh my god, is this still abroad? Fong Rui was a little confused. How come this guy is still so popular after going abroad? He looks handsome and plays sharp. Zhang Xinjia summarized it in 8 words. At the end of the singles match, the Xia team led the Ria team 5-0. It seems that we have to end our group stage journey with a perfect 0. Li Ba, who was broadcasting this game, had already opened champagne at halftime. He could clearly feel that the morale of the Ria team had been completely broken. After the halftime break, the rosters of the two teams' competition were also announced on the central electronic screen. Team Xia deployed an all-offensive lineup. Team Xia, Yishio, ID, Jun Ma Xiao, Occupation, Full-time Sanren. Han Wenqing, ID, Damo Guyan, Occupation, Boxer. Zhang Jiala, ID, Baiwa Liaowan, Occupation, ammunition expert. Zhou Zakai, ID, Ichiang Chuanyun, occupation, sharpshooter. Chu Yunxiu, ID, Feng Cheng Yanyu, occupation, elemental mage. The sixth person, Su Macheng, ID, Miyu Chengfeng, occupation, gunner. Is this lineup too exaggerated? Pan Lin looked at Li Bo. With this lineup, I think Team Xiao wants to fight quickly, Li Bo said after thinking for a moment. The first thing that came to Li Bo's mind when he saw this lineup was fierce. The output of this lineup is too fierce. It is obvious that these characters are combined to play fast attack. Abandoning the healer also confirmed this point. The Xia team had no intention of dragging the game. Compared with the all-attack lineup of the Xia team, the Rya team was not normal either. An assassin, a ninja, a demon, and a priest. The sixth person was a sharpshooter. No frontline lineup. Oh my god, I thought the Xia team's lineup was already exaggerated enough. Whose subordinates are these? Pan Lin looked at Li Bo in surprise. Li Bo was stunned. Look, I am useless. He didn't know how to explain the Rya team's broken frontline lineup. The final result was not unexpected. The Xia team slaughtered the Rya team. Too difficult, I couldn't fight at all. Rya team captain Yamamoto Ichiro complained after the game. He felt that he was set up by Capital. Chapter 636. With the bloodbath of the Xia team against the Rya team, the games in Group C were all over. In 3 games, the Xia team scored 28 points and became the team with the highest score among the 4 groups. After the team competition, the Xia team rushed to another venue. The players who did not participate in the team competition were already sitting there. Because a player of the French team had a problem with the sound reception of the headphones, the peak battle between the French team and the Gale team was delayed. When the game between the Xia team and the Rya team ended, the game between the French team and the Gale team had just begun. In the first game, the French team said Tristan Bart, a player who looked very honest, and was also one of the main players of G2. The Gale team said Dudu Abandu, the first ammunition expert in the Americas, and his ID was also very interesting. Bird, Dudu was called Free Bird in the Americas because his ammunition expert style was very arbitrary. I have seen him throw out all his skills at once, and then rely on ordinary attacks to deal with his opponents more than once. His style of play is full of federalism, but if you underestimate him for this reason, you will pay a heavy price. Who do you think will win this game? Tang Hao asked. I don't know much about these two people, so it's hard to say. Sun Xiang told the truth that he didn't have any special impression of these two people. Oh my god, what is this guy doing? Seeing Dudu throwing grenades randomly, Zhang Jiala couldn't hold it anymore. Hey, he is a free bird. Zhou Yichen elbowed Zhang Jiala and laughed. Go away, what the hell? Don't let me touch him. If I touch him, I will roast his bird directly, Zhang Jiala said. Having played the ammunition expert for so long, this was the first time he saw the ammunition expert play like this. Clear the grenades, then use normal attacks to make up for the damage. What kind of play is this? Throw the king bomb? Hey, don't tell me. This play is still a bit interesting. Yishio saw the difference. That is Dudu's movement, which is very interesting. He doesn't like to fight in the open field. On the contrary, he likes to fight in terrain with many obstructions, a bit like Uncle Long. He has a good sense of movement, and the opponent's berserker has never found a chance to get close. Yuanzhou said. The ammunition expert who can pull is the ammunition expert who can play, Zhang Jiala said, and he agreed with this sentence very much. In the first game, the Fierce Wind national team is going to win, Wang Jieshi said lightly. With the last explosive bomb successfully hitting Tristan Bart's berserker ult, the first game of the individual competition was won by the Fierce Wind national team. Camus was not too surprised in this match. In the second match, Demodi Moro of the French team quickly brought them their first victory. 1-1, the two sides tied. Now, both the audience in the stadium and the honor players watching the broadcast on TV are looking forward to a match. That is the first sharpshooter in America, Reinhardt, against the first sharpshooter in Europe, Zaiwu. If neither of them played in the third individual match, it would be interesting. Because Reinhardt, whether in the Gale national team or in Cloud9, he served as the defending general in the ring match. The same is true for Zaiwu. Whether in G2 or in the Gods, Zaiwu is the absolute mainstay of the team. As the top 2 in the sharpshooter strength list determined by foreign media, everyone still wants to see who will be more powerful. As the 3 sharpshooters of this World Invitational Tournament, Zaiwu of the French team, Reinhardt of the Lifeng team, and Zhou Zakai of the Xia team. The first 2 may face each other in today's group stage. In the third game of the individual competition, the two still did not play, and the Lifeong team took the small score in this game. 2-1, the Lifeong team is temporarily in the lead. It seems that the winner will be decided in the ring match, Joe-Chen said. Yeah. Joe-Sakai nodded. However, in the starting lineup of the ring match, the Captain Reinhardt of the Lifeong team went on the field directly, while the French team's main knight Plans Ludovic Xia appeared on the field. Oh, the strongest newcomer of the French team is here. Joe-Chen smiled. Plans Ludovic Xia is a knight player who debuted this year. The French team's youth training is really full of talents. Previously, there was a Zaiwu, and this year there is a knight. His appearance just made up for the lack of breakthroughs in the frontal attack of the French team. His unrestrained personality and offensive style attracted many honor players as soon as he debuted. He was also trained by Camus himself. It can be said that after Camus retired, the next leader of the French team was Zaiwu, and then he. It's a high-level competition right from the start. I hope you can make me happy. Plans Ludovic Schroeder said to Reinhardt before the game. Thinking of the opponent's body movement, Reinhardt smiled. I will make you happy, Mr. Knight. The first battle of the ring match was full of gunpowder. Unfortunately, the young and energetic Plans met the experienced Reinhardt. The offensive style made Plans feel uncomfortable like constipation when facing the pulling Reinhardt. It's still a little bit lacking, Camus said with some regret. Originally, he planned to let Plans debut next season, but France had received the news that Zurich would host the World Invitational in advance, so Plans' debut was brought forward. Now it seems that it is still a little early. It's good this way, at least I see passion in him, Zaiwu said beside Camus. That's right. Camus smiled. When will you come back to take over my job? When you retire? Zaiwu looked at Camus with a smile, and no one understood what was hidden in this smile. Okay, then I will retire next season. Camus didn't know if he was joking or had thought about it. Looking at Reinhardt's performance, he is going to be 1-on-3, said Edgar Delacroix, the main boxer of the French team. With Zaiwu here, 1-on-3 is impossible. The main assassin of the French team, Jonel St. George, looked at Zaiwu confidently. Since Zaiwu took charge of the ring match, no team has been able to achieve the honor of a 1-on-3 victory under his hands. After defeating the Supernova Plans Ludovic Schroeder, Reinhardt defeated Stephen Leaf and completed a 1-on-2 victory over the French team. It feels a bit difficult. Yuan Zhou shook his head. If the French team wants to win this ring match, even if Zaiwu is about to play, it will be difficult to achieve a reverse 1-on-3 victory. Because the Lifeong national team's ring match lineup is very clear to several people, after all, they have played training matches. Rocky Meredith in the Lifeong national team is a famous torture knight. His style is comparable to the enhanced version of Su Bin, because Su Bin's grinding is time-limited, and when the opponent relaxes his vigilance, Su Bin will take advantage of the opportunity to enter. But Rocky Meredith is different. He will keep grinding until you have a mental breakdown. Joe-Chen still remembers the training match when Tang Hao played against Rocky Meredith, which directly raised Tang Hao's blood pressure. Although Tang Hao won in the end, his spirit had been defeated by the opponent. Joe-Chen still remembers the scene of his face flushed. The second time he played a training match with the Lifeong national team, Tang Hao directly refused to play a ring match. Obviously, Rocky Meredith has left a psychological shadow on Tang Hao. After solving the low-health Reinhardt, Zaiwu also faced Rocky Meredith. The game time was instantly extended. Facing Zaiwu's attack, Rocky just raised his shield to defend. And he deliberately found a very tricky angle, that is, a triangular corner, and he went to the corner to hide. This is his turtle flow. F*K, why is there such a disgusting knight in this world? Demodi Moro, the elemental mage player of the French team, was already numb. Plans on the side widened his eyes. This was the first time he saw a knight play like this. He didn't fight back. Isn't this just disgusting? Tang Hao complained. It was more uncomfortable to win against him in the training match than to eat shit. The most important thing is that he still enjoys it. He is the second pick in the ring match in the Lifeong national team, which is used to wear down the opponent's fighting spirit and mental defense. The most disgusting thing is not the ring match, but in a team match, Rocky's knight is like a wall blocking the team. All his defensive skills have been upgraded to the maximum level. Even the knight's ultimate move Crusader Judgment, Rocky only upgraded it to level 1, which can be said to be a wolf destroyer. It took nearly 20 minutes, and Zaiwu's sharpshooter finally killed Rocky. Both sides are gods, Joe-Chen said with emotion. During the whole process, he did not feel any disdain or impatience from Zaiwu. At this moment, Joe-Chen saw his own captain in him. This Zaiwu is also a ruthless person, Tang Hao's mouth twitched slightly. The last time he played against this thing, his mentality was broken. But what about him? As always, do what you should do. This is Zaiwu. Why do I feel that he is going to be a 1-on-3? Sun Xiong said. After beating Rocky, Zaiwu's mentality was not affected at all. How did you know this? Tang Hao couldn't help but feel a little confused. Hey, do you think he is a robot, without any emotions at all? Rocky, who returned to the player seat, doubted his life. Unexpectedly, one day, his playing style would not work at all. Can you win? Rocky looked at the last player of the Lifeng national team, Maxwell. I try my best, Maxwell said with a wry smile. 10 minutes later. Let's congratulate Zaiwu for his third-place performance against the Lifeng national team. This is the third time in this World Invitational Tournament that he defeated the Lifeng national team. The commentator on the scene was very excited. He really defeated him. Relying on the 2 points in the ring match, the French team overtook the score and led the Lifeng national team 3-2. The previous matches were all minor fights, and the team match was the highlight. Both sides put out their strongest lineups, and the head-to-head confrontation of the sharpshooters once again became the focus of the team match. What do you think? Not only the Xi'an national team was watching this game, but the German team was also watching this game. I'm optimistic about the Gale Nation team, Poke said calmly. The reason? QP waved his hand and asked. Because the French team's lineup is a bit deformed, Poke said after thinking for a moment. The French team's lineup is not short of firepower players. They have sharpshooters and gunners. What they lack is frontal attackers. Although plans makes up for the offense, it is obvious that the French team still has a big loophole in defense. And the boxer Edgar Delacroix in the team plays as the sixth man, so Poke is more optimistic about the Gale Nation team. Compared with the French team, the Gale Nation team is obviously a one-star four-shooting system around Reinhardt. There are knights on the front that are comparable to city walls, with sharpshooters, warlocks and ammunition experts, and the firepower is not inferior to the opponent. It can be said that the winner of the team competition between the French team and the Gale Nation team lies in which side's front will be broken first. In Poke's view, it must be the Gale Nation team that breaks through the French team's front. The Fierce Wind national team is also a very tough opponent. Michael Bismarck nodded and said, but not as tough as the Xi'an national team. QP continued. In his opinion, the Fierce Wind national team's strengths and weaknesses are very obvious. The offense is very fierce, and the defense is not bad, but the disadvantage is that if the opponent is able to cross the Rockies' defense line, then the Fierce Wind national team's back row will be hungry. And the Xi'an national team has no clear weaknesses in the information known to QP. Zhou Yichen on the front completely propped up the front of the Xi'an national team, which allowed their firepower players to attack the opponent without pressure. Moreover, the lineup of the Xia team is flexible and changeable. They can play fast, such as the Blitzkrieg against the Liao team, or slow, such as the Split War against Australia. If you want to defeat the Xia team, the first factor is to limit the performance of their battle mages. Vulcan Larxiu, the priest of the German team, said. How to limit? QP asked. Vulcan was silent. He had not yet thought of how to limit the performance of this battle mage. While several people were still discussing how to limit Zhou Yichen, the team battle between the French team and the Lifeng team on the field entered a white-hot stage. As expected, even if Zaiwu tried his best to cross the wall of Rocky, he was greeted by firepower attacks from 3 different directions. The lineup of the Lifeng team is really fierce, Feng Rui said with emotion. It was broken by one Wang Jieshi. Yishio smiled. Reinhardt's command was very decisive. He issued a command to focus on Zaiwu. In order to get rid of Zaiwu, the Lifeng national team paid a painful price, and Rocky's wall was on the verge of breaking. But fortunately, Reinhardt stood up and successfully shot Zaiwu in the head with a precise Barrett sniper. Awesome. This shot became the key to the game. When the screen went dark, Zaiwu knew that the defeat was inevitable. They lost. What made the French team even more desperate was that Rocky's body flashed with a white light, and his health value went up. This wall is alive again. Chapter 637. As the cargo was destroyed by the concentrated fire of the Lifeng national team, the firepower of the French team had a big loophole. The Lifeng national team immediately shrank its formation and played a tug-of-war with the French team. In this situation, several people once again experienced Rocky's disgusting side. In the end, the Lifeng national team successfully defeated the French team without bloodshed, surpassed the French team with a score of 7-3, and won the first place in Group D. Nice. Dudu was very excited after the game. He didn't want to be the second in the group to play in the knockout stage. The first in the three groups of A, B, and C were all monsters in their eyes. Although the goal of the Lifeong national team in this World Invitational Tournament is definitely to win the championship, then on the road to winning the championship, these three teams cannot be avoided. But they definitely want to meet them as late as possible. After all, the later they meet, the more things the opponent will expose, and they can also target them earlier, and they will be more confident. The Lifeong national team is happy, but the French team is a little uncomfortable. As the second in the group, they will face the first in the other three groups in the knockout stage. Whether it is the Ingwe team in Group A, the German team in Group B, or the Xiaogui team in Group C, they are not easy opponents. After the last game, the draw ceremony was started without stopping. Starting from the knockout stage, the rules of the game will change. The competition system will be upgraded to BO3, using head points, divided into 5-person relay ring match and team competition stage. The party with more points in a single game will win, and the party with 2 points in the big field will advance to the next round. If there is a tie, then it will enter the 3v3 ring match extra round. The first and second place teams in the group were divided into 2 pools. The host first picked the Xia team in Group C. Damn, we are going to be the first place. Fang Rui was a little speechless. Then, the other first place team in the upper half was the German team in Group B. Now, everyone in the Xia team was silent, which meant that their top 4 would directly face the German tank led by Poke. The German team on the other side also looked unhappy. In their hearts, the threat posed by the Xia team was even greater than that of the Ying team. The 2 first places in the lower half were naturally the Ying team in Group A, and the Lifeong team in Group D. The second place team to be drawn next was Denmark. Zhou Yichen and others muttered in a low voice. Denmark, England and France, obviously the Danish team is the weakest. The opponent that the Xia team will face in the upper half is the French team. The female host picked the French team. Damn! When the French team was drawn, several people wanted to die. The French team can be said to be the strongest team in the second group. It seems that they want us to play against all the strong teams. Yisho laughed. Then, they saw that the opponent of the German team was the Danish team. Several people on the Danish team said that they were set up by capital. Although they won the group stage with difficulty, they did not expect that the knockout stage would be even more difficult. Maybe they have already stopped at the first round in their own minds. No one knows the strength of these people on the German team better than them in Europe. In the lower half, the Ingwe team will face the Swiss team, and the Lifeong team will face the England team. Seeing that the Ingwe team was drawn, Amadeus's fighting spirit rose again. In his opinion, if you want to fight, you should fight the strongest team. The Gale country and the British team said they could accept it. At least both sides had a fight. What a shitty luck we have. D. Modi of the French team said irritably, scratching his hair. In the group stage, they played against the Gale country, and in the first game of the knockout stage, they played against the powerful Xia country. The French team felt that they were being set up by capital. It's difficult. Even Camus felt a little headache. It's okay, we can win. Zaiwu encouraged with a fist. Camus smiled and said nothing. In his opinion, the overall strength of the Xia country might be stronger than that of the German team. Moreover, the two of them were in the first game of the knockout stage, leaving them only 4 days to adjust and arrange tactics. As for the German team, although they did not show joy on their faces when they saw that their opponent was the Danish team, many people were still relieved. They were all familiar with the players of the Danish team, and they had played against each other in the European League, so they did not need to spend too much energy to study in the first round of the knockout stage. Therefore, they could spend more time on the Xia country team. Yes, in the minds of the German team, the only other team in the top half that could enter the semifinals would be the Xia team, not the French team. Even though the French team had Camus and Zaiwu, in Poke's eyes, except for these two, no one else on the French team was worthy of his attention. Best newcomer? Don't be ridiculous. We need to focus more on the Xia team. Q.P said to Poke. Well, the boxer of the Xia team is very good, Poke said, and it was obvious that he had noticed Han Wenqing. After the draw ceremony, everyone returned to the hotel together. Yishio also displayed the information of the French team that he had sorted out on the projection screen. The leader of the French team is also their old Captain L, Camus Dun Charpentier. We should be very familiar with this person. He is the commander and healer of the French team, and a player who doesn't like to play offense. While introducing, Yishio also evaluated Camus. In the 3 group matches, Yishio only played in the first match against Australia, and the third against the team of the Republic of Riyadh. The rest of the time, he was collecting and sorting out the game information of other representative teams. He watched the recordings of the 3 games of the French team. In all 3 games, whether they were lost or won, the French team played at a slow pace. When the absolute core of the team was in the gods, the team also played at a slow pace. But there is a difference between the slow pace of Camus and Zeus. Camus has a very slow overall pace. To put it bluntly, he likes to drag. Zeus is different. Zeus will deploy for a long time in the early stage, and then suddenly speed up at a certain time period or a certain location. This is also the reason why SK led by Poke was defeated by Zeus's Gods team in the finals of this year's European League. QP's command was understood by Zeus. On the offensive end, Zaiwu was not inferior to Poke at all, which also gave the Gods the opportunity to end the SK dynasty. Camus did not like to attack, but the plans he trained were very offensive. So now Camus is enriching his tactics while also changing them, which he calls transformation. Next one, pay special attention. Yishio pointed to Zaiwu on the projection screen. Matthew Elbow, ZYW, Zaiwu. Like Shozakai, he is an all-around sharpshooter. He is not limited by any tactics or any style of play. He can play at the level of a top player. But at the same time, he will be targeted by the opponent. Everyone can see clearly how the Lifeng national team targeted him. Yishio analyzed. In the last round, the Lifeng national team can be said to have poured all its output on Zaiwu. Reinhardt's command was actually very risky. If Zaiwu was not killed in advance, then the French team would counterattack, and they would have no firepower to stop it. But fortunately Reinhardt, who is also a top sharpshooter, perfectly understood Zaiwu's intention. Reinhardt knew that he would use the flying gun technique to pass Rocky in the front row and rush to the back row. Therefore, he deliberately commanded his teammates to keep enough output and wait until Zaiwu came in. What was waiting for him was the output of devastating destruction. So our focus is also on him? Fang Rui asked. Yes and no, Yishio said ambiguously. After losing to the Lifeng national team, I think it will be difficult to break through them from this aspect, so we need to find another breakthrough point. Yishio said, and pointed to another member of the French team. Prince Ludovic Charutaru, the superstar of the French team, but this star has a bit of a bad temper. Compared to Bart, Plans is very impulsive. If we can separate him from the team, then the French team's front will be broken, Zhang Xinjie said. So, when playing against the French team, our lineup must be explosive. Yu Wenzhou concluded. That's right. Yishio nodded. With Wenzhou standing next to him, he didn't have to think much. After knowing how to play against the French team, Yishio immediately divided the team into 2 teams for training. Group A, Zhou Yichen, Zhou Zikai, Sun Xiang, Zhang Jiala and Zhang Xinjie. The 6th player is Chu Yunxiu. Group B, Han Wenqing, Wang Jieshi, Wang Xiaoyan, Yu Wenzhou and Yishio. The 6th player is Tang Hao. Oh my god, the starters of Group A and Group B are a bit explosive. Fang Rui was not sad about his failure to be selected. When he heard that the lineup was going to take the initiative and explode, he realized that he had nothing to do with this game. Yes. Li Xian nodded on the side. With this grouping, it is obvious that Yishio intends to let Group A play in the French team's team competition. Now everyone understands that the team with Zhang Xinjie is the team that may play. After all, there is only one healer in the team, Zhang Xinjie. Unless there is a special situation like the Lia team, Zhang Xinjie will not be out. Group A, this lineup is a bit similar to the 1-star 4-shot of the Lifeng team, but it is not quite the same. Because they have 2 battle mages in front, their offensive ability is definitely stronger than the single front row of the Lifeng team. When the Xia Team A and B groups were competing, the French team was also analyzing the lineup of the Xia team. But when they saw the long list of the Xia team, they were stunned. Xia team, why are there so many people? The lineups of the team competitions of the 3 games of the Xia team are different. Camus listed the team lineups of the Xia team in the group stage. When playing against Australia, the lineup set by the Xia team was Yishio, Zhou Yichen, Wang Jieshi, Zhou Zikai, Zhang Xinjie, and Xiao Shiqin. Against the Swiss team, the Xia team's lineup changed to Zhou Yichen, Wang Xiaoyan, Yu Wenzhou, Zhang Xinjie, Su Maicheng, and Li Xian. Against the Lia team, the Xia team was even more exaggerated. They did not even bring a priest, and directly sent out a full offensive lineup: Yishio, Han Wenqing, Zhang Jiala, Zhou Zikai, Chu Yunxiu and Su Maicheng. In the 3 games, Zhou Yichen played in 2 games, Yishio played in 2 games, Zhang Xinjie must take up a place because he is a priest, Zhou Zikai also played in 2 games, and so did Su Maicheng. It is obviously unreasonable to analyze the lineup according to the number of appearances, because the Xia team has a variety of playing styles and command styles. The only thing we can be sure of is that these two people will definitely play. Camus pointed to the avatars of Zhou Yichen and Zhang Xinjie. The latter is the only healer in the team, and Camus believes that the Xia team will definitely choose Zhou Yichen, who is too dominant in the front. Will their team leader come? Tristan Bart asked. This is the question they should be concerned about. Yixiu, his profession is different from everyone else's. He is a full-time independent player. Camus has also seen such players in the online game of Glory European server, but most of them died halfway, so there is no such profession in the professional arena. Because in addition to understanding the 24 professions, you also have to find a way to learn the intermediate or high-level skills of other professions, which require silver weapons to achieve. And such a character, who can bring all professional skills, and has special silver weapons appeared in front of him. It's not easy to fight. Zaiwu on the side shook his head directly. He would most likely lose against Yixiu, because he was completely unfamiliar with the combo routines of Sanren. The latest data they could find was only the 2-team matches played by the opponent in the group stage, but in those 2-team matches, he hardly made any moves. So the French team had to look through Yixiu's domestic game videos, and found that he had won 37 consecutive games. The only game they lost was against Zhou Yichen in the finals, and they had watched this game before the start of the World Invitational. Camus called it one of the peak duels in the history of Glory, and the excitement even exceeded the singles match between Poke and Zaiwu in the European League. He had never seen a weapon that could change in 1,000 ways, nor had he seen such a detailed battle mage. This was also why Camus was sure that Zhou Yichen would play. It was no exaggeration to say that if Zhou Yichen was in the French team, Camus' goal would not be to enter the semifinals, but to win the championship. We should also pay special attention to this person. Camus clicked on Zhou Zikai's data analysis. Well, he is very strong, I can feel it, and I even think he is not weaker than me or Reinhardt. Zaiwu commented. It's a bit exaggerated. Plans felt that Zaiwu was a little too modest. If you have seen his games in the Xiaoguo division, you won't say that. Demodi Moro said. The French team did a very comprehensive job, although Zhou Zikai has not made a big splash in this World Invitational so far. But they still noticed him, probably because of his professional sensitivity. After all, as a sharpshooter, Zhou Zikai ranked behind Reinhardt in the strength list of this profession. Why do I feel that after the analysis, we are going to be defeated? Jonal San George, the assassin player of the French team side. BO3, everything is possible. Chapter 638. 4 days passed in a flash, and the venue that was originally divided into 2 parts is now merged into one. The center of the stage, the shining golden championship trophy of the World Invitational, is already waiting there. The first game of the elimination round, the Xia team versus the French team, is about to begin. The all-star commentators who broadcast this game are Bebe, Li Ju, Pan Lin and Li Ba gathered in the studio. Before the game, they also analyzed the lineups and main cores of the 2 teams. Both they and the audience are very familiar with the Xia team, so the focus is mainly on the French team. The French team only has 8 professional players in this World Invitational. The captain L. Camus Dun Charpentier serves as the team's pastor. Matthew Elbow is the team's sharpshooter, and the undisputed #1 sharpshooter in Europe. Li Ba began to introduce the list of players of the French team to everyone. At this time, the 2 teams ready to play are already waiting in the waiting area to enter. At 8 p.m. in Zurich, the lights went out and the seats were full. Glory became a global game. Let's welcome the first place in Group C, the Xia country team. The host introduced passionately. Team leader Yixiu. Zhou Yichen almost couldn't hold back when he heard the Chinese words coming out of the European host's mouth. Team member Zhou Kitchen. This time he was really in Bungbu. He didn't expect that the host would change his name directly. After reading the list of all the players of the Xia country team, the host breathed a sigh of relief and was even a little surprised. Why are there so many people in the Xia country team? With the end of the entrance ceremony, the leaders of both sides bumped their fists to signal, and the first game of the elimination match officially started. Yixiu also led the team back to the player's seat, while Zhou Yichen took off his coat and stretched his muscles to prepare for the game. In the first game of the elimination match, Yixiu said Zhou Yichen to play without hesitation. At this moment, he finally felt the feeling of reincarnation. After entering the playoffs, you don't have to think about the starting position at all, just fill in Zhou Yichen's name. Yixiu may still need to struggle with other positions, but he has no hesitation about the starting position, even if there are great players such as Wang Jieshi and Zhou Zikai in the team. But Zhou Yichen has to start. I'm on. Zhou Yichen stomped his feet and prepared to go on stage. Bring back a 3-in-1. Zhang Jiala said with a smile. Thank you for your good words. Zhou Yichen responded, then picked up the account card and peripherals and walked towards the competition seat. Go, Plans? This is a must in your career. Camus said gently to Plans beside him. Well, I will win. Plans' eyes were full of fighting spirit. He had long wanted to fight Zhou Yichen. At this time, the electronic screen above the stage also announced the starting list of the two teams in the 5v5 ring match. Xiaogua team, Zhou Yichen, ID, Yu Xingchen, Occupation, Battle Mage. French team, Plans Ludovic Zia Literu, ID, Prance, Occupation, Knight. Map, Red Flower Pavilion. The French team had the right to choose the map in the first elimination match, while the Xiaogua team, which ranked first in the group stage, had the right to choose the map in the next two matches. In the map selection of the ring match, the French team chose the Red Flower Pavilion. A map with a little terrain, but not complicated at all. Around the Red Flower Pavilion in the center of the map, there were a lot of red flowers floating. I've been wanting to fight you for a long time. Plans raised his head and said, yes. Zhou Yichen said he didn't understand French. Plans also saw that the other party didn't understand what he said, and he was too lazy to repeat it in English. After shaking hands, the two turned and walked towards the battle seat. After the staff confirmed that it was complete, both parties inserted their cards and entered the game. 99%, 100%. Yu Xingchen loaded. Prance, summarized as Plans later, loaded. Map, Honghua Pavilion loaded. 3, 2, 1, fight! The countdown ended, and the first ring match of the elimination match officially started. The two refreshed symmetrically from north to south. Yu Xingchen refreshed in the north, and Plans refreshed in the south. Honghua Pavilion is in the center of the lake, and the pavilion is very large. There are 4 roads leading to Honghua Pavilion, which are complicated. Both of them are melee characters, so there is no need to go around. Yu Xingchen went straight to the middle, and Plans did the same. We're about to meet. Li Ju's heart tightened unconsciously when he saw this. Although he knew that Zhou Yichen, who made him feel extremely relieved, was on the field, he couldn't help but feel nervous at this moment. After all, Zhou Yichen no longer represented Samsara at this time, but Xia country. Yu Xingchen moved a little faster than Plans, and arrived at the Red Flower Pavilion first. Whoosh! Plans had just arrived at the center of the pavilion, when he was greeted by Yu Xingchen's straight attack. Continuous attack. Ha! Plans chuckled, raised his shield with his right hand to block Yu Xingchen's attack, and swung his sword with his left hand. Clang! The holy sword was blocked by the spear, and Yu Xingchen swept it horizontally, and the 180-degree sweep directly repelled Plans. At this time, the two sides maintained a very delicate distance, and the red flower fell between them. When the red flower fell to the ground, Plans launched a charge, raised his shield and rushed towards Yu Xingchen. This charge is a cover, Yishio said. Yu Xingchen simply dodged to the side. Plans stopped charging, turned his head, and raised his shield to swing at Yu Xingchen. Shield strike. However, before the shield hit Yu Xingchen, Plans found that the opponent's spear had already been against his chest. The next second, Plans was blown away by the powerful magic fighting spirit. Boom! How long, Pajuan? Little guy, if you can get this, I don't have to hang around in the glory circle. Oh no, I'm going to be attacked to death. Camus felt bad. Although Plans is now full of offensive power, his shortcomings are also obvious. His defense is too ordinary. Maybe when facing ordinary opponents, his defense is still okay. Once facing top attackers, Plans can easily become a flaw. Just like now, after being blasted away by Haolong Pajuan, Yu Xingchen quickly followed and successfully floated Plans in the air with an upward strike. Dragon Fang, Tyrant Smash, 100 Dragon Meteor hit. 3 consecutive low-level skills were thrown on Plans. When the dazzling patterns behind him were all lit up, Yu Xingchen swung his right palm, and a touch of pink appeared among the flowers. Falling Flower Palm. Zhou Yichen's combo, and the connection of skills are perfect no matter how many times I see it. Li Xian praised generously. Indeed. Sun Xiang, who was also a battle mage, nodded. He was now watching Zhou Yichen's POV frame by frame. There is only one person in 100 years. Yishio said. Don't you have one? Wang Jieshi turned his head and glanced at Yishio. Me? I'm just an ordinary honor player. Too embarrassing. Edgar Delacroix couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Plans could be said to be beaten unilaterally by Zhou Yichen. Plans couldn't resist Yu Xingchen's fierce attack. You still need to practice more. Camus smiled. If Plans wants to become a top professional player, then he must practice defense well. In Camus' view, Zhou Yichen is a benchmark that Plans needs to follow. Whether it is offense or defense, Zhou Yichen's performance is very excellent. And Zhou Yichen didn't know these things when he debuted. Zhou Yichen in the 7th season also likes to play offense and doesn't like defense. In his concept, offense is the best defense. But slowly, with the accumulation of experience, he also began to learn to play defensive counterattacks, learn how to see through the enemy's flaws, and then kill with one blow. The difference in combat quality is too big, Zaiwu said. In his opinion, Zhou Yichen's combat quality is far higher than Plans. He is still young. Camus said, but being young is not an excuse for his arrogance. Zaiwu retorted, obviously, he was not very satisfied with the newcomer of the French team. Zaiwu is a very humble person. Even if he won the EuroLeague against Poke, whom he had never won before, he just smiled after the game. Even though he is now the best shooter in Europe, he is still very easygoing in the team. But Plans, as a newcomer who has just debuted, is arrogant and easily loses his temper when losing a game. In Zaiwu's opinion, these are manifestations of incompetence. If you lose, you should calm down and think about why you lost, where you are weaker than others, what you did not do well, and try to reduce the mistakes next time. This is what you should do after the game. If you are young and winning the best newcomer in the European League can be a reason for pride, then Zaiwu can be so proud. When Zaiwu debuted, he was known as someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Poke in the future. During the World Invitational, Plans has become much more restrained, and it is obvious that he was educated by Zaiwu. He advocates strength, so he can only stay where he is and accept Zaiwu's education. That scene was very warm in Camus' eyes, because Zaiwu began to slowly accept the position of the French glory leader. Chivalry, Plans, who was already on the verge of red blood on the field, chose to activate the awakening skill. At this time, his overall skills will be strengthened, the skill damage and effect will be improved, and the burst ability will be stronger. Fight! Plans gritted his teeth and said, if he didn't attack again, he would be beaten to death. Yu Xingchen still has 85% of his health left, and even with his own health, it's less than 100. Oh! Are you going to fight? Zhou Yichen looked at the white airflow emanating from Plan's body. Yu Xingchen waved her hand, rotating the spear and dancing the magic fighting spirit, and then the airflow and breath intertwined, and with the next attack of Do Pashanha, the special cloud effect of the battle mage took shape. The mist and floating clouds were everywhere, and the red flowers were falling down, and the undercurrent was surging in the quiet environment. Looking at the rising clouds, Plans didn't care so much, and started the charge with a cooldown reset and rushed towards Yu Xingchen's coordinates. In the state of chivalry, the charge evolves into a heroic charge, with improved damage effects and values, and the skill will not be interrupted when it is cast. When he entered, he did not find Yu Xingchen. Seeing this, Plans had to jump forward and raise the holy sword to launch a jump slash. Heroic jump. Under the blessing of chivalry, it is upgraded to a fair heroic jump, and the jump slash will generate a shock wave when it lands. It was by using the shock wave to clear the clouds that Plans finally saw Yu Xingchen. F*K. Plans cursed, because he saw that Yu Xingchen had completed the charge, and then a blue dragon rose from the ground and hovered above the red flower pavilion. Fu Long Xiang Tian. Then, in his shocked eyes, the dragon opened its bloody mouth, grabbed it, and rushed into the sky. Boom! Glory! Let us congratulate Zhou Yichen of the Xia team for winning the first game of the ring match, and his health value is very good. The cup explained. Yes, facing the French super rookie, Zhou Yichen only lost 18% of his health, which is amazing. Pan Lin shook his head, and couldn't believe it. This is our country's ever-victorious general. Li Ju laughed. It seems that he is really going to win 3 games with 1. Zhang Xinjie analyzed Zhou Yichen's health control. If the first player only lost less than 30% of his health, then Zhou Yichen's chance of winning 3 games with 1 is 81%. This is a very exaggerated data, which means that Zhou Yichen's own health loss can be controlled within the range of 30% in each game. Plans returned to the French player's seat, covered his head with a towel, and said nothing. 18%. This is the health value that Plans has lost. Since his debut, this should be the lowest health value he has lost in a single game. This amount of health is not even enough for a Barrett sniper. Let him think alone. Seeing that Demodi Moro wanted to comfort him, Camus stopped him. Then I go. Tristan Bart stood up from his seat. Come on, You can fight at the cost of health when necessary, Camus said to Bart. Yeah. Bart nodded. He naturally understood when Camus said when necessary. French team. Tristan Bart, ID, Alt, Occupation, Berserker. Although Bart lost to Dudu of the Gale national team in the group stage, his strength is still very strong. It can be said that he is the second attacker of the French team besides the carrier. The terrain is the main reason for losing to Dudu. Sitting on the esports chair, Bart breathed a sigh of relief, and it can be seen that he is under great pressure. Because after the first game, the opponent still had 82% of his health, which was equivalent to not much consumption. Facing Yu Xingchen with healthy health, Bart was unsure. The French team watched Zhou Yichen's game video collectively these days, and the more they watched, the more shocked they were. At the beginning, the French team was quite confident, but after watching the end, they were collectively silent. Camus also discovered this, and simply stopped watching later. For the French team, for victory, fight, Tristan, you can do it. Bart encouraged himself before the game. Chapter 639. 99%, 100%. Yu Xingchen, loading completed. Alt, loading completed. Map, on what pavilion, loading completed. 3, 2, 1, fight! As the countdown ended, the second ring match between the Xia team and the French team officially started. Compared to the somewhat serious Bart, Zhou Yichen seemed much more relaxed. The Xia team had studied Bart's mad swordsman before the game. His playing style was a bit similar to that of Yufeng, the captain of the Baiwa team. A mad swordsman, who tends to be rational, will sell blood for output in certain situations, instead of selling blood as soon as he comes up like Sun Jiaping. Although the final outcome is either you die or I die, the rational mad swordsman can use a wave to end the opponent. So to a certain extent, they can only be called swordsmen, and only Sun Jiaping played mad. Zhou Yichen has too much experience in dealing with this kind of mad swordsman. Both sides moved at similar speeds, and arrived at the Red Flower Pavilion at almost the same time. Bart did not hesitate at all, and the moment he saw Yu Xingchen, he immediately jumped forward with his heavy sword. Collapse of the mountain. Yu Xingchen took a step back, avoiding the range of the shock wave formed by the collapse of the mountain. You should know that the shock wave of the collapse of the mountain is much stronger than the shock wave caused by the knight's heroic jump. If you are hit by the shock wave of the collapse of the mountain, you will be forced to fall to the ground and suffer a short floating effect. Seeing that the attack did not hit, Bart adjusted his position, then swung his sword to perform a horizontal slash, and a vertical slash and a cross shape to attack Yu Xingchen. Swoosh, cross slash. Yu Xingchen slightly adjusted his body shape, and the cross slash actually went straight through Yu Xingchen's body. Fuck. The audience widened their eyes. Where is the damage? Bart was also confused. Did the other party open? Perfect micro-operation. Yishio clapped his hands and applauded. How did you do it? The audience began to discuss and whisper, all trying to figure out what happened. Extreme dodge. Wang Jieshi commented that this micro-adjustment operation is very difficult. If you don't operate it well, and get scratched by the cross slash, you will not only suffer physical damage and knockback effects, but there is also a high probability that you will fall into a bleeding state. This is... Plans turned his head and looked at Captain Camus. Flick left and right micro-adjustment, a very detailed operation. Zaiwu said. Can you do it? Demodi Moro asked. It's very difficult. Demodi Moro nodded. He understood what Zaiwu meant. It can be done, but it is very difficult. But I feel like it's as easy as basic exercises for him. Stephen Leaf touched his head and said, because he observed that Zhou Yichen looked very relaxed when he completed this operation, without any pressure. Too strong. Edgar Delacroix now felt more and more terrifying about this man. With his operation and hand speed, he will be very good at any profession. Demodi Moro looked at Camus. After all, he was the only one who had changed his profession. Well, I heard that he also played the sharpshooter in the Xiaoguo League, and the video can be found. Camus nodded and said, awesome. Edgar Delacroix, as the opponent, didn't know what to say about Zhou Yichen's performance. But Tristan Bart on the field said he had something to say, and he thought he could still save it. Aren't you going to sell blood? Zhang Jiala in the audience asked in confusion. As a former partner of the #1 Berserker, he knew this profession very well. If the Berserker wanted to defeat the Battle Mage, there was no way out by blindly defending, and he could only actively seek change. The simplest way was to start the bloodthirsty battle, take the damage from the Battle Mage's skills, exchange blood for blood, and seize the initiative of the attack. It's about to start, Xiao Shichin said, adjusting his glasses. Sure enough, the next second, Bart operated the berserker in his hand to start the bloodthirsty battle, ready to exchange blood with Yu Xingchen. It's a bit late. Zhang Xinjia looked at his watch. I guess the opponent didn't think he could beat Zhou Yichen from the beginning. Li Xian said. It's possible, but the French team shouldn't let Zhou Yichen complete a 1-on-2 so easily, right? Fang Rui said. After the berserk state was activated, Bart immediately turned from defense to offense. Clang! Bart shook Yu Xingchen away with one hand, and then swung the heavy sword to slash at the opponent. Devil-breaking slash. This sword is not only powerful, but if the slash hits the enemy, it will weaken the enemy's own defense, that is, weaken the character's defense by 30% for 8 seconds. Devil-breaking slash is usually the starting move of the berserker's strong attack. After all, the 30% defense reduction brought by it is still a relatively large bonus for the berserker, who is the main battle. Yu Xingchen retreated to avoid the slash, and then rotated the spear with one hand, stabbing Bart with an arc of more than 180 degrees. Facing the berserker in the berserk state, most people would choose to avoid and drag it out for this period of time. But Zhou Yichen is not an ordinary person, he is from class 2. After the berserker turns on the berserker, he is not invincible. Although his strength, attack speed, movement speed and resistance to abnormal states are improved during this period, his intelligence and double defense will drop significantly. Round dance stick, Yu Xingchen thrust his spear straight in, and Bart swung his sword to hold him back, but the next second, Yu Xingchen changed his thrust to a sweep. Puff, Balter's shoulder was covered with blood, F*K. Tristan Bart now felt powerless, as if he had tried his best but could not win. During the duration of the berserker, Bart was still suppressed by Yu Xingchen, and Yu Xingchen's attack was even more fierce than before. Who is turning on the berserker? Stephen Leaf, the gunner of the French team, was stunned. This is the most offensive battle mage I have ever seen, no one else. Zaiwu shook his head and said, there are many genius tactics in Europe, but after watching Zhou Yichen's battle mage, Zaiwu realized what a genius tactic is. Zhou Yichen is the real genius tactic. When the duration of the rage faded, Bart fell into a special state of depression, and Yu Xingchen shot him out. Flying dragon in the sky. With Zhou Yichen here, I feel very relieved in the ring competition. Li Ju smiled. He thought Zhou Yichen was just over the standard in China, but he didn't expect that he was still so over the standard when he went to the international competition. He also watched the performances of many battle mage players in the World Invitational. Li Ju's biggest feeling was that he was not as good as Zhou Yichen. Zhou Yichen's battle mage has spoiled the audience's appetite, causing many players on the internet to become detail maniacs and constantly pick on the mistakes of other battle mage players in the past few days. This also doubled the pressure on other players. At the same time, some extreme fans appeared on the internet. They turned into righteous policemen and began to criticize Zhou Yichen. For Zhou Yichen, the person involved, it was nothing. Hasn't he been criticized enough by domestic black fans? No, I can't beat him in offense, so there is only one way left, fight. Bart's heart tightened. After operating the character to stand up, he attached blood to his left hand, and then poured it into his body. Boom! The blood filled the field, and Bart's whole body was emitting red light. Berserker's level 75 ultimate move. Bloodthirsty. After the Berserker activates the skill, it will directly absorb a certain proportion of health points, and convert it into strength. Oh my god, this is crazy! Zhang Jiala couldn't understand why he had to absorb a certain proportion of health points, and convert them into strength, when his own blood volume was at an absolute disadvantage. Isn't that rushing to give up? Those who play Berserker are all ruthless. Fang Rui sighed. Zhou Yichen didn't understand what Barter was doing at first, until he took a bullet from him and chopped his shoulder with a knife. Not only Yu Xingchen's health bar exploded, but also Zhou Yichen's eyeball. Fuck. Zhou Yichen was numb. The knife directly cut his aorta. Oh my god, this physical attack power is too high. It's a critical hit, Yu Wanzhou said. The passive skill of the Berserker, Blood Awakening, destined that the lower the Berserker's health, the higher his physical attack power. Combined with bloodthirstiness, this made Barter's attack power reach its peak. Now Zhou Yichen had to retreat. Although Barter only had 15% of his health left, his knife was enough to counter 4 or 5 shots from him. From Bart's random attacks, Zhou Yichen knew that he had put life and death aside. He had only one goal, which was to consume Yu Xingchen's health to the maximum extent within the remaining 15%. After all, Yu Xingchen, who had taken a critical hit, still had 64% of his health, which was enough to support him to achieve a 1-on-3. Bart didn't want his team to be engraved on the background board of Zhou Yichen's 1-on-3. Die! Bart's face was full of effort, But unfortunately the absolute disadvantage and the health consumption brought by bloodthirstiness made Bart's life come to an end. But in the end, he still relied on the high output in exchange for selling blood to give Yu Xingchen a few knives. Very annoying. Zhou Yichen scratched his hair, and he felt the feeling of scraping for the first time. The few shots he fired were not as good as the simple knife of the opponent. In the end, Yu Xingchen ended this farce at the cost of consuming 34% of his health. Most of Bart's output was even cut out by the last few knives. 1 through 2, the current score is 2-0, and the Xia team is temporarily in the lead. I think the French team should now consider whether they need to lift the cargo up. After all, they are now 2 points behind, and Yu Xingchen still has 48% of his health, so it is still possible to have 1 through 3. Bebe analyzed the current situation. For the Xia team, the situation in the ring match is very good. Zhou Yichen has already scored 2 points for the team. Even if he fails to complete the 1 through 3 in the next round, for the Xia team, this start is already very good. People's joys and sorrows are not the same. When the Xiagua team looked relaxed, the French team was already frowning. Zhou Yichen silenced their entire team. So what about the others? Let me do the third game. Demodi Moro stood up. As the main elemental mage in the team, he must stand up when the team is in danger. The position of the load cannot be moved. He glanced at Camus. Camus was silent for a moment and nodded. Camus still recognized Demodi Moro's strength, otherwise he would not have firmly occupied the starting position. Compared with the Danish team's Rasmus Winter's elemental mage, Demodi Moro's playing style and style are more violent. French team, Demodi Moro, ID, Colorado, occupation, elemental mage. Captain, I will bring back the victory. When Moro came on stage, he turned to Camus and said firmly, "Well, I believe you." Camus exuded a gentle light all over his body. 99%, 100%. Colorado, loading completed. Map, Red Flower Pavilion, loading completed. After the game was loaded, when the countdown fell, Moro immediately controlled the character to rush to the central Red Flower Pavilion. Red Flower Pavilion is a very suitable map for elemental mages to fight, because the bombing range of the skills can probably cover the entire pavilion. Therefore, the elemental mage does not need to go to the pavilion at all to achieve accurate strikes on the opponent. Zhou Yichen also knew this, so he did not choose to go straight to the central pavilion at the first time, but chose to take a detour. You have the skills to operate, the tactics to be tactical, and the brains to be smart. A perfect man. Camus praised. Captain, you won't. Edgar Delacroix didn't know whether to say something or not. Camus was silent. I have a wife. That's good. These 4 words completely dispelled Edgar Delacroix's inner doubts. On the other side, the Xiagua team was also discussing Zhou Yichen's choice, smart. Zhang Xinjie commented in 2 words. I can hardly think of any shortcomings of Zhou Yichen now. Yu Wenzhou laughed. Except for a disgusting venomous tongue. Wang Xiaoyan muttered. He is only venomous to certain people, and you happen to be one of them, Macheng. Has my Achen ever said anything about you? Chu Yinxiu asked. No. Su Macheng covered her mouth and laughed. Damn. Wang Xiaoyan forgot that Zhou Yichen brought his family to the game. Yu Xingchen rushed out from the left, but there was no cover on the Red Flower Pavilion itself, so his actions were all exposed. Facing Yu Xingchen's sudden attack, Moro blocked his way with a horizontal ice wall. Fuck, it's so disgusting. Zhou Yichen was a little helpless. Before he could break the wall, Moro chanted a skill, and a red magic circle appeared under Yu Xingchen's feet. Flame Storm. I really do. Zhou Yichen didn't know what to say. Before he could retreat, the ice wall suddenly shattered, and the broken ice wall turned directly into ice cones and shot at Yu Xingchen. Zhou Yichen could only let the ice cones shoot at him, and escaped at the last second when the magic circle rose. Boom! The magic circle was completely reduced to a sea of fire as the elemental power exploded. Yu Xingchen's condition was not good, and the ice cones reduced his movement speed and attack speed a lot. Moro raised his staff and chanted again without any hesitation. Chapter 640. When Zhou Yichen saw Moro's whole body emitting white light, he knew that it would be difficult for him to dodge the next move. Concentrate. After this skill is activated, the elemental mage can turn the next spell skill into an instant skill. Is it the Dark Night Flying Shadow or the Flame Impact? Zhou Yichen began to think in his mind how to deal with the next attack and how to minimize the loss. As a result, when he saw the bird-shaped flame flying out of Moro's staff, Zhou Yichen smiled with relief. The most powerful skill of the elemental mage in terms of fire damage effect. Level 75 Fire Bird. Even if Zhou Yichen's reaction was fast, Yu Xingchen was slowed down, so the fire bird still hit Yu Xingchen's shoulder. The powerful elemental power exploded immediately, and Yu Xingchen was blown away. While receiving high fire attribute magic damage, his body was burning and smoking. A beautiful blow, Tristan Bart said with a clenched fist. Watching Yu Xingchen fly backwards, he felt an indescribable sense of relief. All the grievances of being abused just now were vented with this fire bird. Before the attack was over, Moro chanted again, drawing a line towards the location where Yu Xingchen fell, and then magic fluctuations would appear on the line. Ice line. The line successfully hit Yu Xingchen, causing him to fall into a frozen state. TSK 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 TSK. How much does this kid from the French team hate Zhou Yichen? Feng Rui smacked his lips and said, this skill hit Yu Xingchen one by one as if he didn't need mana. Oh my god, is this kid going to click directly after this game? Tang Hao was stunned, and Moro's blue bar dropped down. He was right to do so. You see, it's hard for Zhou Yichen to get close to him now, Yishio said. From the beginning to the end, Yu Xingchen didn't have a chance to attack, let alone touch Moro at the other end. I really am. Zhou Yichen laughed after the game. This is the real one-wave flow. After the one wave, there is nothing left. He is very curious about what Moro will do in the next game. Holding the staff, and using the elemental mage's normal attack to hammer other people's chests. He really doesn't save skills. Zhang Xinjie just calculated, and used almost all the skills he should use. 1 through 3, I'm here, it's impossible. Moro wiped the hot sweat on his head and panted. Although on the surface, he solved Yu Xingchen, who is called the God of War, without losing a single drop of blood, only he knew how difficult it was. Moro dared not slack off in every skill. Why didn't he save skills? Because Moro knew that the opponent was a master at seizing opportunities. If he was consumed by close combat because of saving skills, it would not be so easy to turn the tables. So his suppression could only last from the beginning to the end, not giving Zhou Yichen a chance. Under such high-pressure operation, a lot of energy was consumed. It's a pity, the opponent is very determined. After Zhou Yichen came back, Chu Yunqiu stepped forward and handed over the water bottle, and Zhang Xinjie said on the side. Well, his mana is not enough, and most of his skills are on cooldown. In the next game, we should be able to easily win. Zhou Yichen said after taking a sip of water. Who will play in the next game? Everyone looked at Yishio. Since the opponent has an elemental mage, we will also have one. Yishio smiled. No problem, leave it to me. Chu Yunqiu patted his chest and promised. Team Xia, Chu Yunqiu, ID, Fengcheng Yanyu, Occupation, Elemental Mage. Oh, Team Chu is on, Elemental Mage versus Elemental Mage. Bebe said with a smile. It shouldn't be a problem for Team Chu to win this game. Although Moro's health is still full, his mana consumption was too exaggerated when he played against Yu Xingchen. Li Ju analyzed. The result was not unexpected. Chu Yunqiu's Fengcheng Yanyu adopted the same strategy as Moro in the previous game, using damage to kill Moro. Treat others with their own way. The current score is 3-1, and the French team is still 2 points behind the Xia team. After solving Moro, Fengcheng Yanyu's health is still in a healthy state. Fortunately, Stephen Leaf, who played in 4th place, successfully defeated Fengcheng Yanyu and scored a point for the French team. Unfortunately, he could only bring this 1 point for the French team. Sun Xiang, who played the 3rd game, successfully regained his position and brought the 4th point for the Xia team. In this ring match, the French team has gone far, Bebe said with his microphone closed. Almost, the last defending player of the French team must be Zaiwu, but there are still 2 players on the Xia team who have not played, probably 2 banned players. I prefer Zhou Zikai and Wang Jieshi, Li Ju said. Sharpshooter? Let me see for myself. Looking at the low health points, Sun Xiang thought he could still make a little contribution to his team. Depending on you. Camus looked at Zaiwu. Whenever the French team was in a critical moment, they would throw the ball in their hands to Zaiwu. Yeah. Zaiwu nodded, and then walked towards the competition seat. French team, Matthew Elbow, ID, ZYW, Zaiwu, Occupation, Sharpshooter. 99%, 100%. Zaiwu, loading completed. Map, Honghua Pavilion, loading completed. 3, 2, 1, fight! The countdown ended, and both sides rushed out together. After the opponent entered his attack range, Zaiwu immediately pulled out the double guns in the holsters, and the revolver fired a fatal shot. Bang bang bang. Damn it! At this moment, Sun Xiang knew what level of sharpshooter he was facing. Every bullet from Zaiwu was aimed at his head, which forced Iejicho to switch from offense to defense and rotate his spear to block the bullets fired by the opponent. However, you can block it for a while, but not for a lifetime. Iejicho's defense was quickly pierced by Zaiwu's bullets, and several blood holes appeared on his shoulder. We can't go on like this. We have to turn defense into offense. Sun Xiang, who has experienced a lot of things, has become very mature now. He used his war spear to pick up the bench placed in the pavilion, and Zaiwu kicked it away. Iejicho followed up, and Shueisha with a dragon-like fighting spirit stabbed at the opponent, but Zaiwu slid to avoid his attack and stood up and hit Iejicho with a knee strike. It's broken. Sun Xiang's hand trembled. Iejicho was successfully lifted into the air by the knee strike. Bang bang bang. This is a master. Shozakai's eyes lit up, and Zaiwu's attack rhythm was very smooth. Taking advantage of the gap between changing bullets, Zaiwu kicked him away. Then, before he landed, Zaiwu pulled his double guns back into the holsters, then took out the machine gun from behind and began to shoot at Iejicho. Beep beep beep, Gatling gun. Such a steady rhythm. Yu Wanzhou commented. This was not the first time he watched Zaiwu's game. In Yu Wanzhou's impression, this person was the representative of calmness. He had never seen Zaiwu panic. Even in the group match against the Lifeng national team, Zaiwu was the first to be focused and killed. But Yu Wanzhou observed that Zaiwu's face was only annoyed. He knew that if he was eliminated early, the French team would be in danger. Hey, do you think that the faces of sharpshooters have no expression? Fan Rui asked. Everyone looked at Jozakai, making Jozakai look confused. That's not the case. Yishio shook his head. He knew a gunner who had a very rich facial expression. Especially when playing the sharpshooter, Yishio felt that the picture was very beautiful when he thought about it. After hearing Yishio's words, Suma Chung recalled the past. Zhou Yichen didn't seem to have much expression when he played the sharpshooter. Tang Hao looked at Zhou Yichen. It's like I had a lot of expression when I played the battle mage. Do you really think I'm Huang Xiaotian? Zhou Yichen rolled his eyes and said. Hey, what do you mean? Huang Xiaotian was upset. He was not a performative personality. Huang Xiaotian now felt that Zhou Yichen was a little too targeted at him. Didn't he just say a few bad things about him behind his back? Sun Xiang, it seems like he's going to lose. Li Xian said. Captain Zhou, what are your chances of winning against the carrier? Xiao Shiqin turned to look at Jozakai. Jozakai thought for a while. It should be possible. Don't say it, Captain. I think you are the best sharpshooter in the world. Zhou Yichen said, hugging Jozakai's shoulders. That means you can win. Jozakai nodded. Xiao Shiqin sighed. Just spoil him. Lost glory. Hey, still can't do it? Sun Xiang looked at his hands, and calmly took out the account card. How does it feel? Sun Xiang returned to the player's seat, and everyone surrounded him immediately. The pressure was very strong, and my head was cold throughout the game. Sun Xiang answered truthfully. Cold head? Yu Wanzhou was a little surprised. He had been playing professionally for so many years, and this was the first time he had seen such a feeling. Well, that carrier gun is really accurate. Sun Xiang was afraid that everyone would not believe it, so he added, it's more accurate than Zhou Yichen's gun chanting stars. Hiss. Fan Rui took a breath of cold air. He might not know about the carrier, but he knew Zhou Yichen's sharpshooter very well. That's not ordinary accuracy. Zhou Yichen's sharpshooter is even known as the ancestor of headshots in China. He only shoots big heads, not small heads. In the online game of Glory, some people are born to play sharpshooters and specialize in targeting the small heads of their opponents. The damage is not high, but it is extremely insulting. Now Sun Xiang said that Zaiwu is more accurate than Zhou Yichen. What kind of monster is that? It is very accurate. His aim is very good. I feel that he will become a god if he plays FPS. Zhou Yichen commented. Let me test his water. Han Wenqing stood up and prepared to fight, but was stopped by Yi Xiu. If it was anyone else, Lao Han, you would definitely be right, but Zaiwu, he knows boxers very well. After all, there is a monster in the European League that needs to be studied every season. Yi Xiu said. I am not weaker than him. Han Wenqing said with his hands across his chest. Everyone knew who Han Wenqing was talking about. Of course I know you are not weaker than him, but we have to try to trust them. Yi Xiu said and looked at the people behind him. Han Wenqing was silent. I understand. Go Xiao Zhou, you have to fight him. Yi Xiu looked at Jozakai. Yeah. Jozakai nodded. Before Sun Xiang's one autumn leaf died, he still knocked off 11% of Zaiwu's health, so Jozakai was naturally in an advantageous position. Xiaogui team, Jozakai, ID, one shot through the clouds, occupation, sharpshooter. Here comes the most exciting moment, a battle between the same profession, and this is a contest between world-class sharpshooters. Seeing that the list of players announced above the stage was Zhou Zikai, Li Ba felt his heart was on fire. In the selection of foreign media, Zaiwu ranked first in strength and Zhou Zikai ranked third, but in Li Ba's opinion, Zhou Zikai was the first. Of course, he hoped that the players of Xiaogui team would be the first in the selection of each profession. Our ring match lineup is too luxurious. Pan Lin is concerned about this point. Zhou Yichen, Chu Yunxiu, Sun Xiang and Zhou Zikai, the defending champion will most likely be Wang Jieshi. This ring match lineup is unimaginable in China. Come on, Captain! Zhou Yichen cheered for Zhou Zikai. Come on, Captain! Zhang Jiala did the same. Yeah! Zhou Zikai took off his coat, picked up his account card and peripherals, and walked towards the battle seat. Zaiwu, who was sitting on the other side, still had no expression on his face, but you could see from his eyes that he was very excited. Zaiwu was very eager to fight with the strong, because only in this way could he grow. 99%, 100%. Ichiang Chuanyun, loading completed. Map, Anghua Pavilion, loading completed. 3, 2, 1, fight! The countdown ended, and as the red flowers fell in the center of the pavilion, the sharpshooters on both sides rushed out together. Ichiang Chuanyun drew out his double guns, and used the recoil of the flying guns to speed up, while Zaiwu on the other side stopped moving halfway. Then he half-crouched, and a sniper rifle appeared in his hand. What? Seeing Zaiwu's operation, Yishio and others stood up directly from their seats. Barrett sniper. Ichiang Chuanyun is still moving, and it's a bit too whimsical to want to hit it with a sniper. Tang Hao couldn't understand the other party's brain circuit. At this distance, is he going to shoot? Zhang Xinjia adjusted his glasses. He was very curious. The moment Ichiang Chuanyun entered Zaiwu's attack range, would he shoot? Everyone was waiting for this moment. The French team also knew what Zaiwu's purpose was. There was a health difference between the two sides at the beginning, and Zaiwu wanted to make up for it with a long-range sniper. Will Zaiwu take action? Both the commentator and the audience held their breath. The Xiaogui team was praying that the shot would miss, because missing Zhou Zikai would not only give them an advantage in health, but also in the interaction of skills. At the moment when Ichiang Chuanyun walked into the corner, Zaiwu's Barrett took action. Bang! Chapter 641. Is Zaiwu going to attack? He fired. The commentator shouted. Zaiwu aimed at the still-moving one-shot Chuanyun and fired this Barrett sniper. At the moment of turning the corner, Zhou Zikai also saw Zaiwu squatting and setting up a sniper. His reaction was very fast. He immediately stopped one-shot Chuanyun and dodged to the left, which resulted in the sniper originally aimed at the chest only hitting one-shot Chuanyun's arm. So steady. Yuan Zhou said. He didn't aim at one-shot Chuanyun's head. It seems that he also knew in advance that the probability of this shot being dodged was relatively high, so he chose the chest as the target. Xiao Shiqin said. The health of both sides is equal. Yuan Zhou said. This Barrett did not affect one-shot Chuanyun's progress. On the contrary, Zhou Zikai took advantage of the backswing of Zaiwu's Barrett sniper rifle to fire at him. Scatter! Zaiwu put away the Barrett and stood up to use the fence to avoid the bullets from Ichiang Chuanyun, but unfortunately, Zhou Zikai's bullets seemed to have tracking, and a volley of bullets hit Zaiwu. What made Zaiwu even more headache was that many of the bullets in this volley were critical hits. Zhou Zikai regained the advantage in health. Ichiang Chuanyun had already entered the pavilion at this time, and then he directly kicked the coffee table placed in the pavilion. Smart choice, using the overturned coffee table as a cover to avoid the bullets fired by Matthew, the sharpshooter of the Xiaogui team. His strength is indeed well-deserved. Camus praised. From this operation, it can be seen that Zhou Zikai is not a rigid operation-oriented player, but a strategic tactical player. It's just that he and Zhou Yichen are just like each other, and their gorgeous operation overshadows their brilliance. If this goes on, the situation will be a bit unfavorable for Matthew. Seeing the bullets from the cloud-piercing gun hitting Zaiwu, Tristan Bart may be more anxious than the people on the field. You should learn this wave as a controller, kid. Zhou Yichen shouted, as he saw the cloud-piercing gun, using the cover to get Zaiwu's health for free. Great. Fang Rui applauded, and he could only say sure about this wave. The opponent is ready to force a charge. Yuan Zhou said while turning the pin. Well, we can only force a charge, otherwise if we keep changing like this, the side without cover will suffer the loss. Xiao Shiqin nodded. Sure enough, the next second, Zaiwu used the stepping shot to follow up with a wave of handsome flying gun recoil and rushed directly into the pavilion. But before he could shoot, the bullets from the cloud-piercing gun had already hit his head. Headshot. Bang, bang, bang. Zaiwu finally showed an expression on his face, frowning and sliding the mouse. Zaiwu's entire body tilted to the left, avoiding the bullets, while performing a roundhouse kick at Ichiang Chuanyun, who was hiding behind the coffee table. Ichiang Chuanyun did not choose to retreat, but chose to face the challenge head-on. Bang! The coffee table broke between the two of them. Ichiang Chuanyun returned to his position, and then kicked Zaiwu sideways. Zaiwu retracted his two guns, stepped back to avoid Ichiang Chuanyun's side kick, and kicked Ichiang Chuanyun with a turn kick. This is a contest between world-class sharpshooters about gun and physical skills. Li Ju said excitedly. 3 gun and physical skills. I didn't expect Zaiwu to be able to do it. What we see now is 2 sharpshooters performing their own gun and physical skills. After punching and kicking, the 2 men took a step back, pulled out their guns from their holsters, and shot at each other crazily. Bang, bang, bang. These 2 people, they must have been taught by the same master. Zhang Jiala complained. They originally thought that Zhou Zikai should have an advantage at close range. After all, everyone present had experienced Zhou Zikai's 3-gun physical technique. But they didn't expect that Zaiwu's 3-gun physical technique was not inferior to Zhou Zikai at all. Can you do this? Chu Yunqiu elbowed Zhou Yichen. Me? You know my gun physical technique, only physical technique, almost no gun. Zhou Yichen spread his hands and said. Many people can deal with his gun physical technique, that is, just pull away. After a gun physical technique contest, neither side got the upper hand over the other. Then Zaiwu took the initiative to pull away, and a gun piercing the cloud shovel pulled closer. Zhou Zikai knew very well that the other party was afraid of his Barrett sniper. Matthew actually took the initiative to retreat. Jonal-san George was a little surprised. You know, even when facing Poke, Zaiwu dared to fight closely. As a result, not long after, he took the initiative to retreat. Do you know what is the most feared at this distance? Camus turned his head and looked at Jonal-san George. It's the Barrett sniper. Planned Ludovic Sharuduru answered quickly. That's right. Camus nodded. A young man can be taught. Why does Zaiwu have a very strong dominance in the European League's ring match, and even now it has a taste of surpassing Poke? The reason is that when he performs gun body skills, he will suddenly draw out the Barrett sniper and shoot cold shots, and the headshot hit rate is extremely high. After the first shot hits, Zaiwu often chooses to use double control to fire an extra shot. In the analysis before the French team, they saw Zhou Zikai also use this technique. Therefore Zaiwu, who now has no Barrett sniper, chose to retreat. He could not use double control to reset the Barrett sniper that was still on cooldown. This action was too obvious. The opponent would definitely take precautions, and it would be easy to be counterattacked and headshot. Seeing that Zaiwu wanted to retreat, Ichiang Chuanyun followed up with a slide without saying a word. Want to make up a shot? Zaiwu saw through Zhou Zikai's intention in an instant. So Zaiwu turned around without hesitation and knee-kicked Ichiang Chuanyun 180 degrees, using the knee's dominance effect to offset the impact of the slide. Awesome. From this operation, Yishio could see that Zaiwu's combat literacy was very high. Beautiful, love to watch. Looking at the contest between the 2 sharpshooters in the rain of bullets, Zhou Yichen's heart was a little hot. In fact, the rules did not explicitly state that a player could not use multiple accounts, so Zhou Yichen secretly came to Yishio. Hey, team leader, I want to play sharpshooter. Yishio smiled and looked at Zhou Yichen. Damn, I haven't even finished my words. Your little thoughts are written on your face. Yishio said helplessly. Is that okay? Zhou Yichen looked at Yishio expectantly. How about I let you play Lord Grimm too? Okay. Zhou Yichen was excited after hearing this. What is sharpshooter? Is it fun to play with a casual player? Zhou Yichen was silent for Yishio-gon. You play Lord Grimm, and I play Yu Xingchen. Awesome. Tang Hao's eyes were already wide open. From the group stage till now, this was the most exciting match he had ever seen. Who does captain you think will win? Wang Jieshi asked. The HP difference between the 2 sides is not that big now. The advantage is definitely on our side. Yu Wenzhou analyzed. After all, we all know what level Zhou Zikai's Barrett is. Yeah. Zhang Xinjia adjusted his glasses. Yu Wenzhou's analysis was correct. The Barrett sniper in Ichiang Chuanyun's hand might become a key point in this game. Bang bang bang. Both sides were still fighting fiercely, and their HP dropped from 70% to 50%. Is this HP going to be used? Yishio looked intently at Zhou Zikai on the electronic screen. Swoosh, Ichiang Chuanyun started to shoot furiously, and then shot behind him. The powerful recoil sent Ichiang Chuanyun flying towards the object. We have to retreat. Zaiwu started shooting at the same time, and flew backwards while shooting at Ichiang Chuanyun. The two flew out of the red flower pavilion. When the red flowers fell, Ichiang Chuanyun had already approached Zaiwu. Standing firmly on his feet, Ichiang Chuanyun instantly pulled out his revolver and shot at Zaiwu in front of him. Although he was moving, every bullet hit Zaiwu accurately. Random shooting. Perfect gun control. Seeing this scene, even Camus, the opponent, couldn't help but applaud. Zaiwu naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for death. He stepped on Ichiang Chuanyun's shoulder and prepared to sweep him. Now! Shozakai's eyes flashed. He was waiting for this moment. At the moment Zaiwu jumped up and prepared to shoot, he found that Ichiang Chuanyun had already set up a Barrett sniper. When he turned around, the barrel of the gun was already aimed at him. Not good. At this moment, Zaiwu knew that he had fallen into the opponent's trap. The previous random shooting was to pave the way for this Barrett sniper. Click, bang, the bullet came out of the gun and hit Zaiwu's shoulder. This was not over yet. Ichiang Chuanyun emitted white light, and the Barrett aimed at Zaiwu again. Zaiwu's reaction was also very fast. He turned 180 degrees in the air, and a white light flashed, and the Barrett sniper appeared in his hand. Both parties activated dual control at the same time. Bang, bang. The bullets were fired at the same time, and blood flowers suddenly appeared on the shoulders of both parties. Oh my god, this can also be thrown! Huang Xiaoyan shouted. It was not surprising that Josakai's shot could hit him, but Zaiwu's shot was a bit outrageous. He didn't even control his position, and turned around and sniped, causing him to be thrown on the shoulder. It's hard to say with this shot. The situation had already completely leaned towards Ichiang Chuanyun, because this shot created suspense again. At this time, Ichiang Chuanyun only had 19% of his health left, and Zaiwu only had 11% of his health left, and was about to enter the red blood. The 8% gap still gave Zaiwu a chance to equalize. However, in the ring match, the French team had no chance. After all, the Xia team still had a full-blooded character who had not appeared. But now, everyone wanted to know who would win this sharpshooter duel. Bang bang bang, curved shot, the bullet flew towards Zaiwu in an arc path. Zaiwu retracted his double guns into the holsters, dodged left and right, and tried to get close to the shot Chuanyun. Seeing this, Ichiang Chuanyun pulled away, and didn't give Zaiwu a chance to get close. Zaiwu's health is low, so he wants to get close to fight, but Josakai won't give him this chance. Xiao Shiqin laughed. No chance. Li Xian saw this, and thought that Josakai had won this game. But the next second, Zaiwu pulled out his double guns and shot directly in the head twice in a row, which made Li Xian dumbfounded. Damn it! Feng Rui hugged the back of his head with both hands. Can these two shots be fired by humans? The blood volume was close again. Come on Matthew, take this point. Tristan Bart shouted. 9%, 8%. Both sides are already red blood, and Zaiwu's current health is 3% lower than Ichiang Chuanyun. Will this be a foreshadowing? The commentator's heart was tightened. What a pity. Zaiwu shook his head when he saw Ichiang Chuanyun's bullet hit his head. Bang, glory. Let us congratulate Josakai for winning this match. He only had 8% of his health left after the shot. It was so thrilling. When the cup announced the result of the match, his heart was beating. This match was too dangerous. You know, Zaiwu only had 89% of his health at the beginning. Let us also congratulate the Xia team for winning the first round of the knockout round. The score is 5-3. The Xia team is temporarily leading the French team by 2 points. Panlin said. Huh? Josakai touched his forehead after the match, and found that he was sweating without noticing. You know, in the second round of the finals of the 10th season, facing Ishio's Lord Grimm, even if he lost, Josakai had never sweated so much. But today Zaiwu put more pressure on Josakai than Ishio, because the opponent used the sharpshooter that he was most proud of. These sweats were almost all caused by Zaiwu, when he shot in the air, and turned back to snipe. That shot was deeply engraved in Josakai's mind. You are very strong. Josakai said to Zaiwu after the game. You are very powerful. Zaiwu said after the game, and the last headshot made Zaiwu couldn't help but praise. One spoke Chinese, and the other spoke English, and the two communicated in different channels. Captain is awesome. When Josakai returned to the player's seat, Zhou Yichen handed him a towel and a water cup. How do you feel, Xiao Zhou? Ishio asked. Master, very strong. Josakai's language was still so concise. That's the best sharpshooter in Europe, but in my opinion, our Xia country's best sharpshooter is still a little more powerful. You won, Zhou smiled. Next time, it will be better, Zhou Zikai said after drinking a sip of water. There were still some small mistakes in this game. Zhou Zikai felt that he had to make some adjustments after returning, including today's duel with Zaiwu. He also had new experiences. The first round of the singles match of the elimination match ended 5-3, and the Xia team temporarily led. The team match will be played according to our pre-match arrangement. Yishio turned and said to everyone. The lineup for the first round of the team match today had been determined long before the game. Xinjia, you will be the main commander in this game. Ichin, you will be the deputy commander in the front. Yishio said to the two. Yes. The two nodded. After the halftime break, Yishio filled in the team match list. After confirming that it was correct, the four-sided screen above the stage announced the list of players for the two teams in the team match. Chapter 642. This one is up to you, Yishio said to the people who were preparing to clean up. Look at us, Captain. Zhou Yichen made a yeah gesture to Yishio. Just don't drift. I won't heal you. I can't heal you anyway. Zhang Xinjia looked at someone and said. Yeah. Come on, brothers, come on. Zhou Yichen waved his hand, and everyone gathered around. 3, 2, 1, Xiagua team. Win. 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 Go ahead, we have studied the team competition of Xiagua team many times, and we will spare no effort in this one. Camus surrounded his teammates in a circle. France team. Come on. Come on. Come on. Xiagua team. Zhou Yichen, ID, Yu Xingchen, occupation, battle mage. Wang Jieshi, ID, Wang Bulixing, occupation, mage scholar. Zhang Jiala, ID, Baiwa Liaowan, occupation, ammunition expert. Zhang Xinjia, ID, Shi Bujuan, occupation, priest. Chu Yunxiu, ID, Feng Cheng Yanyu, occupation, elemental mage. The sixth person, Xiao Shiqin, ID, Shinglingmi, occupation, mechanic. French team, L, Camus Dun Charpentier, ID, Camus, occupation, priest. Matthew Herbaud, ID, ZYW, occupation, sharpshooter. Tristan Barths, ID, Alt, occupation, mad swordsman. Plans Ludovic Charutaru, ID, Prance, occupation, knight. Jonal San George, ID, George, occupation, assassin. The sixth man, Edgar Delacroix, ID, Edgar, occupation, boxer. The French team actually changed their formation. Li Ju was a little surprised. This was the first time he saw the French team use this lineup. You know, Jonal San George, the chief assassin of the French team, has always been the sixth man in G2. He has also won the best sixth man in the European League, but Jonal San George didn't play much in this World Invitational. So he was hiding here. The assassin started? The Xia team really didn't expect this, because this person is too invisible. Our lineup, if he uses a life-threatening attack, it will be a bit difficult to deal with. In addition to Yu Xingchen, the Xia team's lineup actually has no second real front row. In this game, they are going to let Zhang Jiala's Baiwa Liaowan serve as another front row. Anyway, he played this way when he was in Baiwa before. It's okay. We have enough firepower. Their assassins can't get close to our priest, Zhou Yichen said. I'm not worried about the priest, but you. Yishio looked at Zhou Yichen. Me? Zhou Yichen pointed at himself. Well, you know how much hatred you attract, so they may want to use assassins to force a one-for-one exchange with you, Wang Xiaoyan said. That's right. Zhou Yichen nodded. From the domestic league to the World Invitational, he has always been the target. Maybe he was a little unhappy in the past, but now he is used to it. Hey, if you target me, then Captain Wang will be invincible, Zhou Yichen said with a finger. Well, I played better in this game. Wang Jieshi nodded. Come on, with a 2-point lead, I think you won't let me down. Yishio smiled and looked at the others. Why do I feel that there is an evil breath in your smile? Zhou Yichen shuddered, and he said he was a little cold. If you lose, you will be more evil, Yishio said. Let's go. Wang Jieshi picked up the peripherals and walked towards the battle seat. Neither side chose to make harsh words before the game. One is that the two sides are not familiar with each other, and the other is that the language is not fluent. There are not many people on the Xiagua team who can understand and speak English fluently, let alone the French team. They even use French to communicate within the team. After the pre-match preparations are ready, at the signal of the staff, the players on the field insert the card to enter the game. 99%, 100%. Yu Xingchen, loading completed. Feng Cheng Yanyu, loading completed. Wang Buliexing, loading completed. 100 flowers are dazzling, loading completed. ZYW, loading completed. Map, Maple Forest Ancient Road, loading completed. As the second team in the group, the French team chose the map for the first round of the knockout round. They chose Maple Forest Ancient Road for the team competition. This map will not be unfamiliar to domestic players, but it will not be too familiar. Because this map is the final map of the 9th season challenge, it was selected into the map pool of Honor Professional History after that. Similarly, this map was also selected into the map pool of the European League. Maple Forest Ancient Road is a very comprehensive map. What comes into view is the long ancient road, which passes through the two corners of the map. On both sides of the ancient road are maple trees, and the bright red maple leaves rustle with the breeze. In addition to the ancient road, on both sides, behind the maple trees, there are hillsides, rivers, mud pits, and rocky hills. I didn't expect the French team to choose this map. Xiao Shiqin was stunned from time to time when he saw this map. Bad memories instantly came to his mind. This map is G2's strong map in Europe. Yu Wanzhou said. Camus knows this map very well, and the Maple Forest Ancient Road is very suitable for a slow-paced team like them. This map is very comprehensive. Li Xian nodded and said that Void sometimes chooses this map. Because the rocky hills behind the Maple Forest are very suitable for Void to play double ghost battles. The main reason is that this map is not limited to any style, and is more diversified. It just so happens that our team competition lineup is very diversified. Yishio smiled. 3, 2, 1, fight! The countdown ended, and both sides rushed out of the refresh area together. The Xiaogui team refreshed in the north, and the French team refreshed in the south, and the two sides refreshed symmetrically. Jana, you go to the front to attract the opponent's attention first, and after the firepower is exchanged, take advantage of the chaos to slip behind the hillside. Don't go to the rocky hill this time. Camus commanded in the team's language channel. Leader, why don't you go to the rocky hill? Jonal asked, knowing that he had ambushed the enemy there in the past. Since we chose this map, we have to consider that the opponent may have studied us. After all, this map is not the first time we have played it. We have played it many times in the European League. Camus explained. This map is actually an open card, but Camus wants to do the opposite. When the fight starts, they will still lead the Xiaogui team to the rocky hill, and at this time, they will choose to go to the hillside next to the rocky hill because of suspicion. The terrain there is higher, so they can attack from a higher position. I believe the Xia team will not miss this opportunity, and Joel's ambush is for this moment. On the other side, the Xia team is also thinking about this problem. In this map, their assassin is a key, and Europe also follows the way of assassins. Zhang Xinjie said. I remember that their assassins often stay in the rocky hills. Chu Yunqiu said. The location is, but the assassination location is not fixed. Zhou Yichen said. While Yichen is right, this is their trick. Zhang Xinjie nodded. Zhang Xinjie is a person who likes to take one step and look 3 steps ahead. Before the two teams met, he was already guessing the other side's actions. Rocky hills, hillsides, mud pits and rivers, the easiest place for assassins to hide is the hillside except for the rocky hills. I see the opposite side. Zhou Yichen shouted. Both sides chose to go straight to the middle road at the first time, and finally met in the center of the ancient road. The moment he saw Yu Xingchen, Zai Wu pulled out his 2 guns from his holsters with both hands, and fired a volley at Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen rolled to avoid the incoming bullets, and stood up to block them by rotating his spear. Bai Hua Liaowan followed up, and threw a grenade at the French team, but Zai Wu was quick to blow it up. Plans raised his shield and rushed towards the Xiaogui team, but the next second he ran headfirst into the wall. Ice wall. Feng Chengyu's ice wall was placed just right, directly interrupting Plan's charge. Retreat. Camus had just finished speaking when the ice wall shattered directly, and the broken ice wall turned into ice cones and stabbed Plans. Swish, 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 Plans opened the shield wall, and the shield enlarged to withstand most of the damage from the ice cone. Yu Xingchen rushed forward and stabbed at Plans in the front with a gun. Bart in the back jumped up and swung the big sword to chop at Yu Xingchen. Bang! Mountain collapse. Yu Xingchen jumped back to avoid the range of the shock wave, and then Jonal, who was hiding in the back, showed up. Swish! Jana rushed towards Yu Xingchen quickly, swinging the dagger at the opponent in an arc. Arc flash. Yu Xingchen blocked with his gun, and stretched out his left hand, and slapped Jonal's arm. Powerful magic fighting spirit was poured into it, and the whole person was slapped away directly. Ah! Zhou Yichen's eyes widened. This falling flower palm actually hit? You know, Zhou Yichen's purpose of this palm was just to force the opponent back, but he didn't expect the opponent to hit his palm directly. What is he doing? Bumping. Jana left the stage like this, and Zaiwu followed, stepping on his teammate Plan's shoulder, and then launched a crazy sweep attack on Yu Xingchen in the front. Bang, bang, bang. Camus was about to stun Yu Xingchen when he was interrupted by a magic bullet. Wang Bulixing did not choose to enter from the front, but chose to bypass the maple forest on the left and attack Camus in the back. Oh my god, flying around in the maple forest, this magic scholar is too strong. Many foreign audiences in the audience were shocked. Although the maple forest was not particularly dense, there were many of them, and looking at Wang Bulixing's movement speed, he did not slow down at all during the flight. How high the attainments of a magic scholar must be to achieve such a realm, when Plans was shocked. He did not expect Wang Bulixing to bypass the three people in front and force the priest Camus at the back. Plans paused and was caught by the opportunist Zhou Yichen, who shot through Plan's shoulder. Continuous attack. F*K. Plans cursed, then waved his shield to hit Yu Xingchen, but unfortunately the shield attack did not hit. Zaiwu and Bart wanted to help Plans out, but Baiwa Liaowan slid to Yu Xingchen, then flipped her hand, and threw several grenades. Boom, random thunder. Various grenades exploded in the ancient road, and all three were affected. Yunqiu is now. Zhang Xinjie commanded. Understood. Feng Chengyanyu raised his staff and began to chant, and then a huge magic circle appeared under the feet of the three. They wanted to escape, but the next second Baiwa Liaowan shot a flash bomb at the three of them. Bang! The powerful flash directly blinded Plans and Bart, and Zaiwu, who successfully backflipped by sliding the mouse to move the view, did not hesitate for a moment, and slid out of the range of the magic circle. Plans and Bart were in a miserable state. They were surrounded by the sea of fire, and their health points dropped rapidly. Fiery storm. This was not over yet. Feng Chengyanyu immediately started to concentrate, and a magic circle flashed in the center of the sea of fire again. This time it was an ice blue magic circle. Not good. Zaiwu now understood how terrifying this move of the elemental mage with white light all over his body would be. Plans and Bart ended the blinding and wanted to retreat, but Yu Xingchen rushed in directly. Jana, help me out. Camus' brows were already frowned. This magic scholar was too annoying. Ah! Joma was ready for an ambush, and he had to speed back to the front after hearing the leader's order. Only then did he realize that the front of the French team was penetrated on the ancient road. The magic circle rose, and ice crystals appeared on Plans and Bart in the range. I can't stand it anymore. Bart activated the bloodthirsty battle, and his blood was boiling, showing a domineering state. Plans was the same, and activated the level 45 state skill silent as still water. During this period, the knight was not only immune to negative states, but could even remove negative states. Although it avoided being frozen and slowed down, the damage was unavoidable. Bart swung his sword at Yu Xingchen. During the bloodthirsty battle, the berserker's normal attack would be accompanied by a bloodthirsty effect, which would be triggered with a probability. There are two types of bloodthirsty states, positive bloodthirsty and negative bloodthirsty. Among them, positive bloodthirsty will restore 10% of the enemy's lost health as its own life. And negative bloodthirsty is to sacrifice blood in exchange for strength, increase physical attacks, and give the enemy a heavy blow. Yu Xingchen retreated and wanted to escape, but Plans was obviously angry. Directly activated the level 50 awakening skill. Chivalry. Then, in Zhou Yichen's surprised eyes, Plans made a contemptuous gesture towards Yu Xingchen. Provocation. With the blessing of chivalry, the provocation was upgraded to a glorious provocation. In addition to doubling the hatred value drawn, the taunting duration was also extended to 5 seconds. I was taunted. Zhou Yichen just finished speaking, and found a burst of white light on his body, and the negative state was lifted in an instant. With me here, you can output with confidence. Zhang Xinjie said gently. Focus. Understood. At this moment, Zhou Yichen felt the feeling when Fang Ma was there. Hey, Zhang Xinjie has also become Zhou Yichen's single pusher. Wang Xiaoyan said this, and cautiously glanced at Han Wenqing. Humph. Chapter 643. Humph. Han Wenqing snorted coldly, not even looking at Huang Xiaoyan. Why didn't you let Huang Xiaoyan become the chief priest of glory, and push the opponent alone? Yi Shou laughed. TSK. If I were Zhang Xinjie, I would do the same. Yu Wenzhou laughed. Fuck, Captain, you backstabbed me. Huang Xiaoyan was shocked. Zhang Xinjia's actions seemed to them to be no problem. There was only Yu Xingchen in the front, and Baiwa Liaowan could only be considered half of the front row. His current playing style is completely different from when he was in Baiwa, even if he stood in the front. After Sun Jiping retired, Zhang Jiala was the only one at the front, carrying the entire team on his shoulders. While he was dealing damage, he also needed to beware of the opponent's concentrated fire. But it's different now. He is completely serving as Zhou Yichen's assistant in the front, and this position is very similar to Wu Xiefeng during the 3 consecutive championships of the Excellent Era team. All his actions were to cooperate with the battle mage in the front, but the difference was that one was a Qigong master, more suitable in positioning. The other was an ammunition expert, with more firepower. The French team's plan was strangled in the cradle before it was implemented. On the other side, Q.P., the staff officer of the German team, who was watching the game in the conference room, said, as old opponents, they naturally knew the routine of the French team in this map. But even though they had attached great importance to the front of the Xia team, they obviously did not expect that the front of the Xia team would be so strong. This caused the 4 people in the front of the French team to be completely unable to escape, and were tightly restricted by the Xia team on the ancient road. In this situation, the assassin of the French team was in a very embarrassing situation. So, he could only turn back to the front and help the healer out of trouble, but the effect was minimal. After all, this was not what he should do. The front of the Xiaodui team is too fierce. Michael Bismarck shook his head and said, it's mainly because of this battle mage. He not only did not fall behind against plans and Bart, but also took the initiative. This is too exaggerated. Vulcanlerxia said. Can you beat him? Schneider looked at Michael Bismarck curiously. As a battle mage, I feel that I am not even in his eyes. Michael Bismarck said. Exaggerated. Q.P. said that although Michael Bismarck was not the best battle mage in Europe, his experience and all aspects were not inferior to others. Maybe it's true. I am not sure I can beat this young man. The main General Polk said calmly. It seems that the French team has come to an end. Frankensteiner, the elemental mage player of the German team, shook his head, with some regret in his tone. You know, he was abused by Zaiwu in the European League. He wanted to take revenge in this World Invitational Tournament, but the opponent was about to die in the first elimination match. The front of the French team is on the verge of breaking. Off the court, Yixiu, the leader of the Xiaodui team, laughed. Zaiwu wanted to break through, but Baiwa Liaowan and Feng Chunyenyu kept staring at him. Looking at Plans, who was swept down by Tyrant, Zaiwu felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. Seeing Yu Xingchen abuse his teammates, he could only watch. The French team's berserker seems to be unable to hold on. Li Ju shouted. As a berserker who exchanges blood in the front, it is so painful that he cannot get the priest's milk for a long time. Camus also wants to provide treatment for the 2 big brothers in the front, but he can't do it now. Wang Bulixing alone blocked Camus and Jonal, who came to support. Facing the magic scholar, who dominated the sky, Jonal even wanted to try a life-threatening attack, but this idea was instantly eliminated after passing through his mind. It is a very difficult thing to sacrifice one's life to attack the magic scholar, not to mention that the opponent is a world-class magic scholar. Therefore, he can only choose to force a breakthrough to help Camus out, but Wang Jieshi seems to have only Camus in his eyes. In his eyes, Jonal, as an assassin, is no different from a buzzing fly. The current French team is at a disadvantage across the board. While the front of the team is being ravaged, the treatment in the back cannot be effectively protected. Zaiwu was the most desperate on the field at this time. He found that his personal strength, which he was proud of, was completely unable to break through the firepower output of Baiwa Liaowan and Feng Chunyenyu. Yu Xingchen completely defeated Plans and Bart alone. What made Zaiwu most nervous was that the Xiaodui team's healing energy was all focused on the battle mage at the front. Even if Baiwa Liaowan was headshot by him, he didn't care. Is there such a specialized healer? Zaiwu couldn't help but wonder. Zhou Yichen played in the team game. Why did he bring his own priest? Zhang Xinjia didn't even talk much now, and concentrated on healing Yu Xingchen. The other 4 players on the field already knew the next idea. Zhang Xinjia didn't need to explain to his teammates how to play like he did in Tyranny. But he didn't need to consider this at all in the World Invitational, just like this game. Zhou Yichen, Chu Yunxiu, Wang Jieshi and Zhang Jiala. Zhou Yichen is the deputy commander of the Samsara team, mainly responsible for team battles. Chu Yunxiu and Wang Jieshi are the team commanders of their respective teams, and Zhang Jiala is also the commander in Baiwa. Their combat qualities are much higher than ordinary people. Now Zhang Xinjia only needs to set a general direction, and several people can quickly understand and execute it. Zhang Xinjie has never felt that commanding can be so easy, and the operation is also the same. He just needs to take care of Yu Xingchen in the front. As for Wang Bulixing, who was harassing the back, Zhang Xinjie didn't even look at him. After all, even if he saw him, he couldn't heal him because Wang Bulixing flew too fast. Wang Jieshi would not stop and wait for Zhang Xinjie to heal him before attacking. Wouldn't it be stupid? So the two of them simply gave up. Wang Jieshi played his own game, and Zhang Xinjie healed himself. Since teaming up with Zhou Yichen, Zhang Xinjie not only slept well, but also spent some time on Zhou Yichen every day as a detail-oriented person. The French team is basically gone. QP shook his head. In this situation, it was a pipe dream for the French team to turn the tables. The other people nodded. The defeat of the French team was doomed. The first one to collapse was Bart in the front. Although he was a berserker, the lower his health, the higher his physical damage, but the problem was that he couldn't stand the healer behind Yu Xingchen who was always healing him. The only one on the French team who could threaten Shibujuan was Zaiwu, but he himself was in danger. With Baiwa Liaowan and Feng Chengyanyu, almost all the damage was poured on him. Zaiwu never thought that one day it would be a luxury to attack. The opponent's healer was standing there chanting, but he was powerless. Goodbye. As Yu Xingchen's Halong Piju and pierced Bart's heart, the first character to be eliminated in the team competition appeared. Yu Xingchen killed Bart. Bart, out. Bart's elimination caused the French team's last breath to fall. Plans wanted to hold on, and even raised his shield to start the storm counterattack to absorb Yu Xingchen's damage. Just when he absorbed all the damage and prepared to counterattack, a broom suddenly appeared from behind and swept him to the ground. What? Not only the foreign commentators on the scene, but also the 4 Xiaoda commentators sitting in the broadcast room opened their mouths wide. Wang Bulixing appeared behind Plans at some point, and people realized that Camus, the French team's healer and commander, had been killed. Camus was killed by Wang Bulixing. Bebe was a little unbelievable. You know, Camus was not alone, there was also Jonal beside him. Oh my god, Captain Wang is awesome. Zhou Yichen, as a teammate, was also a little surprised. Because Wang Jieshi killed Camus without any change in expression, as if in his opinion, this was a very normal thing. The assassin is also disabled. Wang Jieshi said calmly. No one expected the scene. In their cognition, it was already difficult for Wang Bulixing to hold off 2 people, but Wang Jieshi killed one and disabled another. French team, Camus took off his headphones, and his mind was still constantly recalling the scene of being killed just now. While Wang Bulixing's perfect broom whirlwind directly swept the 2 away, the star ray pierced Camus' head like a deadly light. What Camus didn't expect was that the magic scholar would face a state of chaos after using the broom whirlwind. But Wang Jieshi's Wang Bulixing didn't seem to lose weight, which could only mean one thing: Wang Jieshi's control over the magic scholar has reached a superb level. More terrifying than Amadeus. Camus shook his head and smiled helplessly. With the French team's priest out, the Xia team began to harvest the endgame on the front side, and the first to be harvested was naturally Plans with the least blood. The 6th man of the French team has not yet arrived at the front battlefield, and this is the best time for the Xia team to harvest. Hurry up and finish it, Wang Jieshi said in the team voice. Well, don't give them a chance, Zhang Xinjie added. Seeing this, Yu Xingchen made a move and floated Plans, who had fallen to the ground. Feng Chengyanyu, who had been paying attention to Zaiwu, raised his staff and chanted, and 6 lightnings descended from the sky. Lightning Purgatory. The target of the lightning was not Zaiwu, but Plans, who was floating in the air. With the damage of the air King Bulixing, the 3 of them worked together to kill Plans, who was still chewing. Yu Xingchen killed Plans, out. At this time, the French team was doomed. Only Zaiwu, who was left with low health, and Delacroix, the boxer who rushed to the battlefield, were left on the field. The Xia team did not shrink their formation. Their points had reached 8 points. If the French team wanted to tie the score, they had to kill all the members of the Xia team without losing anyone, which was obviously an impossible thing. As the Xia team focused their fire and killed the 2, the first round of the knockout match officially came to an end. The Xia team won the French team 11-4 without any bloodshed. The only kill they got in the team match was the one they killed, by Liaowan, who was at low health. The match ended, and the whole audience was silent. You should know that the French team is not a weak team in Europe, and many of the players in the team have won championships. But such a strong team was beaten into a sieve by the Xia team. The Xia team is too strong. The European glory players in the audience sighed. Although the clues could be seen in the group stage, after all, both the Swiss team and the Australian team in Group C were not bad, and at most there was the weak Persimmon Ria team. But the Xia team completely dominated Group C, and they were the first representative team to advance to the knockout stage. In the minds of European audiences, the strongest team is definitely Germany. Apart from Germany, they will pay attention to the high-spirited Xia and Ing teams. Now it seems that Xia is not inferior to Germany. This battle mage is too good. After the game, the audience began to discuss the team game that just ended. You think he is too good, right? How can he fight two people head-on? It's not just the battle mage. The mage scholar is also a monster. To be honest, the Xia team is all monsters. After the game, the two teams fist-bumped, and several people returned to the Xia team's player seat, ready to pack up and retreat. The press conference of the World Invitational Tournament is different from that in China. Only one person is needed. In the post-match technical selection, Zhou Yichen was selected as the MVP of the whole game. Whether it was the ring match or the team match, his performance was impeccable. It was a pity for Wang Jieshi. As the defending general, he did not play in the ring match, and Zhou Yichen killed one of his heads in the team match. Therefore, as the MVP of the whole game, Zhou Yichen naturally went to the press conference, and the others packed up their things and left the venue together after his interview. The French team feels that we have beaten them down, Tang Hao said while waiting. He just observed that all the members of the French team showed tired expressions on their faces. Obviously, they played very hard in this game. Well, they should have done enough homework for this map and wanted to win the first game, but unfortunately, their plan was directly strangled by us in the cradle. Yu Wenzhou smiled. From the position of the French team at the beginning, it can be seen that they have deployed, but unfortunately, they were dragged down from the front. As a free man, Wang Jieshi played too smoothly. Now Wang Jieshi is a little worried that his smooth play in the World Invitational will affect his condition after returning to China. After all, the playing styles in the World Invitational and in Weichao are completely different. We beat them in 2 straight games. Our opponent in the semifinals should be the German team if nothing unexpected happens, Yishio said. He didn't think that the Danish team, which is good at reversing, could reverse the German tank. We want to know what the goal of the Xiaohua team is in this World Invitational. Win the championship with all wins. Chapter 644. Our goal is to win the championship with all wins. In front of foreign reporters, Zhou Yichen said this bold statement. Wow, the scene erupted into heated discussions. They didn't expect Zhou Yichen to be so arrogant. Even the people standing outside listening to the interview couldn't hold back. Damn, winning the championship with all wins, I never thought about this. Fang Rui shrugged and said. Winning the championship with all wins? Interesting. Tang Hao and Sun Xiang, the two young men, agreed with Zhou Yichen's words. Not only did they want to win the championship, they also wanted to win the championship with all wins. That's good. There's motivation only when there's a challenge. Yishio smiled. After the press conference, the Xiaohua team also returned to the hotel collectively. During the knockout round, try not to go out. After all, they are also afraid of problems outside the stadium. Yishio did not start to review the game right away, but planned to give the team a day of rest. The next round of their second match with the French team will have to wait until the first round of the other 6 teams is over. The next day, the match between Germany and Denmark will be held. Regarding this prediction, almost everyone is optimistic about the German team. Even the fans of the Danish team do not have much confidence in their own team. After all, there are many strong teams outside, and being able to enter the knockout stage is already a very remarkable thing in their eyes. What do you think about the other 3 groups of matches? Yishio gathered everyone together in the evening and planned to chat. Now the team's record is in a state of undefeated, and he is also afraid that some players will be arrogant. Mainly Tang Hao, Sun Xiang and others, the mentality of the older generation does not need to be worried, not to mention Zhou Zikai and Zhou Yichen. They have played in many domestic leagues, and still won 4 consecutive championships. Germany and Denmark have performed exceptionally well for getting a big score. Tang Hao said first. Germany and Denmark should be the teams with the biggest difference in strength among the top 8, and the result is basically destined to be a match. Denmark entered the group stage by reversing, and originally thought that after playing against Germany, they would not face Germany in the knockout stage. It turned out that there is no group avoidance principle in the knockout stage. Germany has become the victim of Denmark. There is nothing to say about this game. Li Xian spread his hands and said that if his grandmother was to predict, he would also predict that Germany would win. If Germany lost, it would be a real game set by capital. There is no foreign market in the World Invitational Tournament, and Li Xian would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. What about the lower half? Yishio asked. Team Ingwe and Team Switzerland. To be honest, I prefer Team Ingwe. The lineup of the Swiss team is too deformed, and it depends purely on Amadeus's operation. Zhou analyzed. Whether in terms of overall strength or in all aspects, Ingwe team is ahead of Switzerland. Zhang Xinjie said, adjusting his glasses. It's a bit hard to say about the last game. Yuanzhou kept turning the pen in his hand. I wouldn't be particularly surprised if Lifeng team and England team won or lost. This should be the team with the smallest difference in strength among the four groups. Xiao Shiqin said. Well, I'm more optimistic about Lifeng team. Wang Jieshi said. Okay, in addition to wanting to hear your opinions, I also want to tell you that this World Invitational Tournament is not easy. It doesn't mean that everyone who comes will be the champion. Yishio said with a little seriousness. Don't worry, team leader. Since I have said that I will win the championship with all the wins, I will never let down my guard. Zhou Yichen said with a clenched fist. Me too. Chu Yunxiu said. Yeah. Zhou Zikai nodded. Seeing everyone's opinions, Yishio nodded. This team is easier to manage than he thought. In fact, at the beginning, he was quite worried that they were all the big brothers in their respective teams. After being combined, would there be some coordination and the problem of the core tilt within the team? But now it seems that everyone is working hard for the championship. The next day, there was no surprise in the game between the German team and the Danish team. The Xiaogui team watched the whole game off the court. It can be said that it was a one-sided massacre. From the beginning of the ring match, the Danish team was in a state of isolation and helplessness. Even Rasmus Winter, who came on the stage to defend the ring, only got a small point from the German team, and it came to an abrupt end. Because of the third pick, the German team directly sent poke, shattering all of Rasmus's fantasies. In the 5v5 ring match, the Danish team only got 2 small points. I thought that even if Denmark's reversal attribute would not have much effect on Germany, at least they would not lose in the team competition. In the end, facing the German tank, Denmark only got 1 point. 11-3, Germany beat Denmark. After the game, all the members of the German team had no expression on their faces. Winning this game was a common thing for them. On the Danish team, there was only helplessness on their faces, and the captain Tanuel Skenkhuizen was beaten and shook his head. Only then did they understand the famous saying of Xiaogui, if you can't beat them, you can't beat them. The team competition can be described as tragic, but unfortunately the winner belongs to Germany. In the upper half, Xiaogui and Germany both won the first game, and it was when the other team chose the map. Therefore, these two teams have a great chance to defeat their opponents 2-0. It seems that our opponent in the semifinals is the German team. No escape. Fang Rui said after reading it. Isn't this something we have known for a long time? Chu Yunxiu asked. What if the Danish team cheats the German team? Fang Rui was a little unwilling to give up. You said it's just a matter of time. Li Xian said. This is also good. We are here to win the World Invitational Tournament. If we don't climb to the top by stepping on their pride, I will still have some regrets. Zhou Yichen said with his hands spread out. You are such a warmonger. Fang Rui complained. He wanted the opponent to be weaker, and Zhou Yichen wanted the opponent to be stronger. After the match between the German team and the Danish team ended, the match in the lower half of the third day officially started. The first match was between the Ingwe team and the Swiss team. The two sides in the ring match have now fought to 3-4. The Ingwe team is temporarily leading. Li Xianhe, the god of glory of the Ingwe, continues to sit in the position of defending the ring. Now a battle between the same professions is going on the field. Zheng Zhixuan of Ingwe team played against Amadeus of Switzerland team. Amadeus will win. Zhou Yichen analyzed in the spectator seat. The magic scholar of Ingwe team is very strong and smooth, but he is too academic. Zhang Xinjie was stunned after saying this. He didn't expect that one day he would say the 5 words too academic from his mouth. It's all Wang Jieshi's fault. In the end, Amadeus successfully defeated Zheng Zhixuan, a young player of Ingwe, but still fell in front of the big devil. Perfect prediction and positioning. Yuanzhou, who is also a warlock side. He never thought that one day a warlock could become an assassin who could attack in advance. Yuanzhou needed only one key to achieve this, that is, hand speed. Looking at Li Xianghe's average hand speed of 480 per game, Yuanzhou fell into deep thought. Sometimes I really envy you crazy people with hand speed. At the end of the ring match, the Ingwe team temporarily led the Swiss team by a small score of 5-4. Captain, it seems that we still have a chance. Albert Federer said to Amadeus. Don't be careless, the Ingwe team's team competition is not that simple. Amadeus shook his head and said. Although he got 4 points and had the right to choose the map for the team competition, Amadeus actually had no confidence at all. The Swiss team doesn't seem to be as confident as in the group stage. Zhou Yichen observed this very carefully. You are the one who beat them, Chu Yunqiu said. To be honest, I'm still a little uncomfortable seeing the Swiss team now. Su Muching smiled. You know, in the group stage, the Swiss team walked with the wind, but after playing against the Xia team, they walked with their backs bent. Amadeus's caution was unreasonable. After all, the Ying team played a dominant level of combat power in Group A. The Swiss team's lineup in the team competition did not change from the group stage. Still Amadeus, Henry Nobel III, Peter Lambiel, Albert Federer, and Muhammad. However, the Ying team chose to change the lineup again, and arranged a set of lineups that were the same as the Xia teams when it played against the Swiss team. Damn, Glory can also copy the lineup. Wang Xiaotian was shocked. In the eyes of the Swiss team, the behavior of the Ingwa team was undoubtedly a slap in their face. Since the Xiaodui team can abuse you with this lineup, we can too. Captain, we are going to kill them. Albert Federer was a little angry, and even Peter Lambiel, a famous good-tempered player in the Swiss team, was a little angry. But when they really entered the game, they found out that they were wrong. The Ingwa team did not follow the Xiaodui team by heart, but they had their own unique understanding of this lineup. Oh my god, the Warlock is the real main output. Li Xian was stunned in the audience. Really amazing, Yu Wanzhou said. The amazing thing he mentioned was naturally Li Xianhe, also known as Faker. I heard that this person changes his profession every season. Is this true or not? Zhou Yichen asked. Really? Yi Xiu nodded. Yi Xiu's evaluation of this person is, never stop, dare to challenge. He used the Mage Scholar to lead the team to win the championship last season, and this year, it's the Warlock. Zhang Xinjie said. Exaggerated? Tang Hao shook his head in disbelief. It's already very difficult to master a role, but he changed a role every year, and still led the team to win the championship. This is why he is called the Glory Demon King, as if there is no role he can't master. By the way, does anyone know what order he came in? Sun Xiang asked. He didn't believe that changing professions was just a casual move. It seems to be based on the opponent. Yu Wanzhou, the Emperor of Analysis, saw the clue. What do you mean? Wang Xiaotian was a little confused by this sentence. It means that the core of the opponent in the finals will choose the same profession in the next season. Yu Wanzhou laughed. Hiss. Everyone took a breath of cold air after hearing Yu Wanzhou's words. Killing people must also destroy their hearts. In their opinion, this is undoubtedly the biggest blow to the opponent. If the mentality is not stable, it is likely to be devastated. Too cruel. Zhou Yichen smacked his lips and said, Yeah. Wang Jieshi nodded. While they were talking, the balance of the team competition had already tilted towards the Ingwa team. Too difficult. Amadeus has no room to play at all. The on-site commentator shook his head and said, The Ingwa team cooperated too well, the Warlock's frontal output, and the swordsmen harassed from the side. All their actions were carried out around the Warlock in the center, which made it impossible for Amadeus on the side to get close to the opponent's core. In the end, the Swiss team lost the game 7-11 to the Ying team, losing their only advantage in map selection. F*K. Muhammad blushed again after the game. Amadeus' face turned black. As a home team, they might not even make it through the first round of the knockout round. They faced the Xia team in the group stage, and the Ying team in the knockout stage. This is the good luck of the Swiss team. In the first 3 games of the quarterfinals, the team with the advantage in map selection all lost the game. The pressure came to the Lifeng team all of a sudden. Similarly, everyone was looking forward to the England team to break the deadlock. Because the gap between the Lifeng team and the England team was the smallest in strength, it was possible for either team to win or lose. In the challenge match, the Gale national team temporarily leads the England team 5-4. This lead is not the worry of the England team, but the Gale national team. Because the individual strength of the Gale national team is a little stronger than that of the England team, but they did not expect that the old captain of the England team, Andy Murray, exploded and directly pierced 2 players of the Gale national team. Although they finally got back on the field with Reinhardt, for the Gale national team, Andy Murray's hot state is not good news. Sure enough, in the team match, Andy Murray's state was completely released, and Boaster's tactics gave Andy Murray a very perfect output space. On the contrary, on the Gale national team side, Rocky Meredith, who was known as a copper wall and iron wall that only defended but not attacked, was blown to pieces by the firepower of the England team. Even Reinhardt was powerless in the face of the bombing of the England team. In the end, the England team reversed the Gale national team 10-7 and won the first game of the first round of the knockout match. After the game, Boaster, the main commander of the England team, also contributed a hot dance. Dudu, a player of the losing team, even wanted to go up and dance with him. But he was forced back by Reinhardt's eyes in the next second. He went up after losing. Isn't this pure clown behavior? So far, the first round of the knockout round of the Glory World Invitational has all ended. Siagwa team 1-0 France team, Germany team 1-0 Denmark team, England team 1-0 Switzerland team, England team 1-0 Gale country team. Except for England team's successful use of the map selection advantage to win the first round, France, Denmark and Switzerland failed to win. So in the second game, facing the opponent's map selection, they can only give it a desperate try. Chapter 645. It is 8 o'clock on Saturday night, and the second match between Siagwa team and France team is about to take place. At present, Siagwa team is temporarily leading France team 1-0. If France loses this match, they will become the first team to fall in the quarterfinals, and Siagwa team will also become the first team to advance to the semifinals of the World Invitational Tournament. According to the rules of the World Invitational Tournament, the semifinals of the first World Invitational Tournament will automatically avoid the next World Invitational Tournament and enter the 4 groups as seeds. Siagwa team is ready to go, and it is bound to win the French team in 2 games. In the second round of the challenge match, Siagwa team and France team made adjustments at the same time. The starting lineup of Siagwa team changed from Zhou Yichen in the previous game to Sun Xiang. Although the player has changed, the character's profession has not changed. No one expected the starting lineup of the French team, even Siagwa team. They directly sent out the team's ace Matthew Elbow, ZYW. It seems that the French team is ready to grab points. Zhang Xinjia adjusted his glasses and said, "Ziwu is really confident." Li Xian sighed. The French team didn't know who their starter was. The starter in the last game was Zhou Yichen, who completed a 1-on-2, but Ziwu still stood up without any hesitation. It's just a pity that Zhou Yichen was arranged to defend the ring today. The reason is that Wang Jieshi doesn't want to defend the ring. He defended the ring in Weichao, and he still defended the ring in the national team. So didn't he come in vain? So under Wang Jieshi's efforts, Zhou Yichen, who was gloating on the side, was transferred to the position of defending the ring. In the first match, Sun Xiang of the Xia team faced Ziwu of the French team. When the list popped up, Sun Xiang smiled with relief. He seemed to be set up by the World Invitational Tournament. Every time it was his turn to play, it was a high-intensity game. Xiao Shiqin on the side was also a little helpless. Yesterday, there were 4 people competing for the starting position: Sun Xiang, Tang Hao, Huang Xiaotian, and Zhou Zikai, who stood silently at the front. In the end, Yi Xiu, the glory textbook who was responsible for the overall situation as the leader of the Xia team, chose to adopt a simple and unpretentious method. Draw lots. In the end, Sun Xiang successfully drew the first pick. Although he did not show it very obviously, it can be heard from his tone that he was in a very excited state. In fact, before, the first-line professional players had always expected to defend the position. Because you have to know that only the core players could sit in the team's defending position at that time: Yi Qiu of the Excellent Era team, Wang Xiaotian of the Blue Rain team, Wang Jieshi of the Tiny Herb team, Han Wenqing of the Tyranny team, and Zhou Zikai of the Samsara team. All of them are top-notch players. But when Zhou Yichen debuted, especially after Zhang Jiala joined, Zhou Yichen entered the ring more and more often. And Samsara did not hesitate at the time and chose to let the 2 Zhous start one after the other. Zhou Yichen started, and Zhou Zikai defended the ring. It was this decision that made Zhou Yichen fall in love with the ring. Especially when he defeated 2 or 3 players, Zhou Yichen felt comfortable. So more and more players like to start in the ring. Firstly, there is not so much pressure. Even if they lose, the teammates behind can support them. Second, you can treat the starting lineup as an individual competition to prove your strength. This is even more true in today's national team. Zhou Yichen, Zhou Zikai, and Wang Jieshi are all good players in the ring competition. Therefore, they have decided not to let Zhou Yichen continue to start in the subsequent ring competitions. But this decision was unilaterally denied by the team leader Yi Xiu. In his opinion, Zhou Yichen is the safest starter. No one knows better than him how to play as a starter, and how to control your health while defeating the opponent. Come on, Xiang, just do it. Zhou Yichen cheered Sun Xiang before the game. Yeah. Sun Xiang nodded, then took a deep breath and walked towards the competition seat. Seeing that the starting lineup of the Xia team was not Zhou Yichen, Ziwu was a little surprised. Although Camus was worried that the Xia team would still start with Zhou Yichen before the game, Zaiwu actually wanted to touch Zhou Yichen in his heart. But the truth is cruel. Some things will never come back if you miss them. The first round of the second round of the knockout match officially started. Team Xia, Sun Xiang, ID, 1 Autumn Leaf, Occupation, Battle Mage. Team France, Matthew Elbow, ID, ZYW, Carrying Objects, Occupation, Sharpshooter. Map, Garden. Team Xia did not choose a particularly complex map, but chose a relatively simple garden. After both sides finished loading, the game officially began. 99%, 100%. 1 Autumn Leaf, loading completed. ZYW, Carrying Objects, loading completed. Map, Garden, loading completed. 3, 2, 1, fight! As the countdown ended, both sides rushed out of the refresh area and ran towards each other. Sun Xiang did not choose to go straight to the middle road, but chose the left road with more cover. Zaiwu on the other side seemed to have guessed this, so he also chose the left road. Oh my god, this guy is too open. Wang Xiaotian complained in the audience. As a sharpshooter, he didn't go straight to the middle road, but chose to go to the left road, which was not conducive to his performance. It was either crazy or too open. The opponent knew very well that facing a sharpshooter who was good at long-range pulling, the left road was the best choice. Yu Wanzhou said softly. Would Sun Xiang have expected it? Tang Hao asked. Xiao Shiqin, as Sun Xiang's captain, chose to remain silent. When Yi Zhiqiu turned around, Zaiwu suddenly rushed out from the other side and hit Yi Zhiqiu with a volley of bullets. Sun Xiang was startled by Zaiwu at the first time, but he subconsciously operated Yi Zhiqiu to swing the gun to avoid the bullet, but the effect was minimal. Oh my god! Sun Xiang was shocked. He didn't expect Zaiwu to ambush him here. Zaiwu slid to get close to Yi Zhiqiu, and then kneed him in an attempt to lift him up. Yi Zhiqiu retreated to avoid Zaiwu's knee, but the next second, Zaiwu suddenly jumped up and kicked Yi Zhiqiu, and suddenly turned around. When Yi Zhiqiu turned around, he found that a Barrett rifle was already on his head. Bang! This shot directly pierced Yi Zhiqiu's head, so fast. Shozakai said, this shot was faster than the last time he shot him. Yi Zhiqiu had no time to dodge, and the double damage was triggered. The Barrett bullet pierced through, and Yi Zhiqiu lost weight and fell to the ground. It's broken. Xiao Shiqin's heart tightened. This shot completely broke the balance. However, Zaiwu's attack was not over yet. He was seen setting up the Barrett again and reloading it. Double control. Bang! Before Sun Xiang could react, the second Barrett hit Yi Zhiqiu's head again. The two sides had just met, and Yi Zhiqiu didn't even touch Zaiwu's windbreaker, and the health of the two sides had opened up a huge gap. This is a bit difficult. Yi Xiu shook his head and said, let alone defeating Zaiwu, now how Sun Xiang consumes Zaiwu's health is a problem. Sure enough, after firing 2 Barretts, Zaiwu shot into the field and fired wildly at Yi Zhiqiu, who fell to the ground. The 2 guns in his hands hit Yi Zhiqiu's body like a wild horse. A gorgeous output show. The commentator of the foreign media praised crazily. This is the style of their #1 sharpshooter in Europe. Sun Xiang, I feel a little stunned. Wang Xiaotian said. Well, it all happened too fast. I guess he hasn't digested it yet. Xiao Shiqin said. It can be said that the field was completely a one-sided slaughter by Zaiwu. Perhaps because he was full of anger in the last game, Zaiwu fought particularly fiercely in this game. At this moment, Sun Xiang slapped himself hard, trying to make his brain clearer. Then Yi Zhiqiu took advantage of the gap when Zaiwu was changing bullets, and how Long Pajun successfully forced Zaiwu back. But when he wanted to fight back, he found that Zaiwu had already disappeared from his perspective. Too calm. Wang Jieshi commented. Originally, after seeing Zaiwu's crazy output, Wang Jieshi thought that this person had exploded, but now, he realized that Zaiwu had always been in a very sober state. This was not good news for Sun Xiang. He finally got the chance to counterattack, but he couldn't catch the opponent at all. The left lane he chose at the beginning seemed to be the burial place of Yi Zhiqiu himself. In the end, Sun Xiang tried his best but still failed to defeat Zaiwu, who had already established an advantage. Seeing that the 100% winning rate of the Xia team in the first game was broken, the fans of the French team at the scene set off a wave of enthusiasm. But the international students of Xia country were not easy to mess with, and the momentum was also very huge. What a pity. Zhou Yichen said with a pursed mouth. Until he returned to the player seat, Sun Xiang was in a daze. Zaiwu directly beat Sun Xiang to a state of depression. Covering him with a towel, Sun Xiang began to ponder and recall what he did in this game. The correct answer is that he did nothing and was killed by Ziwu. In the second game, Xiaotian, you go, you shouldn't let me down, right? Yi Xiao turned and looked at Huang Xiaotian. Don't worry, we win. Huang Xiaotian pounded his chest and said. Seeing the scene, Zhou Yichen and Zhou Zikai both felt palpitations. It's going to be bad. Seeing Huang Xiaotian's confident look, several people had a bad premonition. On the court, facing the active attack of Yi Shunfan, Ziwu jumped up and shot directly to a big tree next to the garden. Then he launched a crazy sweep at Yi Shunfan below. Seeing this scene, Huang Xiaotian's face turned red. So he controlled Yi Shunfan to chop the big tree where Ziwu was frantically, and at this time, everyone in the Xia team had a strong premonition, and sure enough, the next second, the big tree was chopped down by Yi Shunfan. This time Huang Xiaotian learned his lesson, and left the area where the tree fell in advance. However, just when Huang Xiaotian was happy that the tree would not crush him, the potted plant next to the flower bed became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Oh my god! Yi Shunfan was tripped by the potted plant, and then when he turned around, the tree fell directly on him. When this scene happened, the Xiaogui team lowered their heads together, thinking frantically about how to get rid of this guy. Ha ha ha! The foreign audience at the scene was stunned for a second, and then laughed heartily. Several commentators in the broadcast studio didn't know what to say. The domestic honor of King's players, who watched this game at home, also couldn't hold back, worthy of Huang Xiaotian, the master of graphics. This hit directly woke up the audience's sleepiness. It was too dramatic. Huang Xiaotian still couldn't escape the pursuit of the tree after all, and it can only be said that he lacked wit in his life. When Ziwu came to his senses, he found that Yi Shunfan had removed the tree from his body, but his health value dropped sharply, and was lower than Ziwu. In the end, even though Huang Xiaotian used Jian Ding Tian Xia to find an opportunity, he still fell under Ziwu's gun. In the post-match data, the tree in the garden had the most output. The tree was the MVP, and Ziwu was the dog who won by doing nothing. Damn, it's not fair, Huang Xiaotian shouted. When he turned around, he found that the staff behind him was still laughing. Seeing Huang Xiaotian's eyes shifting to him, the staff immediately recalled the saddest thing in his life. Looking at the expression on the staff's face that wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to laugh, Huang Xiaotian felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit. On the other side, Edgar Delacroix of the French team had already fallen to the ground laughing. He had never encountered such an interesting thing in all his years of professional play. Even if they'd lost the game this time, it was still a miracle. MVP, tree. Hearing the whole audience shouting tree MVP, Zhou Yichen was really shocked. Ah! Huang Xiaotian hid in the corner as soon as he came back. He was too embarrassed to see anyone. It's okay to be hit by a tree in China, but he will also be hit by a tree abroad. Who chose this map? Huang Xiaotian said angrily. Wanzhou chose it. Do you have any objection? Everyone looked at Huang Xiaotian, and Wanzhou still had a dangerous smile on his face. Of course I have no objection. Huang Xiaotian was scared. Hey! Zhou Yichen elbowed Huang Xiaotian, and then cleared his throat. This map is good, Captain. I'm done for my operation. The other side is not strong enough for me to fight alone. Zhou Yichen squeezed his throat and imitated Huang Xiaotian's words. Zhou Yichen, I'm going to strangle you to death. Huang Xiaotian looked at Zhou Yichen viciously. He now felt that the world was full of malice towards him. Well, at least one thing is certain, you lack wit in your life. Yi Xiao waved his hand. I said it a long time ago. Wang Jieshi, who likes to read faces, said. TSK. Huang Xiaotian looked down on him. Since he had made a fool of himself, he would choose a map with big trees next time, and he would choose a forest map. He didn't believe that all the trees would fall down and hit him. Looking at the relaxed atmosphere, Zhang Xinjie wanted to say that they were already 2 points behind, but when he saw Zhou Yichen and Zhou Zikai, Zhang Xinjie found that he felt much more at ease. So this is the feeling. Chapter 646. So this is how it feels. So wonderful. Zhang Xinjie muttered. Currently, the Xia team is 2 points behind the French team, but Zhang Xinjie doesn't feel panic at all. The same is true for Han Wenqing on the side. If it was in tyranny, Han Wenqing would have opened the microphone to scold the whole team. But now, he surprisingly stood beside Yi Xiao, watching the younger generation fighting. Old Han is also changing. I'm on. Wang Jieshi's simple 3 words gave the Xia team a sense of stability. The life value of Ziwu on the field is only 38%. Putting aside the big tree, Huang Xiaotian actually has the opportunity to further weaken Ziwu. It can only be said that he lacks wit in his destiny. Seeing Wang Jieshi on the field, the French team members felt nervous. They knew that the three people behind the Xia team in the ring competition were the real challenge. Xia team, Wang Jieshi, ID, Wang Buliuxing, occupation, magic scholar. In fact, not only the players of the Xiaohua team, but also the commentators and the audience in front of the TV will feel relieved when seeing this name and this ID. This is Wang Jieshi, or the magician who brings them immense self-confidence, 99%, 100%. Wang Buliuxing, loading completed. Map, garden, loading completed. Entering the game, Wang Buliuxing immediately flew into the air after starting, and Ziwu chose to go straight in the middle road, which is a large circular garden. The moment he saw his opponent, Ziwu pulled out two guns from his holsters with both hands. Bang bang bang, bullets poured towards the opponent, but Wang Buliuxing dodged the bullets shot by Ziwu with a strange body movement. Damn, what is this? Stephen Leaf of the French team was dumbfounded. He had never seen anyone dodge bullets like this. Even Amadeus would use the cyclotron flight method to avoid bullets, but this method would still be hit by a small number of bullets. But Wang Jieshi was too much. Camus thought of a word in his mind, spiral. Bio, magic bullet. While Wang Jieshi controlled the magic bullet to shoot at Ziwu, he threw a lava flask at the opponent. Ziwu's reaction was very fast. While dodging the magic bullet, he shot out and knocked down the flying lava flask. However, all of this was Wang Jieshi's set of moves. The real killer move was the magic ray behind. The shooting speed of the magic ray itself was very fast and extremely difficult to dodge, not to mention that Ziwu had just exploded the lava flask in the air. The ray pierced Ziwu's shoulder like a bright star, and then Wang Buliuxing fell from the air and took out the ice powder on his body and swept it on the extinction stardust. Wang Buliuxing approached the carrier and swept it. Each sweep during the period of ice powder will cause ice attribute magic damage, and the effect lasts for 20 seconds. And there is a 50% chance to freeze the enemy directly, and if it is worse, it will slow down the enemy. Due to the slowing effect, the carrier was unable to escape in the first time, and Wang Buliuxing's sweep directly froze the carrier in place. Then he took out the acid rain flask and threw it at the feet of the carrier. At the moment when the freezing disappeared, Wang Buliuxing chanted to summon the lightning chain to fall. Lightning chain. The lightning directly hit the carrier, and it fell into the paralysis and dizziness effect. It's over. Camus shook his head and said, Ziwu brought 2 small points to the French team alone, and the rest depends on them. Glory. Let us congratulate Wang Jieshi of the Xiaohua team for winning this game. The current score is 2-1, and the French team is temporarily in the lead. Wang Dian is still fierce. Yishio smiled. Wang Jieshi's performance in this game was perfect, without any drag. Hey, do you think that Captain Wang will not be able to adapt to the liberation of his playing style when he returns to Weichao? Zhou Yichen suddenly thought. Will you? Zhou Yichen looked at everyone. The last 4 words made several people silent, especially Zhang Xinjie. He felt that he would definitely feel uncomfortable after returning to tyranny after playing in the World Invitational. This is a very normal phenomenon. But for Zhang Xinjie, it is not difficult to overcome this. Only the weak will not adapt. Han Wenqing said. Fang Rui was about to say that there is indeed a difference between his playing style in the national team and in Happy, and he should be a little uncomfortable. But after hearing Han Wenqing's words, Fang Rui immediately changed his words. Captain Han is right. He won't do that. Yu Wenzhou said. He can complete the transformation in such a short time in the 4th season. It is impossible for him to completely let go of himself just because he was freed for a period of time in the national team. Yishio said. Regarding Wang Jieshi, Yishio still admires him. His weird and varied playing style in the 3rd season brought him a lot of popularity. Before him, no mage scholar played like this. In addition, he was the captain when he debuted, and he was designated by the former captain of Tiny Herb. Wang Jieshi was a newcomer who attracted much attention when he debuted in the 3rd season. Everyone wanted to see if this newcomer had the strength to compete with the great players, and it turned out that he was a great player. In the first battle, he killed Lu Liang, the helmsman of the Royal Wind team, the runner-up of the 1st season. Unfortunately, this style of play made him seriously out of touch with his teammates. Except for Fang Shiqian, the healer in the team, no one could keep up with the pace of the magician. This also gave other teams the opportunity to divide the terrain and use box 1 on Wang Jieshi. At that time, Weichao had no way to deal with it. Especially when facing the excellent era led by Yi Qiu, Weichao was crushed in all aspects. So in the 4th season, Wang Jieshi decided to change his style of play, which was a very surprising decision at the time. Because the visual sense of the magician's play was something that the magic scholar could not play before, the most obvious thing was that after Wang Jieshi debuted, the number of magic scholar players among Glory netizens increased dramatically. At that time, Wang Jieshi's free-spirited play style was popular in online games, and some people were even obsessed with playing the jungle map boss in this way. Then the magic scholar was criticized as a tumor profession by players of other professions in Glory at that time, but they were still immersed in it. In the 4th season, Wang Jieshi transformed, and these people immediately became haters, bashing Wang Jieshi regardless of their original intention. The group of people who originally praised Wang Jieshi became the ones who bashed him now. Wang Jieshi was not affected by the outside world, and the players of Weichao also agreed with their captain's transformation very much, because they really couldn't keep up. In the 4th season, Wang Jieshi's transformation actually took shape, and he led the team to the semifinals for the 2nd time, but unfortunately fell in front of the finals again. Finally, in the 5th season, Weichao completed the running-in, and the whole season was full of momentum, and entered the playoffs for the first time as the first in the regular season. Then, they defeated the Baiwa team led by Zhang Jiala in the finals, and successfully won the first championship in the team's history. This championship also made Wang Jieshi more determined. Glory is never a one-man game. After Zaiwu was eliminated, Wang Jieshi defeated Plan's Ludovic Charutaru and Tristan Bart, completing a 1-on-3 victory over the French team. Let us congratulate Wang Jieshi for becoming the 3rd player to complete a 1-on-3 victory in this World Invitational Tournament. Captain Wang's ring match is really reassuring, Yu Wenzhou said with a smile. Unfortunately, when facing the French team's boxer Edgar Delacroix, Wang Bulixing had already exhausted both his health and mana. In the end, he fell helplessly under the opponent's fist. 3-3, the Xiaogua team tied the score with only Wang Jieshi. Captain Wang played well, Yu Wenzhou said to Wang Jieshi when he came back. Thank you, it's just okay. Is it my turn to play? Zhou Yichen came forward. Ask the person next to you if he wants you to play? Yi Xiu smiled and pointed at Zhou Zikai next to Zhou Yichen. Zhou Zikai smiled and looked at Zhou Yichen without saying anything. In Zhou Yichen's eyes, this smile was a blatant threat. Captain, you go, let him see how powerful we are in Samsara. Zhou Yichen clenched his fist. Huh? Huang Xiaoyan made an international gesture to Zhou Yichen, and Zhou Yichen responded in the same way. 2 elementary school students, Li Xian complained. Zhou Zikai's appearance did not disappoint everyone, and he defeated 2 people in the ring. Zhou Yichen, who was defending the ring, did not even get a chance to play. 5-3, the same score as the first round, but the process was a little different. The Xia team looked relaxed, but the French team looked very serious. They lost the ring match again. The Xia team had to bring in 2 more points to enter the team match, which meant that while the French team won the team match, their personnel losses could not exceed 2 more than the Xia team. This was a very difficult thing. After all, they were very clear about how the Xia team performed in the team match. Winning was not an easy thing, not to mention reducing the team's personnel losses. Come on, let alone being eliminated, at least we can't be eliminated by double kills, Camus said with a smile. Yes, at least we have to win a big game and show the style of our division. Bart said that now there are voices from the outside world that the European division, except for the German team, is a soft persimmon. Therefore, as a powerful French team, they need to prove that they are not weak. In the team match, the Xia team's lineup was adjusted again, with Zhou Yichen, Sun Xiang, Zhou Zikai, Zhang Jiala and Zhang Xinjia as the starters, and Fang Rui as the 6th. The French team also changed its lineup, with Camus, Zaiwu, Bart, Stephen Leaf and Plans as the starters. The 6th player was not Delacroix, but the assassin player Jonal San George, who started in the last game. Camus knew very well that the tactics he usually used in the competition area would not work at all against the strong individual strength of the Xiaogua team. So he also strengthened the front of the French team. This time he planned to let Plans and Bartz provide a stable output position for Zaiwu. In the last game, facing the firepower bombardment of Fengcheng Yenyu and Baiwa Liaowan, Zaiwu had a hard time. Team Xia, Zhou Yichen, ID, Yu Xingchen, Occupation, Battle Mage. Zhou Zikai, ID, Ichiang Chuanyun, Occupation, Sharpshooter. Zhang Jiala, ID, Baiwa Liaowan, Occupation, Ammunition Expert. Sun Xiang, ID, Ye Zhiqiu, Occupation, Battle Mage. Zhang Xinjia, ID, Shi Bujuan, Occupation, Priest. The 6th man, Fang Rui, ID, Hai Wuyang, Occupation, Qigong Master. Team France, L. Camus Dun Charpentier, ID, Camus, Occupation, Priest. Matthew Elbow, ID, ZYW, Occupation, Sharpshooter. Tristan Barths, ID, Alt, Occupation, Berserker. Plans Ludovic Charuteru, ID, Prance, Occupation, Knight. Stephen Leaf, ID, Hansa Sama, Occupation, Gunner. The sixth player, Jonal Sang George, ID, George, Jonal, Occupation, Assassin. Double battle mages? Camus fell into deep thought when he saw the opponent's team lineup. It's not that there are no lineups of the same profession in European professional teams. For example, the powerful German team has 2 ghost swordsmen in their team, 1 for each attack. Some small teams will also use 2 sharpshooters to make up for the output, but they have never seen 2 battle mages. Because in their cognition, battle mages are used for attacking, and 2 battle mages are not only redundant, but also waste an output position. These teams have never thought about how 2 battle mages can complement each other. And the problem they considered was solved by Yi Xiao a long time ago. Through Huang Feng's double exorcist shadow tactics, he figured out the double battle mages. 1 defense and 1 attack. The real killer is not the bright battle mage, but the shadow in the dark. This time, the shadow is Sun Xiang's 1 autumn leaf. This is the tactic they formulated before the game. Zhou Yichen attracted too much attention in this World Invitational. When he plays, the opponent will unconsciously draw all their attention to him. Therefore, Yu Xingchen is not suitable to be the shadow, so only 1 autumn leaf can play this position. The reason why the Xiagua team chooses to change the formation in every game is that they have a large number of people, and can integrate various playing styles. Second, Yi Xiao said that he hopes that the glory of Xiagua can go to the world. Let the world know the glory of Xiagua, whether it is the playing style or the tactical level, it must be ahead of the world. Go, don't let us down. Yi Xiao smiled. Leave it to us. Zhou Yichen smiled. Yi Xiao and his team are still very optimistic about this lineup, and it is also a team with a very high winning rate in their team training matches. Zhou Yichen, Zhou Zakai, Sun Xiang and Zhang Jiala produced a wonderful chemical reaction. Watching their cooperation, Xiao Shurqin on the side felt that Sun Xiang was his Thunder Man or Samsara's man. Especially Zhou Yichen and Sun Xiang, this pair of battle mages had an unexpected tacit understanding. In this case, Yi Xiao decided to test their double battle mages. It just so happened that the French team was a very good target, with good strength and a strong lineup. 99%, 100%. Yu Xingchen loaded. Ye Jiqiu loaded. Yi Qiang piercing the clouds loaded. Bai Walielua loaded. Sher Bourgeois loaded. Map, Sacred Courtyard loaded. Chapter 647. The Xia team chose a map that is not often seen. Holy Court. As the name suggests, the map is dominated by the Holy Court. The Holy Court is surrounded by a holy light barrier. Although the characters who come into contact with the barrier will not die immediately like falling into the abyss, they will also be damaged by light attribute magic. So to a certain extent, the Holy Court can be regarded as a killer map. 3, 2, 1, fight! As the countdown ended, the game officially began. The starting 5 of the Xia team chose to go straight to the middle without any hesitation. Zhou Yichen, Sun Xiang, Zhou Zakai, Zhang Xinjie and Zhang Jiala. This 5-man team was obviously going to fight. The French team was obviously not familiar with this map, so they held it tightly, and the one walking in the front was the carrier. He had the fastest reaction, and even if he encountered it, he could use the flexibility of the sharpshooter to escape. The French team is still too dependent on Zaiwu. Yi Xiao shook his head and said when he saw the French team's position in the audience. Glory is not a one-man game. This sentence has been verified countless times. Camus' role destined him to not be able to do too many things. Although France is changing now, the change is not complete enough. Therefore, Camus plans to personally organize his retirement ceremony after the World Invitational. In the end, Camus changed his life in the old era. Soon, the two sides met in the middle. Zaiwu drew 2 shots and immediately retreated. Plans and Bard rushed to the front. The French team formed a very iconic 23 formation, with the 2 front rows at the front of the team, and the ranged and priests stood together, providing fire support for the front row while protecting the priests from being approached by the opponent. As for the Xiagua team, when the 5 players were lined up, Plans and Bard would definitely choose Sher Bourgeois as their first target. But before they could make a move, Camus' command came from the headset. Don't attack the priest, focus on the ammunition expert on the far right. Looking at Plans and Bard's actions, Camus quickly commanded in the team voice. Although the European team rarely starts with 5 players in a row, Camus has studied this style of play. That is, the priest stands in the middle, the team's attackers stand beside him, and the firepower players stand on the far side. The priest is the bait. When the opponent focuses on the priest, the five-man formation shrinks and starts to gather from both sides to form an encirclement. If outsiders want to break through, they must bear the explosive output of the firepower players on both sides, and the people surrounded will also face the high pressure brought by the attackers, as well as the temptation of the priest right in front of them. Obviously, Plans and Bart almost didn't withstand this temptation. After all, this is Cherbourgeois, the priest of the Xia team, the healer who has suffered the least damage so far in the World Invitational. There were even a few rounds in which Cherbourgeois' health never dropped below 90%, which is a very exaggerated data. If you have not seen the Xia team's team game with your own eyes, you may think that the players of the Xia team are very good at protecting the priest. But as long as you have seen it, you will find that they don't care much about their own priests. Then why don't the opponents focus their fire? Because they can't do either of them, whether they cross the front row of the Xia team or break through the line of fire. Let alone get close to the priest, their own priest will be pierced by the Xia team. They are very cautious, Zhou Yichen said. They thought that Plans and Bart, the two young men in the front row of the French team, would rush in directly. This does not prevent us from continuing to attack, Zhang Jiala said. Surround them, Zhang Xinjie commanded. Okay. With Zhang Xinjie's order, Yiqiang Chuanyun and Baiwa Liaowan on the far sides launched an attack on the French team. Plans opened the shield wall, and the holy shield in his hand turned into a huge shield to block the bullets from the two. Go! Zhou Yichen controlled Yu Xingchen to rush forward, followed by Ye Zhiqiu behind him. Bart held the sword and cut a wound on his left arm, and then turned the flowing blood into blood arrows and sprayed them towards Yu Xingchen and Ye Zhiqiu. Yu Xingchen stepped forward and rotated the spear to dissolve the flying blood arrows. Boom! Zhou Yichen was not empty, and the spear accompanied by the dragon-shaped magic fighting spirit directly penetrated Plan's defense. Halong Pejuan. Go back. Camus commanded. Plans immediately retreated. Bart was just about to cover him, but the next second a black spear had already stabbed his chest. When? Bart was shocked. He didn't react to this move at all. Boom! Powerful magic fighting spirit was poured into it, and Bart was directly knocked out by Qiuxia. Hey! Some audiences in the audience were confused. When did this Ye Zhiqiu appear? Not to mention the audience on the field. Even the commentator on this scene was a little confused. But compared with foreign media, the commentator of the Xia team was much calmer. The shadow tactics, whether it was Beizi or Li Ju, had already seen it. Pan Lin had not only seen it, but he had also fought it. But he didn't fight with the battle tactics, but with the A Shadow Exorcist of Royal Wind. In fact, the concept of the tactics is similar, but as a Shadow Exorcist, he completely assists the Light Exorcist. The most famous ones are undoubtedly the first-generation core of Royal Wind, Lu Liang and Guimingyu. Guimingyu, that is the man who was called the Three Gods together with Yi Xiu and Han Wenqing in the first generation, and he was also the first-generation captain of Royal Wind. But after the professional league started, Lu Liang returned from abroad and transferred to Royal Wind. Guimingyu handed over the captain position and the sweeping and burning incense account card to Lu Liang, willing to become a shadow, and retreated to use the account burning boat to assist Lu Liang. Many of his blessing spells were posted on Lu Liang's sweeping and burning incense. Unfortunately, he was the first to retire among the first generation of Three Gods. Shadow tactics are derived from this, but compared to exorcists, the double battle mages can attack and defend, and both the light side and the dark side may become the key players. At this time, Yu Xingchen and Ye Zhiqiu used the shadow tactics very cleverly. Zhou Yichen's elegant and bold style of play caused him to attract most of the opponent's attention. And Sun Xiang's Ye Zhiqiu was lurking behind Yu Xingchen, and seized the opportunity when Bart wanted to cover Plan's retreat, and Halong Pejuan attacked. A fatal blow. The front of the French team was pierced by the double battle mages of the Xiaogui team. It's my turn to perform. Zhang Jiala rolled to the side of Yu Xingchen, and then grenades flew out. Boom! Various grenades opened in front of Plans, and the special effects were gorgeous and dazzling. Ammo players are indeed the profession I hate the most. Plans cursed. The colorful special effects had no beauty in Plan's eyes. The next second, Yu Xingchen rushed out of the explosion, and knocked Plans out with one shot. Before the round dance stick was launched, a blood flower suddenly exploded on Yu Xingchen's head. Bang bang bang. The headshot of the carrier was still so accurate, and Steve did not hesitate to raise his hand cannon and fired at Yu Xingchen. Cannon. Just as he was about to charge and release the quantum cannon, a sharpshooter came out from the side. Before he could react, a shot through the cloud and a sliding tackle directly knocked Steve down. Oh my god! The commentator on the scene began to hold his head, with an expression of disbelief. Where did this shot through the cloud come from? Zhang Jiala's chaotic thunder is the most visually appealing one I have ever seen. Yishio commented from the audience. Why has Honor of Kings been developing for 10 years, and many new players with very strong strength have emerged in the battle magician, swordsman and even magic scholar. But there is no such profession for the ammunition expert. The one who plays well now is Zhou Yuan, in the 7th season of the Baiwa team in the new era. The reason is very simple. In the eyes of many people, the ammunition expert is just a more flexible gunner. Take the European Professional League as an example. Many of their ammunition experts are mainly field output. The most famous one is naturally Andy Murray of the England team, but no ammunition expert plays like Zhang Jiala. Zhang Jiala's playing style was different from theirs at the beginning. His extremely ostentatious and gorgeous Baiwa playing style is a topic that all the players of the ammunition expert are talking about. In the first generation of the Honor Online game, it also set off quite a stir. This style of play also has disadvantages, that is, under the gorgeousness, there is hidden ineffective output, and the special effects of the ammunition expert will not only interfere with the opponent, but also interfere with teammates. Therefore, Zhang Jiala's style of play needs a tough attacker who understands himself to assist. At this time, Sun Zhiping found him, and the two hit it off. So they created the most visual style in the history of Honor, the bloody scene of flowers. After a whole season of grinding and forming, his style of play quickly swept the league, but unfortunately it fell at the feet of Yichio. It can be said that Zhang Jiala's career is tragic, because his early and mid-career has been surrounded by runner-ups. But his career is also lucky, because after joining the reincarnation, he won the championship he dreamed of, and also met teammates who understand him. This lineup is really natural. Yu-Wen-Jo smiled. I also think that there is no need for running in. Chu Yunxiu shook her head. She also felt a little incredible. Watching their discussion, Xiao Shiqin on the side was a little embarrassed, because Sun Xiang was in Thunder this season, and they didn't run in very well in the regular season. It was not until Tianxin joined, and Xiao Shiqin decided to let the two play together, that Thunder was really on the right track. As a result, Sun Xiang joined the Trident of Samsara, not only without any sense of disobedience, but even stronger. But Xiao Shiqin was not worried that Samsara would buy Sun Xiang, because their salary space was not enough. Besides, if Sun Xiang was bought, he would definitely start, otherwise it would be a pure loss. As for the starting five, Zhou Yichen and Zhou Zikai, the best double Zhou combination in history, will definitely not be eliminated. Zhang Jiala, as the other member of the Trident, is also the team's second firepower player. Jiang Guotao is the team's main commander. Could it be that they really don't want a priest, as Yishio said? This is obviously not possible. Unless Zhang Jiala chooses to retire, Samsara will not have any ideas about Sun Xiang. Why, are you afraid that Samsara will take Sun Xiang away? Li Xian saw Xiao Shiqin's thoughts. Not afraid now. Xiao Shiqin said, adjusting his glasses. Samsara has no reason to buy Sun Xiang. Two battle mages will not actually improve Samsara's lineup much. Fang Rui thought. What if it's two sharpshooters? Yishio asked with a smile. Damn! Fang Rui remembered that Zhou Yichen is not only a battle mage, he is also a sharpshooter. Even before the game started, Zhou Yichen asked Yishio if he could bring the account card of Gun Yin Xingchen. Yishio said he could bring it, but it could not be used in the game. The reason is very simple. The World Invitational currently only opens one channel for each professional player to use the account card. If multiple channels can be opened, then not only the Xia team, but also the Ying team will be the happiest. While several people were daydreaming about whether Sun Xiang would go to Samsara in the future, on the front battlefield, the formation of the French team had been smashed to pieces by Yi Xingchen and Yi Jiqiu, the double title combination. The God of War rushed to the front, using superb positioning to attract attention while threatening the enemy's core. The God of Fighting hit under the God of War, seized the opportunity, and made a fatal blow. As Bart, who was at the front, fell first, the balance of victory had begun to tilt towards the Xia team. The semifinals are just around the corner. The French team didn't want to give up. After all, they had prepared a lot for this World Invitational tournament. They were unwilling to fall in the first round of the knockout round. However, ideals are beautiful, but reality is cruel and ruthless. The fall of Bart means that the French team's front has completely collapsed. For Plans, who is good at attacking, defense itself is a difficult problem, not to mention that the attacking side is still the Xia team, which is at the T0 level on the offensive end. In the end, even if Zaiwu had fired the last bullet in the magazine, he still failed to stop the Xia team's progress. Camus, the team's main commander, was also shot in the head by a piercing cloud. In this team game, the Xia team crushed the French team with a crushing momentum. Compared with the previous game, the French team struggled a little. In this game, the French team was squeezed by the Xia team without even a splash in the team game. The semifinals will be a tough battle. QP, who was sitting in the hotel conference room watching the game, said seriously. He could clearly feel that the Xiagua team had become stronger again. And the lineup of this team match was the strongest offensive lineup QP had ever seen from the group stage to the knockout stage. First we will beat Denmark, then we will talk about Xiagua, Poke said calmly. Ah. Zaiwu sighed helplessly as he looked at his teammates, who fell down one by one. It was difficult. With Zaiwu falling down, the second round of the team match between the Xiagua team and the French team finally came to an end. Chapter 648. Glory. Yu Xingchen successfully pierced Zaiwu's shoulder with a wrathful dragon piercing the heart, and the last player of the French team fell down. Let us congratulate the Xia team for defeating the French team with a score of 11-5. The cup announced passionately after the game. Let us congratulate the Xia team for becoming the first team to advance to the semifinals of the Zurich World Invitational. Li Ba was also very excited. After all, this meant that their glory had gone beyond the borders of the country. This team competition lineup is the most offensive lineup I have ever seen, Li Ju praised. The impact brought by these people together is too strong. After the game, Zhang Xinjia adjusted his glasses. The other 4 people quietly packed up their peripherals. Zhou Zikai still had no expression on his face. Zhou Yichen was talking to Sun Xiang with a smile. Damn, it's so cool. This is how a battle mage should be played. Don't you think it's right, Xiang? Zhou Yichen elbowed Sun Xiang. It's really good. Sun Xiang nodded, which made him want to abandon Xiao Shiqin and join the reincarnation. Xiao Shiqin? The semifinals are getting harder and harder. Zhang Jiala sighed. It's really not an easy thing to win this world championship. However, looking at the 2 people who were still playing around, Zhang Jiala turned his head and thought that the title of world champion is better than the domestic champion. While the Xiagua team was packing up the peripherals, the French team collectively lowered their heads. In the first World Invitational Tournament, they only got a quarterfinal result. For a team that is determined to compete for the championship, this result is obviously unqualified. But they will not complain about the world. The strength of the Xiagua team is indeed very strong, but they also played poorly. In both games, they did not put too much pressure on the Xia team. The first game was barely passable, but in the second game, especially in the team game, the French team was chased by the Xia team. Facing the strong attack of the Xia team, the French team could not even defend and counterattack. There was even a label outside that the French team's glory was also done. Zaiwu lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. As the champion of this year's European League, he was eliminated in the first round of the knockout stage. Camus on the side put his hand on Plans, who looked incredulous. In his imagination, this World Invitational Tournament should be a stage for him to show his skills. As a result, only the background board was left. The French team became the first team to be eliminated in the knockout stage, and the German team, who watched the whole game, was not surprised at all. In their opinion, the overall strength of the French team is far inferior to that of the Xia team. Maybe their lineup can still play in Europe, but when it comes to international competitions, facing the world's top Xia team, except for Zaiwu and Camus, the others are completely not enough. And what about the Xia team? Almost everyone in them can stand out, which is also a point that makes the German team particularly headache after watching. As for Zhou Yichen, they don't have a particularly good solution. Targeting? How to deal with Wang Jieshi and Zhou Zikai, who are also very strong individually. Now the German team urgently needs to find a breakthrough to break through the Xia team. Otherwise, QP calculated that even if it is the German team, the winning rate against the Xia team will not be particularly high. There is still time, Poke said. The other members of the German team also nodded. After solving the Danish team, they still have time to study the Xia team. As for the Danish team, they are now traveling around Zurich. The moment they were drawn to the German team, they knew that they had no hope of reaching the semifinals. It would be better for them to go to the famous places in Zurich and leave traces of their presence in a limited time. No one would think that the Danish team had lost their fighting spirit and did not respect the game. After all, let alone the World Invitational, they were also the top of the German team in Europe. Not to mention that in the group stage, the Danish team had been abused by the German team once. As a result, in this first full World Invitational, there was no principle of avoiding the same group in the knockout stage. Denmark was unlucky, and drew the German team again. In their opinion, except for the Leifong team, they might have a chance to win the first place in the group. Whether it was the Xia team or the Ing team, they could not take it. Therefore, it is better to relax a little and play the game without pressure, which may be better than playing under high pressure. Although it may not change anything about the ending, at least they want to leave Zurich standing, not crawling. As for the Xiagua team, they can devote themselves to the research of the German team. In addition to the German team's games in the World Invitational, Yixiao also collected a lot of their games in the World Invitational. There is no way. The main lineup of the German team is all from SK, which also makes it convenient for Yixiao to study their playing style and tactics. It is much more difficult to collect information on the German team. First, the Xiagua team's lineup is not fixed, whether it is the team competition lineup or the ring competition lineup. The only thing that the German team can be sure of is that Zhou Yichen will definitely play in the hard battle. The second is the game video of the Xiagua team. Just the group stage of the World Invitational Tournament alone is enough for them to study for a long time. In addition, the German team also discovered a problem. As the team leader, Yixiao may play when facing them. But they know very little about all the professional players. So they can only look at the domestic games of the Xiagua team's players, but problems arise one after another. Most of the Xiagua team's players are not from the same team. This leads to the German team to watch the replay of their team's games, but the result of watching the huge data is that except for QP and Poke, everyone else's brain crashes. In the end, QP had no choice but to decide that when facing the Xiagua team, he could only use his moves to counter the moves. The next day, the second round of the German team's match against the Danish team stayed in the ring match was surprisingly explosive, and they actually got 4 points from the German team. They saw Poke's appearance, which they had never dared to think about before. It seems that the German team is not as invincible as imagined. Zhou Yichen, who was sitting in the audience watching the game, said, "The German team was careless, but their ring match seemed to be." You won, Zhou smiled. In this game, he had to thank the Danish team, and the German team's flaws were exposed. That is, the German team's strong ring matches have always been the defending Poke, and the third-ranked QP. Their first ranked is not fixed. Sometimes it is Michael Bismarck's Battle Mage, and sometimes it is Alma Seifred's Knight. Bismarck has always been the core of the German team. In SK, he has always been the team's ring match starter, and Seifred just debuted this season. He is a bit arrogant in the German team. This time, he paid the price for underestimating his opponent. Rasmus Winter, the starting player of the Danish team, taught him a hard lesson. As a knight, he was completely defeated by the elemental mage. "I guess this kid won't have a chance to play when he plays against us," Yixiao said with a smile, regretful in his words. In Yixiao's opinion, Seifred must have talent, otherwise he wouldn't have debuted in SK, which is famous for its strictness. But the problem is that his personality is competitive, and he is a bit arrogant after winning, which makes Seifred easily swell after defeating weaker players. Just like in the first round, he played in the second place in the ring match and successfully completed a 1-on-2 victory over the Danish team, so he swelled. Thinking that the Danish team was all weak, Seifred swelled up when facing the European King of France Rasmus Winter this time. He even provoked his opponent before the game, and his face was swollen as a result. Although the German team still defeated the Danish team by a crushing margin in the team competition, the faces of several players after the game were not particularly good. On the other hand, the Danish team on the other side, several players walked out of the competition seat with smiles. If you have not watched the game, you would think that the German team lost and the Danish team won. It is an honor to lose. After the game, the captain of the Danish team, Tanuel Skinkwasen, said with a smile, "The next World Invitational Tournament will be left to you." Tanuel Skinkwasen smiled and patted Rasmus on the shoulder. "Yeah." With the victory of the German team, the top 4 teams in the upper half were officially released. From the German team, the first in Group B, to the Xiagua team, the first in Group C, the 2 teams will compete for the first ticket to the finals. As for the right of both sides to choose the map, the captains of both sides drew lots before the game to decide who would go first and who would go second. On the third day, the match between Ingwa team and Swiss team started. From the ring match to the team match, Ingwa team defeated the opponent with overwhelming force. Amadeus only got 1 head point from the opponent. According to the data chart after the game, Ingwa team completely crushed the Swiss team. Ingwa team is really strong. Fong Rui shook his head and said, Whether it is Life-owned team or England team in the lower half, it will not feel good to play against Ingwa team, Wang Jieshi said. Ingwa team's playing style is not varied. Their terrifying part is that their discipline and team cooperation are very exaggerated. Several people from Xiaohua team also heard some of the internal voices released by Ingwa team after the game. Except for the commander's speech, the rest of the people only reported information. They did whatever the commander asked them to do. Even Zhou Yichen suspected that the commander asked them to send, and they would not blink an eye. In the lower half, Ingwa defeated Switzerland 2-0 and advanced to the semi-finals. Now only the first round of the knockout rounds is left between Gale and England. The other 3 games were all 2-0, just when everyone thought that England could also beat Gale by a large score and advance to the semi-finals. Reinhardt stood up, and in the ring match, he defeated 3 opponents, and in the team match, he even broke through England's defense line despite Murray's output. Too strong, Reinhardt. At this moment, in the eyes of Gale fans, Reinhardt is the strongest sharpshooter in the world. 11-8, Gale won back a game, and the 2 sides entered the final deciding game. Unlike the domestic league, the World Invitational Tournament will not start the semi-finals until the final game between the Life-owned national team and the England team is over. This is not good news for the England team, because they just lost the game and their morale is low. But the next day, they have to devote themselves to the final game. There is no doubt that in the final game, except for Murray and Boaster, the rest of the England team is not in good shape. On the contrary, the Life-owned national team is united and is bound to complete the knockout round of the Let One Come Two. In the end, the Life-owned national team took advantage of the victory, even though the England team's final defensive counterattack had already worked. But at this time, Reinhardt of the Life-owned national team stood up again. You are worthy of being the captain of the Life-owned national team. Zhou Yichen clapped his hands when he saw this scene. Reinhardt's strength is not lower than Zaiwu, Yishio said, and glanced at Zhou Zikai, and then said, it's still a little bit behind Xiao Zhou. Zhou Zikai did not speak, and responded with a polite smile. In the end, the Life-owned team successfully defeated the England team after a 1-2 comeback and advanced to the semi-finals. So far, the semi-finalists of the first Zurich World Invitational Tournament have all been announced. They will also enter 4 different groups in the next World Invitational Tournament. The first half of the group will be Germany, the first in Group B, against Xiaohua, the first in Group C. The first half of the group will be Ingwa, the first in Group A, against Life-owned, the first in Group D. The first in each of the 4 groups reached the final semifinals. The 4 teams also had a short break. The Xiaohua team naturally started training non-stop during the break. Because there are so many people, they can form 2 completely different styles of lineups. Zhou Yichen, Zhou Zikai, Zhang Jiala, Sun Xiang and Zhang Xinjia, who played brilliantly against the French team, were also separated by Yishio. He thought very clearly that this team lineup played too well, and the German team would definitely target it. Therefore, Yishio wanted to find a new lineup that could perfectly counter the German team. At present, he actually has some ideas in his mind, and also formed a team with Zhou Yichen as the base. There is no way Zhou Yichen is too useful, and there is strength that cannot be used. People like Han Wenqing and Wang Jieshi will more or less restrain themselves. It's very simple. They don't want to retire after playing in this World Invitational. They still have a journey to go. Therefore, they need to keep some oil in the tank to prepare for the 11th season. Zhou Yichen has an advantage that neither Wang Jieshi, Han Wenqing, or even Yishio can surpass, that is age. Every time seeing Zhou Yichen jump up happily after winning a game, Yishio would recall the time when Jia Shi was fighting hard at the beginning of the league. Although the German team is very strong, we are not weak either, Yishio said before the game. That's right, our Xiaohua team is not easy to mess with. Let them have a taste of our strength. What German tank? Let them see the power of our great fortune. That's right, the German tank, in our eyes, is just a slightly larger speed bump. The Xiaohua team was full of information before the game, but the atmosphere on the German team seemed much more serious. Chapter 649. The German team was still watching the game of the Xia team frame by frame. Now they were watching Huang Xiaotian of the Blue Rain team. Compared with others, Seifred's eyes were attracted by the public channel in the lower left corner. A bunch of incomprehensible Chinese characters kept turning like a roller, and Seifred's eyes were almost blinded. If we meet this person, don't think about anything at the first time, just adjust the settings first, QP said. Too annoying. Frankensteiner shook his head and said. He couldn't imagine why he could type so many words under highly concentrated operation. After watching the opponent's game video, Frankensteiner could already imagine the situation when he played against the screen full of text bubbles. The most mysterious is their team leader. QP pointed to Yishio's head. After playing in the Australian team game, QP thought that as the team leader and the main commander of the team, he should participate in every game of the Xia team next time. As a result, Yishio only showed up in the team match in the last group match, when the Xia team played against the Lia team. But the problem was that due to the huge difference in strength, Yishio was just paddling throughout the game, and the German team couldn't see anything. QP and the rest of the German team didn't believe that this leader was here for vacation, but as far as that role was concerned, it was not an easy profession to target. And QP had a hunch that in the battle with the Xia team, this Yishio would definitely become a big problem for them. You haven't played this profession before? Michael Bismarck shook his head and said. So far in the World Invitational, Yishio has only appeared in the team competition twice, and has never played in the ring competition. This makes it impossible for them to analyze all the information about the character of Lord Grimm. If Yishio's Lord Grimm appeared in the ring competition against the German team, the German team can only say that they were set up by the Xia team. To use an old saying in Xia, let's make the best of it. QP said that for the German team, too much research will become a side effect. The night before the semifinals, the players of the Xia team did not go out, and even the meals were bought by the logistics department and then eaten in the big room. In special times, they must also pay attention to safety when abroad. Chen, do you think we can really win this championship? After dinner, Chu Yunxiu looked at Zhou Yichen and said, I will make you the world champion. Zhou Yichen's eyes were firm. The reason why Zhou Yichen fought so hard in this World Invitational was that this was the first time that Honor officially held a world-class competition. He was not wearing the logo of the Samsara team, but the 5-star red flag. Therefore, the red blood flowing in his body would not allow him to be ashamed of these 5 shining red stars. The second reason was because of Chu Yunxiu. He couldn't accompany her to win the domestic league championship, so he would accompany her to stand on the top of the world and become the world champion together. Well, I believe it. Chu Yunxiu said affectionately. Hey, there is still a game tomorrow. The two of you, restrain yourself a little. Several people on the side couldn't bear to watch it anymore, but Su Maicheng was watching with relish. The next day, at 8 o'clock in the evening, the first game of the semifinals of the Zurich World Invitational was full, and some people even stood on the edge of the stands. You should know that after the game reached the semifinals, the venue was expanded, which shows how popular Honor is in Europe. The match between the Xia team and the German team is about to start. We are win! After the Xia team entered the venue, they found that most of the people on the stage were fans of the German team, or more precisely, fans of SK. Is Zurich the home court of the Swiss team, or the home court of the German team? Fang Rui said speechlessly. The Swiss team is out, and they can only pin their hopes on the strongest German team. Yu Wenzhou said. Why do I feel that they are going to hit me in the next second? Li Xian, a 180-centimeter strongman, said a little panic. Because we beat Switzerland. Zhou Yichen spread his hands. It's okay, the Ying team is treated the same way. Xiao Shiqin smiled. As the host announced the entry of both sides, the Xia team also stepped onto the stage amid boos. Several of them are big-hearted players, especially Zhou Yichen and Huang Xiaoyan. The two of them even shamelessly gave a heart to the foreign friends, who gave them the middle finger. They can't do this operation directly. Compared with the relaxed look on the Xiaodua team, the German team is much more serious. This has a lot to do with the style of the team. The Xiaodua team is more integrated. With Zhou Yichen and Huang Xiaoyan, the team atmosphere can't be serious. The main players of the German team are all from SK, and SK is famous for its strictness among European clubs. Among them, the training intensity of Poke and QP for the members is terrifying to the extreme. This game cannot be lost, Poke said to his own players. In the pre-match map selection phase, the German team drew 1 and the Xia team drew 2. This means that the German team will choose the map in the first round, and the Xia team will choose the map in the second round. If the two sides reach the final round, the map will be randomly selected on the spot. The two sides lined up, and after the team leaders fist bumped, sparks burst out around them, and the semifinals officially began. Yichen will still start this ring match, understand? Yishio glanced at Zhou Yichen who was stretching. Leave it to me. Zhou Yichen pounded his chest. Bismarck. On the German team, QP glanced at Bismarck next to Sefrid and filled in his name without hesitation. This scene touched Sefrid's heart a little. Xia team, Zhou Yichen, ID, Yu Xingchen, Occupation, Battle Mage. German team, Michael Bismarck, ID, Bismarck, Occupation, Battle Mage. Map, Narrow Road Encounter. This map is very suitable for the German team's style. U1 Joe said after looking at the map selected by the German team. The long and narrow valley is slightly tortuous, but not complicated. There are steep and towering cliffs on both sides. It is hard to say whether other professions can climb it, except for the Dark Knight profession equipped with ninja swords. The most interesting part of this map is that a team of people will appear at both ends of the canyon, and ambushes will also appear on the cliffs on both sides. Soon, the people and horses that appeared at both ends met in the middle of the canyon and started to fight. When they were fighting fiercely, the ambush on the cliffs was launched, and various flowing rocks and rolling logs fell. After a while, both teams in the valley were wiped out. Meeting on a narrow road is not about the two players, but about the two teams. This is a map with NPCs. Both sides cover the entire map, which means that once the battle is triggered, the characters on the field will inevitably be affected. Interesting. Zhou Yichen smiled. I'm leaving. Come on. Li Xian and the others also clapped their hands and watched Zhou Yichen board the contestant seat. 99%, 100%. EU Stardust loaded. Bismarck loaded. Map, Narrow Road Encounter, loaded. 3, 2, 1, fight! The countdown ended, and the holographic projection unfolded vertically. The slightly tortuous narrow canyon was oriented north-south. Zhou Yichen's EU Stardust was refreshed at the north entrance of the canyon, while Bismarck was refreshed at the south entrance. Behind the two characters was not the border of the map, but a military camp set up by two groups of NPCs. There was a wooden sign at the entrance, with very clear large characters on it. Military secrets, trespassers will die. When this map was designed, Zhou Yichen was still curious and controlled Yu Xingchen to walk in. You don't let me break in, but I will break in. As a result, I was chopped into meat sauce after breaking in. After this, Zhou Yichen understood that this military camp was actually like a cliff, an abyss, and a scene where the characters would suffer damage as soon as they entered. It's just that the health value of the cliff and the abyss is directly reset to 0, and the military camp is watching oneself being beaten to death. The German team took the initiative to choose the map, so they naturally knew the situation inside very well. The battle mages of both sides moved forward steadily, and finally, the two characters approached the center, and the movement speed of both sides slowed down at this time. Both sides can see each other very clearly, there are no detours, and they can't go around. The so-called narrow road meeting is a direct collision without any avoidance. Step by step. Both sides took every step carefully, but neither of them took the initiative to attack. The confused audience began to get agitated. What was going on? You looked at me, I looked at you, and exchanged glances. They are waiting. Players who have seen this map know that the storm is coming. At this moment, the canyon began to get agitated. At both ends of the canyon, in the restricted areas of the players' characters, two groups of NPCs rushed out like a tide. Kill them! Ah! The NPC rushed out muttering something unknown, and dust quickly flew in the canyon. At the same time, the ambushes hidden on the walls on both sides of the cliff also began to move, paying attention to the situation below while gathering towards the middle of the canyon. The NPCs gathered and took their positions just behind the characters of both sides. Wow! Yu Xingchen and Bismarck stood at the forefront of the team like generals on both sides. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Zhou Yichen muttered. As the NPCs finished lining up, the knights in the first row rushed towards the other side. The second row came up with the artillery. Boom, 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 spike cannons. Kill! The knights in the front were already fighting together, and the spike cannons burst into flames in the air like fireworks. Whoosh! Before the soldiers in the third row, with spears, took action, Yu Xingchen moved first. Then Bismarck also moved. Sure enough, the Xia team knows this map very well. QP seemed to have expected it. When the NPCs of the two teams were fighting, there would be a slight pause in the middle, that is, there would be a vacuum period of fighting between the second row of artillery and the third row of infantry. What Zhou Yichen had to do was to use this vacuum period to push Bismarck towards his soldiers. In this way, in the second round of fighting, Bismarck would be affected by the spears behind him. How long Bajuan? Yu Xingchen started with the strongest physical high-level skill of the battle mage, and the speed was so fast that Bismarck had no time to react at all. He fell backwards, and suddenly hit the soldiers in the back row. It gave Bismarck a chill, and at the same time, due to the trigger, the second round of war was triggered in advance. It's bad. Vulcan Larxiu, the healer of the German team, felt bad. Bismarck was in a state of falling to the ground. If the NPC war was triggered, Bismarck would become a stepping stone for the soldiers in the third row. He was naturally very clear about this, so he turned over and stood up quickly. He was not worried that Yu Xingchen would attack him while he was standing up, unless Yu Xingchen wanted to challenge the strength of the soldiers in the third row. As a result, he was wrong. If it were another player, they might choose to retreat. But in Zhou Yichen's dictionary, there is no word for retreat. Yu Xingchen swept through the army, a flying dragon in the sky directly knocked the charging soldiers away, and then stabbed Bismarck, who had just stood up with a gun. Sky strike. Bismarck was directly shot away by Yu Xingchen. Damn it. Several people on the Xia team were already numb watching Zhou Yichen's operation. Huh? The German team on the other side was also a little confused. The next second, the NPC, who felt mocked, immediately turned the muzzle. Bang bang bang. Guns, spells, Yu Xingchen dodged the bullets fired by the NPC like a ghost, and continuously attacked the floating Bismarck. Dragon Fang, continuous thrust, and a stab from a normal attack. The 4 consecutive stabs in the air were completed instantly, and stabbed Bismarck. The NPC behind Yu Xingchen raised his spear, and rushed towards the opponent. Yu Xingchen jumped up, and then all the bullets and spells that were supposed to hit him hit the NPC. Smart. Yisho laughed. It's really a pleasure to watch Zhou Yichen play the battle mage. Yuanzhou said. Zhou Yichen's battle mage always feels different from others, and he plays very flexibly. Judging from this wave of confrontation, in the eyes of the audience, Bismarck is very clumsy, and Yu Xingchen found an opportunity. With the NPC helping him to bear the damage, Zhou Yichen can attack the floating Bismarck without intention. Awesome. Poke, who has always been called a paralyzed face, showed surprise on his face. Yu Xingchen's movement, just now, was completely beyond his expectations. Bismarck, it's uncomfortable. Q.P said. He noticed that Yu Xingchen's fighting spirit was rising crazily. Why is the fighting spirit rising so fast? Seifred frowned. Because of his weapon. Poke explained. When the third row of soldiers were dealt with by the opponent, Yu Xingchen directly blasted Bismarck away with a falling flower palm. Then he quickly stepped back and fled the scene. Huh? We were having a good time. Why did he run away? Some viewers began to wonder again. Shouldn't they pursue the victory now? Before others could answer, a terrifying scene appeared in the middle. Chapter 650. Yu Xingchen turned around without hesitation and jumped directly behind the NPC on his side. Since all the attacks came from the other team, the NPC on this side did not aim the gun at Yu Xingchen. On the contrary, Bismarck was much worse off. He bumped into the artillery that was attacking. Immediately attracted by the hatred of the NPC, Bismarck had to use Feng Wankan Yun and Do Pashan He to knock all the NPCs in the range into the sky. The ambushes that had been ambushed on both sides of the cliff began to attack the canyon fiercely, with countless arrows, spells, and bullets falling. Swish, swish, swish. The NCP who fell to the ground turned directly into a hedgehog. Yu Xingchen, who was hiding at the back, avoided being affected by the attack from above, while Bismarck wandered between the attacks, but was still accidentally hit by the shells and fell to the ground. Bismarck is already at a complete disadvantage. QP shook his head and said, At present, the gap in health between the two sides is getting bigger and bigger. He thought before the game that Bismarck would lose to Zhou Yichen. After all, there is a gap between the two. But he didn't expect the gap to be so big. So far in the game, Bismarck has been completely played by Zhou Yichen. Whether in terms of operation or tactics, Zhou Yichen seems to understand this map better than Bismarck. Zhou Yichen is too strong. Li Ju, who was commentating on this game in the broadcast room, sighed. Since his debut in the 7th season, Zhou Yichen has not lost a single match in the main competition. He still remembers that after Zhou Yichen played against Baiwa in the 7th season, he made a prediction that this boy would be immeasurable in the future. Actually, before the start of the 7th season, Zhou Yichen had attracted a lot of attention. After all, rumors were spreading that there was a monster in the Samsara youth training camp, who had never lost a game, and could beat all the main players except Zhou Sakai when he was on the first team. But Samsara did not make any reports on this, nor did they promote Zhou Yichen. The reason was very simple. At that time, Zhou Yichen was running in with the first team, and they could not push him out at this time and let him face the pressure of public opinion. This was the protection Samsara made for him. Samsara also believed that Zhou Yichen could play well without the pre-match fancy tricks, just like Zhou Sakai at the beginning. Facts have proved that the vision of the Samsara club is at the T0 level. Zhou Yichen exploded in the first game of his starting lineup. Facing the powerful Baiwa, although Zhou Yichen had the immaturity of a newcomer, his energy of being fearless attracted many people. Bismarck was still attacking the NPC, and the next second Yu Xingchen rushed out again to stab the opponent. See through. Bismarck was shocked. While using Feng Wan Li Yuan and Do Pashan He to deal high damage, the special cloud environment of the battle mage is formed. In this situation, most people would choose to dodge, and he has already attracted the ridicule of the NPC. Is Zhou Yichen a little anxious to rush forward at this time? Fang Rui asked. Bismarck's little trick was seen through by Yichen. Yishio smiled. What trick? Fang Rui was puzzled. If you were on the field, what would you do when you saw Bismarck being beaten up? Yishio asked Fang Rui. It must be hiding in the distance and firing, Fang Rui said without hesitation. But he is a battle mage, Wang Jieshi said at this time. Fighters will, Sun Xiong said. Why did Bismarck attack on a large scale even though he knew it would attract the hatred of the NPC? It's very simple. The spear will be stacked on the NPC. As an expert in fighters will, Zhou Yichen saw through Bismarck's intention at a glance. No one knows how to stack fighters will better than Zhou Yichen. The value of this sentence is still rising. Just when Bismarck turned around to block Yu Xingchen's attack, he found that the opponent had stopped. This action made Bismarck numb. Damn! He was fooled. Bismarck was a little angry, but he could only vent it on the NPC. He turned around and swept 180 degrees towards the NPC, but the next second, the gunman from another team shot down the soldier in front of Bismarck. This caused Bismarck's tyrant to miss, huh? The commentator on the scene was stunned. A fatal empty shot. This tyrant missed, causing all the fighters will that Bismarck had accumulated before to be cleared. I'm anxious, Yu Wanzhou said. The battle mage stacks fighters will by hitting a specified combo. If the combo stops during the period, the effect bonus still exists. But if the next combo does not hit the enemy, the positive bonus will disappear. Therefore, when stacking fighters will, Zhou Yichen developed a set of tactics that suits his personal style. That is, when hitting 29 or 39 combos, Yu Xingchen will actively terminate the combo and use the speed blessing of fighters will to avoid the opponent's bombing. Zhou Yichen knew very well that after his fighters will was stacked, the opponent should be anxious instead of himself. Now Bismarck obviously made a mistake that all battle mage players would make, and it was also a mistake that Zhou Yichen often reminded himself of. That is, don't be anxious when stacking the will of the fighter. Some people say that the will of the fighter is not about combos, but about mentality. The higher the number of combos, the tighter the mentality. Once the combo is empty, the whole string will collapse. Just like Bismarck now, Bismarck, who is usually very calm, has a fluctuating mentality after the 4th level fighter's will is empty. F*K. Bismarck slammed the table heavily, and then was shown a yellow card warning by the staff behind him. Zhou Yichen's coquettish operation combined with the NPC's supplementary shooting became the last straw that overwhelmed Bismarck's psychological defense line. Puff. Zhou Yichen almost couldn't hold back his smile when he saw this scene. He went through the most uncomfortable thing in his life, in his mind, and then endured it. The staff behind him had a ruddy face. In fact, he thought of this scene when he was operating Yu Xingchen to rush out just now. The happiest thing about playing a battle mage is not to play the dragon raising its head, or the dragon turning its head, but to interrupt the opponent's battle mage's combat with combo, which is the happiest thing, nothing else. Some battle mage players in the audience were also stunned. It was too funny. Even Sun Xiong in the player seat was trying his best to control his facial expression. You guys who play battle mages are all dirty, Huang Xiaoyan complained. Indeed? Yishio nodded. You are the dirtiest. Huang Xiaoyan hit accurately. The German team on the other side was silent, and they could already imagine how broken Bismarck's mentality was. The youngsters of the German team wanted to laugh, but when they saw the serious faces of Poke and QP, they held back their laughter. The fighters' will was interrupted, and Bismarck's previous efforts were wasted. Yu Xingchen rushed out again, and this time, he did not choose to stop. With the output of the NPC, Yu Xingchen only lost 15% of his health and saw Bismarck. In the post-match statistics, the group of NPCs behind Bismarck had the highest damage. TSK. Zhou Yichen spat. The German team chose this picture very well. When Bismarck walked out of the battle seat, his eyes were fixed on Zhou Yichen's direction. He clenched his fists, as if he was going to rush over in the next second, but thinking about his teammates, he held back. After returning to the player seat, Bismarck covered his head with a towel. He needed to calm down. Poke and QP did not say anything. No one would touch Bismarck at this time. He would get angry at the slightest touch. Second pick Bertie, you go? Poke said to Bertie Beresavage Poke. Yes. Bertie nodded. Bertie Beresavage Poke, the first Ghost Swordsman in Europe. Bertie also played the Ghost Swordsman when he debuted, but he was majoring in the formation Ghost at that time. Of course, he is most famous for his brother Poke's brotherly glory. Unfortunately, Bertie, who majored in the formation Ghost, did not help the team win the championship, so after Schneider came to SK, Bertie chose to switch to the practice of killing ghosts without hesitation. This change also laid a solid foundation for SK's 3 consecutive championships. Bertie has a calm personality. He is good at mastering all the information such as the past game data of the opponents, playing methods, habits, and personality, and then simulates the playing method based on this. But there are a few people that Bertie has never been able to find the most suitable way to deal with. One is his brother Poke, and the other is the battle mage player Zhou who is about to face. In his database, Zhou is a flawless hexagonal warrior. Whether it is attacking or defending, Yushinchen will always be the hardest threshold at the front of the Xia team. Everyone knows that as long as they cross Yushinchen, the Xia team will be easy to target. But how to cross Yushinchen? Come on, be careful of his change of direction and speed. Bismarck, who has calmed down, said to Bertie who is about to play. Yeah. German team. Bertie Beresevich Poke, ID. Burka, occupation. Ghost Swordsman, Demon Slayer. I have an impression of this person. Li Xian in the audience suddenly said. Have you played against him? Fang Rui asked. How is it possible? We haven't played a training match with the German team. Well, I have seen his video online. Li Xian said with his hands spread out. How do you think he is stronger than you? Yishio asked. I have some confidence in the competition with the Array Ghost. I saw him playing the Array Ghost at that time, but now his Demon Slayer is very strong. Li Xian said. Stronger than his Array Ghost. Li Xian added. Why did he play the Array Ghost before? Huang Xiaotian was puzzled. Maybe it was because of the team's needs. Yu Wanzhou guessed. 99%, 100%. Burka, Birdie, loading completed. Map, narrow road encounter, loading completed. The second round of the semifinals of the Xiaogua team against the German team, the ring match, began. Team Xia, Zhou Yushinchen. Team Germany, Bertie, Burka. 3, 2, 1, fight! The countdown ended, and both sides rushed out of the refresh area. Both characters were moving at high speed, without hesitation. The canyon that was a mass grave just now has now been cleared by an unknown force. 18 seconds into the game, both sides appeared in each other's perspective. Yushinchen rotated the spear, then accelerated towards Bertie. Bertie did not stand there stupidly, holding the handle of the knife and inserting it into the ground to summon the knife spirit. After 1.25 seconds of chanting, the knife spirit appeared on the field. Knife formation. Bertie was carrying a 7th level knife formation, and the character would gain 105 points of strength and intelligence. The effect lasted for 20 seconds, and the cooldown was 30 seconds. He dared to rush in. What a ruthless man. Bismarck shook his head and said, knowing that the Ghost Swordsman was carrying a 7th level sword formation, he still rushed in as usual. Confidence is true, and recklessness is also true. Clang. The war spear and the sword collided, producing fierce sparks. Attack speed sword. Zhou was a little surprised. He didn't expect Bertie's sword to have such a fast attack speed. Because the general formation Ghost point strength increases damage, but he didn't expect Bertie to choose a sword with a main attack speed. A fellow. So fast. Bertie was also shocked in his heart. He didn't know until he fought, and he was shocked when he fought. He had guessed that the war spear in Yushinchen's hand was mainly for attack speed, and now it seems to be true. But why is his damage not low at all despite his main attack speed? The skill points of the Xia team are much higher than ours. QP in the audience explained the reason. As early as when QP observed the domestic competition of the Xia team, he found that their skills were obviously high-level skills that could only cause damage. In fact, QP didn't believe it at first. After all, so many high-level skills would cost so many skill points, but now, he had to believe it. The characters of the Xia team might have 5,000 skill points per person. I didn't expect that Zhou of the Xia team would fight back and forth with Bertie, who specialized in formation ghosts, in the knife formation. The foreign commentator covered his face with his hands in disbelief. In Europe, it doesn't play like this. Whoosh, Yushinchen stabbed out with a gun, and Bertie reacted very quickly, summoning ghosts to transform into armor around himself, offsetting most of the damage stabbed by Yushinchen. Afterimage. Such a fast defense. Li Xian was surprised by Bertie's reaction. Then, taking advantage of the opportunity when Yushinchen put away his gun, Bear T took a half step back and slashed at Yu Xingchen from bottom to top. The sword swung out a half-moon-shaped slash in the air, and a purple dark soul appeared on the sword. Moonlight slash. Yu Xingchen immediately retreated. The power of the demon/moonlight slash was no joke. And after attaching the dark soul, the moonlight slash will evolve into the dark moonlight slash, and the moonlight slash will blind the enemy it hits. I didn't expect that the man with thick eyebrows and big eyes on the opposite side has a black heart, Zhou Yichen complained. Seeing that the moonlight slash didn't hit, Bear T felt a little regretful. After all, this was a trick that worked every time in the past. The opponent's reaction is almost unsolvable. Poke commented after seeing his brother's moonlight slash swing in the air. He knew better than anyone how difficult it was to defend against his brother's attack. If you want to defeat the Xia Country team, you must defeat this person. Chapter 651. If we want to defeat the Xia team, we can't avoid this battle mage, QP commented. On the field, Yu Xingchen and Bear T fought again, and the NPC in the barracks also rushed out. The two ignored it, but their movements were obviously restrained. Yu Xingchen only poked, and Bear T only slashed. The two were afraid that they would accidentally hit the NPC, so the knights in the front row surrounded them. Although they were not the target, Zhou Yichen had an idea. A tyrant swept towards Bear T, and Bear T's eyes flashed, and he immediately squatted down, trying to let Yu Xingchen's attack fall on the knights behind him. However, Yu Xingchen changed from sweeping to sprinting, and stabbed Bear T fiercely with a gun. Bear T, who was repelled, wanted to get rid of Yu Xingchen's attack, so he flew backwards and slashed a circular arc of ghost energy to hit Yu Xingchen. The full moon slash that summoned the fire soul evolved directly into the flame-devouring full moon, and this slash actually slashed Yu Xingchen's body. However, due to the large amplitude of the slash, this slash also hit the heads of the knights, who just rushed in front of him, and directly beheaded them. Yu Xingchen was also blown away by the full moon slash, and the mocked NPC immediately raised the muzzle, and pointed it at Bear T, who was standing in the center of the canyon. F*K. Bear T, who was always calm, cursed. Zhou Yichen too dirty. Scored twice. Zhang Jiala laughed, he had just seen the scene. But this time, Bear T was not as lucky as Bismarck, because his armor was not as thick as the battle mage, and the afterimage was just released, and was still on CD. This caused Bear T to only use the ghost step to increase his speed to avoid damage, while using the skill to start the forward charge to absorb most of the firepower. Because, during the time when the forward charge was started, the ghost swordsman was invincible. Yu Xingchen successfully landed in the middle of the NPC with a big jump. After Bear T dodged the attacks of the NPCs around him, he immediately waved the sword and chanted to summon the ghost array. Dark array. Bear T was very smart. He did not choose an offensive ghost array. After all, Yu Xingchen stood in the middle of the NPCs, released the ice array or the fire array, and it was likely to attract the firepower of another team of NPCs. Then, let alone Yu Xingchen, all the NPCs on the field would become his opponents. After releasing the dark array, Bear T rushed towards Yu Xingchen with a knife. However, the ambushes on both sides of the canyon began to clear the battlefield, and Bear T had no choice but to retreat. This Bear T is really a wolf destroyer. Fong Rui shook his head and said, and the NPCs behind him were killed directly by him. It's very difficult for the ghost swordsman to perform well in this map. It's okay to kill ghosts, but not to play with array ghosts. Li Xian, the first array ghost in glory, said. This map of narrow road encounter is very unfriendly to professions that mainly rely on ranged skill damage. After all, as long as the opponent and the NPC stand together, there is a great possibility that the NPC's firepower will be attracted. Birdie's health was consumed too much by the NPC. Xiao Shiqin said. Although the NPC is stupid and can't dodge attacks, Bear T can't stand up to the crowd. Without afterimage and ghost steps, he is still very uncomfortable facing many gunmen. After the attack from the ambush above ended, Yu Xingchen rushed out immediately. Humph! Bear T was very angry now. It was the map chosen by the German team, but Zhou Yichen played with it. Originally, the German team wanted to use this map to fight a decisive battle with the Xia team, but they didn't expect Zhou Yichen to play so dirty right from the start. Bear T prepared the action of swinging the knife in advance, and when Yu Xingchen entered the attack range, Bear T swung the knife from bottom to top. Ghost Slash. Facing the Ghost Slash that was swung in a straight line, Yu Xingchen flexibly used the Z-shaped shake to perfectly dodge Bear T's attack. What a fast body movement! The mouth of the foreign media commentator on the scene has not been closed since Zhou Yichen appeared on the stage. Whoosh! When Bear T finished his move, Yu Xingchen's gun came out like a dragon and stabbed Bear T's shoulder with the gun. Flying dragon in the sky. After Bear T was knocked out by the magic fighting spirit condensed by Long Dan, Yu Xingchen did not choose to chase, but stayed in place and began to accumulate power. Then a blue dragon emerged from the tip of Long Dan's spear and hovered above the canyon. Fu Long Xiang Tian. You could only have a chance to avoid Fu Long Xiang Tian by dodging from the side. Bear T began to analyze in his mind. Although there are no particularly outstanding battle mages in Europe, basically every team is one. After all, the battle mage's ability to attack is recognized by the world, so Bear T has a lot of experience in dodging Fu Long Xiang Tian. He stood with a knife in his hand, and when the How Long flew over, Bear T rolled to the side and used the silver light falling blade to distance himself from the dragon again. I dodged it. It was expected. Bear T looked calm, and then prepared to ambush Yu Xingchen, who was still in a stalemate. However, what he didn't expect was that the next second, the blue How Long did not disappear, but turned around and rushed towards him again. Ah! Bear T's pupils dilated, watching himself being rushed into the sky by How Long. Boom boom boom! This can also make the dragon raise its head. Not only the audience off the court, but even the people on the Xia team, who had seen the power of Zhou Yichen's Fu Long Xiang Tian, were also very shocked. Because the terrain of the narrow canyon where the road meets is very narrow, Fu Long Xiang Tian has a great probability of hitting the canyon walls on both sides when turning his head. At the moment of turning his head, there is an upward movement. Yu Wanzhou accurately captured this point. Well, this should be regarded as a combination of the dragon raising its head and the dragon circling. Yishio smiled. It must be said that Zhou Yichen is really a great inventor. Bear T, who was hit by Fu Long Xiang Tian, was not so lucky. He felt his face burning. Just now, he had planned in his mind how to kill Yu Xingchen, but the giant dragon that turned back shattered all his fantasies. Too strong. Bismarck shook his head after watching this scene. He felt that even without the assist of the NPC, he was not Zhou Yichen's opponent. We are going to be beaten 2-1, QP said. From the World Invitational to now, the German team has never been beaten 2-1 in the ring match. Bear T was injured when he fell to the ground. Fu Long Xiang Tian caused 3 different damages. Bear T's health value entered the red blood state, Yu Xingchen followed up, and Tianji successfully picked up Bear T. Bear T was in his hands, and he had no power to fight back. Tankumar Schneider, the German team's ghost player, was shocked. He knew better than anyone how strong Bear T was. Whether it was operation, awareness, or even analysis of the battle situation, Bear T was a top-notch expert in Schneider's eyes. But in this game, he seemed to be crushed by Zhou Yichen in all aspects. With the last shot, Zhou Yichen completed a 1-on-2 against the German team. Glory! Let us congratulate Zhou Yichen of the Xia team for winning this game. He completed a 1-on-2 against the German team, and Yu Xingchen still had 51% of his health. If it was other players, I think it might be a bit difficult to go 3-on-1, but he is Zhou Yichen. Pan Lin said after the game. Yes, Zhou Yichen is a real expert in 1-on-3. Li Ba smiled. Every time he saw Zhou Yichen on the court, Li Ba felt relieved from the bottom of his heart. The sense of security he brought when he was on the court was even more reassuring than wearing it. After Bear T stepped down, he also said nothing. He took the water bottle handed by Schneider and drank it silently. Third pick I go, QP said. Seifert on the side was a little hesitant to speak, because in the pre-match deployment, QP decided not to go on the third pick, so he should go on the third pick in the ring match. But now, QP chose to change his mind. It's very simple. He was worried that if Seifert went on the court, Zhou Yichen would complete a 1-on-3. Therefore, he decided to go on the court himself. Yeah. Poke nodded, he agreed to QP's application. German team, perfect quality, ID, QP, occupation, warlock. Hey, do you know what this person's real name is? Fong Rui asked curiously. This is what he wrote on his registered name, Yishio didn't know what to say for a moment. It seems that the German team doesn't want Yichen to go through 3. Yu Wanzhou laughed. In his opinion, as long as QP or Poke is not used in the third position, with Yu Xingchen's current health, it is a sure thing to go through 3. Yes. Zhang Xinjia adjusted his glasses and said, they have a deep understanding of how strong Zhou Yichen's ring matches. 99%, 100%. QP, loading completed. Map, narrow road encounter, loading completed. Zhou Yichen's fingers loosened. He was very interested in the strength of this perfect quality. After all, in the information of the Xiagua team, QP's strength should be second only to Poke. Entering the game, both sides still rushed to the center of the canyon as usual. There was no choice but to choose one path. After reaching the center, QP immediately launched an attack on Yu Xingchen. Cursed Arrow, Burning Arrow, two consecutive skills perfectly restricted Yu Xingchen's movement, perfect skill release. Yu Wenzhou commented, but he valued QP's hand speed, which soared to 370 at the beginning. And it was still soaring. Yu Wenzhou was really envious. Yu Xingchen was forced to move, and could only rush towards QP. QP did not choose to retreat, chanting a black light on the spot and shooting at Yu Xingchen. Soul Strike, Yu Xingchen dodged it sideways, and before he could straighten himself, the NCP behind him was in position. At this time, QP directly attacked Yu Xingchen and the NPC behind him, Dark Claw. A huge Dark Claw suddenly appeared in the chaos and nothingness, grabbing Yu Xingchen and attracting the taunt of NCP. QP then chanted, and a black revolving door filled with evil appeared on the holographic projection. Warlock level 70 ultimate move, Death Gate. Fuck. Zhou Yichen was numb. Did he start with the ultimate move? Because QP attracted the taunt of the NPC, the first row of knights rushed directly towards the opponent, and Yu Xingchen's route was completely blocked by the knights. What a plan! Yu Wenzhou applauded. He was just thinking about why QP would actively attract NPCs, and it turned out that he was waiting here. Yu Xingchen is trying to escape the pursuit of the Death Gate, but his position is blocked by the knights behind him. Li Bu's words revealed anxiety. Zhou Yichen had no choice but to shoot away the NPC blocking his way, but this action made Yu Xingchen attract ridicule. So the second row of artillery began to bombard him fiercely, stabbing shells. Boom 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 boom. Yu Xingchen, who was affected by the shells, finally failed to escape the range of the Death Gate. The black light emerging from the revolving door gathered into a line and directly caught Yu Xingchen. Then he dragged him to the front of the door and swallowed him, causing extremely high dark attribute magic damage. Awesome. Zhou Zikai said, the operation of QP was linked together. It's really strong. Tang Hao nodded. He admitted that if he was on the field, facing QP, he might deal with it worse than Zhou Yichen. Yu Xingchen fell to the ground, and QP took advantage of the victory to pursue him, and cast the devouring technique. In addition to suffering dark magic damage, he would also be swallowed by the magic circle and forced to move. The direction in which Yu Xingchen moved was exactly facing the muzzle of the NPC's gun. Boom boom boom. Yu Xingchen was blasted into a sieve in front of QP. Although Zhou Yichen later attacked QP with the foggy environment created by Fengwan Liyun and Dupo Shanhe, the difference in health could not be made up. Not to mention that there was an NPC stabbing him from behind. In the end, QP only consumed 25% of his health to eliminate Yu Xingchen, who had 51% of his health. QP alone killed more health than Bismarck and Bear T. The full-level Death Gate, awesome. Zhou Yichen smiled, and shook his head after the game. Most of the 51% of his health was caused by the Death Gate. You are so efficient. Yishio praised Zhou Yichen when he came back. It's just SOSO. Zhou Yichen said, touching his nose. I saw you didn't make any moves at the end of Death's Gate. You wanted to use this to get closer to QP, right? Yu Wenzhou asked. He felt that Yu Xingchen should have a chance to break free in the last section. Yes, but I didn't expect that he had a full-level Death's Gate. Zhou Yichen spread his hands. In addition to the explosive damage, the full-level Death's Gate will also bring great confusion. This caused Yu Xingchen, who was dragged to the ground, to be completely unable to get up and fight back. It's okay, you've done well enough. You can still knock off 25% of his health in this situation. No one else can. Li Xian said. Who's next? Yu Wenzhou looked at Yishio. Me. At this time, Zhou Zikai raised his left hand. He was ready. Chapter 652. Since it is the knockout stage, the 5v5 ring match does not need to submit a roster of 5 players in advance. After playing a game, the team can decide the players they will play according to the players of the other team. This is also to prevent the ring match from becoming a one-sided stage. After all, if the score difference in the ring match is too large, the team match will become a battle for points. Who will be the second player of the Xia team? Li Bu was a little excited, and he thought of several players in his mind. Yishio did not want to give up the 2-point advantage brought by Zhou Yichen, so he decided to pursue the victory. As for why it was Zhou Zikai instead of others, in Yishio's opinion, since the opponent had played QP, Poke was in the 5th place. Therefore, Yishio also thought of the players, who could defeat QP and complete a 1-on-2. In the end, he chose Zhou Zikai. Coincidentally, Zhou Zekai's hands were itchy after watching the operation of QP. No one in the team objected to Yishio's decision. First, they all recognized Zhou Zekai's strength. After all, his record in the ring match was not worse than Wang Jieshi and others. Second, when facing the Warlock, the sharpshooter still had a lot of room to play, and the most threatening death gate had been eaten by Yu Xingchen. Yes. Yishio nodded. Zhou Zekai and Zhou Yichen clapped their hands, nodded, took off their coats, and walked towards the competition seat with their peripherals. Xiaogui team, Zhou Zekai, ID, Yichang Chuanyun occupation, sharpshooter. Seeing that the opponent was Zhou Zekai, both QP and the German team in the audience looked a little serious. This is not an easy one to solve. Everyone has seen the sharpshooting duel between Zhou Zekai and Zaiwu. It was a peak contest between sharpshooters. After watching it, the German team raised Zhou Zekai's threat to the same level as Zhou Yichen. Of course, in the eyes of the German team, Zhou Yichen must be the most threatening. 99%, 100%. Yichang Chuanyun, loading completed. Map, narrow road encounter, loading completed. 3, 2, 1, fight! At the end of the countdown, Yichang Chuanyun rushed out immediately, and QP's movement speed was relatively slow. When the two sides saw each other, Yichang Chuanyun had already set up the Barrett sniper. Bang! QP's face trembled, and he waved the mouse to turn the view to avoid Yichang Chuanyun's sniper. But Zhou Zekai's sniper was too stable, and the shot hit QP's shoulder directly. What a steady sniper. Bismarck commented. It's uncomfortable. Yichang Chuanyun put away the Barrett, and then ran towards the opponent. QP reacted quickly. After adjusting his position, he immediately retreated. Yichang Chuanyun fired with two guns, bang bang bang. The bullets poured down on QP. Unlike Yu Xingchen, Yichang Chuanyun's long-range attack advantage can completely beat QP to a low health before the NPC enters the field. QP, as a German tank staff officer, naturally understood this, so he took the initiative to retreat and threw a ninja tool smoke jade on the ground, and purple smoke immediately spread in the canyon. Want to delay until the NPC enters the field. Yu Wanzhou saw QP's intention at a glance. However, Zhou Zekai did not rush to attack, but waited for the purple smoke to dissipate. Rumble, the ground shook, and a large number of people rushed to the front of the canyon. The two teams of NPCs gathered again. QP stood directly in the middle of the NPCs, then raised his staff and began to chant. He knew very well that the sharpshooter on the opposite side would definitely take action. As he expected, Zhou Zekai's one shot through the clouds did take action. But the bullet passed through the middle of the NPCs and hit QP's head. Headshot. Damn, this shot is so cool! Li Xian shouted. The whole audience was in an uproar. This shot not only hit QP's head, but also hit their hearts. The sharpshooter's bullet headshot triggered stiffness, causing QP to freeze in place, while a row of knights had already rushed out. This caused QP to be no different from a target in one shot through the cloud's eyes. Bang bang bang. The bullet passed through the knights in the front row, perfect gun control. The eliminated French team did not leave, but continued to stay in Zurich to watch the next game. Yichang Chuanyun's extreme gun control made Zaiwu's eyes light up. It seems that he still has a lot to learn. Zaiwu was not proud of being the top sharpshooter. On the contrary, he thought that there were still many areas where he was not good enough. This time against Zhou Zekai, he learned a lot. QP still wanted to retreat and use the NPC as a shield, but Yichang Chuanyun would not give him this opportunity. After stepping and sliding, he successfully approached QP and attacked with a knee strike before he could counterattack. Although QP had already chanted the soul strike, the super body effect during the release of the knee strike skill offset the trance effect of the soul strike. Yichang Chuanyun's knee successfully hit QP's ribs, and while receiving physical damage, QP was forced to float in the air. It's over. The moment he saw his opponent floating in the air, Zhou Yichen in the audience had already raised his left hand, as if victory was already in his hand. Zhou Zekai, who was concentrating on the operation on the stage, suddenly sneezed, as if someone was poisoning him. Bang bang bang. Yichang Chuanyun fired randomly, and got close to QP, and then showed the world what real gun and artillery martial arts is. I'm afraid not many people can be his opponent in this gun and artillery martial arts, Bismarck said. The Xia team is a team full of discipline and impact. Captain Poke commented. After watching so many games of the Xia team, Poke felt the most deeply that the Xia team was the most offensive, whether in the ring or in the team competition. Not a bit of a coward. Of course, it is also possible that from the group stage to the knockout stage of the World Invitational, no team can force the real strength of the Xia team. Even the French team, which had the carrier, was directly defeated by the Xia team in the team competition. Especially in the second round, the Xia team's team lineup gave people an exaggerated sense of oppression. On the field, QP's health had already reached red. After he finished chanting the Warlock's level 75 ultimate move Ghostly Coil, he shot through the clouds without any hesitation, activated the double control, and removed the CD cooldown of the Barrett sniper. Then, at the moment when the curse power was generated, bang, glory! Let us congratulate Zhou Zikai of the Xia team for winning this game. In this game, Zhou Zikai perfectly explained to us what a real magic gun is. Li Ju said excitedly after the game. 3-1, Xiagua team is temporarily in the lead. Everyone knows that Xiagua team is very strong in the ring match, but they didn't expect that they would still dominate against the German tanks. Now Zhou Zikai's one shot through the cloud still has 71% of his health, and 1-on-2 is enough for him. After QP left the court, the fourth pick of the German team can only be chosen from Alma Seifred, A. Frankensteiner and Tankamaru Schneider. Among them, Tankamaru Schneider is the strongest, but when the German team chose the map of Narrow Road Encounter, Schneider didn't think of appearing, because this map is really not suitable for the Ghost to play. Then only Alma Seifred and A. Frankensteiner are left. Looking at these two people, Poke is a little overwhelmed. Although Alma Seifred is quite strong, she has a bad temper and is easily affected by emotions. A. Frankensteiner is also quite strong, but he is an elemental mage. If you choose an elemental mage when you meet him, you may have to use Winter's Magic Burst style. A. Frankensteiner is a standard academic style, so after Q-Dop came back, he decided to let Seifred play. I will win. Seifred clenched his fist and said to the Captain Poke and the Vice Captain QP. However, Seifred's guarantee did not change the result. The gap between Seifred and Zhou Zikai cannot be made up with just one sentence. This guy is a bit of a bully, Fang Rui said. He has seen the video of Seifred. He can be said to be the most aggressive person in the European League, but he is the one who bullies the weak teams. Facing the gods and king, he didn't even have a chance to fart. In the finals, he was beaten by the gods, so badly that Poke didn't want to take him to the training camp of the German team in the World Invitational. But during that time, Seifred restrained himself a lot, but he didn't expect that when he came to the World Invitational and met the Russian team, he exploded again. In this game against Zhou Zikai, Seifred's performance can already explain why he is a good rookie in the European League this season. In the end, a shot through the clouds consumed 42% of his health and killed Seifred, who was full of health. 4-1, the whole audience was in an uproar. The Zurich Stadium has now become the largest library in Switzerland. You know, the German team has always been their pride in Europe. After all, their SK is the team that has won the most European League championships. But now, they were directly beaten 4-1 by the mysterious power of the East. This means that if the German team wants to turn the tables in the ring match, Poke, who is defending the ring, needs to complete the task of 1 against 4. This is simply harder than climbing to the sky. Although Poke is very strong, and he is the undisputed number 1 in the history of their European glory. But the strength of the Xiagua team should not be underestimated. Wang Jieshi, Yi Xiao and others, who have not yet appeared have already been seen by European audiences. Just talking about Wang Jieshi, they dare not guarantee that Poke can win against him. I'm sorry, Captain, I lost. Seifred stood in front of Poke and lowered his head. Poke did not say anything, but patted his shoulder and then walked towards the competition seat. Germany team, Plock ID, Poke, occupation, boxer. Seeing Plock on the stage, Zhou Zikai's eyes narrowed. Plock, the first person in European glory, he had long wanted to see him. 99%, 100%. Plock, loading completed. Map, Narrow Road Encounter, loading completed. 3-2-1, fight. The game started, and both sides started as usual. 10 seconds later, both of them saw each other in their field of vision, and shot with both guns without hesitation. Bang bang bang. Bullets rained down on Plock, but Plock did not retreat. On the contrary, he shook wildly from side to side, and used his iron fist to knock away the flying bullets. Master, Zhang Xinjie said, adjusting his glasses, and then looked at Han Wenqing on the side. Han Wenqing did not speak, but his eyes were fixed on Plock on the holographic projection. What do you think of the Han team? Wang Jieshi asked. The comments about him in the newspapers are not exaggerated. Han Wenqing replied. Cloud body. Poke took advantage of the gap when Yiqiang Chuanyun was changing the magazine and approached him. Swoosh. He swung his fist at Yiqiang Chuanyun like a strong wind, and Zhou Zikai skillfully operated the character to retreat. The next second, after changing the bullets, he turned around and kicked Poke, but he didn't expect that the opponent had already expected it. Poke took a step back, waited for Yiqiang Chuanyun to turn around and kick in vain, and then met with a punch that was charged and directly knocked Yiqiang Chuanyun away. Collapsed fist. As Yiqiang Chuanyun flew backwards, the two guns were still in his hands, and then Zhou Zikai used the recoil of the violent shooting to land perfectly. But before he could turn around, Poke rushed out again, jumped up and punched Yiqiang Chuanyun. Zhou Zikai reacted quickly and threw a grenade at Poke, but the grenade did not affect Poke's operation. Poke smashed the grenade and smashed his fist hard on Yiqiang Chuanyun's body. Level 50 skill of the boxer. 1,000-pound weight. During the process of punching straight down, Yiqiang Chuanyun was in the dominant state. Yiqiang Chuanyun was not knocked away by the derived shock wave, but was pressed to the ground by Poke. Zhou Zikai wanted to get up, but the next second Poke grabbed Yiqiang Chuanyun and forced Yiqiang Chuanyun to float in the air with a hook. Then he made up for the output, and when two rows of knights rushed up in formation, Yiqiang Chuanyun had been thrown to the ground by Poke. Zhou Zikai did not panic and hurried to get up, but his vision was blocked by the knights who rushed up. He had no way to catch Poke's whereabouts. When the knights on both sides started fighting, Poke suddenly rushed out and kicked Yiqiang Chuanyun with a high kick. When Yiqiang Chuanyun was about to fight back, he found that his left hand was firmly controlled by Poke. One punch, two punches. Yiqiang Chuanyun's counterattack seemed so weak to Poke. Even if Yiqiang Chuanyun seized the opportunity to headshot Poke, he would be beaten back immediately by the opponent. The attack rhythm is too fast. Yuan Zhou said that Poke's attack was too compact, which made Zhou Zikai unable to fight back at all. Although he was very good at close combat, the opponent was a boxer. Finally, when the artillery shells fell, Yiqiang Chuanyun also fell at Poke's feet. Chapter 653. Although I have seen the video of Poke's game before, I can only feel the oppression he brings when I really face him. Poke only consumed 20% of his health to eliminate the one shot through the clouds with 27% of his health. You know, boxers are at a disadvantage when facing sharpshooters. But Poke didn't give Zhou Zikai any chance to fight back in this game. Of course, it was mainly due to the map selection of the German team's ring match. When they met on a narrow road, Zhou Zikai had no way to pull away and fight with Poke. It can be said that the feeling Poke gave Zhou Zikai was somewhat different from that of Han Wenqing. Although both of them advocated absolute offense, Han Wenqing's rhythm changed from slow to fast. He would first destroy the opponent's rhythm, and then use the speed change to disrupt the opponent's next plan, and then complete his attack. And Poke was simply fast, extremely fast attack. His hand speed soared to 420 at the beginning, and throughout the whole game, Poke's hand speed averaged over 400. He looks so honest, but he punches very fast. Zhang Jiala complained. For 2-2, Poke scored a point for the German team. Next, the third pick of the Xiaogui team let Tang Hao play, and he took the initiative to ask for a fight. I want to see how strong the so-called number one in Europe is, Tang Hao said before the game. As the team leader, Yi Xiu did not speak, but silently wrote Tang Hao's name on the battle list. From the group stage to the World Invitational Tournament, Tang Hao actually asked for a fight very few times, but his opponents were very strong every time. Yi Xiu also saw Tang Hao's intention, which was to compete with high-quality players to improve his operation and level. Looking at Tang Hao's departing back, Yi Xiu smiled. Now Tang Hao has a bit of the shadow of the head of the Howling family. Xiaogui team. Tang Hao, ID, Tang Sanda, occupation, gangster. Relax. Tang Hao sat on the esports chair in the battle seat, constantly cheering himself up in his heart. Of course, he knew how strong the opponent was. After all, he just killed Zhou Zikai who could beat him in China. But Tang Hao also knew that only by constantly fighting with such top-tier professional players could he go further. During the training camp, Tang Hao actually didn't think that he would be selected, so he planned what to train this summer early. As a result, when Yi Xiu announced the list of representatives, Tang Hao was a little stunned. But when he turned around and thought about it, he understood the plan of the team leader Yi Xiu. That is, the representative team needs fresh blood to inject vitality. Zhou Yichen alone is not enough, so 3 people were directly selected for the 7th season. Zhou Yichen, Tang Hao, and Sun Xiang are also the 3 newcomers who have shined so far in the 7th season. Come on Tang Hao, you are the strongest. Tang Hao clenched his fists, inserted the card, and loaded. 99%, 100%. Tang Sanda, loading completed. Map, narrow road encounter, loading completed. At the moment the countdown ended, Tang Hao's Tang Sanda rushed out. Poke's movements were very fast, so Tang Hao had to be faster than him. At the moment, he saw the opponent, Tang Sanda threw the gasoline bottle at Poke. While Poke dodged the gasoline bottle, he kicked a large stone pillar and rushed towards Tang Sanda with an acceleration. So fast! Tang Hao was shocked, and without any hesitation, he activated the steel bones and swung a headbutt at Poke. Poke stood with both hands in front of his chest to block, then turned around and kicked Tang Sanda away with a roundhouse kick. Tang Sanda waved his hands while retreating and threw quicksand to attack Poke. Although the magic damage caused by quicksand is negligible, the negative effects it produces are extremely terrifying. When the sand hits the enemy's eyes, the enemy has a 50% chance of being blinded for 4 seconds. When the skill is fully upgraded, the probability of blinding will increase to 100%, and the effect duration will increase to 8 seconds. With the skill points, Tang Hao did not hesitate to upgrade this skill to the full level. Poke reacted quickly, turned around to avoid the quicksand, and after charging, he swung a palm strike, and the light and shadow effect was like a tiger. Double tiger palm. Fortunately, Tang Sanda had already activated the iron bones, and he was not blown away by the tyrant body effect. Poke's close approach also gave Tang Sanda a chance to counterattack. Tang Sanda grabbed Poke, then dragged him to the ground. Rogue's level 60 skill. Tyrant Fist. After punching continuously, Tang Sanda roared at the fallen Poke. Rogue's level 70 spiritual skill. Intimidation. This move cannot be avoided, and Poke's attack power will be weakened by 50% during the period. After applying anesthetic on his claws, Tang Sanda grabbed Poke. Anesthetic needle. While Poke successfully stood up with a 360-degree whirlwind kick, he also kicked Tang Sanda away. Then Poke attacked, dodging the poison needle shot by Tang San, and continuously swung out palm strikes at an extremely fast speed. Polke, the main general of the German team, his hand speed has now soared to 560, which is too exaggerated. Li Ju took a breath. And, we can see that this is the average of 560. Cup said in disbelief. Tombe Fist. The Tombe Fist with a penetrating effect directly knocked Tang San, who had ended his domineering state, away. Then Poke jumped high, raised his feet, and launched a series of stomping strikes at Tang San. While causing high damage to Tang San was forced to fall to the ground. Tang Hao is a little overwhelmed, Yishio said. Just now in the round when Tang San attacked, Tang Hao had a hard time, and now Poke found an opportunity. The continuous attack made Tang Hao completely lose the rhythm of defense. Too fast. Fang Rui shook his head and said. He didn't expect that a boxer would be able to punch so fast one day. Even Han Wenqing's desert smoke, every punch can be seen clearly. But Poke's, Fang Rui felt dizzy. Normal attacks need to be controlled by the left mouse button. How often does Poke press it? Apart from anything else, being Poke's girlfriend should be very happy. Tang San raised his arms to protect himself to resist Poke's attack, but Lan Shenhui just tried his best to protect his face, which caused his lower body to be completely empty. So Poke attacked Tang San with a heart-piercing kick, and then he was knocked to the ground by Poke again because of his unstable center of gravity. Damn! Tang Hao gritted his teeth and fell to the ground while looking at the perspective. The opponent's attack was too fast. It was so fast that Tang Hao couldn't react at all. When watching the video of Poke's game before, Tang Hao was still thinking about why his opponent completely lost his defense. Now he understood, it's not that he didn't defend, but that he didn't have time to defend at all. Poke's attack was extremely fast. As the iron fists fell continuously, Tang San's health value continued to decrease. At this time, Tang Hao still wanted to resist, but Poke's next move directly shattered Tang San. Overlord Fist. The charged punch directly blasted Tang San away, full-level Overlord Fist. Han Wenqing said after seeing the damage display. When Tang San landed, Poke had already landed in advance. The moment he saw Poke, Tang Hao knew he was going to die. Boom boom boom, glory. 4-3, Poke scored another point, and the German fans at the scene began to celebrate, and the horn of counterattack sounded. It's your turn. Although Yishio did not specify who the fourth pick was, Han Wenqing at the front had already started preparing. Now Poke still had 48% of his health, which meant that Tang Hao's Tang San had taken away 32%. Although he lost, Tang Hao's counterattack against Poke in the middle stage was very good in everyone's opinion. How was the fight? Seeing Tang Hao coming back, Yishio asked. One word: fast. Tang Hao said after drinking a sip of water too fast, the back couldn't hold it at all. If it was the previous Tang Hao, he would not say a word when he came back. But after living in the national team for a while, Tang Hao understood that as a captain, he also had to communicate more with the players. "Captain Han, come on." Everyone watched Han Wenqing take off his coat. "This is a battle between men." Team Xia, Han Wenqing, ID, Desert Smoke, Occupation, Boxer. In fact, Han Wenqing wanted to go up when Poke appeared, but Tang Hao's firm eyes of actively seeking a fight made Han Wenqing hold back. Now, it's his turn. 99%, 100%. Desert Smoke, loading completed. Map, Narrow Road Encounter, loading completed. 3, 2, 1, fight. At the beginning of the game, both sides were boxers, striding towards the center of the canyon. Before the fight started, my heart was already full of blood. Zhou Yichen said excitedly. "Me too." Zhang Jiala nodded. In the domestic professional league, there are actually relatively few boxer players. Except for Han Wenqing, other players are almost unknown. Han Wenqing, who debuted in the first season, can be said to have influenced a generation of boxers. All the boxer players who followed him copied Han Wenqing's style of play. It is not an exaggeration to say that Han Wenqing is the ancestor of boxers. However, this faction, apart from Han Wenqing, has nothing to show for itself. Among the 24 professions, the most famous is undoubtedly the battle mage. The two gods of the same school, Yi Zhiqiu and Yi Xingchen, can be said to have run through the entire history of the Glory Professional League. After Jia Shi founded the dynasty, it experienced a war of hegemony, with 100 flowers blooming in the middle. Tyranny, Wei Chao and Blue Rain emerged one after another, but in the end, it was Samsara that ended the chaos. For consecutive championships, unprecedented and probably unmatched. If we do a statistics, who has the most male fans among the domestic Glory professional players? Han Wenqing ranked second, and no one dared to rank first. When the two sides met, Damo Guyan used a punch as a signal to kick off the melee. Bang, bang, bang. The punches and kicks were added, and the silver weapons of both sides were iron fists, and sparks were generated during the friction, just like the hearts of the two. At this time, Poke began to speed up again. 405, 406, his hand speed was still increasing, but Han Wenqing was not scared. His hand speed also soared, and Zhang Xinjie frowned when he saw this scene. As Han Wenqing's right-hand man, he knew best that the other party did not like to grab the rhythm in this way. First, maintaining a high hand speed for a long time is very consuming for oneself, and second, this situation is very easy to cause hand injuries. Sun Jiping is the most typical example. But now, Han Wenqing doesn't care. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiu remembered what Han Wenqing talked to him last night. "Tomorrow, arrange for me to play." "Starting?" "No, I will play whenever Poke plays." You should know that his playing style is based on hand speed, Lao Han. You don't need to prove yourself to the world. Baton needs it. There is only one time. I don't want to be chased and killed by tyranny after returning to China. Thank you. Ah. Yi Xiu sighed. Han Wenqing was almost at his limit. It may be next season, or the season after next. But in his heart, he still couldn't let go of tyranny. In the national team, Han Wenqing and Wang Jieshi had the heaviest knot. Whether it was Bai Shu or Gao Yingjia, they were still too immature in their eyes. The two of them had a headache when they thought that after they retired, their team would have to face a monster like Zhou Yichen. On the court, you punch me and I punch you. Damo Guyan chose to fight with blood for blood. Punch to the flesh. The audience was excited. This is the real game. Poke was a little surprised. He didn't expect that there was a master in the Xia team. You know, the players who can keep up with his offensive rhythm in Europe can be counted on one finger, but he conservatively estimated that there are 4 players who can keep up with him in the Xia team. Now there is another one. The two of them open their steel bones at the same time with both fists, which shows that the rhythm of both sides is the same. The NPC has entered the field, but this did not hinder the melee between the two. In the end, Han Wenqing's Damo Guyan still defeated Poke with the advantage of blood volume. After the game, Han Wenqing looked at his twitching hands, and a ripple appeared in his heart. He hasn't felt this feeling for a long time. 10 years of glory, as always. You are strong. Poke said to Han Wenqing after the game. You too. Han Wenqing responded. If both sides were at full health, it would be hard to say who would win or lose. But this situation would not happen, because Yi Xiu would not let Han Wenqing do this. You have to keep up with Poke's rhythm throughout the game. If it was Zhou Yichen, Lu Shubia, and other hand speed monsters, it would be fine, but for old Han, playing so big at his age would be a waste. How do you feel? Yi Xiu smiled and handed over a towel and a water bottle. Han Wenqing only then realized that his forehead was already covered with sweat. It's okay. On the other side, Poke returned to the German player's seat and loosened his wrist. Xiaogua team is really a crouching tiger, hidden dragon, Bismarck said. Chapter 654. 5-3, the ring match is over, and the Xia team is temporarily 2 points ahead of the German team. This is still a bit shocking to the outside world, because the German team is not weak in the ring match. How strong is the Xia team in the ring match? They saw it clearly when they played against the French team in the group stage and the knockout stage. They thought that the Xia team could win, but they didn't expect that the German team with Poke and Q.P only got 3 points. At the press conference after defeating the Danish team and advancing to the semifinals, Poke said that the Xia team would be the biggest obstacle on their way to winning the championship. Before, they may have thought that Poke was speaking official language, but now they understand that Poke is telling the truth. How strong is the French team? As European audiences, they should all be very clear. Now, what lies before the German team is how to play the team match. When Q.P analyzed the Xia team, he said that their team match is stronger than the ring match. Because there are too many players in the Xia team, and each player has a different style. This led to their unpredictable team style. They can play fast break and defensive counterattack. We can only take it one step at a time, QP said helplessly. You know, when facing the gods in the European League finals, QP was not so helpless. In the end, they lost, but they just didn't fight well in the team competition. But now facing the Xiaogua team, QP feels that the opponent will not even give them a chance to fight. The team competition should still follow the lineup we practiced before the game. Yishio clapped his hands. Yeah. Zhou Yichen nodded. After the intermission, after the captains of both teams filled in the list of players, the big electronic screen above the stage flashed the rosters of the two teams. Team Xia, Zhou Yichen, ID, Yu Xingchen, Occupation, Battle Mage. Yishio, ID, Jun Maxiao, Occupation, Full-Time Sanren. Su Macheng, ID, Muyu Chengfeng, Occupation, Gunner. Zhang Xinjia, ID, Shi Bujuan, Occupation, Priest. Sun Xiang, ID, Ye Zhiqiu, Occupation, Battle Mage. The sixth man, Xiao Shiqin, ID, Shenglingmi, Occupation, Mechanic. Team Germany, Jürgen Beresevich Poke, ID, Poke, Occupation, Boxer. Perfect Quality, ID, QP, Occupation, Warlock. Berti Beresevich Poke, ID, Burka, Occupation, Ghost Swordsman, Demon Slayer. Tankamaru Schneider, ID, Schneider, Occupation, Ghost Swordsman, Jin Ghost. Vulcan Laoxiu, ID, Lucretius, Occupation, Priest. The sixth player, Michael Bismarck, ID, Bismarck, Occupation, Battle Mage. I never thought that I would see Yishio and one Autumn Leaf playing separately in my lifetime. Zhang Jiala felt that it was a little unreal. Germany, this is the first time that two ghosts have been deployed in the World Invitational. Wang Jieshi said. Well, this is their strongest lineup. Li Xian nodded and said. Ever since he knew that SK also played two ghost swordsmen, Li Xian started to study their playing style without stopping. After studying, it was found that their double array ghosts were completely supporting Poke. To put it bluntly, SK's set of one array and one slash can't be matched by Void at all. Because Li Xian is the core, and SK's double ghosts are supporting. Can your Void play the double ghost style of the German team? Chu Yunqiu asked curiously. Lend me your Zhou Yichen for a season, and I can play. Li Xian rolled his eyes and said. I can't make a decision on this, you have to ask him. Chu Yunqiu smiled and pointed at Zhou Zakai. Zhou Zakai, TSK, if you want to borrow, it should be our Blue Rain first, you Void stay aside. Huang Xiaoyan shouted. Bah, if you can borrow, it must be our Yinyu. Chu Yunqiu was speechless. While several people were still arguing about the ownership of Zhou Yichen, the 12 players on the field had already sat in the battle seat. Oh, it feels so long. Yishio shook the gaming chair and said. You don't seem to have any pressure at all. Zhang Xinjia looked at Yishio beside him. Isn't this a great confidence in you? Come on, I hope you can lead me, a newcomer to glory to victory. Yishio said. Your character is not something a newcomer can play right away. Sun Xiang complained. To be honest, I really want to play Lord Grimm. Zhou Yichen leaned over and said. Then why don't you transfer to Happy? Su Muching smiled. Then why don't I just buy it? Zhou Yichen asked. Because I'm not selling it. Yishio smiled and looked at Zhou Yichen. TSK. Compared to the relaxed atmosphere on the Xiaogua team, the German team was much more serious. They were about to fall behind the Xia team by 2 points, and it was their own map. They couldn't laugh even if they wanted to. Follow our pre-match deployment, Poke said. As always, 2 ghosts will be in the front, and the captain will attack from the side. Q.B continued. In the past, the German team used the double ghosts to let Poke attack from the front, but this time, they were facing the Xia team, which had extremely strong frontal ability. The German team would naturally not be stupid enough to touch this bad luck. After all, the Xia team could crush the French team from the front. This game cannot be lost, Poke said firmly. The first round was the main map of the German team. If they lost to the Xia team in the first round, then in the second round, when they came to the Xia team's map, they would face a great disadvantage. Yes, Captain. 99%, 100%. Yi Xingchen, loading completed. Yi Jiqiu, loading completed. Mu Chengfeng, loading completed. Jun Ma Xiao, loading completed. Poke, loading completed. Map, Perry Town Market. The map chosen by the German team must be familiar to Domestic Glory players. This is also a map that the Misty Rain team often chooses, and has a very high winning rate. Perry Town Market is a town map with streets and buildings of different heights. It is divided into 2 scenes, indoor and outdoor. The large market square occupies nearly half of the map. There are all kinds of stalls and piles of various goods on the square. The reason why the German team chose this map is that it is not big, which is very conducive to the double ghost formation while allowing Poke to use his iron fist to break through the opponent's defense line. Oh, I should have let me play in this map earlier, Chu Yunqiu said regretfully in the audience. She dared to say that among the 20 teams in China, no team understood the market in Perry Town better than her. Your Yenyu's positional warfare is outdated, Li Xian criticized. I will continue to abuse your void, Chu Yunqiu countered. He, Captain Chu, let alone anything else, is getting more and more arrogant. 3, 2, 1, fight! The countdown ended, and the starting 5 characters of the 2 teams were refreshed at the opposite corners of the map. The Xiaobo team lined up and entered the market from the entrance as usual. After entering, they immediately changed their formation. Zhou Yichen's Ziyu Xingchen and Sun Xiang's Ye Jiqiu rushed to the front of the team, while Yi Xiu's Jun Mashi entered the small house next to the market and hid. Su Muqing's Mu Chengfeng and Zhang Xinjie's Shi Bujuan huddled together. On the other side, after the German team rushed into the market, it was not Poke who stood at the front of the team, but Bertie and Schneider. The 2 ghosts of the German team stood at the front of the team, and QP protected the priest Lerxiu. They formed a 212 formation. This is the first time I see a boxer hiding behind a ghost swordsman. Fong Rui said that he was amazed. This is also the first time I see a boxer protected by 4. Tang Hao said. This is not a boxer protected by 4. Han Wenqing retorted, although the 2 ghost swordsmen are standing at the front of the team, don't you find that there is a gap between them? Really? After hearing Han Wenqing's speech, Fong Rui and Tang Hao realized that the 2 ghosts of the German team did not seem to be fighting head-on. Their 2 ghosts are baits. When we enter their attack range, the ghost swordsmen will immediately disperse, Poke will rush out to attract firepower, and the 2 ghosts will be responsible for the defense. Yu Wanzhou analyzed. Well, looking at their array ghosts, they have actually been holding back their skills. As an expert in array ghosts, Li Xian still has a lot to say. In fact, if Wu Yus was here, Li Xian really wanted to see whose 2 ghosts were stronger. Of course, the premise was that Zhou Yichen had to be in the team. If not, just ignore him. Li Xian is still very clear about his position. It is still difficult for the ghost swordsman, especially the array ghost, to be the Corsi, but if there is a big brother in the team, then the ghost swordsman can play very happily. The market in Perry Town, the 2 sides gathered in the center of the market. The opponent's scattered players are not here. QP, the absolute commander of the German team, reminded in the team voice channel. At first, European honor players called this kind of non-specialized role a transformer because they can use skills from different professions. However, as the honor level increases, more and more people choose to be full-time players. Changers are now almost unavailable in the honor servers in Europe. Most of the honor players I have seen don't know what profession to choose. It is impossible for someone like Jun Mashi to have a special silver weapon. After understanding, they also know that the players in Xia country call them Sanren. So the German team now also calls Jun Mashiu Sanren instead of Changers. QP is still very interested in Jun Mashiu's 1000 machine umbrella. But he also knows that the opponent probably won't show him the special properties and structure of the weapon. You guys watch out for the opponent's boxer, he's the one who's attacking head-on. Yi Xiao commanded in the Xiaohua team's internal voice channel. Got it. Zhou Yichen and Sun Xiang responded. I go first, Xiang. Be careful of the two ghosts watching you. Zhou Yichen turned to Sun Xiang and said. Don't worry, I'm backing you up. Sun Xiang said confidently. Su Mucheng, who was behind, smiled secretly with her hands covering her mouth. She really didn't expect that one day Zhou Yichen and Sun Xiang would communicate like this. After all, what she had seen before was Zhou Yichen unilaterally attacking Sun Xiang. The scene was suddenly too warm, and she was a little uncomfortable. Open! Porquet suddenly shouted, and the two ghost swordsmen in front immediately rolled towards the stalls on the side. Porquet rushed out from the front and punched Yu Xingchen in the front. Collapse! Yu Xingchen blocked with his gun. Porquet wanted to swing his gun, but Yi Jiqiu rushed out from behind. Swoosh! Continuous attack. Fortunately, Poke reacted quickly and grabbed Yi Jiqiu's Chuexia with his bare hands. Unfortunately, before he could counterattack, Yu Xingchen used a tyrant crushing to directly repel Poke. Oh, this cooperation is too good. Wang Xiaotian looked at Xiao Shiqin every time he said a word. Wang Xiaotian's actions made Xiao Shiqin laugh. These should be the two best battle mages I have ever seen using the shadow tactics. Li Ba praised in the broadcasting room. Since his debut, he has seen many teams in the league try Yi Xiaoyang shadow tactics, but the results shown are very unsatisfactory in terms of both the playing style and the visuals. In fact, as early as when the Xi'an national team officially announced the list, Li Ba had predicted on Weibo that the Xi'an national team might want to use the shadow tactics. After all, there are 3 top battle mage players in the Xia country team, but what he didn't expect was that Zhou Yichen and Sun Xiang had a particularly good tacit understanding. Zhou Yichen's style of play was originally very offensive and visual, and since Sun Xiang took over the battle mage, especially after coming to Thunder, his style of play has been greatly influenced by Zhou Yichen. As for Yi Xiao, since Sun Xiang took over One Autumn Leaf in Excellent Era, he never thought of replicating Yi Xiao's style of play. Because he was a berserker who switched to a battle mage, Sun Xiang's battle mage actually has a bit of madness in his bones. Zhou Yichen is different, because he debuted as a battle mage, so even if he used a sharpshooter later, people would think the gun Yi Xingchen was imitating Yi Xingchen. But the fact is that Zhou Yichen's sharpshooter is more offensive than Yi Xingchen, and even his gun and artillery martial arts are seen by everyone as martial arts without guns. The same goes for Fang Rui. In fact, when he was playing the Qigong Master in Blue Rain's youth training camp, he was so wretched, which also laid the groundwork for his job change to thief. As the two ghosts were in place, they chanted the ghost array at the same time, and 2 different magic arrays appeared under the feet of Yi Xingchen and Yi Jiqiu. Plague Array, Dark Array. The 2 ghost swordsmen of the German team released 2 ghost arrays without skill damage, but the combined effect would be very good. The Dark Array caused blinding effects on enemies in the array, and although the Plague Array did not cause any damage, the Plague Soul reduced the 4 attributes of the possessed enemy by half during the period, and also weakened the enemy's own defense by 50% for a period of time. This is also the German team's signature Ghost Array, which is to weaken the enemy's defense to facilitate the attack of their main general. Focus Fire. Seeing the double Ghost Array covering the feet of the 2 battle mages of the Xia team, the German team's commander QP issued a target for concentrated fire. Chapter 655. The reason why the German team chose the market in Perry Town has been revealed. That is, although the market is large, most of the places are stalls, which makes the 2 blinded people a little unsure of the direction. And Poke rushed out from this time and punched Yu Xingchen fiercely. However, before his iron fist got close, Poke immediately jumped back. Boom boom boom. It was Muya Chengfeng who took action. Su Mucheng's cover bought time for the 2 battle mages of the Xiaohua team. The Cup explained excitedly. Now Su Mucheng has fully understood how to be a real gunner. When she was in Jiashi before, Su Mucheng's eyes were all on Yi Qiu's One Leaf Autumn. Even if her teammates were attacked, Su Mucheng would only provide symbolic support. Once One Leaf Autumn was threatened, she would immediately choose to switch fire. Therefore, Su Mucheng in Jiashi was not Jiashi's helper, but One Leaf Autumn's helper. But after Yi Qiu left the team, the league relegation, and the challenge match, Su Mucheng grew up alone to be a helper of the team. In Happy, teammates can rest assured to leave their backs to Su Mucheng, because they believe that when they encounter danger, there will be a cannon behind them to illuminate the way forward for them. Many people wanted Su Mucheng to be selected for the national team, because after they were teammates with Su Mucheng during the training camp, they finally realized how happy it was to have a gunner behind them to help with fire removal. Beautiful fire removal, Sister Mucheng. Zhou Yichen praised. Beautiful. Sun Xiong shouted. Be careful on your sides, the array ghosts are coming in. Su Mucheng jumped to a higher point and warned. Focus fire. QP waved his hand, and several arrows with black flame shot towards Yu Xingchen and Yi Zhiqiu. Burning arrows. As a ghost slayer, Bertie attached Ai's soul to his sword, and then waved it towards Yu Xingchen. Why not come out? QP asked in confusion. The German team's attack was so fierce, but there was still no sign of Jun Maxiu. Where are the people? Just when he was still thinking about where Jun Maxiu went, Lerxiu on the side suddenly shouted. F*K. QP turned around and found that Lerxiu, who was originally chanting for treatment, was directly floated in the air. Fuck, what is this? The audience didn't see clearly how Lerxiu was floated in the air. Earth Core beheading technique. Yu Wenzhou and Wang Jieshi showed a barely perceptible smile on their faces. They knew this move too well. It turned out that Yishio's Lord Grimm had already sneaked underground, and he deliberately left a vision for QP in the house. This made QP very afraid at that point, but what he didn't expect was that Lord Grimm actually used the ninja's Earth Core beheading technique to shrink underground. Then, under the cover of the stalls and piled goods, he slipped to Lerxiu's feet unknowingly. At the moment when his attention was all on chanting healing, Lord Grimm suddenly came out, hung upside down and slashed at Lerxiu, suffering physical damage and being forced to float in the air. At this moment, QP and Poke's attention was completely attracted. But Bertie didn't, he was determined to get this knife. However, Yu Xingchen, who was blinded on his head, actually dodged the go/slash swung by Bertie. Damn, there's a cheat! Bertie's eyes widened in disbelief. Although the speed of go/slash is a bit slow in both the pre-swing and the closing speed, Big Brother, it's now blinding. If there is no precedent, Bertie would want to get up and call the staff to check whether Zhou Yichen has inserted a USB flash drive. This is the reaction of an 18-year-old. Yu Wenzhou said with emotion. But Captain, he is not 18 years old now. Wang Xiaoyan touched his head and said. He reacts faster than an 18-year-old. Wang Jieshi said. Although it is blinding, he can still see part of it clearly, so at the moment when the sword was swung, he saw the ice crystal sword soul, so he controlled the character to dodge the sword. Yu Wenzhou turned the pen and analyzed. That said, can you do it? Li Xian asked. I can't do it. Yu Wenzhou admitted it openly. The moment I saw that ice crystal, the knife might have chopped me off. Yu Wenzhou said with a wry smile. He didn't have Zhou Yichen's abnormal reaction speed and extraordinary hand speed. Now, neither the German team nor Bertie could think so much, because their priest was suffering in human torture. Even the most offensive Poke chose to return to defense and support. The reason was simple. They had done their homework. Among the skills of the 1,000 machine umbrella in Lord Grimm's hand, there was an assassin's life-threatening attack. If the life-threatening attack took away their priest, there would be no need to play next. With 2 battle mages, and the firepower supply of the gunner behind the priest, even gods could not break through. Focus fire. This time, it was not QP who issued the command to focus fire, but Yishio. Yu Xingchen rushed forward and stabbed Bertie with a gun. Swish! Bertie dodged to the side, but one autumn leaf came out from behind and successfully stabbed Bertie with a dragon tooth. Stiff. Not good. Bertie was shocked. The purpose of the Xia team was to make a feint to the east and attack the west. Yishio's Lord Grimm was just a bait. What they really wanted to do was to focus fire on him and destroy the 2 ghosts. Bertie retreat. QP also understood the intention of the Xia team, so he raised his staff and began to chant the 6-star light prison in an attempt to trap Yu Xingchen and one autumn leaf. But the next second, Lord Grimm, who was still harassing Lerxiu, suddenly turned around, and the 1,000 machine umbrella changed from a spear to a gun. Bang bang bang. Anti-tank gun. QP was hit and knocked to the ground by the powerful impact. Then Lord Grimm pulled out the lightsaber hidden in the umbrella handle and swung it out. Swish! Draw the sword and slash. The extremely fast speed of drawing the sword made it impossible for Lerxiu to dodge. The sword energy rushed out, and Lerxiu flew backwards instantly. Polki arrived and used Eagle Step to leap into the air, and step on Jun Maxiu. Jun Maxiu stabbed Poke with his back. Sky Strike. Polki reacted quickly and dodged the attack with a step in the air, but this also gave Jun Maxiu the opportunity to pursue Lerxiu. Jun Maxiu switched to gun form, and output to Poke while using the recoil to fly backwards. A single player turned the back row of the German team upside down. QP frowned. Before the game, he always thought that the biggest threat in this game was Zhou Yichen's Yu Xingchen. After all, whether the German team can defeat the Xia team from the front depends on Yu Xingchen. As for Yishio's Lord Grimm, Although QP has paid close attention to him, Yi Xiao didn't play much in the World Invitational, and even if he did, he was just slacking off. This means that the German team can only find information about Lord Grimm from his domestic games, and they also watched the finals of the 10th season. Yi Xiao's Lord Grimm is unquestionable, but QP believes that Sanren's help to the team in team games is very small. Therefore, he believes that Sanren's advantage should be in the singles game. QP even thinks that if it is a single game, even Poke is not Sanren's opponent. The skills and combos are too complicated. If you are not familiar with them, Sanren is a bug in the singles game. But now, a Lord Grimm directly disintegrated the German team's formation. His surprise attack on Larxia caused Poke to return to defense from the front, and the output left, and the auxiliary double ghosts were completely unable to suppress the offensive of the Xiaogua team. This also led to Schneider not being able to help this best teammate when Bertie was besieged by two battle mages. Because Muyu Chengfeng's gun was already pointed at him, boom boom boom, Muyu Chengfeng opened the stable gun mount on the spot and kept bombarding Schneider. Let alone releasing the ghost array, Schneider didn't even have room to dodge. Because Muyu Chengfeng's gunfire blew up all the goods on the stall, Schneider had nowhere to hide. The division of labor in the Xia country team is too clear, Panlin said. Everyone was doing what they were supposed to do, and Junimo Shao had already attracted the attention of the three members of the German team. So when Poke swung his fist, Junimo Shao formed a seal on the spot, and waited until Poke punched Junimo Shao. He found that the opponent had turned into an afterimage, the ninja shadow clone technique. Where is the real body? Poke shook his camera to try to find Lord Grimm, and his search range was mainly concentrated near Lerxiu. Bertie, be careful behind you. QP suddenly shouted in the team voice channel. Bertie, who had been unable to resist the attack of the two battle mages and had been retreating, suddenly felt a chill on his back. Lord Grimm had appeared behind Bertie without knowing when, and the 1000 machine umbrella form was switched again, and the muzzle was directly against Bertie's waist. What kind of speed is this? The audience was surprised too fast. The priest Lerxiu, who was still attacking the German team in the last second, used a shadow clone to slip behind Bertie in the next second. Bang bang bang. Bertie's health value dropped down, but at this time, he had no way to escape. Because the attacks of a Yu Xingchen and a Ye Zhiqiu followed one after another. QP had no choice but to chant a spell, and a black revolving door appeared behind him. Death Gate. Countless black lines emerged from the Death Gate and rushed towards Jun Mashio and his companions. QP did not expect to reverse the situation through this Death Gate, which was unrealistic. What he wanted to do was to use this Death Gate to force back the Xiaogua team and save Bertie. After all, he was now in a red blood state. The effect of the black line was really significant, and Jun Mashio and his companions retreated from the Death Gate without any hesitation. Just when Bertie thought he was safe, a sudden shot ended his life. Bang! The gunner's level 75 ultimate skill. Hurricane Cannon. Bertie was numb as he looked at the gray screen. He could not remember when he was eliminated for the first time in the team competition. Schneider on the other side was also dumbfounded. He looked at Muyu Chengfeng raising his gun forward to charge, thinking that the attack was aimed at him. Unexpectedly, the opponent suddenly turned the muzzle, and then a powerful and extremely rotating airflow blasted out and hit Bertie. Muyu Chengfeng killed Bertie, out. Bertie's elimination was reasonable. After all, he was already at red blood. Facing the siege of 3 people, it was only a matter of time before he was eliminated. But it was unexpected, because QP's Death Gate forced back the 3 people in front. They thought Bertie could survive for a while, but he was taken away by Muyu Chengfeng's ultimate move. After Bertie was eliminated, the next thing the Xiaogua team had to do was to send another ghost swordsman out. Although the 2 ghosts were not the core of the German team, they were their basic base. Many of QP's tactics and strategies rely on the assistance of the formation ghosts and the ghost killing. The reason why the Xia team did not choose to get rid of the formation ghosts first, but to get rid of the ghost killing, is very simple. That is, the ghost killing is out, and the German team's frontal firepower points are only Poke and QP. The 6th Bismarck is rushing here, and what the Xia team has to do is to get rid of Schneider before he arrives. The German team is also very clear about this, and the purpose of the Xia team has been made clear. Jun Mashio took the lead, and while the 3-stage slash rushed to get close to Schneider, a grenade quietly exploded under his feet. Boom! Unpredictable. In this game, Yi Xiao showed the charm of Sanren to the fullest. He was everywhere. Yu Xingchen began to accumulate power on the spot, and then a giant dragon took off and hovered above the market. Even Bismarck, who was still on the way, saw this blue dragon. Roar! The dragon roared and bit Schneider, but just when Schneider was about to use ghost steps to avoid the impact of Fulong Xiangtian, the dragon controlled by Yu Xingchen suddenly turned around and bit the unprepared Lerxiu and QP. My god! The commentator on the scene was shocked. What is this? Turning 90 degrees. Before Lerxiu and QP could react, the dragon had already taken them to the sky. Boom! How could this happen? While Schneider was still thinking, he found another dragon in front of him. This time, it was black. The moment Schneider lost consciousness, Halong picked him up and rushed into the air. It's one autumn leaf's Fulong Xiangtian, two dragons gathered together. Li Ju shouted excitedly. He finally saw this scene. When Yu Xingchen and one autumn leaf played in the last game, he began to look forward to the scene of two giant dragons circling in the air. Unfortunately, the French team lost too quickly. As a result, Yu Xingchen's Fulong Xiangtian didn't make a move at the end of the game. But this time, he finally saw it. Two giant dragons appeared in the sky. The scene was too spectacular. Awesome. The honor players who watched the broadcast in China didn't know what words to use to describe the scene they saw. Wow, it's awesome. All the audience at the Zurich Stadium stood up. They might never forget the scene. Chapter 656. Two dragons gathered and circled in the sky. This scene may have become the most visual scene of this Zurich World Invitational Tournament. Future audiences may forget it, but Lerxiu, Q.P. and Schneider in the air may never forget it in their lifetime. Boom boom boom. As the magic fighting spirit exploded, the three were blown away by the powerful fighting spirit impact. On the ground, Poke and Jun Mashi were entangled together, and the sixth player of the German team, Bismarck, also rushed to the front. Then he attacked Yu Xingchen, who was in a state of stiffness and retracting his moves, with a spear in hand, but with Muyu Chengfeng and Shi Bourgeois escorting him, Bismarck's attack was interrupted before it even started. Holy fire! Focus on Lerxiu. Yi Xiu did not forget to command in the headset, while battling Poke 1v1. After Shi Bourgeois turned around, invisible wings appeared to help him fly into the air. Then, a cross was placed in front of him. After chanting, a holy light descended and hit the landing Lerxiu. Light of the holy commandment, Lerxiu's position was exposed. Yu Xingchen and Yi Zhiqiu, who had come to their senses, immediately rushed towards him. Mu Yuqingfeng behind him used the high point to provide fire support for the two, and Zhang Xinjie Shi Bourgeois released the light of the holy commandment, healed Jun Maxiao, and then landed and retreated. When the holy fire disappeared, Bismarck rushed over, but found that Shi Bourgeois' figure had disappeared long ago. Where are the people? Bismarck didn't have time to think about it. After reporting the news that the other priest disappeared in the team voice channel, he immediately raised his gun and killed Mu Yuqingfeng. Now the responsibility of protecting Lerxia fell on QP, but how could he stop the two crazy battle mages alone? Can Bismarck return to defend? QP asked. I have already caught Mu Yuqingfeng here, Bismarck replied. QP glanced in the direction of Bismarck, and it was true. He had successfully approached Mu Yuqingfeng. But he had a bad feeling in his heart. He felt that the other party was doing it on purpose, but he had no definite evidence. At this time, Lerxiu had been successfully lifted into the air by Yu Xingchen's Sky Strike, and QP could only focus on his own priest first. Soul Strike. The black ghost light flew towards Yu Xingchen, but Yi Zhiqiu suddenly rushed out and helped Yu Xingchen block the ghost light. Damn it! Zhou Yichen shouted, thinking that Sun Xiang was really a good brother. He had misjudged him before. Oh my god! Sun Xiang also shouted. He originally planned to rush out from the side and give Lerxiu a fatal shot, commonly known as grabbing the head, but he was accidentally hit by QP's soul strike. Then the head of Lerxiu was also taken by Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen killed Lerxiu, out. Good brother for life. Zhou Yichen said with a smile. Sun Xiang pursed his lips and said nothing. With Lerxiu falling, the balance of victory completely fell to the Xia team. Although Bismarck had beaten Mu Yuqingfeng to a low health, just when he was about to release his ultimate to end the opponent, a grenade suddenly interrupted his combo. It was Xingling Mi, the sixth man of the Xia team, Xiao Shiqin, rushed to the front battlefield. When our attention was all focused on Yu Xingchen, we didn't expect that the priest Shi Bourgeois of the Xia team actually went to the substitution area to replace Xingling Mi. Li Ba felt a little incredible. The behavior of the Xia team was too bold. But the arrival of life and death helped Mu Yuchengfeng escape from Bismarck's entanglement, and Schneider was the first to collapse in the most chaotic front battlefield. But before he died, he successfully opened the Ghost Feast. Yi Zhiqiu killed Schneider, out. The Ghost Feast released before death successfully delayed the pace of Yu Xingchen and Yi Jiqiu, and QP's reaction was also very fast. He immediately locked his target on Yi Jiqiu, who had a healthier blood volume. The reason is very simple. QP is very confident in the next wave of damage. Even if the opponent is Zhou Yichen, he can still cooperate with Poke, who is already focused on this side, to kill him by force. But killing Yu Xingchen can no longer help the German team to get out of the siege. They need to look further. If Yi Jiqiu can be killed while getting rid of the remaining blood of Yu Xingchen, then there is still a glimmer of hope for victory. QP and Poke knew very well that they were 2 points behind the Xia team before the team competition began. Even if the situation now becomes 1-for-1, it is what the Xia team is happy to see. Therefore, if the German team wants to win the first round, they must think further. Getting rid of Yu Xingchen and leaving a relatively healthy one autumn leaf will not quench their thirst. QP and Poke have been partners for many years. With a glance, they instantly understood each other's intentions. QP raised his staff enchanted, and one autumn leaf was suddenly swallowed by the magic circle that appeared under his feet and forced to move. Devouring technique, before Sun Xiang could react, Poke had already moved in front of him. Cloud Body. While using the Cloud Body to dodge Lord Grimm's attack, Poke also got close to one autumn leaf, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. While watching Sun Xiang in surprise, Poke swung his iron fist. The 75th level ultimate move of the boxer. Inch Power. At the moment when the Cloud Body was released, Poke pressed Inch Power, so when he came to one autumn leaf, Poke was already in the activated state. Under normal circumstances, Inch Power requires the boxer to clench his fists and shake his body to activate it. But Poke perfectly used the Cloud Body to cancel the pre-swing and complete the release of the skill. After the Inch Power is activated, the distance of the punch will be shortened, and the speed of the punch will be increased. The next punch or general attack can produce a strengthened power wave. One autumn leaf failed to raise his gun to block in time, resulting in a punch with a strengthened power wave hitting his chest. The powerful force knocked one autumn leaf to the ground, and QP immediately followed up, chanting on the spot and planting a lot of spell power. Warlock level 75 ultimate move. Ghostly Entanglement. While consuming one autumn leaf, it also trapped Yu Xingchen. However, this did not hinder Jun Mashu too much. He only saw his body shake, open the steel and iron bones, and enter the magic circle. QP thought Jun Mashu came to save one autumn leaf, but he turned around and killed him directly. When he wanted to pull away, Yu Xingchen's gun had already stabbed on his shoulder. Powerful magic fighting spirit was poured into it, and Yu Xingchen forcibly stabbed QP to the ground. Round Dance Stick. At this time, QP realized that the moment Poke punched one autumn leaf, the Xia team had already made a choice. Taking QP's life in exchange for Ye Jiqiu's life is a sure win for the Xia team. Not only is it a 1-for-1 trade, but QP is the main commander of the German team. Now after getting rid of Bertie, Larxiu and Schneider, the Xia team has reached 8 points. On the contrary, the German team has only 3 points. If they want to win this game, the remaining 3 people cannot lose more than 2 people while winning the team game. This condition is too harsh. After all, 3 people have to get rid of 6 people at the same time, and they can't lose 2 people. But the German team will not choose to surrender, which is not in line with their style. So at the same time that Poke got rid of Ye Jiqiu, Jun Mashu and Yu Xingchen cooperated to get rid of QP. Poke killed Ye Jiqiu, out. Yu Xingchen killed QP, out. Oh, your K-head level is not ordinary. Yixiu, who was sure of victory, teased. When playing against Australia before, he hadn't realized that Zhou Yichen was so good at killing people. Hey! Only Poke and Bismarck were left on the field, and Bismarck was now being played by Sheng Lingni and Muyu Chengfeng in a mixed doubles match. The two of them cooperated very well. After all, they had a brief match in excellent era. Xiao Shiqin believed that Su Mucheng was much better now than when she was in excellent era, both in terms of playing style and mentality. After solving QP, the Xia team played steadily. Jun Mashu and Yu Xingchen retreated directly and attacked Bismarck from another direction. Poke wanted to block it, but as Bourgeois rushed to the front, the German team had no hope of a comeback. In the end, Poke fought to the death to replace the low-health Muyu Chengfeng, but he was also killed by the concentrated fire. Glory! Let us congratulate the Xia team for winning this team match. 11-5, they defeated the German team, and it was such a big score. Cup announced passionately. You know, this is the map chosen by the German team, but we played it so beautifully. Li Ju was also very excited. You know, The players who make up this German team are all very famous in Europe, but today facing the Xia team, whether it is the ring match or the team match, they did not cause much trouble to the Xia team. On the other hand, Yishio's Jun Mashu directly hit the German team unexpectedly. The two battle mages in the front, the two ghosts of the German team, had no way to deal with it. The big score was 1-0, and the Xia team was temporarily in the lead. It can be said that this game was beyond the expectations of many people. At least in the eyes of European audiences, they admit that the strength of the Xia team is indeed very strong. But the German team is undoubtedly ranked number 1 in this World Invitational Tournament. But now it seems that this number 1 team is somewhat unable to resist the Xia team. This double battle mage, if not restricted, can't be played at all, said Li Xianghe, the great devil of in-country, who was watching this game. The German team lost the team competition in this game because of 2 points. The first point was Jun Mashu. Although they had prepared before the game, the role of the scattered people was beyond their expectations. The second point was the shadow tactics of Yu Xingchen and Ye Zhiqiu, which completely supported the front. The German team could not get past the two to attack Shi Bujuan and Miyu Chunfeng in the back. Especially Yu Xingchen too strong, said Bei Xingxiong beside Li Xianghe. Well, we're in the finals. We must be careful about this point, Minshi study it. Okay, Captain. The domestic audience saw that the first game of the semifinals was won with such a big score advantage, and they felt much more stable. At least it was the first time to participate in the World Invitational Tournament, and the finals were almost halfway in. Perfect performance. After the game, Yishio stood up and said to his teammates, "Just SOSO?" Zhou Yichen waved his hand. After returning to the hotel, the Xiaogui team celebrated well. After dinner, some people went to the toilet door to smoke together, and some people watched the replay of the game on their mobile phones. Some people were showing off their love, while others were eating their love. And some people had already slipped away to who knows where. Old Yi, do you think we can win the championship this time? Li Xian asked while smoking a cigarette. Now Li Xian also called out Old Yi like Huang Xiaotian. Inhale, exhale, feel so good. Li Xian was actually very happy to be selected for the World Invitational this time. He hoped to learn some Go swordsman playing methods of foreign teams in this World Invitational, and then bring them back to the void. Sure, lend me the lighter. Yishio touched his pocket, and then stretched out his left hand to Li Xian. Li Xian was still thinking, and subconsciously handed the lighter to Yishio. After Yishio lit it, he put the lighter in his pocket very skillfully. What does it feel like to be a champion? Li Xian looked up at a 45-degree angle. In the void, let alone the champion, Li Xian had never experienced what it felt like to enter the finals. Since the first season, the void team has always been a frequent visitor to the playoffs, but their ceiling seems to be stuck there. Li Xian debuted in the 4th season, and has entered the playoffs many times, but has never made it past the first round. The 3 previous playoff weaklings, Yinyu, Lei Ting and Void, the first 2 have already broken through the team history, leaving only Void. But every time Void performs well in the regular season, once it comes to the playoffs, except for Li Xian and Wu Yu's stable performance, the other players are in a completely different state than in the regular season. And Glory is not a one-man game. Even if Li Xian is willing, he is unable to do 1 against 5. So many people think that Void should change its lineup. But how should the lineup change while retaining the 2 ghosts? This is the question Li Xian is thinking about now. What is the future of Void? Looking at Li Xian's melancholy face, Yishio also understood what he was thinking, and then finished the cigarette in his hand, and then walked to Li Xian's side. World champion is also a champion. Yishio smiled and patted Li Xian's shoulder. When the time comes, you will understand what it feels like. I hope so. Li Xian sighed. Yishio turned around and left the toilet without saying anything. Li Xian put out his cigarette, but just as he was about to leave the toilet, he suddenly felt around as if he had thought of something. Damn, where's my lighter? Li Xian panicked. What is the most precious thing for a smoker? Is it cigarettes? No, it's a lighter. He may have never been so panicked in his life. Who took his lighter? Where's my lighter? Chapter 657. The first round of the Zurich semifinals has ended. The Xia team won the game, which is definitely not good news for the German team. The reason is simple. The first round was the map selection of the German team. Logically, they are the advantaged side. But unfortunately, the Xia team played too beautifully in both the ring match and the team match. Zhou Yichen, the absolute star player in the team, completed a 1-on-2 against the German team. Zhou Zikai, who followed closely, did the same. The Twin Stars of Glory dealt a heavy blow to the German team in the ring match of the World Invitational. Even though Poke, who was defending the ring, defeated Tang Hao, who performed well, he could only lose to Han Wenqing, who was full of health. In the team match, although the German team had already made arrangements for how to target the two battle mages of the Xia team before the game, they still underestimated the power of Yishio's Jun Maxiao, the full-time wanderer. Using the mobility of the ninja, when the German team focused all their attention on the two battle mages in front, Jun Maxiao broke through to Lerxia's side. The priest was attacked, forcing the German team to return to help, and they also saw that a warlock could not stop the attack of the scattered people. So their attacker Poke had to help their priest to remove the fire, and the two ghosts of the German team were not the core like the Void team, they mainly played the auxiliary. Therefore, when the connection between Poke and them was broken, the two were immediately overwhelmed by the two battle mages of the Xiaogue team. And the reason why they chose to bring the gunner also appeared, that is, when attacking together as Bear T, who was a ghost slayer, Schneider, the ghost of the formation, was limited by the artillery of Mu Yuqingfeng, so he could not give Bear T more help. Therefore, when Bear T was solved by Yu Xingchen and Ye Zhiqiu, the German team's team competition was already very difficult. Because the two ghosts they depended on for survival were like wings. Not long after the start, the German team's wings were cut in half by the Xia team. After Bear T was broken, the front of the German team was actually on the verge of breaking. Later, Yu Xingchen and Ye Zhiqiu's Xuanlong Huitian made the German team feel desperate. The Xia team was stronger than they thought. After losing the first round, they must find a chance to win back in the second round, otherwise they will be taken away by the Xia team with a score of 2-0. The second round will be the most difficult game for the German team, since the World Invitational, and the map selection will be decided by the opponent. The next day will be the match between the Ying team and the Lifeng team in the lower half. Before this game, almost everyone is optimistic about the Ying team. After all, the strength of the Ying team is obvious to all, and it has the same strong dominance as the Xia team. The two teams with the highest probability of reaching the finals are Xia and Ying. Although the Lifeng team has entered the semifinals, they are the weakest team among the four teams in the eyes of the outside world. The reason is simple. The team relies on the big star Reinhardt to support it. However, when facing the Ying team, which is not inferior in operation or tactics, Reinhardt has no confidence. As soon as the ring match came up, the Ying team caught the Lifeng team off guard. Zhang Zhixuan, who started the game, directly completed a 1-on-2 against the Lifeng team, defeating two people in a row, helping the Ying team to seize the initiative. This resulted in Reinhardt, who was defending the ring, having to play in the third place in order to get points. As the number one player in the American League, Reinhardt's strength is obvious to all. While he defeated Chovy, he defeated Wen Xianjun, the second player of the Yingwe team, with 68% of his health. However, with almost no health left, he still fell to the third player of the Yingwe team. Fortunately, Dudu, who was defending the ring, performed well and dragged the ring match into the final decisive round. The Yingwe team, defended by the Big Devil, did not disappoint his teammates and fans who supported him, and undoubtedly completed the crushing. 5-4, Yingwe team temporarily leads. Huh? Reinhardt touched the sweat on his head. This ring match score was within his expectations. After the World Invitational Tournament, Reinhardt felt that in terms of the intensity of the ring match, except for the Xiaogue team, Yingwe team was the strongest. But they were able to get 4 small points from Yingwe team, which means that there is a possibility of winning. But soon, the extreme cooperation of Yingwe team in the team match completely crushed his fantasy. This time, the lineup of the Yingwe team was different from the previous one. They chose an extreme offensive lineup. When Xianjun, the assassin player, who had not performed well in the ring match, became the key player in the team match between the Yingwe team and the Lifeng team. He successfully seized the flaw of the Lifeng team's priest Alan Hopkins, and took him away with a life-threatening blow, forcing a 1-for-1 exchange. Reinhardt's heart was broken when he saw the priest's ecstasy. After completing the 1-for-1 exchange, the Yingwe team immediately shrank its formation. In the end, although Reinhardt forced a breakthrough in the front of the Yingwe team. But when he attacked, he found that all this was a trap set by the Yingwe team. 11-7, the Ying country team won the first game. After the game, the Lifeng country team was very relaxed. They had already experienced losing 1 point in the quarterfinals. Compared with Denmark, the Lifeng country team is the real master of counterattack. If we make it to the finals, the opponent should be the Ying country team. Yishio commented after watching this game. The gap between the Lifeng team and the Ying country team is still very obvious. Everyone in the Ying country team has the opportunity to become the key man, but in the Lifeng team, except for Reinhardt's stable performance, there is only Dudu who will burst out from time to time. The command and fire switching of the in-country team are really amazing. Yu-Won-jo nodded. He watched a lot of videos of the in-country team, and the most profound feeling is that their fire switching is in an instant. Maybe they were besieging one person in the previous second, but their skills suddenly hit another character in the next second. But at the same time, the Ingwa team is not invincible. All their deployments are well organized, so they lack flexibility. Zhang Xinjie pointed out the problem of the Ingwa team. They are very afraid of the fast attack team, and if the opponent is the Ingwa team after entering the finals, this will be the place they will target. At present, what they have to do is to pursue the victory and directly defeat the German team 2-0 to advance to the finals of the World Invitational Tournament. Just when the Xiaoda team was thinking about how to steadily defeat the German team, at this time, in the meeting room over Poke, everyone looked serious and listened carefully to QP's deployment for the second round. We still have to make some changes in the ring match. Captain, you start. QP looked at Poke with his hands on his chest. No one in the German team said anything. They knew who was the starting player for the Xia team. Zhou Yichen, unshakable. Poke's expression did not change at all. He nodded and agreed. He was not afraid of anyone. Since QP said that if Poke could take down Zhou Yichen, the chances of the team's victory would be greatly increased, then Poke would not consider how difficult this task was, but would do his best to complete everything. This is what a real man should do. Then the position of defending the ring. Bismarck looked at QP. This was a very critical position. I do it, QP said firmly. The next day, the second round of the Xia team's match against the German team officially started at 8 p.m. Zurich time. The whole stadium was full. Compared with the first game, the second game was even more crowded. There were even more fans of the Xia team at the scene. You are popular. Huang Xiaoyan nudged Zhou Yichen. He found that many people in the spectator seats were holding Zhou Yichen's fan cards. Tisk, it's fake at first glance. Zhou Yichen rolled his eyes at Huang Xiaoyan. Really? Oh, it's true. Huang Xiaoyan took a closer look and found that their support card was blue, but everyone who followed Zhou Yichen knew that this kid liked pink. So Zhou Yichen's support color in China was also pink. Domestic audiences, who didn't know, thought Zhou Yichen had transferred to Blue Rain. You're a grown man, why is your support color pink? Li Xian still didn't quite understand. Because my heart is pink, Zhou Yichen said shamelessly. Your heart must be black if you cut it open, Huang Xiaoyan complained. Okay, warm up and get ready to play. Yi Xiu left the two of them. Don't worry, I start, don't worry. Zhou Yichen patted his chest and said. Yi Xiu also nodded. Zhou Yichen has never lost a single match in the main competition so far. Team Xia, Zhou Yichen, ID, Yu Xingchen, Occupation, Battle Mage. Team Germany, Jürgen Barasevich Poke, ID, Poke, Occupation, Boxer. Map, Arena. Team Xia is still as confident as ever. Li Bo laughed. Arena, plain and simple, the purpose of Team Xia choosing this map is obvious, that is, to compete with Team Germany in real operations. If Team Germany loses this arena, it will be a big blow to their confidence in the team competition. This is also the reason why Team Samsara likes to choose this map when it comes to key matches. They are very confident in their arena matches. Of course, if you choose this map and end up getting beaten badly by your opponent, it will be a heavy blow to your confidence. Therefore, the German team chose to let Poke start against Zhou Yichen, which was a very bold move. If they win, they can regain their confidence. If they lose, the German team will suffer the heaviest blow. That is, if the main player Poke loses, is there any need to continue the ring match? Oh, this game is good. Yi Xiu smiled and shook his head. In fact, when the four tactical masters were chatting last night, Yu-Won-jo said that the German team might choose to let Poke start. The reason why Poke started was actually the same as the reason why Xingxin team chose Yi Xiu to start in the 10th season playoffs. Stabilize the morale of the troops, but once the main force lost, it would be a blow to the morale of the team. In the first round of the 10th season finals, Zhou Yichen's Yu Xingchen narrowly defeated Yi Xiu's Jun Ma Xiao, and it was obvious that the two sides were in completely different states. Polki is undoubtedly the strongest player in the German team, but I don't think he can beat Achen. Zhang Jiala said confidently with his hands on his chest. Yeah. The others nodded, and they also had natural confidence in Zhou Yichen. This is Zhou Yichen's subtle influence on the team, but in fact many people didn't feel it. That is, when Zhou Yichen came on the court and saw Yu Xingchen, his heart was stable. After Zhou Yichen and Poke looked at each other, the two turned around and walked towards their own battle seats. This buddy is too precocious, Zhou Yichen complained in a low voice. You know, Poke is much younger than Han Wenqing, but he looks older than Han Wenqing. 99%, 100%. EU Stardust loaded. Poke loaded. Map, arena, loaded. As the characters are loaded, the first match of the second match between the Xia team and the German team officially begins. 3, 2, 1, fight! The countdown ended, and both sides rushed out of the refresh area. EU Stardust refreshed at the south end, and Poke refreshed at the north end. When he climbed onto the high platform, Zhou Yichen still used a unique way to get on the stage, accelerating to the arena in the form of pole vaulting. This resulted in the boxer moving faster than the battle mage, but both of them almost stepped onto the ring at the same time. A genius idea. Bismarck shook his head and sighed. Since he saw Zhou Yichen's operation, Bismarck would use this operation to hurry up when he saw the ring. Boom! The moment he saw the opponent, Poke raised his leg and kicked forward without any hesitation. Front kick. This kick was as fast as lightning, and the attack and the withdrawal were all in an instant. But Poke's feet were fast, and Zhou Yichen's reaction was even faster. Sudden stop, sidestep. The gust of wind driven by the foot blew away Yu Xingqian's skirt. Extraordinary reaction. QP commented. For this kind of talented player, QP said that any tactic seemed so ordinary in front of him. Was Poke's kick not fast enough? Fast, but it was still dodged. Yu Xingqian turned around and fired a shot at Poke. Poke jumped high to avoid the shot, and kicked Yu Xingqian again. High kick. The power of this kick was so strong that even though Yu Xingqian had blocked with his gun, he was still knocked back by Poke's kick. Reduce the force? Poke's calm face showed a hint of surprise. The damage was not fully dealt. Did you see it? The audience looked around, puzzled. This operation is too detailed. Yishuo laughed. How did you do it? Tang Hao asked. The principle is actually very simple. Chapter 658. Actually, this is a small detail of the battle mage. When you use the mouse to control the attack, you can use the tail end to unload the force. Yishuo explained. As a textbook of glory, Yishuo certainly knew this small detail, but he thought it was almost useless. But today Zhou Yichen's operation told Yishuo that it existed for a reason. Although Poke was surprised, it did not affect his next operation. Collapse. Poke approached Yu Xingqian and then swung a powerful fist at him. Yu Xingqian took a step back to dodge and turned around to stab Poke. Poke stretched his hands forward, the boxer's pick-and-roll technique. Barehanded into the white blade. As long as the skill successfully resists the enemy's attack, the boxer's counterattack will be a sure hit. However, Yu Xingqian suddenly retracted his spear and then stuck close to Poke. Before he could punch, Yu Xingqian's palm had already slapped Poke's chest. Boom! As the cherry blossom petals fell, Poke flew backwards. Falling flower palm. To attack from the east and take the enemy by surprise. This is Zhou Yichen. The commentator praised. The difference between Zhou Yichen and other battle mages is that his style of play is very flexible and not rigid. His style of play is more advanced as the battle progresses. This is why Zhou Yichen's dominance in the ring competition is so terrifying. Even if Yu Xingqian has only 10% of his health, you can't have any idea of slacking off. Because Zhou Yichen not only has extraordinary reaction speed and hand speed, but also has first-class control of timing and ability to seize opportunities. I'm afraid that Zhou Yichen thought of this change of tactics the moment Poke raised his hands. Yu Xingqian followed, trying to float Poke in the air before he could get up. Poke naturally understood this little trick, so in the air, after adjusting his position with the cloud body, he shook his body and became as strong as steel. Steel bones. So early. QP looked at the time and was a little surprised. Generally, Poke would activate the steel bones very late. Under normal circumstances, Poke would activate the steel bones at the end of the game to reduce the occurrence of accidents. But now, he actually opened it so early in advance. Yu Xingqian put too much pressure on the main general. The German team did not respond. Indeed, although Poke still had no expression on his face, only he knew how much pressure he was under when he faced Zhou Yichen. The domineering effect of the steel bones allowed Poke to launch a fierce attack. Crouching tiger soaring, double tiger palm. Poke's iron fists hit Yu Xingqian's spear one by one. Bang, boom, boom, clang. A charged punch directly knocked Yu Xingqian out. Opportunity. Poke's eyes lit up, and he flew up, trying to use a high-flying kick to float Yu Xingqian before he landed. However, this kick did not hit Yu Xingqian, but kicked on the dragon gall. Although he failed to float, he still knocked him to the ground. Poke did not hesitate at all, and jumped up to attack Yu Xingqian with continuous punches. Just when Yu Xingqian stood up, Poke stepped forward decisively. Since Yu Xingqian had his back to Poke, The people of the Xia team felt nervous at this time. Is the 100% winning rate going to be broken here? Can Yu Xingchen dodge a punch from behind? Li Ju, who was explaining, was already nervous. The German team clenched their fists. Poke's punch was crucial. Even the calm QP began to breathe in the air unconsciously. This game was crucial for both sides. Whoever can get a good start will have an advantage in the next game. The Iron Fist was getting closer and closer to Yu Xingchen. At this moment, Yu Xingchen suddenly turned 180 degrees, rotated the War Spear with both hands, and stabbed straight at the same time as the Iron Fist was swung. The advantage of attack distance was fully demonstrated at this time. The Dragon Gall pierced into Poke's heart. Before Poke could retract his Iron Fist, powerful magic fighting spirit was poured into it. Yu Xingchen took the opportunity to exert force, and the positions of the two were instantly reversed. Yu Xingchen forcibly stabbed Poke to the ground. This is back-to-back round dance stick. Cup shouted. Zhou Yichen is so good at controlling the distance and timing. Li Ju patted his thigh and said. Originally, it was Poke's strong attack, but now it has become a reversal by Yu Xingchen. The hegemonic effect of steel and iron bones was also penetrated by the round dance stick. Seeing this scene, the mood of the German team suddenly fell from the highest point to the lowest point. If Yu Xingchen got the advantage, they knew better than anyone what the result would be. At the moment of breaking the hegemonic effect, Yu Xingchen shot and picked up Poke, who was lying on the ground. Sky Strike. Poke was forced to float in the air. Without a cloud body, he could only passively accept the combo from Yu Xingchen. What a fast 4-combo stab! Bismarck's eyes widened. This was much faster than the 4-combo stab used by One Autumn Leaf by Sun Xiang in the previous team game. Look at the fighter's will. It stacks too fast. Sephiroth was numb. The combo count was 0 just now, but now it has reached 20. Zhou Yichen is starting to speed up. Yu Wenzhou laughed. On the electronic screen, Zhou Yichen's hand speed has reached 480 at this time, and there is a trend of increasing. The phantom effect of the Dragon Gall, this explosion rate is too outrageous. Looking at the rising combo of the fighter's will, Tang Hao, as a family member, couldn't help but complain. In the area of fighter's will, he has never seen anyone who can beat Zhou Yichen, even Nishio. Level 3, at this time, Yu Xingchen's combo count has reached 30, during which he will gain 1.5% attack speed, 6% movement speed, and 70 points of strength bonus. His attack did not stop. Before Porquet landed, he swung out a dragon-shaped magic fighting spirit to knock Porquet back. Boom! The great dragon breaks the army. Porquet had the advantage just now, but with the back-to-back round dance stick, the right to attack was completely handed over to Yu Xingchen. After adjusting his body shape, Porquet attacked Yu Xingchen again. The two of them fought against each other, but the longer the fight lasted, the more stable Zhou Yichen became. On the contrary, Porquet actually increased his hand speed to a cruel 610 in order to speed up. Fuck, 610 hand speed, tut tut tut. Wang Xiaotian smacked his lips. Porquet was too cruel to himself. He must break Yu Xingchen's fighting will by speeding up. Zhang Xinjie said, adjusting his glasses. Although the opponent is exchanging health points through attack, the speed at which Poke's health bar decreases is obviously faster than Yu Xingchen. It's very simple. With the blessing of the positive fighter's will, each shot he shoots will only hurt more and more. The damage caused by Yu Xingchen's shot may require Poke to hit 2 punches to make up for it. Therefore, Poke now has to stop Yu Xingchen's fighters will even if he pays the price of hand speed and life. Level 5. Level 5 fighters will. Poke is so anxious. Looking at the rising hand speed, everyone can feel how anxious the opponent's mentality is. However, it is unrealistic for Poke to use the acceleration to make Zhou Yichen in chaos. First, Zhou Yichen is also a hand speed monster. He can easily keep up with Poke's pace. Second, after the fighter's will is up, Yu Xingchen obviously has a great bonus in both attack speed and movement speed. This caused Yu Xingchen and Poke to be in a delicate distance and state. Every time Poke's Iron Fist wanted to hit Yu Xingchen, the price he paid was doubled. Poke jumped up and punched Yu Xingchen straight down. 1,000-pound weight. During the release of the skill, Poke was in a dominant state. He originally thought that he could use the shock wave derived from the 1,000-pound weight to knock Yu Xingchen away, thus interrupting his combo. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yichen directly controlled Yu Xingchen to retreat and avoid the attack range of the 1,000-pound weight. Smart and rational, a nearly perfect player, QP commented. Several people on the side glanced at QP in disbelief. This was the first time they heard such a high evaluation from QP. Even for Poke, QP would sometimes correct his minor flaws. But now, he evaluated Zhou Yichen as a nearly perfect player. Bismarck, if it were you at this time, what would you do? QP looked at the team's combat player Michael Bismarck. I would also choose to retreat, Bismarck said. No, you would choose to use Filong's IT on Chung, QP said calmly. Bismarck touched his head a little embarrassedly. The 5th level fighters will is very tempting for a combat mage. Not to mention that Yu Xingchen's combo has reached 59 now. If it were you, you would choose to retreat. You know, the active cancellation of the positive blessing effect does exist, but you are facing the offensive poke, QP said. Can you keep your retreat and not give up the right to attack? QP's soul-searching questioning made the players present speechless. But Zhou Yichen of the Xia team retreated. When the 1000 Gene pendant fell, Poke saw Yu Xingchen retreat and immediately chased after him. He understood that this was the best time to regain the right to attack, as QP said. However, Yu Xingchen's speed was too fast, and white dazzling patterns appeared behind him. No attribute dazzling patterns. The magic fluctuations are white, which can increase their own speed by 1%, and can increase their speed by 20% at the full level. What speed is this? Why do I feel like this guy is teleporting? Huang Xiaoyan complained. After dodging Poke's punch, Yu Xingchen waved his hand, and powerful magic fighting spirit drilled out from the tip of the spear and then hit Poke's shoulder. Boom! Flying dragon in the sky. The will of the 6th level fighter. Poke's speed up did not cause much trouble to Zhou Yichen. In fact, Zhou Yichen's style of play is a little restrained by Poke. Zhou said. Yes, Poke likes to use his abnormal hand speed to carry out the ultimate attack to the end, but unfortunately, he also encountered a pervert. Fang Rui complained. If this goes on, the commander may lose. Frankensteiner said anxiously. Although Poke's career winning rate is not 100%, this time, Poke was suppressed by his opponent in the field he is good at, which Frankensteiner had never thought of before. Wind and clouds, fighting mountains and rivers. 2 consecutive level 75 big moves were used in succession, creating a cloud and fog environment, and the magic fighting spirit also hit Poke. What bothered him the most was that the attributeless dazzling pattern plus the speed bonus of the fighters will brought Yu Xingchen's speed bonus to a terrifying 32%. Although Poke's fist was fast, the opponent's speed was even faster. At this time, the director was very considerate to release Yu Xingchen's first-person perspective. Zhou Yichen kept shaking the screen, and with the layers of fog around him, many people wanted to vomit after watching it for a while. Too dizzy. Oh my god, this is too shaky. Some people have already started rubbing their temples. It's really shaky, I can't even see the direction above my head. Poke was alert to the surroundings. He believed that Yu Xingchen would definitely take the initiative to attack. Swoosh, a shot shot out, cutting through the air, and stabbed at Poke. Poke clenched his fists and his body shook. Inch force, boom. While Poke turned around to dodge the shot, he punched the mist in front of him without any hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. The force wave directly pierced the mist, but Poke did not find Yu Xingchen. No, it's a bait. By the time Poke reacted, Yu Xingchen had already rushed out from the other end. Dragon Fang. The super fast shot pierced directly on Poke's shoulder. When Poke wanted to punch back, the character was already stiff. 100 Dragon Meteor hit, angry dragon piercing the heart. Poke was on the verge of red blood, and Yu Xingchen still had 30% of his health. It was difficult for Poke to turn defeat into victory in this game. There is still a chance, QP said with a clenched fist. Zhou Yichen had a habit, that is, in the ring match, if he was ahead of his opponent by more than 20% of his health, he would deliberately slow down the rhythm. One is to change speed, and the other is to keep the state as much as possible to deal with the next player. But slowing down the pace will undoubtedly give Poke the last chance to fight back. No chance. Poke on the stage looked stern. QP had analyzed this with Poke before the game. But now, Yu Xingchen had no intention of slowing down. It seems that they are a little wrong. Yishio smiled. Seeing Poke's accumulation of power, Yishio understood what the German team was thinking. Zhou Yichen's speed change is not aimed at everyone. That is not his habit, but his tactics. Zhang Xinjie said calmly. Hey, why didn't you adjust your glasses this time? Huang Xiaoyan asked in confusion. Has anyone ever said that you are boring? Chapter 659. Yishio and the others knew that Zhou Yichen liked to slow down the pace in the later stages of the ring match. After all, they had fought against him more than once in the domestic league, not counting the training matches. The reason was very simple. As the health of both sides increased, Zhou Yichen would choose to retain his health, and use the simplest way to eliminate the enemy in front of him. In this way, when facing the next full-blooded opponent, his chance of winning would be greatly increased. This is also the reason why Zhou Yichen can often complete a 1-on-2 or 1-on-3. He planned the health and mana of Yu Xingchen very carefully. He would not throw out all his skills at once. Sometimes he could complete a 1-on-2 or 1-on-3 without even using Fu Long Xiang Tian. How powerful Zhou Yichen's Fu Long Xiang Tian was best known to domestic professional players. However, releasing Fu Long Xiang Tian required a lot of mana, so sometimes Zhou Yichen would choose to release this skill. The key to his sustained fighting is his fighter's will. Anyone who has observed Yu Xingchen's fighters' will combos in every arena match will find that his average combo is around 50. This means that Zhou Yichen can use the 5-stage fighter's will in every match, which is a very exaggerated thing. But now, facing Poke, Zhou Yichen did not slow down the pace, but continued to change blood. Zhou Yichen's speed change is not for everyone, that is not his habit, but his tactics. Tactics will change. When the opponent's main general is known to be on the field, Zhou Yichen has only one goal, which is to defeat the opponent. Instead of imagining whether he could defeat 2 or 3 at once, which is unrealistic. Zhou Yichen not only did not slow down, but on the contrary, he fought faster and faster. This caught Poke off guard, and in the end, Yu Xingchen consumed 94% of his life value to kill Poke, the leader of the German team. Glory! Let us congratulate Zhou Yichen for defeating Poke and getting a good start for the Xia team. 1-0, the Xia team is temporarily in the lead. Li Ju stood up and said, "This is Zhou Yichen." There was fierce applause at the scene. The pace of this game was very fast, and it was very exciting to watch. Oh my god, it's a good thing that I speeded up at the end. Zhou Yichen touched the hot sweat on his head. Poke's final counterattack was too exaggerated. There was no rules, it was all speed, and every move was fatal. Is this the strength of the German team's leader? Li Xian opened his mouth wide. At first, Li Xian thought he should still be able to compete with Poke, but in the end, Poke's counterattack completely shattered his thoughts. In terms of hand speed alone, Li Xian thought that few people could keep up. If it were me, Sun Xiang couldn't help but simulate in his mind. If it was not Zhou Yichen who came on the court, but him, could he catch this counterattack? No. This was the first thought that popped up in Sun Xiang's mind. As strong as Poke was, he still made a mistake. He was waiting for Yu Xingchen to slow down, but Yichen didn't have this plan at all, which also caused Poke to consume a lot of health in vain. Yu Wenzhou smiled. So, sometimes thinking too much is not a good thing. Yi Xiu shook his head and said, 1-0, the Xia team took the lead, and this point was crucial. Zhou Yichen took down Poke, and the German team's hope of turning the tables in this ring match was very slim. Although Bismarck, who came on the field in the second place, eliminated Yu Xingchen, who was at the bottom of his health, the second player of the Xia team once again made the German team feel desperate. Xia team, Zhou Zikai, ID, Yi Chong Chuan Yun, occupation, sharpshooter. Zhou Yichen and Zhou Zikai came in a row. I am afraid that only the national team can do this. Panlin laughed. Yes, in Samsara, the positions of the two are almost fixed. Zhou Yichen is the starting player, and Zhou Zikai is the defender. Li Ba said. The reason why the Samsara team has such a high winning rate in the ring match is that their tridents are in the first, third, and fifth positions respectively. Now many domestic teams, when playing Samsara, if they see Zhou Yichen in the singles match, they will even feel a little comfort in their hearts. At least, only one person will be abused, instead of being abused as a group in the ring match. After getting rid of Poke, except for QP, the other players of the German team were quite strong, but they had little room to play against the lineup of the Xiagua team. Zhou Zikai came on the court without any surprise. After getting rid of Bismarck, he used the remaining life points to defeat A. Frankensteiner. But in the end, he fell under Bertie's sword. 1-2, 3-2, how about it? This position is suitable for you. Seeing Zhou Zikai coming back, Yi Xiu asked. Well, thank you, Yishin. Zhou Zikai nodded this time. Zhou Zikai was very satisfied with the second pick. Next, it's my turn to play. Chu Yunxiu picked up the peripherals, put Zhou Yichen's bracelet on her hand, and then walked towards the competition seat. I said, can't you 2 buy one more? It's not a small amount of money. Huang Xiaoyan complained. Why don't you say you are single? Fang Rui complained. This is what Zhou Yichen bought when he debuted in the 7th season. As a result, he reached the peak as soon as he debuted and won 4 championships. Every time Zhou Yichen held the trophy, he would show this bracelet, which led some people to think that this bracelet would bring good luck. But in fact, the reason why Zhou Yichen bought it was very simple. It was pink and really beautiful. But Chu Yunxiu obviously believed this, so every time she went on stage, she would take out Zhou Yichen's bracelet and wear it. Su Mucheng laughed secretly on the side. She was very happy. Team Xia, Chu Yunxiu, ID, Fengcheng Yanyu, Occupation, Elemental Mage. Elemental mages are actually disadvantaged when facing the Demon Slayer, especially the extremely simple map of the arena. After all, once they are close to the Demon Slayer, the sticky nature of the Demon Slayer will be exposed at a glance. But Chu Yunxiu is obviously not an ordinary elemental mage player. What a powerful fire output. As an elemental mage, this is Frankensteiner's first impression of Fengcheng Yanyu. Not only is the firepower strong, you can see her position. It is obvious that she is releasing the ghost array on the enemy Bear T. Schneider said. This position is so familiar. Seifred always has a familiar feeling when looking at Fengcheng Yanyu's position selection, and the same is true for Lerxiu. Zhou Yichen. Poke said expressionlessly. Oh! Seifred and Lerxiu suddenly realized. But I remember they are not in the same team. Bismarck asked. They are a couple. Q.P said. Q.P's words made everyone in the German team silent. The reason is very simple. The German team is a real temple, full of single dogs. Some people think that dating will affect their careers, and some people simply don't like girls. Bertie is going to lose. Schneider said. Bertie has done his best, and his health is 40% lower than his opponent's. Bismarck was still peeking at Poke when he said this. He knew that Poke was very strict with his brother, stricter than any of them. For to 2, if this continues, the German team can only get 3 points at most in the challenge match. It's not that they don't have confidence in QP, but there are too many players who haven't played yet in the Xia team. After solving Fengcheng Yanyu, the 4th player of the Xia team was announced on the electronic screen above the stage. Xia team, Wang Jieshi, ID, Wang Bulyixing, Occupation, Magic Scholar. The imaginative operation made QP think of Amadeus of the Swiss team at once. But Wang Jieshi's fighting style is even more varied than Amadeus. He has seen the battle between Wang Jieshi and Amadeus, the top magic scholars. QP admitted that he was at a disadvantage against both of them. Boom! Facing Wang Bulyixing, who dominated the sky, QP didn't even have time to chant spells. It seems that warlocks really can't beat magic scholars. Xiao Shirqin adjusted his glasses and said, What do you think, Captain Yu? It depends on who's warlock and who's magic scholar, Captain Wang. No one can do it. Yu Wanzhou laughed. Yu Wanzhou didn't dare to think about what he would do if he met Wang Jieshi in a one-on-one duel. Cold, as acid rain and dry ice covered QP, the ring match finally came to an end. 5-3, the same score as the first round, but the mood is completely different. The Xia team is only one team match away from entering the final stage of the World Invitational Tournament. As for the German team, they must win this team match, and it must be a big win. If they win, they will keep the hope of advancing, and if they lose, they will be eliminated. Well done. After winning this ring match, the Xia team felt much more stable. We must win them in one go. Now is the time when their morale is at its lowest. Yishio gathered everyone together and said, Yes, win the team match and advance to the finals. Zhou Yichen said with a fist. Compared with the United Xia team, the German team seemed much more silent. Their problem actually existed a long time ago, that is, there was no point in the team to liven up the atmosphere. Once they fell into a disadvantage, they would be like the finals of the European League, lifeless. The reason why the atmosphere was relatively relaxed before was also very simple. They had been winning championships, and everyone was moving in the same direction. But now, it's different. Poke and Q.P also knew about the team's problems, but they were not suited to the role in terms of personality. Lerxiu was a pastor with a soft temper. Needless to say, Bertie was influenced by his brother, and was exactly the same. Schneider was a man of few words, and Seifred and Frankensteiner were newcomers. They were all big brothers in the team, so they didn't dare to talk nonsense. In the end, only Bismarck was left. As a result, in the first round, Bismarck was directly silenced by Zhou Yichen. After the halftime break, the team competition between the two sides was about to start. This time, the Xia team chose to change the formation again. Although the German team did not change the personnel, the positions were different. After the captains of both teams filled in the list of players, the electronic big screen also announced the list of players for the team competition of the two teams. Team Xia, Zhou Yichen, ID, Yu Xingchen, Occupation, Battle Mage. Han Wenqing, ID, Damo Guyan, Occupation, Boxer. Yu Wanzhou, ID, Soxer, Occupation, Warlock. Huang Xiaoyan, ID, Yiyu Shengfan, occupation, swordsman. Zhang Xinjie, ID, Shi Bujuan, occupation, priest. The sixth man, Fan Rui, ID, Hai Wuyang, occupation, Qigong master. Team Germany, Jürgen Barasevich Poke, ID, Poke, occupation, boxer. Perfect quality, ID, QP, occupation, warlock. Berti Barasevich Poke, ID, Burka, occupation, Ghost swordsman, demon slayer. Michael Bismarck, ID, Bismarck, occupation, battle mage. Vulcan Lerxiu, ID, Lucretius, Lerxiu, occupation, priest. The sixth player, Tankumar Schneider, ID, Schneider, occupation, Ghost swordsman Zhengui. The German team actually dismantled the double ghosts? Xiao Shiqin was a little surprised. You know, the cornerstone of the German team's team competition is the double ghosts, but now they have dismantled the double ghosts. Actually, it's not completely dismantled, Li Xian said. As long as Berti is not the first player to be eliminated from the German team's double ghosts can still be formed. The reason they did this is to slow down the rhythm of the double ghosts. In the first game, their double ghosts were targeted too badly by us. Yishio smiled. In the first round, the two ghosts of the German team were never united, and Berti and Schneider fought completely separately. Therefore, this time QP chose to transfer Bismarck to the starting lineup, and formed a three-front line with Poke and Berti to counter the two battle mages of the Xia team. Unfortunately, their targeting failed again. The change of the Xia team's formation was reasonable, but what they did not expect was that the two battle mages were actually separated. I didn't expect that I would see Yuan Zhou, Huang Xiaoyan and Wang Jieshi in the same team in my lifetime. Zhang Jiela laughed. Blue Rain and Tiny Herb have been incompatible since the 6th season. No one is convinced by the other. Tiny Herb thinks that Blue Rain has taken away their second consecutive championship. After all, in the 7th season, after cancelling the function of not being able to send text bubbles after death, Tiny Herb successfully defeated Blue Rain in the semifinals and entered the finals. Blue Rain thinks Tiny Herb is farting, losing is losing, and chewing has no effect. They even mocked that they were beaten by Samsara even though they made it to the finals. So, every time Tiny Herb played against Blue Rain, it was a focus match. I don't know what the Blue Rain and Tiny Herb fans, who were watching this game, were thinking. They might be smiling on the surface, but MMP in their hearts. After the two sides fist bumped before the game officially began. 99%, 100%. Yu Xingchen, loading completed. De Mo Guyen, loading completed. Soxer, loading completed. Yiyu Shengfan, loading completed. Poke, loading completed. Map, Greenfield Wind Track, loading completed. Chapter 660. In the second round of the World Invitational, in the team match between the Xiaogui team and the German team, the Xiaogui team chose the familiar Green Wind Trace. This map is no longer unfamiliar to domestic audiences, and the Blue Rain team is undoubtedly the most fond of playing this map. This is a comprehensive map, with a regular diamond shape in the east, south, west and north. 9 different Eye of the Winds are very suitable for Yuan Zhou to arrange tactics and play. But for the German team, this map is basically not played in the competition area. Too big. The German team, which relies on 2 ghosts to fight positional battles, cannot choose such a large map. Therefore, when facing SK now, the opponent often chooses a large map to fight with the German team. QP looked serious, and it was obvious that this map was beyond his expectation. "Brothers, come on," Zhou said after putting on the headphones. "Woohoo!" After everything was ready and the staff signaled, the game began. 3, 2, 1, fight! As the countdown ended, both sides rushed out together. "Separate and scout." Yuan Zhou issued the first command. "Received." The other 4 nodded in response. Greenfield Wind Trace. The most important thing at the beginning of this map is naturally to find the location of each eye of the wind, and then determine what kind of wind is generated. The southwest side is a whirlwind, Yu Xingchen said. The northwest side is a cold wind, Han Wenqing said. Okay. After receiving the information from his teammates, Yuan Zhou began to determine what kind of wind is located in the center of the map. The middle road should be a violent wind. He continued to explore this eye of the wind. As he walked further into the middle, the wind speed became faster. Yuan Zhou immediately determined that the eye of the wind in the middle was the eye of the violent wind. "Did you see the people on the other side?" Yuan Zhou asked. "No." Zhou Yichen and Han Wenqing shook their heads. "I go check it out," Huang Xiaoyan said, as he rushed towards the middle road towards Yi Shengfan. As the wind in the center grew stronger, 5 big men appeared in front of Yi Shengfan. "Damn it!" Huang Xiaoyan shouted, and poked through a punch. With the wind, the punch was so fast that Huang Xiaoyan didn't react to block it. This German team is pure recklessness. Xiao Shiqin, who was watching the whole process from the audience, was dumbfounded. When the Xiaogua team checked the eye of the wind, the German team didn't show any reaction. They rushed straight to the middle road at the beginning. Then they forced themselves to reach the eye of the wind against the headwind, and then several people found a place to hide. QP's idea was very simple. Since they didn't know much about this map, they didn't even know where the specific location of some of the eyes of the wind was. Then just go straight to the middle road. No matter what the eye of the wind is, get in first. The German team was lucky. The eye of the storm in the center was not a disgusting cold eye, but a violent eye that could help the team speed up. I'm afraid that when QP entered the eye of the storm, he had already calculated everything. But unfortunately, the most flexible person who came to the Xia team to explore the information was Yi Shengfan. Although Poke's iron fist hit Yi Shengfan's arm, it was too easy for a swordsman to break it. After blocking with a vertical sword, he left the original position with a 3-stage slash. Before QP started chanting, Yi Shengfan had already disappeared without a trace. When the German team wanted to catch up, the army of the Xia team appeared in their field of vision. On the verge of a fight. Go! As QP gave the order to attack, the German team rushed forward. Bismarck and Poke rushed to the front of the team, followed by Bertie, while Lerxiu and QP walked at the back of the team as usual. The formation of the Xia team was similar to that of the German team. Zhou Yichen's Yu Xingchen and Han Wenqing's Damo Guyan were at the front of the team, while Yuan Zhou Soxer and Zhang Xinjia's Sherbujuan were in a group. As for Yi Shengfan, there was no such person. Clang! The spears in the hands of Yu Xingchen and Bismarck intersected, and Poke and Damo Guyan on the other side also fought together. Bertie will find a chance to bypass the two and cut the back row, said QP, who was chanting and casting spells. The back row on both sides was a combination of warlocks and priests. Be careful of the swordsman's sneak attack, QP said. He hadn't seen Yi Shengfan for a long time. He didn't think the other side was going to make a substitution, because it was 5v5 now, and replacing a Qigong master would not help the situation. And QP, the Qigong master of the Xia national team, had studied it, and he was extremely wretched. It would be better to replace such a Qigong master with 4 against 5. Just when QP was thinking about where Yi Shengfan would go, Larxiu on the side suddenly shouted, F***K. Yi Shengfan got close to the German team's priest Larxiu, worthy of being an opportunist, Huang Xiaoyan. Liba explained. Huang Xiaoyan seized the opportunity very well. In fact, after blocking Poke's attack, Huang Xiaoyan did not retreat very far. Instead, he took advantage of the wind to slip into the bushes on the side, and waited for the wind to strengthen when the head-on collision occurred. The moment he felt the strong wind, Huang Xiaoyan attacked decisively. The acceleration effect brought by the tailwind allowed him to get close to Lerxiu. Oh my god! Lerxiu's mentality was about to explode. Before, the opponent had to pay a huge price for getting close to him. But now, facing the Xia team, he was approached twice, and both were unreasonable close calls. Lerxiu's mentality was affected. Last time, Jun Mashu was too flexible for him to catch him. This time, he must make Yi Shengfan pay a price. He opened the public channel, and was about to mess with the opponent's mentality, but the moment he zoomed in, his mentality was messed up. Huang Xiaoyan was sending text bubbles crazily. If QP hadn't told him to adjust the settings in advance. What kicked Lerxiu's face was not Yi Shengfan's ice rain, but Huang Xiaoyan's text bubbles. Silver light fell on the blade, the precise sword energy was swung out, Lerxiu chanted the sacred fire, and a ball of flames was thrown at Yi Shengfan jumping in the air. QP's attention was also attracted by Yi Shengfan. There was nothing he could do, because this swordsman was too mean. Yi Shengfan completely attracted the back row of the German team, which made it impossible for Bertie in the front row to get past the two to harass the back row of the Xia team. The result was that Soxer could chant his spells in peace. Clang! Yi Xingchen held Bismarck's spear open, then swung his palm close to him. Boom! Falling flower palm. Bismarck is no match for Zhou Yichen, said Li Xian, who was watching the game from the audience. Can you beat Bismarck? Tang Hao elbowed Sun Xiang. Sometimes I can, Sun Xiang said after thinking for a moment. The situation on the field changed rapidly, especially the wind direction. The German team, which was originally in a favorable wind, suddenly changed direction and became against the wind. Yu Xingchen's palm directly slapped Bismarck away. Damn, what's flying over here? Huang Xiaotian, who was harassing Lerxiu and Q.P, was startled. Bismarck stood up and immediately attacked Yu Xingfan on the side. Oh my god, Zhou Yichen, you are an undercover on the opposite side. Huang Xiaotian complained. Originally he had the advantage of 1-on-2, but now he had to withstand the attack of 3 people. Hey! Zhou Yichen didn't expect that this palm with the wind was so powerful, and coincidentally it just fell on Yu Xingfan's side. Xiaotian, hold on, the German team is short of people in front. Let's focus our fire. Yu Wenzhou commanded in the team voice channel. Team Korea, too hard. Xiao Shiqin, who was watching the one-on-one fight between Demo Guyan and Poke in the player seat side. Poke's hand speed has increased. In order to keep up with the pace, Han Wenqing also forced his hand speed to increase. Han Wenqing, who was still talking about Yi Xiu and Zhou Yichen's nonsense in the finals of the 10th season, is not the same now. Although Han Wenqing did not want to represent the national team to compete in the World Invitational at first, after all, the 11th season is very critical. At that time, the champion of the 11th season will participate in the Glory Asia Invitational as a club, which is something that no club can refuse. Therefore, there will definitely be big moves during this transfer period. And Han Wenqing is really worried about tyranny. But Yi Xiu and the club's persuasion made Han Wenqing make his decision. Since he is on the court, no matter what game it is, he must go all out. Han Wenqing. As Bismarck withdrew, Yu Xingchen took a break and cooperated with Soxer to kill Bear T. At this time, Bear T, who had reacted and became the target of concentrated fire, hurriedly opened the knife array to protect himself, but Soxer interrupted Bear T's chanting with a precise soul strike technique. Yu Xingchen stepped forward and lifted the Dragon Gall to float Bear T directly in the air. Sky Strike. F*K. Bear T, who was always calm, rarely swore. The last time he did so was in the group match against the Russian team. Focus on fire. Yu Wenzhou ordered decisively. The cross on Sherbujuan's chest swung forward, and then emitted a strong white light. The holy light fell from the sky and shone on Bear T. The light of the holy commandment. Not good. The moment Poke saw the holy light, he knew that his brother had become the target of the opponent's concentrated fire. He wanted to get rid of the desert smoke in front of him, but the opponent had obviously seen through his intentions. So he opened the steel bones in advance and took the initiative to attack. Yu Xingfan behind was also attacked by 3 people, but unlike Bear T, Yu Xingfan was too flexible. After repelling Bismarck with the sword, Yu Xingfan used the displacement of the falling phoenix slash to get close to Lerxiu. I will fight you. Huang Xiaotian shouted, and Yu Xingfan jumped up and slashed down with a sword. A large amount of sword energy surged out, forming a 360-degree sword circle. The sword decides the world. Lerxiu was unfortunately swept by the sword energy and suffered physical damage and a short stiff state. Huang Xiaotian is going to die. Xu Yunxiu was a little surprised. If it was in Blue Rain before, Huang Xiaotian would have run away by now. It's obvious that we want to focus our fire to kill Bear T in 1 second, so that even if Schneider arrives later, the German team won't be able to form a pair of Go swordsmen. Wenzhou should have given Xiaotian a death order. Yi Xiu analyzed. Death order? Su Muchum looked at Yi Xiu in confusion. Well, we can't retreat even if we die. Huang Xiaotian still has this awareness. Wang Jieshi knows Huang Xiaotian too well. Isn't the lineup on the field just an enhanced version of Blue Rain? Xiao Shiqin said. Everyone thought about it, and it was true. Blue Rain's core sword and curse was all there, and Yu Xingchen and Demo Guyan in the front were much stronger than Lu Yun and Soul Speaker. The two of them were both offensive and defensive, so Yu Wenzhou didn't have to worry about the opponent getting past the front row and getting close to him like he did in Blue Rain. Because the opponent couldn't do this at all. And the 6th person, Fang Rui, who happened to be a Qigong master, had a wretched style that was very suitable for playing the endgame. Don't think that Huang Xiaotian's health dropped very low when he played Night Rain like this, but he actually had a lot of fun. Yi Xiu waved his hand and said. Now Huang Xiaotian didn't have to worry about the front at all, or worry that the opponent would get close to Soxer and force himself to return to the front to help the team. This is called a free man. Bear T is going to be eliminated. Commentator Li Ju's heart couldn't help but get excited. If Bear T was eliminated, then the hope of the Xiaogue team winning this team competition would increase greatly. Then the probability of entering the World Invitational Finals would also increase greatly. Bear T was eliminated, and the 2 ghosts of the German team couldn't combine. The cup said. Boom, as Halong Pajuan stabbed out, Accompanied by the effect of the Holy Commandment Light, Bear T received an additional 30% damage. Within the duration of the skill effect, Yu Xingchen cooperated with Soxer to directly eliminate the German team's Demon Slayer Bear T. Yu Xingchen killed Bear T, out. Ah! Seeing Bear T's figure disappear, Zhang Xinjie sighed silently. He really didn't expect Zhou Yichen to deal all the damage within the duration of the Holy Commandment Light. After cooperating with Zhou Yichen for a while, Zhang Xinjie felt that he might feel uncomfortable after returning to tyranny. Zhou Yichen, so useful. Zhang Xinjie thought about how to prize Zhou Yichen to tyranny when he went to bed at night, but he thought about it for a long time and found that the probability of Zhou Yichen joining tyranny was not even as high as the probability of joining Blue Rain. With Bear T being eliminated, the German team's front completely collapsed. No matter how strong Poke was, he could not withstand the joint siege of so many people from the Xiaogui team. However, for the German team, the only good news was that they successfully eliminated Huang Xiaotian's Night Rain. However, the price they paid was very high. Bismarck, Lerxia and QP were all left with residual blood. Huang Xiaotian was proud enough to defeat 3 German players by himself. However, after Yi Yushengfan was eliminated, Huang Xiaotian did not sit idle like Bear T. He continued to output text bubbles on the public channel, and the staff behind him were dumbfounded. Oh, I just remembered now that you can send text bubbles after death. Li Xian patted his thigh. No wonder Yu Wenzhou asked Huang Xiaotian to fight to the death. Because Huang Xiaotian, who died, might be more useful than not dead. Schneider, who came on as the 6th man, just wanted to zoom in on the public channel to see if there was any useful information. He regretted it after zooming in. What the hell? Chapter 661. Schneider zoomed in on the public channel and found that it was all messages from Yi Yushengfan. Yi Yushengfan, can you beat me? Can you beat me? I can beat the 3 of you alone. You are really like Chow Pai's wife visiting the vegetable garden. Jinji picking vegetables. Can someone respond to me? What's the point of talking alone? Hello, the person on the other side, can you speak Chinese? No, English is okay. How are you? What is this? Schneider was speechless. Huang Xiaotian was so bored that he sent out his own moves crazily, making everyone think he was still alive. Schneider's joining did not bring much help to the German team. The reason was simple. Even a strong front like Poke could not withstand the strong attack of the Xia team. Bismarck was seriously injured again, and needed Larcius to treat him, so Schneider could only play the front row during this period. However, taking advantage of the last bit of wind, Yu Xingchen seized the opportunity, chanted on the spot to accumulate power, Fu Long Xiang Tian. The Blue Halong took advantage of the wind to fly to the back row of the German team, so fast that even Poke did not react. Schneider, who rushed to the front, saw this Fu Long Xiang Tian without any hesitation and rushed directly. Hiss! The audience who saw the scene were all moved. Schneider, a real man, if he subconsciously avoided this Fu Long Xiang Tian, then the 3 people behind him would basically not be able to avoid it. Therefore, in order to protect the back row of the team, Schneider decided to take the initiative to eat this Fu Long Xiang Tian. Great, no need to say more. Taking advantage of Yi Xingchen's stiffness and Fu Long Xiang Tian, Poke moved his body as he wished, dodging the attack of Demo Guyin with his cloud body, and punched Yi Xingchen. Just when the German fans at the scene thought that the situation was about to be reversed, a strong airflow directly blew away Poke. Aha, didn't expect it. Fang Rui said slyly. Qiguan Chang Hong. It can't be fought. Seeing the 6th man of the Xia team rushing to the front battlefield, Frankensteiner, who was sitting in the audience, sighed. Schneider was blown away by Fu Long Xiang Tian, and Poke's situation was not good. He had little HP, and he was damaged by Qiguan Chang Hong's light attribute magic with penetrating effect. The front of the German team was already shattered. With Fang Rui's Hai Wuyang's arrival, the 3 front rows of the Xia team were officially in place. Go, brothers! Hai Wuyang pushed his hands and clasped his hands together, and a white magic shield was generated, covering Yu Xingchen and Demo Guyin. Mind the air shield. The 3 front rows rushed up together, and Bismarck, who had received a lot of treatment, stepped forward to fight, but 3-1, Bismarck had no power to resist. Fortunately, Schneider landed and successfully chanted the ghost array to help Bismarck escape. Looking at the hungry people, Lerxia said that he had been squeezed dry. Soxer and QP opened the death gate almost at the same time, one to assist the team's attack, and the other to stop the opponent's attack. But QP obviously underestimated the determination of the Xia team to kill the game. Fang Rui, who has always been wretched, directly opened the steel and iron bones, and ran towards the death gate, causing it to open in advance. Ah! This scene stunned QP. Can it be played like this? Black Lion successfully grabbed Bismarck's ankle and dragged him into the door. Others wanted to stop it, but Damo Guyan and Yu Xingchen had already come up. Bismarck was instantly trapped in the encirclement of the Xia team. The moment the gate of death opened, Bismarck was gone. The German team, which had already eliminated one player, would naturally not let this happen. Poke and Schneider rushed forward, and even Lerxiu and QP were rushing forward. But the Xia team was not afraid at all. Yu Xingchen and Damo Guyan stood at the forefront of the team. They want to swap. QP saw through the intention of the Xia team at the first time. Now the Xia team has 6 points, while the German team has only 4 points. If the team members continue to swap, then the German team will definitely lose in the end. The 2 small points that led the ring match showed their effect at this time. Boom! The gate of death opened, and the extremely high dark attribute magic damage directly swallowed Bismarck. Hai Wuliang made up for the output. After condensing the air in his palm, he grabbed the fallen Bismarck, and then released the air wave with lightning in his hands to attack the opponent. Flashing 100 splits, bang, 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 the powerful aura poured into Bismarck's body, causing continuous light attribute magic damage. Just when Hai Wuliang was about to take Bismarck into his pocket, Yu Xingchen turned around and shot Fang Rui's head with one shot. Fuck. Fang Rui was numb. Good K. Only those who have been ked too much know how cool it is with this shot, and only those who have been ked too much can understand how desperate Fang Rui is. Yu Xingchen killed Bismarck. Bismarck, out? Oh, I'm used to it, sorry. Zhou Yichen said with a wry smile. You? Fang Rui was speechless. It's time to end. Han Wenqing said. Well, shrink the formation. Yu Wanzhou commanded. The Xia team suddenly shrank the formation, and Yu Xingchen and Damo Guyan, who were at the front, retreated decisively. The reason was simple. They knew this map well, and knew that the wind was about to change. So, the Xia team retreated decisively. The German team didn't want to let them leave, so they had to force them to stay despite the headwind. But they still knew too little about this map. Hai Wuliang's mind shock combined with Soxer's 6-star light prison made the German team dare not move forward at all. The 6-star light prison released by QP was interrupted by Hai Wuliang remotely before it was formed. I finally know why you sent Fang Rui to the field. Li Xian looked at Yishio and said, how disgusting. As a teammate, Tang Hao felt that Fang Rui was disgusting, not to mention the German team as an opponent. In the end, the German team still failed to keep the Xia team. Ah. QP sighed. He knew very well that letting the Xiagua team leave would plunge the game into the abyss. This was indeed the case. With 4 against 5, and falling behind in points, the German team had no hope of a comeback. With the last player of the German team, QP, falling, the game finally came to an end. Glory! Let us congratulate the Xiagua team for defeating the German team 11-7 and winning the game. At the same time, they successfully advanced to the finals of the World Invitational Tournament with a big score of 2-0. Commentator Pan Lin stood up excitedly. The Xiagua team successfully advanced to the finals of the first jointly held Glory World Invitational Tournament and had the opportunity to touch the championship trophy of the World Invitational Tournament. After the game, the German team looked dejected. Before the game, they had come all the way here with the title of the world's #1. As a result, they were ruthlessly swept by the Xia team 2-0. Everything they looked up to was the most basic operation in the Xia team. It seems that the strength of the Xia division is higher than we thought. QP said after a sigh. The German team's journey to the World Invitational ended here. They expected to reach the semifinals, because after QP's analysis before the game, whether it was the Xia team or the Ying team, the German team was actually more difficult to beat. Because these two teams were too oily, and there were many people who could stand out. To put it bluntly, the German team is based on Poke as the absolute core, and the others are auxiliary. But the problem is, if Poke, the absolute core, is forcibly retained by someone one-on-one, what should the others do? The essence of the Glory Team competition is still the priest. If the priest dies, then no matter how powerful the core character of the team is, he can't consume blood with a team with a priest. Therefore, the Xia team effectively used this point, whether it was Yishio's Jun Maxia in the first round or Huang Xiaotian's Yi Shengfan in the second round. As the captain, Poke remained expressionless even after losing. After the Xia team came over to shake hands, Poke led the team to the stage. Now, the stage no longer belongs to them. The Xia team became the first team to advance to the Glory Zurich World Invitational Finals. Then the host came on stage to interview each player of the Xia team, and finally talked about the goal of this World Invitational. They said the word champion very confidently. As for the opponent in the finals, most people were optimistic that the Ying team could advance to the finals. There are almost no people who are optimistic about the Lifeng national team. Oh my god, are we in the finals already? Li Xian still felt very dreamy standing on the stage. The same is true for Chu Yunxiu, Xiao Shiqin and others. Not to mention the finals of the World Invitational Tournament, they have never even entered the finals of the domestic league. Zhou Zikai, Zhou Yichen, and Yi Xiu, who are relatively calm, are all frequent visitors to the finals. Young people like Tang Hao and Sun Xiang who have never entered the finals are even more excited. At the press conference after the game, Yi Xiu, as the team leader, also admitted that the German team is strong. As for the lineup of the finals, Yi Xiu said that it was inconvenient to disclose it. After interviewing the Xi'an national team, the reporters also asked the German team about their views on the finals. It was a very fatal question at the beginning, and everyone on the German team wanted to kill this reporter. What can you ask a team that stopped in the semifinals about the finals? Sit and watch, Bismarck said with some humor, but unfortunately his humor turned into cold humor. After that, no one laughed, and the whole place was silent, which made Bismarck very embarrassed. After a few random questions, the German team ended the press conference. In the end, the German team also believed that the Xia team must win the championship. As the first team to enter the finals, the Xia team also had a big meal in the hotel after returning. Hey, you say, can I be called a finals? Li Xian smoked a cigarette after dinner and began to think. You are not, Xiao Shiqin replied. Captain Xiao, you still have vision. Li Xian sat up straight. You can be considered a finals by lying down. Xiao Shiqin then adjusted his glasses and added, damn. The next day, the match between Yingwe team and Lifeng team went on as normal. After Lifeng team lost the first round, when it came to Yingwe team's map selection, they had already stepped half a foot into the abyss. There were still too few people in Lifeng team who could stand out in the C game. Reinhardt was indeed very strong, but the problem was that apart from Reinhardt, the rest of the Lifeng team could not put too much pressure on Yingwe team. When both sides came on the court, they basically knew which side won by looking at each other. It seems that our opponent in the finals is still Yingwe team. Yi Xiu sighed while sitting in the audience. Well, on the side of Lifeng team, except for Reinhardt and Dudu, the rest of the people didn't have much fighting spirit in their eyes. Wang Jieshi shook his head and said, alas, Yingwe team is not easy to beat. Li Xian sighed. We are not afraid of them. Zhou Yichen said confidently, and he was going to play against the Yingwe team. In the ring match, Reinhardt originally wanted Rocky Meredith to go first, but seeing his evasive look, Reinhardt sighed softly. Dudu keenly observed this, so he took a deep breath and stood up and said, Captain, I start. Reinhardt glanced at Dudu and shook his head. He stretched out his hand and placed it on his shoulder, then pressed it down. I do it myself, Reinhardt said calmly. The Yingwe team is still playing steadily, sending out Zhang Zhixuan, a Magic Scholar player with a relatively high winning rate in the ring match. No one expected that it would be a peak contest right at the beginning. Zhang Zhixuan is the undisputed #1 Magic Scholar in the Yingwe competition area, Fang Rui said. Too formulaic. Wang Jieshi shook his head. He thought that it would be better for the Mage Scholar to have more varied playing styles. But Zhang Zhixuan's playing style was very academic, because he followed the playing style that Li Xianghe used when he played the Mage Scholar. In the first game between the Firefly team and the Gale team, the captain of the Gale team, Reinhardt, scored the first point. But Zhang Zhixuan still knocked down 75% of Reinhardt's health. It was too difficult for Reinhardt to complete a 1-on-2 against the Firefly team. In this World Invitational, Reinhardt can be said to have burned into a relic. Zhou Yichen laughed. The Gale team was able to reach the semifinals entirely because of Reinhardt dragging the team along. Too strong, but the reason why a famous saying is that it can be proven from time to time. Glory is not a game for one person. Reinhardt was taken away by Jin Jiren, the second pick of the Yingwe team. The sharpshooter with low health was ultimately unable to cross the iron wall of the Knights. Ah! Reinhardt lowered his head and sighed. 1 point is not enough. 5-3, in the end, the Gale Country team successfully won the precious 3 points from the Yingwe team, but in Reinhardt's opinion, it was too little. The Yingwe team is strong in the team competition. If they can't get more points in the ring competition, it is unrealistic to want to rush with the Yingwe team in the team competition. 3 points, not enough. QP, who was sitting in the spectator seat, shook his head. After the German team was eliminated, he did not return, but chose to stay and watch the next World War. Gale Country Team, is this the end? Reinhardt looked at the account card tightly held in his hand. Chapter 662. The team match between Ingwa Team and Lifeong Team is coming to an end. Reinhardt, the absolute core of Lifeong Team, escaped the desperate attack of Wenxianjun ID, won her this time. Just when everyone thought they saw the light, Li Xiang's 6-star light prison successfully extinguished the hope of Lifeong Team's desperate counterattack. Reinhardt was isolated from Lifeong Team. At that moment, he was as disappointed as death. Perfect timing, this 6-star light prison was released just right. Yuan Zhou, who was sitting in the audience watching the game, exclaimed. As Reinhardt was killed in front of Lifeong Team, there was no suspense in this team match. The overall strength of Lifeong Team is far behind that of Ingwa Team. Xiao Shiqin shook his head and said, "It's over." Wang Jieshi said calmly. The characters of Lifeong Team were defeated one by Ingwa Team. After Reinhardt died, except for Dudu, the others basically had no fighting spirit. TSK. Without Reinhardt, the Fierce Wind national team is a mess. Zhou Yichen taunted. Glory. After the game, Reinhardt lay on his back on the gaming chair. He had done his best. In this World Invitational, Reinhardt can be said to be dragging the Fierce Wind national team forward, and can be called the one-man team of this World Invitational. If it weren't for Reinhardt in the group stage, they might not even be able to get past the French team. After losing to the French team and falling to second in the group, their first round opponent was the Big Devil, the Xi'an national team. In the first round of the knockout stage, they lost to the English team in the first round. In the second round, Reinhardt stood up again and forced the game to the deciding round. In the third round, the other players of the Gale Country team finally woke up, and Duda played well, so the Gale Country team surpassed the England team. But in the second round, facing the Ing Country team, let alone Reinhardt, even if all the members of the Gale Country team were awake and performed exceptionally, they might not be able to win. What's more, only Reinhardt could be said to be completely awake. 11-5, the Ing Country team defeated the Gale Country team and successfully advanced to the finals with a score of 2-0. But after the game, the Ing Country team just clapped each other, as if everything was as it should be. So far, the two teams for the finals of the first Zurich Glory World Invitational have officially been announced. The Xia Country team played against the Ing Country team. In esports competitions, these two teams often collided. At the press conference after the game, the reporter asked about the opponent of the finals, the Xia Country team. As the captain, Li Xianghe took the microphone and said, early before the World Invitational, they were learning the playing style of the Xiagua professional team. They have a lot to learn from them, but now that we have come to the finals, I don't think we will lose to them. The other players also expressed their confidence in defeating the Xiagua team. The two teams have not lost a single game since the group stage of the World Invitational. Even the small score has never happened. In the first round and the second round of the knockout stage, both teams defeated their opponents with a big score of 2-0. 3 days later, the finals arrived as scheduled. Before the game, the officials specially held a press conference. The meeting was originally held after the end, but now it was held before the game. After the captains of both teams signaled to each other, they began to draw lots. The method of drawing lots is very simple, just flip a coin. In the end, the Xia team got the upper hand and got the right to choose the map in the first round, while the Ing team got the right to choose the map in the second round. If the game drags on to the final round, then according to the rules of the World Invitational, the 5v5 arena match map and the team match map will be randomly generated. I think we will win in the end, Yishio said firmly to the camera. At 8 p.m., the finals of the World Invitational officially began. The wonderful scenes of the two teams continued to reappear on the holographic projection, and finally with the opening of the World Invitational theme song, the players of both sides also stood on the stage one after another. I think the players on both sides, combined, are probably 3 times as many as ours. Dudu, who was sitting in the audience watching the finals, joked. There is strength in numbers, Reinhardt said easily. Although it was a pity that the Lifeong team failed to enter the finals, Reinhardt was already worthy of the semifinals. From the group stage to the knockout stage, Reinhardt was so exhausted. The French team on the other side was also watching the game, and they were together with the German team. What do you think? QP looked at Camus. I am optimistic about the Xia team. Camus smiled. In his opinion, if the Xia team won the championship, then it would not be shameful for them to lose to the Xia team. Me too. Zaiwu beside Camus nodded. He thought that the Xia team's configuration was too perfect, and they could handle any lineup. The most important thing was the Yu Xingchen in front, who was too strong. Ziwu had never seen such a dominant battle mage. He was a complete bug on both offense and defense. At least in Ziwu's opinion, the fact that the Xia team could play the roles on both sides so comfortably had a lot to do with the Yu Xingchen. As soon as the ring match started, the Xia team chose the ring field where they were most confident. Zhou Yichen was still the starting player. From the domestic league to the World Invitational, Zhou Yichen still maintained his 100% winning rate. Ying team also sent Cui Yoqi, who was also a battle mage, with the ID, Zeus. At the beginning of the World Invitational, the European audience was also very shocked. This ID is too familiar to European audiences. After all, the captain of this year's European League champion Gods team has this name. What they didn't expect was that this could also have the same name. Unfortunately, although it was called Zeus, Cui Yoqi was still defeated by Zhou Yichen, the biggest bug of this World Invitational. Too strong. After the game, Cui Yoqi kept wiping the hot sweat on his head with a towel. Looking at a Yu Xingchen, whose blood volume was still healthy, the members of the Ingwe team couldn't help but fall into deep thought. I'm going to play. Jin Jiren, the knight player of the Ingwe team, was just about to get up to play. After all, the Ingwe team had planned the first round of the ring match last night. Wait. Li Xianghe, who has absolute leadership, stopped Jin Jiren. What's wrong, Captain? Jin Jiren looked at Li Xianghe in confusion. Wanhu, you go. Li Xianghe adjusted his glasses and looked at Han Wanghu on the side. Ah? Me? Han Wanghu pointed at himself. Why is this different from what he said yesterday? Okay. Jin Jiren didn't say much. In his eyes, the captain was absolutely right. Even if the captain asked him to give the other team a kill, he would do it without hesitation. The second player of Ingwe team was ninja player Han Wanghu. Unfortunately, he failed to defeat Zhou Yichen and bring the first point to Ingwe team. Looking at a Yu Xingchen, who had 15% of his health left, Li Xianghe didn't say much. Instead, he waited until Han Wanghu came back and asked him how he felt about the game. Suffocation. Han Wanghu took a big sip of water and said, If it weren't for the text popping up in the public channel, I would really think that the person sitting opposite was an AI. This kind of player is not easy to target. Lu Minxi pinched his chin and thought. The reason why Li Xianghe chose Han Wanghu to play is that he can keenly perceive the enemy's playing habits. Zhou Yichen, Yu Xingchen, to defeat the Xiaogui team, how to limit this person is the most critical. I have some idea. Li Xianghe's eyes suddenly became sharp. Then this team match. The Ingwe team began to get excited. They knew the strength of the captain. No, it's the next one. 5-3, the strong Ingwe team only got 3 points from the Xiaogui team in the ring match. A few points to pay attention to. Let me talk about it. Li Xianghe gathered everyone together and then talked about his ideas. In this ring match, as the absolute core of the team, he did not play, but sat in the audience to observe. He found that the previous information about the Xiaogui team was basically useless. To put it bluntly, even if it was the German team, the Xiaogui team did not play 100% of its strength. That magician played as he pleased. Zheng Zhixuan, who was sure to get a point in the domestic game, was hit and had his head broken and bleeding. Nice, brothers. It seems that we will win the first round. Fong Rui clenched his fists and said, Could it be that he will also experience the taste of the championship? Hiss. Suddenly there is a sense of foreboding. Zhou Yichen shook his shoulders, and his sixth sense appeared. If they want to target our map selection, it will be in the second round. Yu Wanzhou accurately predicted. After the halftime break, the team lineups of both sides were announced on the electronic screen above the stage. Xiaogui team, Zhou Yichen, ID, Yu Xingchen, Occupation, Battle Mage. Zhou Zikai, ID, Yiqiang Chuanyan, Occupation, Sharpshooter. Yixiu, ID, Jun Maxiu, Occupation, Full-Time Sanren. Han Wenqing, ID, Damo Guyan, Occupation, Boxer. Zhang Xinjie, ID, Shi Bourgeois, Occupation, Priest. The sixth player, Wang Jieshi, ID, Wang Buliexing, Occupation, Mage Scholar. Damn, what a divine lineup this is for the Xia team. The Xia players, who were watching the finals, were stunned. They never thought that they would be able to appear in the first team with these 5 IDs. The 6 people, in addition to Huang Xiaoyan, have 5 band titles, and 1 Zhang Xinjie, the first priest and tactical master. The first sight they saw was luxurious. Wang Jieshi has gone to play the 6th player, so you can imagine how exaggerated the starting lineup is. Of course, Wang Jieshi volunteered to play the 6th player. Originally, he planned to let Lao Han play the 6th player, But Wang Jieshi thought that double front row would be better, so he went to play the sixth player himself. This lineup includes players from the first generation to the new era. I am filled with emotion, Li Bo sighed and said. Ingwa team, Li Xianhe, ID, Faker, occupation, Warlock. Zheng Jixuan, ID, Chobi, occupation, Mage. Cui Yochi, ID, Zeus, occupation, Battle Mage. Jin Jinfu, ID, Canyon, occupation, Ammunition Expert. Lu Minchi, ID, Kiria, occupation, Priest. The sixth player, Park Zaihe, ID, Ruler, occupation, Qigong Master. In the selection of the team competition map, the Xiagua team chose the more familiar ruins of the ancient Roman Colosseum. Originally the king map of the Samsara team, it has now become the king map of the Xiagua team. Thanks to Samsara, every team in the country played very well on this map. There is no way, no one wants to be bloodbathed by Samsara on this map. The moment the Ingwa team saw this map, they basically knew that they could not play. Because the ancient Roman Colosseum ruins is an extremely simple map, it does not have complex terrain and tactical structures. It depends on the player's operation and teamwork. Therefore, the team's firepower must be sufficient to play this map, otherwise it will be easily penetrated from the front by the opponent. 99%, 100%. Yu Xingchen loaded. Yiqiang Chuanyan loaded. Demo Gaiyan loaded. Wang Buliuxing loaded. Faker, Li Xianhe, loaded. Map, Ancient Roman Colosseum Ruins loaded. 3, 2, 1, fight! At the beginning, the starting 5 of both sides rushed directly into the arena. The Ingwa team still maintained a 212 formation, which shows that the competition area basically does not play this kind of reckless map. Before the finals, Ingwa team also studied the map pool of Xiagua team. If there is a BP, they will definitely press the map of the ruins of the ancient Roman Colosseum. Seeing the 5 players of Xiagua team lined up in a row, Ingwa team can only choose the same solution as them. That is one-on-one, because if the 212 formation is maintained, Ingwa team has tried it, and it is very easy to be surrounded by Xiagua team from the edge to the center. On both sides of Xiagua team are Jun Maxiu and Yiqiang Chuanyun, providing long-range firepower support. In the middle are Damo Gaiyan and Sherbujuan, and in the center is Yu Xingchen, both of whom are ready to support at any time. This formation, unless Yu Xingchen is eliminated head-on, there is no solution. QP shook his head and said, the key to Xiagua team's victory lies in Yu Xingchen. He is the center of this play. As long as he is eliminated, this play will fall apart. But the problem is, how to solve this Yu Xingchen? This is not only a problem that the Ingwa team needs to think about, but also a problem that the other 19 teams in the Xiagua division need to think about. As long as Zhou Yichen's operation is still so strong, this style of play cannot be broken. Isn't this the style of play of Samsara? Wang Xiaotian complained. It's just that Yixiu's Jun Maxiu replaced Zhang Jiala's Bai Liaowan, Zhang Xinjie's Sherbujuan replaced Fang Minghua Xie de Ziruo, and Han Wenqing's Demo Guyan naturally replaced Jiang Buotao's Wulong. The current lineup of the Xiagua team is like an upgraded version of the Samsara team. The moment the two sides touched, the outcome was already decided. Olgi also knows our Samsara tactics. Zhang Jiala laughed. Is that what you call tactics? Huang Xiaotian questioned. 2 oversized monsters on one map. It's not fun at all. Fang Rui echoed. TSK jealousy, but it doesn't matter. Zhang Jiala stretched out his left hand and compared 2. Huang Xiaotian blushed immediately. Chapter 663. Looking at Zhang Jiala making a 2 with his fingers, the people on the side understood what he meant. But Yuan Zhou smiled and said, 2 runners-up? When these 4 words came out, Zhang Jiala's smile disappeared. Huang Xiaotian couldn't help laughing first. 2 champions. Zhang Jiala said unhappily. It's over. Xiao Shiqin suddenly interrupted. Everyone realized that 3 people from the Ingwa team had been eliminated. Is it that the Xiagua team is too strong, or the Ingwa team is too weak? Dudu, a player from the Lifeng team, who was watching the game seriously, wiped his eyes. The Ingwa team, who had abused their Lifeng team, was abused by the Xia team. In this map, the Xia team is far ahead of the Ingwa team in terms of operation and team cooperation. Reinhardt laughed. In his opinion, no one can play better than the Xia team in this map. Yu Xingchen is no different from Yulong in the formation. The map of the ruins of the ancient Roman Colosseum is very suitable for the Xia team to play reckless tactics. As the absolute commander of the Ying team, Li Xianhe has not yet started to arrange tactics, and the Xia team rushed in. This led to his thinking throughout the game being improvisation, and Yu Xingchen's unreasonable surprise attacks often interrupted his thinking. So after the game, Li Xianghe increasingly believed that getting rid of Yu Xingchen was the key to defeating the Xia team. 11-6, the Ying team, which was highly expected, fell in front of the Xia team in the first round of the finals. From the ring game to the team game, the Ying team, which was previously rumored to have strict discipline, was completely broken in this game. The formation was completely destroyed by Zhou Yichen's Yu Xingchen, and the Yingwe team only had Zeus, a single front row in the true sense. It seems that we really need to change the formation. After the game, Li Xianghe adjusted his glasses and thought. Although the Xiaogui team won the game, Zhou Yichen always felt that something was wrong. Too easy. Very strange. Not only Zhou Yichen, but Yi Xiu and others also had doubts on their faces, but when they went to the Yingwe team's battle seat to shake hands, they found that they all showed numb expressions on their faces. Even more strange. Why do I feel like there is a conspiracy? Zhou Yichen poked Yi Xiu. Yeah. Shosakai nodded on the side. It was too wrong. Do you feel like they are planning something? Zhou Yichen shook his head and said. Yes. Zhang Xinjie adjusted his glasses. Does Captain Zhang know? I don't know. After the game, the Yingwe team looked relaxed, but the Xiaogui team looked serious. Those who don't know would have thought that the Yingwe team won the first round of the finals. They will definitely have some targeted moves in the second round, but the Yingwe team is really brave and let the first round go. Zhang Jiala said. When the time comes, we will just fight back. Yi Xiu spread his hands. They have studied several strong maps of the Yingwe team in the competition area, but Yi Xiu believes that the Yingwe team will definitely take an unusual path. Their playing style is destined to choose maps with complex terrain and changeable terrain, while the Xiaogui team is different. You know they are going to play the ruins of the ancient Roman Colosseum, but you can't beat them. I think compared to the unknown maps of the Yingwe team, the known maps of the Xiaogui team are the most uncomfortable. Camus, who was sitting in the audience, smiled awkwardly. You know what the Xia team will do, but you can't beat them. What can you do? After the first round of the finals, the Xia team's chance of winning the championship soared to 78%, and only 22% supported the Ying team. In the hotel conference room, the Xia team gathered together to review the game. From the ring match, this ninja has been testing your position. Yi Xiu pointed to the projection screen, and then looked at Zhou Yichen. Well, I noticed it when we were playing. This person may not be so exaggerated, but his eyes are really accurate. Zhou Yichen nodded and said. From this point of view, you are going to be targeted. Fang Rui shouted. Damn, haven't I been targeted enough? Zhou Yichen rolled his eyes. From the domestic league to the World Invitational, he has always been the target of the target. But is it useful? You still have to pay attention. Yuan Zhou said. He always felt that the Ying team was holding back something good. After reviewing the ring game and entering the team game, it was obvious that the Yingwe team paid more attention to Yu Xingchen. But the strange thing after the game was that after Yu Xingchen rushed, the Yingwe team did not choose to focus on him like other teams, but pulled away step by step. It is obvious that you are the focus of the opponent. The opponent did not take action this round, but it does not mean that there will be no action in the second round. Xiao Shiqin looked at Zhou Yichen. After watching the team game, everyone fell into deep thought. Is there a possibility that the Yingwe team is taking advantage of the Tiger's power, and they can't play this map at all? Wang Xiaoyan said. It is possible. If they are not prepared to target us at all and everything is a cover, then we will fall into the ditch, right? Zhang Jiala said. What do you think? Yi Xiu asked Zhou Yichen. I think it's true that they want to target me, because some of their little details can't be faked. Zhou Yichen said after thinking for a moment. But I'm not afraid of being targeted. Zhou Yichen said firmly. Looking at Zhou Yichen's eyes, Yi Xiu smiled with relief. In fact, before reviewing the game, he had thought about letting Zhou Yichen play as a substitute in the second round of the team competition. Because there is a high probability that this will completely destroy the layout of the Yingwe team. But Huang Xiaotian and Zhang Jia's doubts are also fine. True and false, false and true. Or, Li Xian was interrupted by Yi Xiu before he finished speaking. This is the World Invitational Tournament. Our Xiaogui team has more than one Zhou Yichen. Yi Xiu smiled. Everyone understood what Yi Xiu meant. After a day of adjustment, the second round of the finals of the First Glory Zurich World Invitational Tournament officially started. 1-0. Xiaogui team is temporarily in the lead. This round is also the match point for Xiaogui team. If they can win, they will become the champion of the First Glory World Invitational Tournament. At 8 p.m., the whole audience focused on the competition field. The two sides competition officially opened. Xiaogui team, Zhou Yichen, ID, Yu Xingchen, Occupation, Battle Mage. Ingwa Team, Jin Jiren, ID, Kiln, Occupation, Knight. Map, Road to Survival. What a disgusting map. Tang Hao complained the moment he saw Ingwa Team choose the map. From the name of Road to Survival, you know that this is a very disgusting maze-like map with many corners. It is not difficult to see that Ingwa Team wants to use this map to consume Xiaogua Team's patience. 99%, 100%. Yu Xingchen loaded. Kiln loaded. Map, Road to Survival loaded. 3, 2, 1, fight! The countdown ended, and both sides rushed out into the maze-like map. There were not only rivers, but also trees and piled stones. Chaotic. Zhou Yichen drove Yu Xingchen to the middle road, but did not find Kiln. Are you playing dirty? Do you want to wear down my will? Zhou Yichen sneered. According to his understanding, Kiln is not a dirty player, he is the most positive knight. But now, he is playing something completely opposite to his previous style. Oh my god, this is Feng Rui's possession. Li Xian complained. At this time, Kiln hid directly in the corner, waiting for Yu Xingchen to come. Zhou Yichen was not stupid. Since he knew the other party's intention, his search focus must be on the corners. So, the moment Yu Xingchen quietly walked over, the gun in his hand moved, boom, Kiln, who was hiding in the corner, was shot and flew out. How long Pajuan? So fast. Everyone was shocked by Yu Xingchen's shot. It's transparent. Some people were puzzled. Zhou Yichen, did you see it, and then poked it? And you said you are not transparent. Kiln's armor is reflective. Yu Wanzhou smiled. He had been disguised for so long, but he was betrayed by his armor. Zhou Yichen's reaction is amazing. Xiao Shiqin smiled. The moment he saw the reflective armor, Yu Xingchen's gun had already poked out. It is conceivable how fast Zhou Yichen reacted. The most uncomfortable one was Kiln. He didn't even see the shadow of Yu Xingchen clearly before he flew backwards. He hit the stone wall hard. Before he fell, Yu Xingchen followed up and raised his hand on the spear, successfully floating Kiln. Hey, the rhythm has been raised. Lu Minqi sighed. As early as the first round of the team game, he had experienced how exaggerated Zhou Yichen's speed was. He could force a priest to speed up to 400, otherwise, he would not be able to avoid the attack of the phantom. It can still be delayed for a while. Li Xianhe said calmly. Relying on the knight's thick skin and flesh, Kiln dragged the whole game to 15 minutes. Damn! This is how you play it, right? The operation of the Ingwa team made Zhou Yichen laugh. When Yu Xingchen eliminated Kiln, he still had 80% of his health. This was because Zhou Yichen couldn't stand it anymore, and forced a blood exchange with Kiln to get rid of him. Otherwise, the game could have dragged on. Throughout the game, Kiln didn't take the initiative to attack once, and was only on passive defense. After eliminating Kiln, the second player of Ingwa team was Pei Xingxiong, a swordsman, ID, Binji. Similar to Lu Shubia, Pei Xingxiong is also a swordsman with hand speed. As soon as he came on the court, he brought Zhou Yichen's hand speed to 500. Is this how they consume Zhou Yichen? But don't they know that Zhou Yichen is a super speed monster? Feng Rui laughed. I dare not say anything else. There are not many world championships who can compete with Zhou Yichen in hand speed. What if the Ingwa team sends a slow-paced player in the third place? Yishio's face suddenly became serious. Ingwa team's targeting of Zhou Yichen started from the ring match. Kiln's slowness and Binji's speed, one slow and one fast, completely destroyed Zhou Yichen's rhythm. When Zhou Yichen saw Pei Xingxiong, Yu Xingchen's health was still 50%. I can't fight anymore. Zhou Yichen's mind cleared up, and he could clearly feel that his hands were starting to get a little sore. The best way now is to give up the third game, go down and rest, and let his hands recover through blood circulation. 1 through 2, 1 through 2 again on the stage of the finals, worthy of the title of the strongest player in this World Invitational. Li Ba cheered in the studio. In the semifinals, after Zhou Yichen defeated Poke, he was rated as the strongest player in this World Invitational by Western media. You played beautifully and handsomely. Now it's time to harvest. Li Xianhe turned his eyes to the sharpshooter Li Meijiong in the team. Well, leave it to me. Li Meijiong nodded. This game must not only be won, but also won slowly. Ingwa team, Li Meijiong, ID, Gumayusi, Occupation, Sharpshooter. 99%, 100%. Gumayusi loaded. Map, Road to Survival loaded. The moment the game started, Zhou Yichen controlled Yu Xingchen to rush out. He already knew the intention of the Ingwa team. Since they wanted to play slowly in this game, he would speed up the pace. The moment he met Gumayusi, Yu Xingchen picked up his gun and killed him. Gumayusi used both guns to stop him. Boom! Yu Xingchen jumped high with the help of the piled boulders and stabbed Gumayusi with a gun. Gumayusi slid to avoid it, then raised his knee and kicked Yu Xingchen. Zhou Yichen slid the mouse, damn, Z-shaped shaking to avoid the sharpshooter's knee attack. Li Xian was stunned, and everyone on the Yinghui team also showed a look of surprise, which made them more convinced that in order to defeat the Xiaogui team, Yu Xingchen must be eliminated. Otherwise, his dominance in the front would radiate to the firepower players at both ends, and the Yinghui team based on positional warfare would have no chance of winning. Too strong, both in operation and thinking. Su Shou shook his head and said, "Is he seeking death?" Seeing Yu Xingchen not avoiding Gumayusi's bullets, Han Wanghu asked. Very rational, and very scary. From Li Xianghe's evaluation. As the player with the most 1-on-3 kills, Zhou Yichen, who had 50% health points, did not think about achieving this goal in the second round of the finals. From the beginning, he was thinking about quickly consuming more health points for his next teammates. Leaving the court is a good thing for both himself and his teammates. Bang, bang, bang. As Gumayusi's bullets were emptied, Yu Xingchen fell tragically at his feet. Too fierce. Li Meijiong wiped the hot sweat that kept oozing out of his head. 68%, this is the health points he paid. When Zhou Yichen walked out of the battle seat, the whole audience burst into fierce cheers. Zhou Yichen. Zhou Yichen. Zhou Yichen. Looking at the audience shouting slightly awkward Chinese terms, a warm current surged into my heart. MVP. 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 Zhou Yichen directly made Zurich his home court. Before leaving the stage, Zhou Yichen made a big hard gesture to the audience, who supported him. Wow! The atmosphere was pushed to a climax, and the applause of many girls even drowned out the applause. At this time, only one person was a little unhappy. TSK, what's the point of being so excited, you can only watch. Xu Yunqiu curled her lips. Chapter 664. When Zhou Yichen returned to the Xia team seat, the wave of applause slowly receded. Seeing Zhou Yichen coming back, everyone in the Xia team also applauded him. In this ring match, Zhou Yichen's performance can only be described in 2 words, perfect. Huang Xiaotian picked up the water bottle and was about to hand it to Zhou Yichen, but it was taken away by Xu Yunqiu the next second. I go! Come and have a drink. Before Zhou Yichen took the water bottle, Xu Yunqiu stretched out the mouth of the water bottle. Zhou Yichen was not embarrassed at all, and he opened his mouth and squinted. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Xu Yunqiu's face turned red all of a sudden, and then she covered Zhou Yichen's face with a towel. Poochie! Su Machung couldn't help laughing first, little bitch. Xu Yunqiu scolded. You too. TSK TSK TSK, you two are having fun. Yishio teased. What? What? Huang Xiaotian was confused. Forget about you not being able to drink. You don't understand this. Eat with the kids at the same table. Li Xian waved his hand and said. I go. Who said I can't drink? Huang Xiaotian got angry all of a sudden. Okay, since you're so angry, go ahead. Yishio waved his hand and said. Ah? Huang Xiaotian pointed at himself. Am I not the fourth in line? Why don't you want to go ahead? Forget it. Yishio said regretfully. Don't, old Yi, I love you so much, haha. Huang Xiaotian rushed to the battle seat with his account card and peripherals. I go. There's a gay man. Isn't the second in line old Wang going? Zhou Yichen asked. When we were not familiar with each other before, we called him Wang Jieshi the god/senior. When we were familiar with each other, we called him old Wang next door. Since the Yinghui team wants to play slowly, we will accompany them to the end. Yishio said. After bullying Zhou Yichen, how can they live so comfortably? With a 2-point advantage, they can play however they want. After Huang Xiaotian came on the court, he did not rush to deal with the low-health Gumayusi, but instead played around. And Gumayusi obviously forgot one thing, that is, when facing Huang Xiaotian, remember to adjust the settings at the beginning. The consequence of forgetting is that he has to endure infinite text bubble attacks. This map is originally winding, and the text bubbles that pop up from time to time also block the field of vision. The health of the low-health Gumayusi has not dropped below 10%, and Li Meijiong, its operator, has already red blood. He has never met such a disgusting opponent, who keeps sending text bubbles and flashes to steal a few swords from time to time. The feeling of being played in the palm of his hand is as uncomfortable as eating shit. Huang Xiaotian fought for 15 minutes with 32% of his health, while Yi Yushengfan only consumed 21% of his health. As for Li Meijiong, he was completely defeated. 3-1, exactly the same as the first round. In the fourth place, the Ingwe team played with Zheng Jixuan. With the previous experience of Li Meijiong, the first thing Zheng Jixuan did when he entered the game was to open the settings and reduce the opacity of the text bubble to the lowest. Then he minimized the public channel in the lower left corner. Oh my god, I hate the magic scholar. Huang Xiaoyan left such a sentence, and then fell under Zheng Jixuan's broom. 3-2, Ingwe team pulled back a point, but when the third player of Xiaogui team came on the court, Ingwe team found something wrong. Fang Rui, a Qigong player who rarely played before, appeared in the third place. Xiaogui team, Fang Rui, ID, Hai Wuliang, occupation, Qigong player. This picture is simply designed for Fang Rui. Xiao Shiqin laughed. This game lasted for more than 20 minutes. The audience went from excitement at the beginning to disbelief in the middle and numbness after the end. Fang Rui, too wretched. Ingwe team's Qigong player Park Jae-hyuk held his head with both hands. He couldn't believe that Qigong players could play like this. Extremely wretched. Throughout the game, he was avoiding Zheng Jixuan's attack. Even though he was a magic scholar, Fang Rui always found a chance to disappear in his sight. Whether it was using the terrain or the light effect of the skill. Finally, Zheng Jixuan's face flushed as he watched his character die under the sea of infinite energy waves. Mentality. Li Xianghe said to Zheng Jixuan, who sat in silence in the player seat as soon as he came back. Zheng Jixuan is a newcomer that Li Xianghe is very optimistic about. He has made a name for himself as soon as he debuted. But he also has problems. When playing in big competitions, his mentality is prone to fluctuate. A weakling in big competitions. This is the evaluation of him by the fans of the Ingwe team. He is like a dragon in domestic wars, and like a worm in foreign wars. The defending general of the Ingwe team's ring match is naturally the big devil Li Xianghe, who did not appear in the first round. What big devil? Look at me killing him in seconds. Fang Rui now feels that he is very strong. Ingwe team, Li Xianghe, ID, Faker, occupation, warlock. 99%, 100%. Faker, loading completed. Map, path of survival, loading completed. After entering the map, Faker did not choose to rush to the middle lane, but went to the river abnormally. Under the gaze of everyone, he crossed the river alone, and at a corner, people found that Faker appeared behind Hai Wuliang. Damn! Huang Xiaoyan rubbed his eyes. This is perspective. Sun Xiang pointed to the holographic projection and said, Faker perfectly predicted Fang Rui's position. I can't guess it. Li Bao, the commentator, shook his head and said, at this time, Fang Rui, as a master of the dirty flow, would definitely be wary of every corner, but he would not be wary of his butt. Hee, this corner, if you search it, I will eat it directly. Fang Rui operated Hai Wuliang with a relaxed look and hid in a very sparse corner. On the other side of him was a very dense bush. Fang Rui had a counter-psychological reaction. Most people would search the bushes on the left first, so if he hit on the right, he would have a chance to get close to the opponent and hit him hard. The funny thing was that all of Hai Wuliang's actions were clearly seen by Faker from the first-person perspective at this time. Puff! Seeing this scene, Zhou Yichen almost couldn't hold it back. Although Fang Rui was his teammate, this scene was too dramatic. The moment he saw Hai Wuliang's big butt, Li Xianghe was obviously stunned. What was he doing? After a second of stunnedness, Li Xianghe decisively operated the character to release the magic circle. Huh? Fang Rui found something wrong at this time. Damn! I've been discovered. By the time he reacted, countless dark purple arrows fell from the sky. Rain of Chaos. Although Rain of Chaos only causes low dark attribute magic damage, it has a high probability of causing enemies within the range to fall into chaos. Sure enough, before Hai Wuliang opened the steel and iron bones, he fell into a state of chaos. Faker waved his hand, and a huge dark claw suddenly appeared in the chaos and grabbed Hai Wuliang. Before landing, Faker continued to chant, and as the magic circle rose, Hai Wuliang was forced to float in the air. Elemental power. Send. Looking at the gray steel and iron bones, Fang Rui was a little helpless. Soul Strike technique. The black light hit Hai Wuliang, and while suffering dark attribute magic damage, he fell into a trance effect. The operation was invalid. Cooperating with the binding technique, Hai Wuliang was entangled and imprisoned by the black light. Awesome. Yuan Zhou sighed. Every move targeted the dead spot of Hai Wuliang. This is the first time I've seen a warlock perform a combo like this. Xiao Shiqin adjusted his glasses and said, throughout the whole game, Fang Rui had almost no power to fight back. A Qigong master was killed by a warlock. When the game ended, Fang Rui was completely stunned. Because from the beginning to the end, he didn't even touch the corner of Faker's clothes. Too awesome. Yu Wonjo clapped his hands. This is how a warlock should play, but his hand speed can't keep up. Yu Wonjo also often uses the small combo of soul attack and binding, but it has never been so smooth. Even in the interval between the combo, Faker can make a few normal attacks. 4-3, the Xia team is temporarily in the lead. Then I go. Tang Hao took a deep breath. As a man who had to fight hard in every match of this World Invitational Tournament, Tang Hao would naturally not miss this one. Come on! The others also gave Tang Hao their blessings. Team Xia, Tang Hao, ID, Tang Sanda, Occupation, Rogue. Entering the game, Tang Hao's style was as straightforward as ever. After reaching the corner of the middle road, he jumped up without any hesitation. On the other side, Li Xiang's Warlock Faker came late. Tang San shook his body, and then killed Faker. Tang Hao wants to take the initiative of attacking with high speed. This kid is getting more and more experienced. Li Xian commented from the audience. Tang Hao is also an old player. Xiao Shiqin said. Glory has been around for 10 years, and Xiao Shiqin only then realized that he had been fighting for 7 years. Although Tang Hao's reckless play failed to defeat the experienced Faker in the end, his claws still left marks on Faker. 4-4, Ingwe team tied the score, and the atmosphere of the whole stadium was pushed to a climax again. At this time, Faker still had 40% of his health left. No one could say whether he could defeat 3 opponents. I go to the last game. Yi Xiao smiled and took off his coat. King meets King, Xiaogua team, Yi Xiao, ID, Jun Ma Xiao, Occupation, Full-time Sanren. This was a contest between captains. Unfortunately, Faker was already at low health, while Jun Ma Xiao was at full health and full mana. Seeing that the opponent was a difficult Sanren, Li Xiang's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He had long wanted to touch this Sanren. As a player who had many different honor career experiences, Jun Ma Xiao was the role that Li Xiang had dreamed of. Today he met them, but unfortunately, they were his opponents. 99%, 100%. Jun Ma Xiao, loading completed. Map, Road to Survival, loading completed. 3, 2, 1, fight! The countdown ended, and the final match of the second round of the finals began. The moment Jun Ma Xiao rushed out, he immediately cut out the short sword hidden in the umbrella handle, swoosh swoosh swoosh, 3-stage slash. In a moment, Jun Ma Xiao came to the center of the map. Then he squatted down and released a robot to explore the field of vision, mechanical tracking. My god, all 24 professional skills can be used. Although he had seen it in the video before, Lu Mingqi still felt it was incredible to see it with his own eyes. The person who can design this weapon is really a genius. Jun Ma Xiao played the same as Tang San in the previous game, releasing the small robot and jumping over the high wall. For a moment, Faker's attention was completely attracted by the small robot. Jun Ma Xiao jumped out, and the 1000-machine umbrella changed from a spear to a gun, bang bang bang. Bullets kept hitting Faker, and seeing this, Li Xianghe summoned the dark mirror to cover himself. The magic mirror floated in the air, and could resist most magic attacks and physical attacks. Warlock's level 65 blocking skill. Magic Mirror. In the process of single duel, Magic Mirror is a very powerful counter skill of Warlock. However, in team competitions, it is rarely used by Warlocks. The reason is simple, the Magic Mirror can only resist single target skills, not group skills. Jun Ma Xiao stepped forward, and Faker chanted a spell aimed at Jun Ma Xiao, but the next second Jun Ma Xiao disappeared. Shadow Clone. Li Xianghe slid the mouse, and turned the view, but Jun Ma Xiao had already emerged from under his feet. Geocentric beheading technique. No matter how many times you see it, Jun Ma Xiao is a bug-level existence. Commentator Li Ju shook his head and said, since Jun Ma Xiao debuted, he has only lost one game, that is, the first game of the first round of the Glory Season 10 finals. Zhou Yichen's Yi Xingchen narrowly defeated Yi Xiao's Jun Ma Xiao with a clever Vine Thorn. It can only be said that Yi Xiao's decisive Vine Thorn of One Leaf Autumn in the Season 1 finals eventually boomeranged on himself. Although Li Xianghe's awareness was already very exaggerated, he predicted Jun Ma Xiao's actions many times. But there were too many small skills, especially the shield attack, which Faker, as a warlock, could not block at all. Because the first-person perspective was full of umbrellas. In the end, Yi Xiao's Jun Ma Xiao also defeated Li Xianghe's Faker without bloodshed, maintaining the 100% winning rate of the Xiaogua team in the ring match. After the game, Li Xianghe did not say anything, but quietly packed up his peripherals. 5-4, in his opinion, is already a very close score. As long as they can win the team competition, then the Ingwa team will be able to tie the big score to 1-1 in this round. As for the Xiaogua team, what they have to do now is how to deal with the Ingwa team's team competition. After all, this time it is their turn to make a move. Otherwise, let's follow the most stable lineup, double battle mages. Zhou suggested. Since the World Invitational training, Zhou Yichen and Sun Xiang's double battle mages have always been the combination with the highest winning rate. And because the double battle mages need to cooperate with a stable and efficient firepower player, Zhou Zikai will also appear in this team. Double battle mages, it feels like the Ingwa team will focus on it, Xiao Shiqin said. At this time, several people looked at Zhou Yichen and Sun Xiang in unison. I don't care. If they want to target me, then come on. Zhou Yichen is still as confident as ever. And Sun Xiang. Chapter 665. Sun Xiang didn't know how to answer. Because this team competition is very crucial. If they win, they will become the champions of the first Zurich World Invitational. If they lose, the score will be tied to 1-1. Don't be too stressed. I'm here to support you, right? Zhou Yichen patted Sun Xiang on the shoulder. Looking at Zhou Yichen's confident look, Sun Xiang finally understood where the gap between the two was. Yeah. Sun Xiang nodded firmly. Then let's have 2 battle mages, plus Xiao Zhou, Xinjie and I, the 6-man Lao Wang, no problem. Yishio said. Zhou Yichen, Zhou Zikai, Sun Xiang, Yishio and Zhang Xinjie are the team combination with the highest winning rate in the team competition of the Xiaogua team's training match. The 6th man has been changing. Huang Xiaoyan, Wang Jieshi, and even Han Wenqing have played the 6th man position. But the best effect is undoubtedly Wang Jieshi. After all, the liberated magician is most suitable for playing the endgame. In this way, the lineup of the Xia team was determined, and the same was true for the Ying team on the other side. After a short break, both sides submitted their team match rosters. At this time, the World Invitational Championship trophy also appeared on the stage. How about predicting the lineups of both teams? Camus, who was sitting in the spectator seat, looked at QP with an expressionless face. The lineups of both sides are not fixed. If we arrange them according to the combination with the highest winning rate, then the Xia team will have 2 battle mages. QP analyzed calmly. After the halftime break, the electronic screen above the stage also announced a list of players for the 2 teams' team match. Team Xia, Zhou Yichen, ID, Yu Xingchen, Occupation, Battle Mage. Yishio, ID, Jun Ma Xiao, Occupation, Full-time Sanren. Zhou Zikai, ID, Yiqiang Chuanyun, Occupation, Sharpshooter. Sun Xiang, ID, Ye Zhiqiu, Occupation, Battle Mage. Zhang Xinjie, ID, Shi Buzhuan, Occupation, Priest. The 6th player, Wang Jieshi, ID, Wang Buliuxing, Occupation, Mage. Team Ying, Li Xianghe, ID, Faker, Occupation, Warlock. Su Xiao, ID, Showmaker, Occupation, Elemental Mage. Wen Xianjun, ID, Wunner, Occupation, Assassin. Cui Yochi, ID, Zeus, Occupation, Battle Mage. Lu Minchi, ID, Kyria, Occupation, Priest. The 6th player, Zheng Zhixuan, ID, Chovi, Occupation, Mage. Map, Songqiong Abandoned City. Team Ingwa actually chose such a map. Yishio was a little surprised. Sky Wasteland refers to a circular island floating quietly in the air, and sky refers to the circular island bathed in starlight. Although it is an island, it is not a killer map. Because there is a light curtain at the edge of the island, which falls in a spherical shape and finally connects to all the boundaries of the map. The light curtain can ensure that the character will not fall out of the island. Complex and changeable. Zhang Xinjie said, adjusting his glasses. The island is a desolate and lonely wasteland, and there are 2 buildings that look like Aztec pyramids. A quiet river passes through the back of the 2 buildings. On the other side of the river is a quiet forest, and the most hidden is in front of the 2 buildings. There are also trees growing out of the ruins of the ancient city. That would be a perfect assassination point. Come on! Team Xia gathered together. They hoped this would be the last team match of the World Invitational. After both sides lined up and bumped fists before the game was about to begin. 99%, 100%. Yu Xingchen loaded. Ye Zhiqiu loaded. Wang Buliuxing loaded. Faker, Li Xianghe, loaded. Yiqiang Chuanyun loaded. Map, Songqiong Faidu, loaded. His. Sun Xiang's left eyelid kept twitching. What's going on? Peach blossoms are blooming. Zhou Yichen asked in confusion. What peach blossoms are blooming? Sun Xiang looked at Zhou Yichen in confusion, left eye twitching. Peach blossoms are blooming, right eye twitching. Chrysanthemums are blooming. Zhou Yichen explained. Sun Xiang had a bad feeling. Somehow, Sun Xiang felt that someone was going to mess with him. Of course, this feeling did not come from Chrysanthemum, but from his heart. Are you okay? Yi Xiao looked at Sun Xiang. Don't worry, leader, I'm fine. Sun Xiang said firmly. 3, 2, 1, fight! The countdown ended, and the game began. Charge! With Yi Xiao's order, the 5 members of the Xiaogui team rushed out of the refresh area together. Their refresh point was in the west. At this time, the 5 people formed a formation and moved eastward. There were no obvious road signs or traces on the map. Their goal was clear, that is, to move towards the pyramid building on the west. The reason was simple. The ancient ruins in the middle were mainly woods. If the opponent had assassins, they would definitely go there. The Xia team was thinking of going around to the back of the pyramid and continuing to head east, so that they would have a chance to steal the Ying team's ass. The back of the pyramid was a completely quiet river. The only person on the Xia team who had the ability to test the depth was Yi Xiao's Jun Mashu. But he simply tested the depth of the water, and then continued to lead the team to the other side. When they walked out of the back of the pyramid, a well-preserved pyramid building also entered their field of vision. The Ying team's figure really appeared in front of them. The Ying team's opening choice was the same as Yi Xiao's. After arriving at the pyramid near their side, they decisively moved towards the abandoned ruins. But they were not 5 people going deep into it. Only 2 people appeared in the Xia team's field of vision. The Ying team's main commander Faker, and their priest Kyria. Do you want to go up? Sun Xiang asked in the team's voice channel. Is this an opportunity? Or a trap? Zhou Yichen asked in confusion. If they really wanted to go deep into the ruins, it would be impossible to let the 2 squishy skins in the back row stand outside to fend for themselves. Be careful. Yi Xiao looked serious. The Yingwa team was obviously cheating. When the Xiaogui team walked out from the back of the pyramid, Faker looked back and saw a few people as if he had sensed the killing intent. Then, before the Xiaogui team could make a move, Faker chanted a burning arrow and shot at the Xiaogui team, then turned around and walked towards the ruins with Kyria. They are all inside. Seeing that the other party wanted to escape, Sun Xiang felt a little anxious, but he still held back because Yi Xiao didn't say anything. Chase! After hearing Yi Xiao's chase, Sun Xiang could not help but kill him. Jun Mashu released his ninjutsu and disappeared on the spot, while Yiqian Chuanyun drew out his double guns and fired wildly at the 2 people in front of him. Yi Xingchen stepped forward to act as Yi Xiao's shadow, but this time Zeus suddenly came out from the other side of the ruins. The war spear pointed directly at Yi Xingchen, and Showmaker, who was hiding behind the woods, successfully appeared and kept throwing spells at Yi Xingchen. In an instant on the field, Yi Xingchen became the focus of the Yingwa team. I found the priest. Just when Yi Xingchen was being focused on, Sun Xiang's Yi Xiao killed Kyria in the face. Ah! Zhang Xinjie was stunned. You know, in his information, Kyria, the priest player of the Yingwa team, can be called the most difficult priest to kill. In this World Invitational, he only died once. That was the first round of the finals. He was killed by Zhou Yichen's Yi Xingchen. In Zhang Xinjie's opinion, Kyria's most outstanding play style is his very tough style. His priest can even be regarded as a mage. Rather than saying that Faker is protecting Kyria, it is better to say that Kyria is protecting Faker. His movement and position selection are worth learning and reference for many priest players, but now, not long after the start of the game, Yi Xiao successfully cuts Kyria. Zhang Xinjie feels that there must be something wrong here. Now the Yingwa team's focus target is the same as they guessed before the game. Zhou Yichen's Yi Xingchen, Zeus's melee combined with Showmaker's long-range output made Zhou Yichen very uncomfortable, because the elemental mage had too much control. This caused him to spend most of his time dodging the opponent's spells, while Zeus clung to Yi Xingchen like a sticky candy. Jun Mashu used ninjutsu to move close to Kyria's face. As long as he could get rid of the priest of the Yingwa team, he would basically win this game. However, at this moment, a flash of light suddenly came out from the bushes on the right, and a flaming dagger stabbed at Yi Xiao. Be careful of the assassin! Zhang Xinjie shouted, but it was too late. Sun Xiang looked at the approaching dagger and wanted to control Yi Xiao to move away, but he found that he could not move. Soul striking technique, Yi Xiao fell into a trance. Puff! The dagger pierced Yi Xiao's chest, and then a strong airflow gushed out, turning the 2 into ashes in an instant. Wonder killed Yi Xiao, out. Wonder, burning life essence. Wonder, out. In an instant, the 2 were eliminated. Sun Xiang suddenly felt suffocated. He didn't expect that the assassin of the Yingwa team would make a life-threatening attack on himself. The whole audience was in an uproar. Where did this assassin come from? After a long time, someone asked. At this time, the electronic screen above the stage gave the answer. It turned out that the Yingwa team did go deep into the ruins, but only Wonner went deep into it. As the most strategic man, after Faker let Wonner climb the pyramid at the beginning and didn't see the figure of the Xiaohua team, he immediately judged that the Xiaohua team chose to sneak around and attack them. Letting Wonner go deep into the ruins further confirmed this point, so he chose to hide his only frontline Zeus and firepower output player Showmaker. In fact, the Xiaohua team still had some doubts at the beginning, but when Yixiao saw the wind and sand in the ruins, especially when Faker counterattacked and fled directly, he decisively chose to chase. And it was Wonner who raised the wind and sand. He got out of the trees in front of the ruins, which made Jun Maxiu, who got out from the ground, not notice it. Wonner is indeed very patient. He waited until one autumn leaf showed a flaw and was hit by Faker's sole attack before he took action. A life-threatening blow, a deadly blow. After seeing one autumn leaf being eliminated, Yixiao was the first to react. After controlling Jun Maxiu to throw a grenade on the ground, he immediately rushed to the direction of Yu Xingchen. He knew very well that after getting rid of a battle mage, the next target of the Yingwa team would be another battle mage, Yu Xingchen. The Yingwa team's acting skills were so superb. From the beginning to the end, their target was Sun Xiang's one autumn leaf. However, from the first round to the second round, the Yingwa team targeted Zhou Yichen. And this change also originated from the night before the game. At the Yingwa team's review meeting, when Faker talked about which player the Xiaohua team should target the most, almost everyone chose Zhou Yichen. But when he asked how to target, they shut up. I don't know. Yes, they don't know how to target. Even the opponent, who is most familiar with him in the country, has not found a breakthrough. How can they do this in such a short time? So after thinking about it, Faker gave his opinion. Zhou Yichen was still the key target of care, but at the same time, the first to be dealt with was not him, but Sun Xiang. The strength of the two battle mages was similar to that of the two ghost swordsmen. They needed to cooperate with each other, one in the light and the other in the dark. To crack the shadow tactics, one must first be dealt with, and then find a way to deal with the other. And Sun Xiang's one autumn leaf was obviously much easier to deal with than Zhou Yichen's Yu Xingchen. Faker once asked Wonner how sure he was if he wanted to assassinate Yu Xingchen. Wonner was silent, because Zhou Yichen's reaction speed made him think that Zhou Yichen was an AI. So after a night of thinking, the Yingwa team set the assassination target on Sun Xiang. And Sun Xiang did not disappoint them. The only thing that reminded Sun Xiang was his left eyelid. It was a life-threatening attack. Wonner, the assassin character of the Yingwa team, used a life-threatening attack on Yixiao, and it was at the full level. The two died almost at the same time. Li Jiren was numb. One assassin was exchanged for a battle mage, which was totally worth it. The moment Yixiao was dealt with, the other members of the Yingwa team moved. Faker raised his staff enchanted, and 6 spell patterns fell from Yu Xingchen's head. Zhou Yichen wanted to escape, but Zeus didn't seem to want to do as he wished. Jun Maxiu rushed over with the swordsman's 3-stage slash, but Showmaker's ice line successfully blocked his way forward. Helpless, Yixiao had to open the sealed bones, and then prepared to forcefully cross the ice line. At this time, the 6-star light prison fell, trapping Yu Xingchen and Zeus inside. Faker waved the staff in his hand, and a black revolving door quietly opened behind him. Seeing this, Yiqian Chuanyun used a sliding tackle and a knee strike to try to open the death gate in advance. But Kiria blocked Yiqian Chuanyun with his body and hit him with a knee from behind, forcing him to float in the air. No way, this guy would rather be beaten by Yiqian Chuanyun than let the death gate open in advance. Fong Rui climbed his hands and looked embarrassed. This is a bit difficult. The determination of the Yingwa team to kill Yu Xingchen is unstoppable. Chapter 666. The 6-star light prison fell, and no one knew what was going on inside. The death gate that Yiqian Chuanyun failed to open in advance was detonated in advance by Jun Mo Xiao, and Yixiao took the opportunity to get close to Faker. The captains of the two teams once again broke out in a fierce fight, with Jun Mo Xiao in the main attack and Faker in the main defense. The 6-man Zheng Jixuan of the Yingwa team had already rushed to the front battlefield, so this place was very close to the birth point of the Yingwa team. Wang Jieshi's Wang Bulixing was trying his best to rush to the battlefield. Shi Bujuan, who was not protected, was beaten by Chovi. After Yiqian Chuanyun kicked Kiria away, he turned around and rushed toward Shi Bujuan. The priest cannot die. Bang bang bang. The bullets shot at Chovi were all dodged by him. With a sharp turn, the powerful cyclone knocked Bourgeois out. Just as Yiqian Chuanyun raised his gun to protect Bourgeois, Chovy turned around and flew directly to the location of the 6-star light prison. The duration of the 6-star light prison was about to end, and in the formation, Zeus was being stabbed frantically by Yu Xingchen. At this time, everyone realized that Zhou Yichen's hand speed had soared to 580, and was even increasing. "Oh my god, Zhou Yichen, are you going to play like this again?" Wang Xiaoyan said, and the others looked extremely serious. This scene reminded them of the second round of the team competition in the finals of the 10th season, when Zhou Yichen and Yishio competed with each other in hand speed. At that time, the two were opponents, and now, they are teammates. "Yoshi, can you hold on?" Li Xianghe asked. In fact, his first thought was to trap Yu Xingchen alone, but he didn't expect that at the last moment, when the 6-star light prison was generated, Yu Xingchen used the inertia of the round dance stick to forcefully lock Zeus inside. The continuous attack of Yu Xingchen made Zeus unable to resist, even if he increased his hand speed. But the combination of Long Dan and Phantom made him miserable. He had changed from the initial touch to trying to interrupt Yu Xingchen's combo. Now, Yu Xingchen's combo has reached a terrifying 58 times, and he is about to break through the 6th level fighter's will. These 58 combos were all hit on Zeus. "Brother, I can't hold on any longer. His combo is too fast," Chui Yoshi said with difficulty. "It's almost over. Shishuan will take over. The first goal is to interrupt his combo," Faker commanded in the team voice channel. Received. Chovy didn't look at Bourgeois again. In the eyes of Ingwa team, the threat posed by Zhou Yichen's Yu Xingchen was far greater than Zhang Xinjia's Bourgeois. As long as the two battle mages that the Xia team was proud of were destroyed, their frontal attack would collapse. The Ying team had good ideas, but they overlooked one point. That is, Yishio's Lord Grimm completely restricted Faker, and Kiria was also being output by a long-range attack from a gun through the clouds. If they failed to seize the opportunity to kill Yu Xingchen in one wave or interrupt his combo at the moment when the 6-star light prison disappeared, then the 6-star light prison would release a monster. 85 combos, I can't stand it anymore, Chui Yoshi shouted in the team voice channel. The damage caused by Yu Xingchen to him was too great. Yu Xingchen was still 35 combos away from the 7th level fighter will. At the moment, when the 6-star light prison disappeared, all members of the Ying team set their sights on Yu Xingchen. Showmaker took the lead, concentrating on catching the fire bird and blasting it at Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen pushed Zeus away, and the instant fire bird had already moved to his face. At this moment, a figure blocked Yu Xingchen. Boom, the powerful elemental force gushed out, and the green cloak kept waving in the air. Wang Bu Lu Xing. It was Wang Jieshi. Wang Jieshi's Wang Bu Lu Xing blocked this attack for Yu Xingchen. Captain Wang is great. The cup roared. He almost thought that Yu Xingchen's combo was going to be destroyed by Showmaker, but at the critical moment, Captain Wang, he took action. "Come on," Wang Jieshi said silently in the team voice channel. He glanced at Yu Xingchen's combo count, which was not broken. Clang, Yu Xingchen pushed Zeus away with a gun, and then jumped to avoid Showmaker's fire bomb. When Chovy rushed over, he shivered an AZ shape to avoid the star rays shot from his staff, and swept 180 degrees to knock Chovy down in the air. "Zhou Yichen, he's still showing off," Li Ju said, and Pan Lin and Li Bao on the side were stunned. After commentating on Glory Games for so many years, this was the first time they saw a battle mage play like this. Too elegant. "Oh no, Captain, it's time to enter the 7th level fighter's will." Zheng Zhixuan, who was always calm, was a little anxious now. As professional players, they knew what the 7th level fighters will meant. 6% attack speed blessing, 24% movement speed blessing, 260 points of strength blessing. At this time, Yu Xingchen's spear had begun to flash with golden light, which meant that Yu Xingchen was about to enter the 7th level fighter's will. Faker didn't care about fighting with Jun Maxiao, and all his spells were fired at Yu Xingchen. The Yiqian Chuanyun, who was originally supporting, stood in front of Yu Xingchen at this time. This best combination in the history of Xiag was Glory professional team stood together on the highest stage of the World Invitational. Before, it was Yu Xingchen who stood in front of Yiqian Chuanyun. Now, it was Yiqian Chuanyun's turn to stand in front of Yu Xingchen. Both sides were racing against time. As long as the Xiagwa team could delay until Yu Xingchen opened the 7th level fighter's will, it would be easy to fight next. What the Ingwa team had to do was to block Yu Xingchen's combo, and make everything Zhou Yichen and the Xiagwa team to go to waste. 110 combos. The commentator, Bei Bei, couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. The closer he got to the 7th level fighter's will, the calmer Zhou Yichen's mind became. Because often at this time, he would reveal a flaw because he was anxious to finish the combo. Unfortunately, Zhou Yichen didn't know how to do it. As the Dragon Fang pierced Zhu's shoulder, Yu Xingchen officially entered the 7th level fighter will stage. The powerful magic fighting spirit directly knocked Zeus out. Boom. 7th level fighter will. Zhou Yichen has once again achieved the 7th level fighter will on the stage of the World Invitational after the 8th season finals. The cup could no longer control his emotions and stood up. Everyone stand up. It's over. This was the first thought that popped into Faker's mind after seeing the golden Yu Xingchen. If it was the 7th level fighter will of other characters, Faker was very confident that he could interrupt at the moment he appeared. But now, on the stage of the World Invitational Finals, the one who opened the 7th level fighter will was the best professional player in the world who had ever seen a battle mage. Would he make such a low-level mistake? No. After knocking Zeus away, Yu Xingchen used Do Pashan He Jia Feng Wan Lu Yun, causing strong range damage while generating a special foggy environment on the field. Anchovy, who was hit by the magic fighting spirit caused by the water wave, was also knocked away. No, his target is me. Seeing that Zeus and Chovy were swept away by Yu Xingchen, Showmaker immediately realized that the opponent's target was himself. So he prepared to chant to summon the ice wall, but the moment the ice wall rose, the perfect opportunity appeared. Yu Xingchen emerged from the fog and grabbed Showmaker, who was still chanting. Then he raised his spear and successfully floated him into the air. If Yu Xingchen could still see his shadow a little when he comboed before, now, in Showmaker's perspective, he could only see a golden light flashing continuously. The director also showed Zhou Yichen's first-person perspective on the big screen. Fuck, what the hell? No, what are you doing, director? Fuck, brothers, I'm going blind. Zhou Yichen's first-person perspective was too shaky. While swinging his spear, the character was constantly making fine adjustments. I'm going to vomit. Li Xian was the first to give up. Reinhardt in the spectator seat closed his eyes directly. It was too shaky. Don't let him play the 8th level fighter's will. Faker now hated why he was not a flexible character, but a clumsy warlock. Yo, you still have the mind to command. Jun Maxia grabbed Faker, and then threw him to the ground. Throw. The more anxious Faker is now, the more happy Yishio feels. The next goal of the Xia team is very clear, that is to prevent the other members of the Ying team from getting close to Yu Xingchen. As long as he reaches the 8th level of the fighter's will, to be honest, the Ying team can say GG in the public channel. Because the 8th level of the fighters will not only increases the attack speed by 8.5%, the movement speed by 36%, and the strength by 390 points, the most important thing is that the 8th level of the fighters will can expand the attack range of the battle mage. As long as you are swept by the battle mage's war spear, it is also considered a combo. Because the combo stops, the effect bonus still exists, resulting in the battle mage reaching the 8th level of the fighter's will. Unless it is forced to control, ordinary characters can't break his combo at all. Oh no, I'm going to be a sinner for all eternity. Su Shou was shocked. 140, 141, 142. Every combo not only hits Showmaker, but also hits everyone in the Ying team. 147,148,149. No! Seeing the lightning-fast spear piercing his body, Su Shou roared helplessly. 150. Boom! As the strong fighting spirit was injected into Yu Xingchen's body, the 8th-stage fighters will appeared on the holographic projection. Oh my god! Li Bo was completely stunned. It is probably the most difficult thing to open the 8th-stage fighters will in a game. But Zhou Yichen not only did it, but also did it on the stage of the first World Invitational Finals, and even did it in the match-point game of Xia Country. The will of the 8th-stage fighter blossomed, and the powerful airflow directly blasted away the nearest Showmaker. Zeus wanted to stand up to block, but the next second Yu Xingchen was in front of him. So fast! Before Cui Yochi could react, the dragon gall in Yu Xingchen's hand stabbed into his heart. Angry dragon piercing the heart. This attack successfully killed Zeus and crushed the hope of the Yingwa team to win. Yu Xingchen killed Zeus out. Now Yu Xingchen was like a god descending from heaven. After dealing with Zeus, he turned his eyes to Kiria not far away. Kiria suddenly felt that he was being stared at by a wolf. No, his next target is me, Lu Minqi said anxiously. Zheng Zhixuan, who was originally intercepting Yiqian Chuanyuan, had to be forced to go back to support Lu Minqi, but Yu Xingchen was much faster than him. Before Lu Minqi could react, Yu Xingchen had already arrived in front of him. Fuck, what's going by? Showmaker, who had just stood up, felt a golden mouse running past him. Boom! Halong Pajuan. Kiria was knocked out by the dragon-shaped magic fighting spirit, and Sherbujuan also opened the angel wings and successfully stayed in the air. The healer was smashing at Yu Xingchen desperately, and Wang Buliuxing and Ichiang Chuanyun, who were at low health, said, "No, buddy, now Zhang Xinjie has completely turned into Zhou Yichen's shape." How he hopes that Zhou Yichen is not in the reincarnation, but in the tyranny. Understand Fang Minghua, become Fang Minghua, and surpass Fang Minghua. Protect the priest. Thaker was still trying his best to command, but he couldn't get away to help Kiria, because Jun Mashu had already entangled him tightly. The skill bombardment of 24 different professions had already confused Faker's mind. "The situation of Ingwa team is over," said Q.P., who was sitting in the spectator seat. Yu Xingchen is now invincible. Camus, who was not far away from him, commented, "This is the will of an 8th level fighter, and there is no excitement on his face." Edgar Delacroix next to Camus shouted, "This is the gap. He can perform such a wonderful operation on the stage of the finals, and he still doesn't change his face, because he knows that the game is not over yet. Can you do it?" Camus looked at Edgar Delacroix. Edgar Delacroix was silent. Not to mention keeping his face calm, he couldn't even perform these wonderful operations. Too strong. Michael Bismarck, the battle mage player of the German team, was completely impressed by Zhou Yichen. He thought that the first thing he would do when he returned was to buy a Zhou Yichen jersey, and then ask the captain to help him get Zhou Yichen's autograph. The Ingwa team is in chaos. Boaster, the main commander of the England team, shook his head and said, unexpectedly, the Ingwa team, which was as easy as breathing to beat them, was like a little chicken in front of the Xiaogua team. Zhou Yichen is really too much. Andy Murray said on the side. This person is the strongest player in this World Invitational Tournament. It's over. Amadeus, the captain of the Swiss team as the host, sighed. This time, only one quarterfinal was made, which is definitely an unqualified result for the Swiss team. At this time, everyone in the Xiaogua team's player seat stood up. Chu Yunxiu clasped his hands together and prayed that no accidents would happen. Could it be? Li Xian's heart began to beat wildly. After many years of fighting, is his first championship coming? Wang Xiaotian's hand was already firmly on Yu Wenzhou's shoulder. Even Han Wenqing, who usually had a serious face, showed a hint of excitement at this moment. Everyone was looking forward to it. Is the competition really going to end? Chapter 667. Compared to the excitement of the Xia team, the Ying team seemed a little disappointed. When the 8th level fighters will appeared, they knew that the probability of winning this team game was very low. When they saw Yu Xingchen stabbing the spear into Kiria's heart, their hearts seemed to stop beating. Yu Xingchen killed Kiria, out. After killing the priest of the Ying team, the total score of the Xia team reached 8 points, while the Ying team only had 5 points. The situation on the field is currently 3 versus 5. Although Wang Buliuxing and Ichian Chuanyun are both at low health, we are very close to victory. Li Ba said excitedly. Faker's side contained too much. Kiria was out, and the Ying team had no chance of a comeback. As the Xia team worked together to kill the remaining 3 members of the Ying team, when the word glory popped up, fireworks scattered all over the venue. Golden fireworks flew all over the sky. We are the champions. The cup shouted excitedly. The Xia team members in the audience rushed directly to the stage. Even Han Wenqing was obviously much faster. Xia team, we are the champions. The Xia students at the scene took out the 5-star red flag. After Yu Wenzhou came on stage, he also handed the 5-star red flag to Zhou Yichen. Afterwards, under the gaze of everyone, Yixiu opened the 5-star red flag and draped it on Zhou Yichen. In this game, Zhou Yichen is the well-deserved MVP. But the contributions of other teammates cannot be ignored. Glory is not a game for one person. When the battle seat was opened, Chu Yunxiu rushed over and hugged Zhou Yichen tightly. This scene was also recorded by the camera. On the other side, the Ingwa team seemed a little disappointed, and Cui Yoji stood beside the chair like an ant. Among Yu Xingchen's 150 combos, 2/3 were hit on him. Let's try harder next time. Faker patted everyone on the shoulders and said. After everyone in the Ingwa team adjusted their emotions, they began to pack up their peripherals. It was time to leave. This stage no longer belonged to them. All the people in the Xiaogua team were crowded on the stage. Huang Xiaoyan and Zhang Jiala were whispering to each other. I don't know what they were talking about. Tang Hao and Sun Xiang reached out and grabbed the flying golden debris. This scene has appeared in their dreams several times. This time, it was real. Hey! Xiao Shiqin and Li Xian sighed. After years of fighting, they finally won the championship they dreamed of. Although they did not participate in the finals, no one would deny their contribution. Are your hands okay? Chu Yunqiu grabbed Zhou Yichen's hands and kept turning them over. It's okay. Zhou Yichen laughed. It's okay, it's red, it's okay, I apply ice later. Chu Yunqiu scolded. Champion. Chu Yunqiu was stunned for a second. Yes, he is the world champion. Winning the championship with all wins, the Xiaogui team created a record that has never been seen before and may never be seen again. Because they not only won all the big games, but also never lost a small game. MVP. 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 After a long time, the whole audience shouted MVP in unison. The lights in the whole venue were also focused on Zhou Yichen. Let us once again congratulate the Xiaogui team for winning the first Zurich World Invitational Championship. The European and American uncle host came up at this time. First of all, I would like to ask the team leader Yixiu, what is it like to lead such an invincible team and win the championship with a perfect record? The host handed the microphone to Yixiu first. I feel that I am honored and pleased to have such a group of excellent teammates as a team leader. One day, the game I like and the event I love can become a world-class competition. It is an honor that I will never get tired of playing for the rest of my life. Yixiu smiled. Wow, after the translator passed on Yixiu's words, the whole audience burst into warm applause. Oh, when did old Yi speak so cultured? Huang Xiaoyan complained in a low voice. Next, according to the position, Yixiu handed the microphone to Zhou Zikai. When Yixiu thought about what was going to happen next, he wanted to laugh. The host was still confused. He didn't know that Yixiu, who was passing the microphone, was going to laugh. Next, I want to ask Zhou Zikai, this time Xiaogui's magic gun can be said to be resounding throughout the world. What does winning this championship mean to you? It means, I have another championship? Zhou Zikai replied. Pucci. Zhou Yichen on the side was really stunned. Worthy of being the captain, Versailles is different. So how do you feel? The host was a little unwilling to give up. I still feel very happy. Zhou Zikai said this expressionlessly. Where is the happiness? This guy, is he a human machine? An audience member discussed in the audience. No wonder the operation is so good, AI, damn it's not fair. The Xia team has artificial intelligence. Two idiots. The Xia student next to them understood their conversation and then cursed the national quintessence. What did you say? The two foreigners heard what the Xia student said, but they didn't quite understand what it meant. I wish your mother good health. Thank you. After interviewing Zhou Zikai, the host felt that his energy had dropped a lot. The microphone was handed to Zhou Yichen, and the host's blood doubled. He liked this guy so much at this time. Do you have anything to say to the audience in the audience, or the people who are supporting you in front of the TV? The host asked. Thank you very much to all the fans who support our team, and thank you to the brothers who have been training with us. Although they failed to be selected for the national team, they still set aside time to train with us. Zhou Yichen took the microphone and said, finally, I want to say that this championship is closely related to everyone. I hope everyone will not focus on me alone. My teammates are also very cute. Zhou Yichen smiled. I've been optimistic about Zhou Yichen since he was young, said Li Bo. Then the host asked each player of the Xiaogui team one by one. When he asked Xiao Shiqin, he choked up. The road to the championship is full of thorns. It's too difficult. For Xiao Shiqin, this year is undoubtedly a year of great harvest. Not only did he lead the team to the semifinals for the first time, washing away the shame of being a soft-footed shrimp in the competition, he was also selected to join the Xiaogui team and successfully won the championship of the World Invitational Tournament with the team. In fact, Xiao Shiqin had planned to retire after the 11th season. He was tired, but now, seeing the young people around him, who were still full of passion, especially Huang Xiaoyan, who debuted in the same season as him, and was still full of passion, Xiao Shiqin hesitated. Perhaps, this group of opponents who kept moving forward was the real reason why he stayed on this stage. Finally, I want to announce that the FMVP of this finals, and the most valuable player of this World Invitational Tournament are. Please look at the big screen. The electronic big screen kept flashing, and finally Zhou Yichen's figure appeared in the center, and behind him was Yi Yuxingchen. I announce that the MVP and most valuable player of the first Zurich World Invitational Finals are Xiaogui's representative team, Zhou Yichen. Zhou Yichen. Zhou Yichen. Zhou Yichen. The audience shouted in unison. From the group stage to the knockout stage to the finals, Zhou Yichen's performance is beyond doubt. Before the World Invitational Tournament, He was rated as the strongest battle mage by European foreign media. Even after they reviewed Zhou Yichen's game videos, they thought that no one could surpass Yu Xingchen. So there was a big wave at that time. Other lists had top 5 or even top 10 rankings, but as a battle mage with a relatively large base, European esports media listed Zhou Yichen separately. Once it was released, it caused an uproar. Many people thought that the European media was praising Zhou Yichen. As a result, after the first game against Australia, Zhou Yichen's performance made them shut up completely. Later, they tried to find Zhou Yichen's mistakes and magnify them. But this person seemed like an AI, completely dominating the front battlefield. In the quarterfinals, they faced the French team. They thought that the traditionally powerful French team could put some pressure on the Xia team. And the star player in the team was Ziwu, which was the champion of this year's European League. Unfortunately, the French team was finally defeated by the Xia team. Especially in the second round of the team competition, when the Xia team first put out their strongest lineup. The French team was almost pushed away without any chance to fight back. In the semifinals, they faced the German team, and their confidence increased greatly. Because the German team's lineup can be said to be the strongest in Europe, and the core of the team is still the undisputed first European honor player Poke. However, the German tank failed to break the Xia team, but was hit and bleeding. After 2 rounds, the European audience felt the most deeply that Yu Xingchen of the Xia team came up, and then, it was sent. In the finals, they no longer asked the Ying team to win, but only asked them to break the undefeated rule of the Xia team. As a result, in the first round, Yingwa team was defeated right from the start. In the second round, they finally saw a glimmer of improvement, and this man stood up again. At the moment when Xiaogua team won the championship, various news videos were transmitted to major domestic websites. The proudest ones were the fans of Samsara. Looking at Zhou Yichen wearing the 5-star red flag, they were very proud to leave messages on the internet. This is the child of Samsara. The fans of Blue Rain and Tiny Herb rarely quarreled, because they saw Huang Xiaoyan and Wang Jieshi arm in arm. Old Wang, you might as well come to our Blue Rain. Huang Xiaoyan said with his hand on Wang Jieshi's shoulder. Has the sound of winning the championship blocked your brain? Wang Jieshi glanced at Huang Xiaoyan. Wang Jieshi went to Blue Rain? How can a person say this? Why not? Let's form a big one next season, called Anti-Samsara Armor. Li Xian said. Oh, the championship hasn't even ended yet, and the seniors are already thinking about going against our Samsara. Zhou Yichen laughed. TSK, we're not weak at all. Zhang Jiala waved his hand and said, a group of defeated generals. Yeah. Zhou Zikai stood firmly beside Zhou Yichen. Chu Xia, which side are you on? Huang Xiaoyan asked. I'm definitely on my man's side. Chu Yunxiu rolled her eyes at Huang Xiaoyan. Isn't this a bullshit question? Chu Xia, you have to do it for the greater good, and kill your relatives for the greater good. Fang Rui said with a bow. Go to hell, I'm a firm ally of Samsara, okay. Where's old Yi? Huang Xiaoyan asked, looking at Yishio with a smile on his face. Me? I'm retired. Yishio said with a smile. Your retirement is no different from bullshit. Huang Xiaoyan complained. Now the league has abolished the rule that players can only return to the game after 1 year of retirement. Even for many retired professional players, the league has issued a series of regulations, including employment and so on. If you think that playing professionally is not feasible, the league can arrange for players to become directors, referees, etc. after retirement. Of course, with the rise of the live broadcast industry, the league also encourages professional players from major teams to get involved in this industry. The Samsara team was the first to respond, and all of them have signed contracts with the official live broadcast platform under the league. Are you really not going to return? Han Wenqing looked at Yishio. No, it's too tiring. I plan to be a broadcaster. It's interesting that the former great god has become a small broadcaster now. Yishio elbowed Han Wenqing and said, boring. Han Wenqing turned his head aside. If you have any questions, tell me. If you want to play a game, Tyranny welcomes you anytime. Damn it, old Han, you are going to kill me. Yishio waved his hand. Based on his image in the minds of Tyranny fans, he would face the risk of being torn apart the next day after entering the Tyranny Club on the first day. With me here, who dares? Han Wenqing said domineeringly. Okay, everyone, enjoy the present first. Yishio raised his hands and said, woohoo! In the next few days, everyone did not return to China, but had a good time in Zurich for a few days. Of course, there was one person who was very unhappy these days, and that was Chu Yunxiu. Originally, I thought I could have a romantic date with Zhou Yichen, But Zhou Yichen's fans came to him wherever he went and asked for autographs and photos. Even the proportion of male fans is greater than that of female fans. Now if a man walks towards them on the street, Chu Yunxiu thinks that he is not here to chat with her, but to ask Zhou Yichen for an autograph. After returning to China, a lively celebration party was held under the organization of the National Esports Sports Bureau. After the meeting, the championship trophy of the World Invitational and the team uniforms of the representative team were all handed in and placed in the most eye-catching place in the glory field. The story of the World Invitational ended here. The hustle and bustle of the 11th season has already sounded. It is summer vacation, and the atmosphere of Glory Online Games is full of joy. The announcement is still the news that the Xiagua representative team won the World Invitational. In addition to the live broadcast on the internet, the most concerned thing is this transfer period. The big fish are surging in the transfer market. The cruel 11th season, are you ready?